Chapter 1 All because of lunchbox. I'm sorry, but what we need here is a graduate student. Sorry, I sympathize with you. Can you speak English? What? Even basic English is lacking. Splendid, now turn around, turn left, and please go out from our back door. Just a graduate? No work experience. Sorry, we need someone with at least 2 years of work experience. Chin Chow came home with a pained expression after interviewing with numerous companies. He was wandering in the street like a zombie. This time was very late at night. But although he had ran the whole day, without exception, each and every company rejected him. Speaking of which, this is indeed a tragedy. When he was born, he was called Chin Shou. TL, Shou equals suffer. His father meant for him to keep this name until he graduated from elementary school. But, his name was forcibly changed by his mother to Chin Chow because she did not like what other people always called her, which was, Chin Shou's mom. After spending 4 years at a third-rate college, Chin Chow was thwarted at every turn. He could not even find a suitable job. After graduation, he stayed in the Suzhou city, far away from home. Having not accomplished anything, Chin Chow did not want to go back to take over his father's small cell phone business. Oh God, please give me a job. Chin Chow's wailing sound was heard on the dark street corner. The previously dark window from surrounding residents suddenly turned bright. Who is this piece of shit? Shouting randomly in the middle of the night. Where is the dog? Quickly go back home. Don't let people sleep at night. Here, eat this old lady's foot washing water. Right after this, came hissing sound. Poor Chin Chow, all of his body down to his shoes are now dripping wet. This grandma. This late into autumn, the splashing water made Chin Chow feel like he was in the North Pole. Especially the taste of this foot washing water. Holy crap, these feet didn't wash at least a month. Who is it? Acting with no conscience. Wet and smelly, Chin Chow was angry and suddenly yelled. At the same time he curses, without knowing from which window, a black vase suddenly flew out. Bang! It hit straight on Chin Chow's head. It was as if he was brutally beaten with a stick. Chin Chow's eyes became blurred. While he was clutching his blood-soaked head, he became weak and fell onto the ground. At this time, a black smoke suddenly came out of the broken vase and flew into Chin Chow's body. Aya, that's the Song Dynasty vase that I found in the antique market. At this time, on the upper part of a tall building, an old man pulled his naughty little grandson and started swatting his grandson's ass. Chin Chow's body began to talk to himself. After being in captivity for more than 1,000 years, I finally came back. This man turned out to be a natural-born devil's body. Ha ha ha, the time for me, Luoda, to shine once again is soon to come. All of you stinky priests just wait, I'll soon get my revenge on you. Looking down, that Chin Chow then climbed up slowly from the ground. At this time, his eyes emitted green rays of light that appeared very strange in the dark of night. It was as if it came from the ghosts and demons of hell. Just as he was going to start slaughtering, using the souls of the dead as his energy source, a white ray of light suddenly flew into the sky. Not good, it's the people from the Zhu sect. At present, I was just resurrected. My soul is still unstable. I better hide first. This Chin Chow snorted. The green light in his eyes immediately disappeared. His body went limp again and then tumbled to the ground. A girl in a long white gown unexpectedly appeared in the sky. She was beautiful like an immortal. Her feet was stepping on the treasured sword that was wandering in the surrounding sky. It's strange. I definitely feel that Devil Luoda's breath in this neighborhood. The girl wrinkled her beautiful arched eyebrows, saying, if I let that old devil, Luoda, be born, it would indeed lead to a reign of terror. No, I have to go back and report it. After that, the girl pulled out her sword, stood on it, then immediately turned into a meteor, disappeared into the darkness. After the girl departs, Chin Chow's eyes flickered not long after that. He slowly woke up. Fuck, it hurts. Qin Chao's consciousness appeared to return. While he touching his head, Qin Chao slowly got up. But, unexpectedly he can't find any trace of a wound from the vase. Weird, is my head made from iron? Qin Chao mumbles as he takes a look at the broken vase on the ground. After that, he touched his growling belly, anyway. I better find something to fill this stomach. Qin Chao, with a dirty face, walks step by step back to his apartment. After he graduated from college, Qin Chao has been in the Suzhou city for 4 or 5 months. In order to keep the family not worried, he said to his family that he has a good job. Therefore, Qin Chao has been trying hard to ration his parents' remaining allowance. If he can't find a job in less than 3 days, Qin Chao will starve in the streets. His rent has been late for half a month. The landlord asks him for money every day. To that end, Qin Chao can only put out a debt letter. This life, it's better just to finish it clean by slicing a knife on the neck. Most of the nights, Qin Chao's belly is always hungry. He had to stop to buy the cheapest food available, then casually looked for a park, sat on a bench, and began to enjoy his cheap dinner. At this time, Qin Chao suddenly heard the sound of some melodious voice that rang on and off. This type of sound often appears in many JAV, Japanese adult video. Qin Chao immediately understood. The place that he casually stumbled upon unexpectedly is a lover's rendezvous place. This guy cannot help but lament at being a bachelor. He could not help but sigh. While holding the food box, he became more and more unbearably lonely. At this moment, a couple, who wore very fashionable outfits, and was doing a public display of affection, walked in front of him. "Little brother, give me face and provide us with this place, okay?" The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, a suit, and leather shoes. He looks like a second-generation rich kid. There was a woman in his arms. Although she was pretty, she had eyes that looked at him with despise. Qin Chao quickly realized that he was being looked down upon because of his unkempt appearance. Before Qin Chao was able to respond, seeing the food box in his hand, that glasses man laughed. "I say, dude, don't eat this. Looking at your appearance, you must be unemployed, right? No car, no house, and no girlfriend. Otherwise, you would not be eating only a couple of vegetarian dishes. Young people must eat healthy food. Here, I'll give you 100 yuan. KFC, McDonald's, eat whatever you want. Eat until you vomit. How about that?" Then, the man pulled out his wallet, drew a piece of red paper from it, and threw it on top of Qin Chao's lap. "That's only 100. You must consider that too little. Here, I give you another 200. In any case, my man doesn't need it. He's rich." The female with an extremely slender waist said that while taking the wallet from her man and pulled out a couple more red papers. Depressed, Qin Chao pushed out the red papers and stood up while holding his food box. "This money is for you to spend, keep it." After hearing that, Qin Chao started to leave. At that time, a shadow suddenly jumped out from behind. "My husband, are you here? My husband." Qin Chao was somewhat dizzy. When he turned his head back, his eyes suddenly lit up. A beauty. An absolutely super gorgeous beauty. Under a beautiful red hair, resided a perfectly small oval face. Her eyes were big, with a little hint of blue. It was unclear if it was because of a contact lens or the result of mixed blood. Thin frame glasses laid on top of her lovely nose, which made her beauty even more elegant. Her luscious red lips are very sexy. It was so hot, that even Qin Chao couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her body is also extremely proportional. Just her chest alone could make Qin Chao's mouth drool. After sizing her up, he estimated that her chest was definitely a D+. It could even be called a biological weapon. The girl's soft white thighs were giving Qin Chao's senses even more stimulation. He wanted to pick up that pair of legs, and carry them on his shoulders. Did you call me?" Qin Chao felt silly. This incredibly beautiful woman cannot possibly have any relations with him. While holding the lunchbox, he stared straight at that beauty. "Oh, darling, don't joke." That beauty approached, then held on to Qin Chao's arm. Qin Chao can even feel that beauty's soft breast. "I have only one husband, and that's you. Who else could it be?" The couple next to them almost became green with envy. Especially the woman. She can see that the woman in front of her is an astounding beauty. But, the woman turned out to be a poor man's wife. That almost make her spit blood. That rich guy was also jealous of them. On his average face, the eyes flashed a hint of lewdness. "What a fine bitch, it must be good to ride her on top of my crotch, or, just occasionally playing with another man's wife. That's also splendid." In his eyes, with his money, no beauty can resist her. Beauty. "My name is Yang Shu, chairman of Yang's Building Materials Group. Please accept my invitation. I invite you to go to a French restaurant for dinner." "Who cares?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes, making this chairman Yang Shu became awkward. He was unable to extricate himself. "Husband, let me eat your food box. I am hungry." With that, she immediately grabs Qin Chao's food box. "Stop running. Damn, that smelly bitch." At this time, several ferocious hoodlums emerged from the wood. When they saw the beauty, their eyes suddenly lit up. "It's her, grab her. Damn, she dares to hit me." A dyed blonde-hair man, who was touching the palm print on his face, angrily said. When the rich guy saw this scene, he suddenly turned around and ran away. His girlfriend was also alarmed and went to chase her boyfriend. That beauty pressed her body to Qin Chao's arm, and sheepishly said, "Husband, they bully me." "This man is your husband?" When the few hoodlums suddenly saw Qin Chao, their face suddenly looked somewhat vicious. "It is good that your husband appears here. Damn bitch, look how I'm going to fuck you in front of your husband." A hoodlum swore dirty words and rushed over. Qin Chao was startled. He became crazy mad. He shoved the beauty away and used wild-ass butt style to try to hit that hoodlum. "Damn, you dare to fight back." That young hoodlum pulled out a bicycle chain from the bosom. He was about to hit Qin Chao right in the face. Qin Chao is an otaku. So, he never knew how to fight. That wild-ass butt style he showed before was only relying on courage. The hoodlum chains suddenly appeared on his face. That beauty behind him was shocked. She shouted out in panic. She picked up the food box and started throwing everything inside, vegetable, garlic, rice and all of it, toward the young hoodlum, to keep him away from hitting Qin Chao, making the hoodlum back away several steps. While half of his face were burning with pain, Qin Chao started to lose consciousness. He reached out to touch his face. He immediately felt a trace of blood. Blood, it tasted similar to chicken blood. Qin Chao's body suddenly shivered. He began to feel something awaken inside his body because of that smell of blood. A strong desire to kill filled his heart. The hoodlum was startled. He suddenly felt the murderous look that came from Qin Chao. His heart pounded fast and hard. He can't help but hold the chain tight in his hand. "Motherfucker. Want to act like Stallone in front of me?" He began to move the chain again and started pounding Qin Chao's head. "Go to hell." Stimulated by blood, Qin Chao was full of anger this time. He reached out his hand and suddenly snatched the incoming chain. Meanwhile, another hand grabbed that hoodlum's neck and pressed that hoodlum to the ground. Finally, his foot started kicking the hoodlum's chest, making the hoodlum unable to breathe and pass out. Qin Chao's fight, this time, was completely relied on brute force and blood. Using these, he was able to put down that bully. This time, the second man also rushed over. With a brick in his hand, he repeatedly hit Qin Chao's head. With a loud thud, that brick broken into several pieces. Qin Chao's soul is trembling with pain. But, in the eyes of the hoodlums, Qin Chao, with a bloody head and green eyes, was staring at them. That hoodlum cannot help but started to tremble. He felt as if he was being watched by a beast. Go to hell. Qin Chao suddenly moved and punched him. Qin Chao hit him right on his jaw. The sound of broken bones can clearly be heard. That hoodlum was already lied on the ground. The rest of the hoodlums, seeing this scene, were already felt scared. At this time, Qin Chao's face is full of blood. His eyes are green. He looked like a ghost that came out from hell. Murder! That hoodlum began to shout hysterically. He then ran away as fast as possible and vanished without a trace. Finally beat them. At this time, the supernatural power that Qin Chao had suddenly dispersed, making his whole body weak. He then slumped to the ground. Qin Chao started to feel a splitting headache. It was throbbing, again and again. Although he was able to beat the hoodlums, at this time, a bigger crisis came to him. An evil laughter reverberated in his ear. You go to hell. When you die, this devil body will be mine. That sounds became noisier, making Qin Chao had the feeling of nausea and vomiting. Imagine, if a lot of people shouting incessantly in your ears. Soon, you will also have this feeling of vomiting. Right at this moment, he was saved by that beauty. She came closer to him, and gently patted his shoulder. My name is Su Ji, thank you for saving me. That beauty didn't know. When she was in contact with Qin Chao, the prayer beads on her wrist started to shine. Then, a warm force went all over Qin Chao's body. This makes his body comfortable, it feels as if his body was being stimulated. The sound of howling ghosts seemed to be suppressed by the power of the prayer beads. At this time, Qin Chao awareness started to fight back. It was as if his soul and another shadow intertwined. And then, there was shouting in his mind, followed by the tearing sound. The shadow was completely ripped off from him. Finally, the consciousness of the old devil's soul dissipated from Qin Chao. Hearing Qin Chao's voice, that beauty blushed. One could fry an egg on her face. At this time, after passing the cataclysm, Qin Chao's spirit was thoroughly spent. He finally collapsed on the floor, completely lost his consciousness. Chapter 2 Heavenly Beauty. Qin Chao has a dream. The scene in that dream was very chaotic. He saw himself as if he was dressed in all black. He was looking across a lot of people with unfriendly expression. His hand was holding a strange bell. Before he even got the chance to let the bell go, a sharp treasured sword drops from the sky. It pierced directly into his body. Then, a loud curse resounded throughout the sky. Damn, brats. If you don't pay the rent now, I'll throw out your bedroll. Then, Qin Chao saw his landlord. A wretched man, who wore a tank top and underwear, was pushing through the crowd. He was clutching a cucumber while rushing toward him. No, my rent is not due until tomorrow. Qin Chao shouted out in scare. He directly sat up from the bed. At this time, he discovered that he was not in his more than 40 square meters own apartment. Instead, he was now laying on the bed inside of a squeaky clean hospital room. I went to the hospital. Qin Chao recalled about last night. He seemed to be a mighty hero. He touched his head, who was wrapped in a thick bandage, until his hand ran on top of the wound, and then he started to whine because of the pain he felt. What are you crying about? Horny aren't you? In front of Qin Chao, stood a more than 40-year-old female nurse, who is staring at him. Your head is all right. Don't forget to come back tomorrow to change the bandage. Also, quickly goes downstairs to pay, this is your bill. After saying that, the senior nurse pulled out a paper bill and put it on Qin Chao's bed. Qin Chao grabbed and took a look at it. Including all the miscellaneous, it amounts to more than 2,000 yuan. There has to be a mistake. Qin Chao didn't have that much money. He immediately lifted that payment bill and roared, you look at this. I was only getting hit on the head, so, there was no need to take the ultrasound. You were clearly trying to cheat me. The senior nurse rolled her eyes, saying, your wound might be having an adverse effect on your prostate. Thus, we check it up for you. Now quickly pay the bill. No money. Qin Chao thought in his heart. Anyway, my money doesn't even amount to 100, much less 100 gold, let's see what are you going to do about it. Humph, no money. I knew it. This trash has no money. The senior nurse suddenly pinched her waist, angrily said, I have seen much trash like you. You are unemployed jobless migrants from rural areas. Well, no job, no girlfriend, and even hospital bill can't afford to pay. I'd say, you and the beggar on the streets are no different. If you don't pay the money today, don't even think to walk out the hospital door. Qin Chow's whole body was trembling in anger. Damn, this old nurse is having a period. Her speech was too toxic. Moreover, this hospital was stealing the patient's money. If the patient can't pay the bill, they can't go out. While the senior nurse kept staring at him, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly came. This beautiful woman, when she came in, the whole noisy ward was suddenly silenced. A patient, while drinking water, seeing this beauty, the glass fell on his bed. He didn't even realize that the water has spread on his bed. My husband, don't worry about the bill. I'll pay it. Then, that beauty suddenly snatched the bill from Qin Chow's hand. Then she looked around, frowned, and said, oh, the place here was too messy. I am going through the formalities. We'll go to the intensive care unit. With that, the senior nurse looked stunned. The beauty then enchantingly walked outside, leaving behind a room full of silly-looking people. Qin Chow clearly saw that, just before leaving the room, that beauty secretly winked at him. Qin Chow's heart suddenly felt warm. He cannot help but smile. This girl Su Ji is fascinating. That senior nurse felt helpless. She bitterly leaves the room. Soon, that Su Ji came back, sat beside Qin Chow's bed and started peeling an apple. This money that you give, I'll give you back, Qin Chow finally said, after staring the beauty for a long time. Comrade Qin Chow. Su Ji gave him a glance, and then put a piece of the apple that she cut to his hand. You were wounded in action. The organization was very satisfied with you. How can we make you pull out the medical expenses? This can't be, I'll still pay you back. This 2,000 yuan is not a small money for Qin Chow. But, he was a typical macho guy. If he let a girl pay his hospital bill, he would rather die. You, such a stubborn man. Very well, you can pay me back when you become rich. This girl watched Qin Chow with a complex look, and then she gave him a big smile. Oh yeah, the doctor said there's nothing wrong with your head. You can be discharged already. Moreover, listening to what the nurse said, you are also unemployed. Fortunately, my sister is the director of Guanyuan school. I'll talk to her to give you a job there. You're going to work for her, okay? This can't do. I can look for a job myself. Qin Chow was a little bit embarrassed. After all, he saved Su Ji, completely because of a hot-blooded impulse. He was not hoping to be paid back. What cannot work? Now, I am your creditor. If you don't work, how can you pay my money back? Su Ji said, then she took out her black Apple phone, and went outside the ward to make a phone call. Soon, she came back and said to Qin Chow. Get out. You're going to Guanyuan school to report for your job. I have some matter to do. I must take a trip to Jingyang by plane. So, I cannot accompany you. After you arrive at the school, mentions my name to the people there. With that, this little girl took up her coat and hurriedly ran out. At the door, she did not forget to look back to Qin Chow while grimacing. Bye-bye, my fake husband. Holding the apple core, Qin Chow felt as if he was dreaming. By saving a girl from a wealthy family, his work problem already resolved. Qin Chow tidied himself up and left the hospital. He could not afford additional hospital expense. Along the way, he keeps remembering what happened before. From the moment he was born, he has never received such treatment. Because, although he is not fat, he is absolutely not thin either. He is 1.75 meters tall and weighs 150 pounds. With such height and body weight, even if Qin Chow was good-looking, he cannot use it to show off. It was all right in the summer. Dressed in a baggy shirt and short pants, his plum can be concealed. But when winter came, dressed in a cotton-padded jacket and cotton-wadded trousers set, Qin Chao looked like a ball. At this time, Qin Chao suddenly felt his body was a little different. His nearsightedness was gone. Moreover, his body also felt strong and powerful. It was obviously different from the guy who was just graduated. Did that brick make him like this? Qin Chao mused. Mom, look! A mummy. A pink Lolita child, who was tugging her mother's hand, pointed at Qin Chao and said in a baby voice. "SSH, do not talk nonsense." Other adults started to talk when her mothers hastily patted her little daughter. She pointed at Qin Chao, saying, "That is Uncle Mummy. Next time, remember the polite expression." "I know, Uncle Mummy. The little Loli is very sensible." She immediately changed her tune. Tears suddenly started streaming down Qin Chao's face. Touching the gauze that wrapped around his head, he bitterly walked down the street. Right at this time, his cell phone ringtone suddenly started ringing. "Master, your grandson is calling again." This phone sound was so loud. The "made in China" speaker is exquisite. Almost the whole street who have heard this tone, continue to stare at Qin Chao. Qin Chao took out the phone awkwardly. It's from an unknown number. Maybe it's from the landlord, trying to ask for rent money. "Mr. Landlord, can't you give me 2 more days? If you force me, I'll hang myself in your house." Is this Mr. Qin Chao? Who knows? Unexpectedly, a sweet female voice was heard coming out from the phone, scaring Qin Chao. Holy crap. As the saying go, fortune comes one after another, left eye jump out Sakura, right eye jump in Daisy. Heavenly beauty came twice in a row. Since when my luck is this good? Yes, I am Qin Chao. Hello, I am Qin Ling, the secretary of Miss Su Fei, director of Guanyuan Institute for International Economics. This afternoon, when you came to our school, we will handle your work formalities. Then, without giving Qin Chao a chance to say anything, she hung up the phone. Qin Chao became depressed. Damn it. That secretary's temper is so big. May she got her period every day. May she married an impotent husband. But, anyway, his work problem was finally solved for the time being. This guy took a look at his cell phone. It's already around 12 o'clock. That Qin Ling said the appointment was this afternoon. There's still plenty of time. But, since it was him that needed the job, he better not be late. Guanyuan Institute is far away from where he stood. The distance is about more than 10 blocks. Qin Chao touched the green notes in his pocket. He was not willing to take a ride. He intended to walk for more than an hour. After he walked for 2 blocks, he saw a very lively beautiful girl that stood in the middle of the street. Although she was in the middle of the road, currently, the pedestrian light is green. Therefore, the vehicles stop by the path. The girls looked around as if she was looking for someone. At this time, a red sports car, like a runaway horse, suddenly rushed out of the group of parked car. Like a madman, it rushed toward the woman. That sports car came with a whistling sound. It also had loud heavy metal music. The girl apparently did not react. Her hand was still clutching a very elegant phone. It looked like there was an incoming call. By this time, the sports car has roared to her side. At this moment, Qin Chao had no time to think. Life was at stake here. Power was suddenly surging up inside of him, and he rushed toward the street. At this moment, his speed was godlike. It was as if he was a gust of wind. He immediately arrived at the girl's side. At a time when the sports car was near, Qin Chao subconsciously reached out his hand. He blocked that sports car. An enormous power transmitted to his arm. He felt his arms trembled, then began to grow a black scale piece by piece. His arm looked like an arm of a monster. He succeeded in stopping that car. Meanwhile, with a loud thud, the whole front of that car was smashed. Its whole body stopped moving. The car tail has curled upwards, but was very fragile. The surrounding pedestrian has not paid attention. And, this time, the car also blasting out heavy metal songs. It roared, making people's hearts skip a beat. Then, a drunk young man climbed out of the car and lied in front of the car. He suddenly gave his fist to a somewhat startled and uncertain Chin Chow. "Fuck you. You damn walking without looking around. You." Chin Chow, who was almost hit with that fist, was getting angry. He frowned and stared at the man in the eye. Finally, the opposite party spurted liquor and gas, scolded. "Fuck your own mom. Do you know who my father is? I tell you. My dad is Li Fumin. Your uncle, my dad was Li Shimin." Chin Chow was furious. What's wrong with this guy? He's the one who hit people, yet, he's also the one who gets mad. Chin Chow estimated that the man did not see his tragic car bumper. If he sees it, it is expected that he will be crying out loud. TL, Li Shimin equals famous emperor from Tang dynasty. Hurry. Just when Chin Chow mused his theory, that beautiful female student, who was beside him, was suddenly alarmed. She pulled his hand and rushed off to run away. While the onlookers were coming around to look, the drunk man started to curse. Chin Chow ran while being pulled by the girl. His ears still heard the drunken man's voice, who was still shouting. He felt exhilarated. "Out of my way. Do you know who my dad? My dad is Li Fumin." Chapter 3 Arrogant Security. Chin Chow looked strangely at his own hands, which had clearly changed drastically. It now looked like a dark beast's claw. It made him astonished. He used this hand just a moment ago, in order to hold down a speeding sports car. Moreover, the bumper of the car was smashed by his arm. Whiz, although they had been running for several blocks, Chin Chow himself did not seem to feel very tired. It was that beauty who was tired and out of breath. She bent over and started to breathe heavily. Finally able to escape. She was glad and began to pat her own chest. Chin Chow observed her. With his years of experience, he estimated that her size is B+. Not big, but not small either. "Why are you running?" Clearly, he's the one who ran his car into people. He also was the one who punched first. What right does he have? Chin Chow unhappily said. He certainly has the right, because his father is Li Fumin. The girl gave him a glare. She suddenly seemed to remember that this man had just saved her life. A grateful look suddenly appeared on her face. Who is Li Fumin? U.S. President. Compared to the U.S. President, he may have been even more powerful. He is the deputy director of the city police. The little girl rolled her eyes. The level of Chin Chow's political ignorance was laughable. In any case, thank you very much. If not for you, I'd be dead. At this point, the little girl looked as if she had remembered something. Her face suddenly changed. She looked at Chin Chow with a concerned look. "I think I saw that you were hit in the arm. Are you injured?" "Nothing significant, not even a scratch on the skin." Chin Chow pulled up his sleeves and noticed the bruises on his arm. It seemed that getting hit by a sports car didn't really matter to him. "It's a miracle." The little girl's eyes glowed. Her two small tender hands were checking Chin Chow's left and right arm. "Your hands were definitely forged from iron." Ahem, being groped on the arm by a beautiful girl made Chin Chow a little excited. He quickly pulled back his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry," the girl was shy. For a moment, she did not know where to put her hands. She carefully looked at the comrades in front her. When she saw the big gauze that wrapped around his head, she could not help but laugh. "Your costume is fascinating. Are you going to a cosplay convention?" The little girl's laugh grew more and more cracked up. She eventually clutched her stomach and started to shed tears of laughter. Chin Chow soon became embarrassed, thinking, what's so funny about this? I'm sorry. The little girl also felt that laughing was impolite. She looked up while trying not to laugh, rubbed her stomach, and asked, "My name is Hu Lily. What's your name? Hello, Fox students. My name is Chin Chow. TL, Fox equals Hyulajing, her name is Hu Lily, different character but similar sound. Fuck you, you're the fox. Hu Lily stomped her foot and rolled her eyes, this great aunt is a genuine human being. Oh, really? Are you sure you don't have a long tail? It's forbidden to laugh at other people's name. So what? I was also called Chin Show a long time ago. TL, remember show equals suffer. Chin Show, this Hu Lily started to laugh out loud again. She crouched on the ground while clutching her waist. She couldn't stand up because of laughter. Chin Chow was helpless. No matter what, that Hu Lily's laughter became more and more cracked up. When he looked around, he actually surprised to discover that there was an open school gate to his right. Guanyuan International School of Economics. Chin Chow was surprised to find out that, after being drawn all over the place by Hu Lily, they unexpectedly arrived at this location. This school is big, it was 100 times larger compared to that third-rate university that he had attended. He can't even see the back side of the building. At the front side of the campus, there was an 8-story building. The school also adopted the Western-style architecture, making the classroom building look like a church. At the school gate, a guard, who dressed in blue uniforms, was standing straight upright. Chin Chow didn't know whether he's real or just a puppet. Damn, this is a real university. Chin Chow's eyes glowed. He could not help but praise. He saved Su Ji's life, and her sister turned out to be this school's director. Who knows, she might even make me a college teacher. Hey, hey, hey. Chin Chow recalled the university teachers and students' romance. With so many cute and innocent girls on campus, he could not help but shed a drop of saliva. I'm sorry, I love to laugh, don't get angry, okay? Hu Lily finally straightened up, rubbed her pained waist that was caused by laughing, and said while she removed the tears. Lily, there you are. At this time, a girl dressed in a typical white dress, with a very pretty face, bounced over and came running, with a bear doll and a pair of small black boots. That bear doll was almost as tall as that girl. It looked like it was rubbing her chest. Chin Chow suddenly imagined himself to be that bear doll. Oh, where have you gone? You worried me. The girl ran and gasped for breath. Dong Street had a traffic accident, they said that someone was almost hit by a car. Li Fumin's son was surrounded by people, quarreling fiercely. HHA, Fong Wen, you don't know it. The one who almost got hit by the car was me. Hu Lily exclaimed unashamedly. Instead, she looked really proud of herself, making both Fong Wen and Chin Chow helpless. Really brave, comrade. Chin Chow could not help but sigh. Don't talk nonsense. Fong Wen gave her friend a look, and then suddenly noticed Chin Chow that stood beside her. She could not help but gawk. Who is this? His name is Chin Chow, humph. Hu Lily, who probably remembered Chin Chow's previous name again, could not help but laugh. Seeing Chin Chow's eyes, she held back a smile, saying, he saved my life. Otherwise, you would not see me anymore. Really? Fong Wen sized up this head wrapped like a mummy man. She could not help but look at that man's bruised left arm, causing her heart to tremble. On that Dong Street, the front part of that official's son's car was crashed. He was acting crazy, looking around to find someone to compensate it. Is this person the one who was responsible? Fong Wen could not help but be suspicious. At that time, a short and fat person, who wore a security uniform, came out from the Guanyuan campus. He swung his paces up and down in a flash. When he suddenly saw the three people, he immediately frowned. What are you guys doing here, setting up a stall? This is the school entrance, not your playground. This fat man's attitude was very arrogant, making Chin Chow's heart unhappy. Ah, Director Wang. The two little beauties quickly lowered their head. They apprehensively said, we are students here. Students? Where's your student ID card? Both quickly checked their purses. Without saying, they took out their ID card. Fatty Wong pretended to look at their student ID. In fact, his eyes carefully swept both girls' breasts a few times, then said with satisfaction. Yes, indeed the students of this school. Don't just stand and gossip in front of the gate, quickly get inside. Qin Chao cursed in his heart, you can recognize the students by looking at their breasts. Yes, like defeated people, they had to bow their head. The two girls hurriedly said goodbye to Qin Chao, and then started to enter the campus ground. Who are you? If you are not a student, quickly get lost. Compared to when he talked to the two girls earlier. That Fatty Wong's attitude was really different when he spoke to Qin Chao. Director Wong, hello, I came to a job offering. Qin Chao quickly put out a smile. He thought that they would become colleagues in the future. So, they will frequently meet. He would, at least, try to build a relationship. Job offering? You. That Fatty Wong squinted his eyes, exclaimed "Bah," and said, looking at your appearance, you think you can get a job here? Quickly leave, an undocumented person can't be allowed to enter. I've been called here by Director Su. My name is Qin Chao. This afternoon is my appointment time. Qin Chao anxiously said. He was still waiting to pay his rent. He does not want to leave. Ha ha ha, people like you can't be a candidate to work here. This Fatty Wong unexpectedly pulled out an electric baton from his waist and started to wave it around, quickly go. If you don't, I'm going to beat you. Can't you see that I am a professional? Quickly go, our school is a respected school. We don't accept an idle person. Fuck it. You look down at me. You want me to be angry? Qin Chao quickly became furious. Fuck your uncle, scold me one more time. I'm not just going to scold you, I'm also going to beat you. Fatty Wong can clearly see that Qin Chao is a nobody. The electric baton started to smash down. It clearly looked like it's going to hit Qin Chao's face. If this hit were to smash into him, Qin Chao definitely would not feel better. Perhaps the wound on his head would crack. Qin Chao stepped back one step. How can you just casually hit people? Why can't I? I have money, so, I can afford to kill you. That Fatty Wong was very arrogant. He started to wave his stick again. Humph. Qin Chao could not contain his anger anymore. The power that was surging inside his body suddenly burst out. He saw the incoming Fatty Wong's baton, and subconsciously he reached out with his left hand. He firmly grabbed the electric baton in his arm. Fatty Wong was shocked. He felt that his baton was clamped together by a pair of iron clamps, it could not be moved. He made a determined effort to pull it, he even pressed the electric switch on his baton. Electric current quickly ran up Qin Chao's left arm. But, he only felt a little numb, no big deal. Fuck your uncle, you even tried to electrocute me. Qin Chao made a determined effort. He pulled out his hand to snatch that electric baton from Fatty Wong and then threw a backhand kick. Qin Chao kicked that fatty on his belly, making him rolled over his stomach. Ah! That fatty cried. His body was thrown out for several meters until he crashed into the school door's pillars. Hearing this noise, the security in school ran out. Altogether, they were 10 men. They started to encircle Qin Chao. You little bastard. The Fatty Wong's stomach was severely hurt. His head that knocked on the column became a bit swollen. He grimaced in pain, you fucking don't see who owns this place. You even dare to make trouble here. Fuck him. Beat him for me. If there's an accident, I'm responsible. Whoever the fuck does not get involved, stop being a security and get lost. When the Fatty Wong started to shout, the other security guards originally did not want to get involved, but, upon hearing his last words, they immediately began to rush toward Qin Chao. Qin Chao became cold with anger, this so-called director was too ruthless. Was he really the security director in this school? He was no different than the triad. Go. Several security guards rushed to hold Qin Chao, and then wait for other people to beat him up. With a roar, Qin Chao shook himself. Unexpectedly, all the security guards around him went flying. He rushed forward 2 steps, stood in front of that fatty Wang, and looked at his horror-filled face. He could not help but sneer. "You want to kill me? I'll kill you first." Then, he stretched out his left hand and lifted up that more than 200 pounds fatty Wang. Chapter 4 I am the God. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Fatty Wang was flailing his arms around. He was terrified like a pig ready to be slaughtered in the slaughterhouse. "You're a monster. Let me go." "He is a monster." That shouting quickly woke Qin Chao from his anger. Qin Chao loosened his hand, letting that fatty Wang fall hard to the ground, which almost broke his butt into pieces. A lot of strange things has happened to him lately. Qin Chao recalled the scene from last night where he acted as a hero. He vaguely saw a black shadow enter his body, when a vase hit him. Then, he became very strange. Not only had his arms turned into dark, beastly arms, but he was also able to stop a speeding sports car with his bare arm. Right now, he was full of strength. Even being electrocuted by Fatty Wang's electric baton didn't force him to flinch. He could also easily crush many security guards handily. At this time, one of the security guards came to him and desperately held him by his back. That security guard shouted, "Come on, I caught him, you quickly save the director." After he yelled, the others suddenly reacted. They ran towards Fatty Wang and saw that he was severely beaten. At the same time, Qin Chao's captor's mouth suddenly evoked a strange arc. With breath that smelled like an orchid, he said a few words in Qin Chao's ear. "Natural devil body. My luck is superb, you better be careful. Before I come to you, don't get devoured by that devil." Then, Qin Chao suddenly felt his body become light. It was as if the security guard behind him suddenly disappeared into thin air. Qin Chao felt even more weird, because he clearly felt the fullness and softness of that security's chest. Apparently, that security guard was a woman. "You're all fucking stupid. You should start to help me up." Hearing the shouts from Fatty Wang, the security guards quickly awoke from their stupor. They quickly pulled up their director from the ground. Fatty Wang's buttocks were badly hurt. The feeling of pain in his butthole made him infuriated. "Good boy. You actually dare to provoke me? This matter will not end here," Fatty Wang said to Qin Chao with his small eyes that were wickedly looking around. It seemed like he was hatching a devious scheme. But, when his eyes turned to look at Qin Chao's eyes, which were cold as ice, he became frightened. His body started to tremble. "Quickly surround him. I'm calling the police." Fatty Wang yelled out as he pulled out a cell phone from his side pocket. At this time, a very sweet female voice suddenly sounded, which ended Qin Chao's encirclement problem. "No need to call the cops. Director Su has been expecting this man." Everyone looked over. They saw the other side was a beauty, who wore a white suit. Her 2 legs were long and white, she could be called top-quality goods. Secretary Qin. Like magic, Fatty Wang's ugly face instantly turned into a nauseating, yet smiling face. He then started to collect himself. This beauty, who was called Secretary Qin, frowned and quietly stepped back, and then said with a professional smile, "Director Wang, you're too kind." Behind that Secretary Qin, 2 little girls waved their hands at Qin Chao. Qin Chao suddenly understood. Initially, these 2 girls, Fang Wen and Hululi, saw that the situation was not right. So, they quickly went to report it to the principal's office. This Secretary Qin must be the one who called him earlier. She didn't just have a sweet voice. Her body was also very lovely. "You're called, Qin Chao, right? How come you look like a mummy?" Secretary Qin looked at Qin Chao from head to toe, hesitated for a long time, shouted out his name, and then muttered a bit. "Poochie." The 2 girls behind her could not hold back anymore. They started to laugh. Being stared at by Fatty Wang, the 2 girls immediately ran away as fast as possible, and soon disappeared inside the building. "That's right. My name is Qin Chao. Qin Chao also collected himself and smiled at her. After all, they would become colleagues soon, so he should try his best to build good relationships with fellow colleagues. Especially a good connection with a gorgeous colleague. He doesn't know how, but maybe it could also solve his life's problems. Sister looks so pretty. You also come from the same family as me. I felt honored to know you. TL, Qin Chao and Secretary Qin has the same surname. Hey. Fatty Wang, who stood to the side, quietly swore, glib. Secretary Qin also gave him a look, you can just call me Qin Ling. Come with me, the director has already waiting for you, for a long time. Then, she twisted her ass and leisurely strolled towards the campus. This chick's ass, which was wrapped tightly in a uniform, was very round, like two plump watermelons. Qin Chao and the other security guards were all staring at it. Their mouths were dripped with an unknown liquid. Qin Ling seemed to feel the staring behind her. She turned around and saw the look on the men's face. She rolled her eyes and gave them her menacing look. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Yes, yes. Qin Chao nodded, while in his heart said Amitabha Buddha, lasciviousness can lead to bitter consequences. Several times he read that sentence from the Heart Sutra, while the corner of his eyes, he saw the hatred in that fatty Wang's eyes. He quickly went to follow Qin Ling. F***ck. Not long after the two people walked away, this fatty Wang started to shout, that son of a b***tch is going to work here. All you guys pay attention, give him a beating every time you see him, you hear? If there's an accident, I'm the one responsible. Then, rubbing his buttocks and his head, he limped back into the security room. Hey! The other security guards secretly cursed, you're the one who's responsible when there's an accident. Forcing us to beat people, when that time comes, maybe we're the one who'll get into an accident. That Qin Chao is really ruthless, maybe he learned martial arts. While they were busy speculating whether or not Qin Chao was a martial art master, Qin Chao was currently walking behind Secretary Qin Ling toward the school's administrative building while his body trembled. Looking around, and seeing the surrounding imposing school building, his heart lamented. Comparing his third-rate university with this Guanyuan school is like a first-class courtesan in a brothel, sought after by many people. While his third-rate university is like a prostitute with a flat chest, flat ass, and flat appearance. Her visitor is only poor people with STDs, and even then, that only happens in a shitty room. Such a big disparity. Su Fei was in her bright office. After listening to what her sister said, she felt a little scared. This little girl likes to run all over the place, she even went to Chaoyang Park. That is a place that people could not go to casually, it's a mess there. But she had always liked to study Buddhism, as well as dealing with strange people. It is frustrating when oneself as an older sister, never knows what was troubling her sister. In order to punish the naughty little girl, her father, Su Xianqin, early in the morning, sent Su Ji back to Jinyang. Locked her at home under strict surveillance, without letting her out of the door by even a single step. Although her sister was saved by this man named Qin Chao, Su Fei didn't like this person. She inquired information about this Qin Chao, a third-rate college graduate, idle, and without a job. Maybe he's the one who arranged these hoodlums, he wants to get rich by using her Su family's wealth. This kind of people, Su Fei has already seen a lot of them. She must have a good talk with Su Ji, in order to stop her dealings with these types of people. To her surprise, when this fellow came, he beat Wang Wenkuan, security director of their school. Wang Wenkuan is a distant relative of her Su family. Knowing they have a familial relationship, he always liked to abuse his power in the school. Thinking of this nasty man, Su Fei curled her lip. Suddenly, her mouth evoked a smile, as she whispered. Now that you have come, I'll arrange a good job for you. After thinking out loud, Secretary Qin Ling's voice rang at the door. Director Su, here I brought Qin Chao. Let him come in. Su Fei quickly made a cold face. At this time, the office door was opened. A head, wrapped in bandages, came in. revealing only one pair of eyes. You are Qin Chao. Su Fei initially was taken aback, but she suddenly remembered that her sister said that yesterday the man was hit on the head until bleeding. Her heart understood the circumstance. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly had some guilt. She had to admit, in order to save Su Ji, this man was injured. So, she mustn't arrange such job for him. When her heart was just softened, she suddenly caught the man's eyes ogling at her chests. As if stung by scorpions, Su Fei suddenly flared up and coldly snorted. Well, yes, it's me. After staring at the beauty, Qin Chao suddenly awakened. Qin Chao was sighing with emotion. The twin peaks of this chick before him was outstandingly beautiful, it looked no worse than those of Su Ji. But her face has a layer of coldness, and it made Qin Chao feel that Su Ji was lovelier. Her hair was golden black, the difference between them was like fire and ice. Director Su, sorry to bother you, Before Qin Chao even finished his sentence, Su Fei already cut him off with a wave and coldly said. Okay, Qin Ling, you come in. After the secretary had come in, she said, take Qin Chao to the security room and give him a uniform. From tomorrow on, let him do the security. Both Qin Chao and Qin Ling were suddenly stunned, but after looking at Su Fei's stern eyes, she suddenly understood. Yes, Director Su. With that, she pulled Qin Chao, you come with me. Then, she started to drag the stunned Qin Chao out of Su Fei's room. Humph. Su Fei sneered a bit, pervert, see how I fix you. Su Fei did not know that this decision also affected her life. *T. Qin Chao looked at the dark blue security uniform on his arm and the allotted rubber stick. The electric baton can only be used by the security director, and could not help but be miserable. This Su Fei was apparently playing with him. He was unwilling, that security director Wang Wenkuan, Fatty Wang wanted him to quit. Two people in the security room, dumbfounded, looked at each other for a long time. Boy, now you come to my place, you better pay attention. The Fatty Wang said and, without knowing from where it came from, on the previously clean desk, he suddenly pulled out a thick stack of paper. He then said. See this? This is the security guard's regulation. I will give you 1 day, you must memorize all of this. If not, quickly get lost. Such a thick pile. Qin Chao eyes opened widely, you're dead, he was about to curse, you dead fatty, head full of *T. But he remembered, he needed this job and could only receive this treatment. D*MN, for rent, for food, I'll put up with this, he thought. Also, don't forget, you are my subordinate. Fatty Wang could see Qin Chao's defeated face and was feeling satisfied, here, in everything you do, you must listen to me. Later on, you must do everything that I tell you. Fatty Wang finished, he called the security guard who had been drinking water right next to him, Yang Guang, quickly extend your face. That Yang Guang's face became white. He quickly collected himself, walked in front of Fatty Wang and readied his face. Qin Chao watched with dismay. That Fatty Wang slapped Yang Guang hard on his face. The latter then covered his face, and quietly walked back to his seat. See? In here, I am the god. Fatty Wang then pointed his finger at Qin Chao, saying, you, come here and give me your face. Chapter 5 Snitch Fail. Can't you hear? Stretch out your face. Seeing Qin Chao's astonished look, Wang Wenkuan felt extremely satisfied. He then proceeded to happily shout. Which caused spittle to fly everywhere, nearly hitting Qin Chao's face. Seeing this Fatty Wang's arrogant appearance, Qin Chao's brows wrinkled. Fuck, I spoke to you, didn't you hear? Wang Wenkuan pulled out his stick and waved it. As he shouted in a loud voice, let me slap your face, or else immediately put down your uniform, and leave. Originally, Qin Chao wanted to exercise patience, but he finally could not help but be furious, and coldly talked back. I, Qin Chao, have a teacher, have a parent, it is not your turn to hit me. Well, not to mention you, even if your mother came, it would also be right for me to hit her. Wang Wenkuan's arrogance seemed to go a bit too far, but he also wanted to maintain his own power and prestige in front of other security guards. As the saying goes, don't insult a family member, instead you happily curse. The curses caused Qin Chao's eyes to turn red. At that time, a beast-like sound roared inside Qin Chao's head. Kill him, kill him. Murder was impossible, but to beat the hell out of him was definitely an option. Especially since he couldn't run. Qin Chao took a step forward, his foot seemed to shake the ground like a migrating elephant. Qin Chao's stomp gave off a dull but earth-shattering sound. When the ground shuddered, the nearest security guards immediately thought that there's an earthquake. While Qin Chao simultaneously shot out a palm to slap that Wang Wenkuan's bloated face. This one slap, without a bit of noise, was able to make the 200-pound fatty Wang's body fly. Incidentally, flying higher than a man next to the file cabinet. This cabinet was cast iron. It would usually need 4 or 5 security guards just to lift it. So when Wang Wenkuan was smashed directly into the cabinet, he was lying on top of the counter, like a slaughtered pig, whining in pain. Oh! Homicide, that Wang Wenkuan mouth moaned, grimacing in pain. His left cheek was swollen up, the words all vague. After sending that fat man flying, the violent desire within Qin Chao's heart began to disperse. He was shocked, holy CR*P, he made his own boss go flying. But Qin Chao was not stupid, he knew that he could not give up at this time. Therefore with a cough, Qin Chao drew out his allocated rubber stick. He then hit the filing cabinet, and with a loud bang that Wang Wenkuan trembled. He did not dare to even make noise for quite a while. I'm telling you, Director Su Fei is my friend. I'm not afraid if you go to complain, you are free to go. But hear me out, if I know that you reported me, I will find you, and I will hit you again. Then, seeing that Wang Wenkuan in a daze, Qin Chao didn't know what to say anymore. He thought quickly and bang, he smashed the cabinets, causing Fatty Wang to wake up in fear. Are you listening to me? Listen, heard, Fatty Wang hastily said that, then crawled down trembling, his eyes were staring at that Qin Chao secretly. Qin Chao pretended to wield the rubber stick, which easily frightened Wang Wenkuan. Forcing him to flee like a scared rat, and run hurriedly out from the security room. Really formidable, the security guards around him looked at each other, their eyes bright. Then they quickly raced over to Qin Chao, in order to start kissing his ass. This was especially true for that Yang Guang, who holding on to Qin Chao's thigh, insisted on becoming his followers like all the others. Qin Chao coldly snorted, these people without even investigating whether or not he actually befriended that Director Su, already started to curry favor with him. This Wang Wenkuan is but a school bully. The one named Chen Yang, a security guard with a wretched appearance next to Qin Chao, said flatteringly, he claims to be a distant relative of Director Su and has been lording over the school. We, security guards have been bullied by him too much. Because he likes to use an electric baton, people like to call him the king of the electric baton. Chen Yang said, teary-eyed, as if he lived in the olden days, and that king of electric batons is bisexual, and often takes advantages of his power, groping people, hicks. Hearing this, Qin Chao was shocked. WTF, this electric baton Wang turned out to be bisexual. He saw Chen Yang's ugly and wretched appearance and could not help but whisper. Heavy taste, ah, heavy taste. TL, Wang Wenkuan means king, heavy taste a slang for weird. Brother Qin Chao, I see that you have graduated recently. This Chen Yang was wiping his tears. As he was trying to sit beside Qin Chao, he squeezed onto his arm. Qin Chao broke into a sweat, the whole fine hair of his body instantly stood straight. Like receiving an electric shock, he hastily jumped toward the side, annoying Chen Yang. What, Renjia has no virus, what are you afraid of? Renjia basically means, in a I'm really cute kinda way. Oh, sorry, I recently caught a cold, so I have a fear of spreading my infection to others. Qin Chao did not want to offend a person from the security office, so casually said an excuse. Oh, why didn't you mention that earlier? Comrade Chen Ingyang slid like a snake, and moved closer to him. Brother Qin Chao is really considerate. That's okay, I'd like to catch a cold, especially if it's yours. Qin Chao was drenched in cold sweat, causing his whole body to become numb. Seeing this scene, the nearby security guards could not help but cough up to look sympathetically at Qin Chao. The so-called soft can subdue the hard. Even a tough masculine man would struggle to withstand this soft onslaught. What are you looking at? Chen Ingyang rolled his eyes, staring at the several security guards, then shouted, "Hateful, why haven't all of you left yet?" Being reprimanded like this, all the other security guards quickly scattered in panic, pretending to do their own stuff. Why do they all listen to you? Qin Chao could not help but be surprised. Of course, I'm the security team leader. Chen Ingyang was saying, glancing back at Qin Chao to throw him a coquettish look. His weird ugly face, coupled with such enchanting winks, is definitely a killer look. Qin Chao was speechless towards this as security team leader. Thinking about the relationship between him and Wang Wenkuan, Qin Chao finally understands what nepotism means. Brother Qin Chao, later on, we must look after each other. This Chen Ingyang said, while his mouth is talking to Qin Chao, his hand also moved, groping on Qin Chao's body. Qin Chao sat toward the side calmly, then asked. Team leader, what are the rules of our security guards unit? He remembers that, Electric Baton Wang said he had to memorize the thick stack of paper that he put on top of the table, and said, do you really want me to recite all of those? Bah! Chen Ingyang spat, rolled his eyes and said, you listen to his nonsense. Before anyone becomes a security guard here, you have to be tortured by him. Well, everyone has to work in order to put food on the table. Qin Chao looked at Chen Ingyang's ugly face, and suddenly remembered two South Korean books that are very popular in the past. Chrysanthemum Fragrance and To Smell the Chrysanthemum Fragrance. It's torture, really torture. He shivered with fright and quickly said in his heart. TL, chrysanthemum is a slang for butthole. Yes, Chen Ingyang went on to say, in fact, this job is not as difficult as you might think. We only have to play safe, with proper conduct, don't mess around, don't make decisions, don't make a mistake. These three don't dash, is our security code. Wait a minute. Qin Chao makes a hand signal, this, don't mess around, don't make a mistake, I understand. But what it means to, don't make decisions. Qin Chao is not quite clear. When security is inadequate, can be called security? Oh, my silly brother. This Chen Ingyang with a graceful hand movement, pushed the forehead of Qin Chao to rebuke him and said, the students in this school, all are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How do you know which student family background is bigger? If you managed mistakenly, it would put you and the school into trouble instead. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, besides, the school gave me 4,000 a month, just to let me stand guard, not to let me go all out. We are security, not the police. Qin finally understand, the reason this school pays so much money to hire security, is just for show, cosmetic only. When it comes to critical time, these security guards are useless. It is no wonder that when he had just madly beat that Electric Baton Wang, no one was willing to come to help. While Chen Ingyang was hesitating, whether or not to sit on Qin Chao's bosom, using his body to curry favor with this friend of director, when the door suddenly sounded a knocking sound. It turned out to be the beautiful secretary Qin Ling, standing there, looking at a Qin Chao with a sneer. Qin Chao, you come out here. Although she was only the director's secretary, this chick has power larger than most of the security guards. Hearing her command, Qin Chao hastily got out of the door. You are good, on the first day, you already beat up that Electric Baton Wang. This Qin Ling was making a statement to Qin Chao with her eyes, but Qin Chao had to admit, these eyes, this beauty, makes one's body tingle. It's as if he was being massaged from head to toe, it was really comfortable. But that Chen Ingyang's eyes, holy crap, his eyes, are a nightmare. You see this Qin Ling, these thighs, this small waist, as well as, well, this asterisk, all are parts that attracted Qin Chao. I'm talking to you, what are you looking at? Qin Ling was scared to see this pervert. So she could not help but throw the folder in her little hand, hitting on top of Qin Chao's mummy head. Ah, this Qin Chao's wound felt like it was being hit with a hammer, causing him to grimace with pain. Humph, I won't let you look randomly. Although Qin Ling was feeling a bit embarrassed, her mouth still spewed strong words. Yes, Miss Qin Ling, I made a mistake earlier, in the future I will not look randomly. But, Sister Qin Ling has a good figure, hee hee. Fuck you. Qin Ling gave him a look, why didn't you act more serious, speak properly? I told you, the director was angry, you better pay attention. Angry? Qin Chao had a blank look, why is she angry? Well, you're the one who talks nonsense. Qin Ling Beauty gave him a stern look, you beating that electric baton Wang is alright, but you also said that you are Director Su's friend. Is this not a slander? Can't she get angry? Damn, this electric baton Wang really went snitching. Qin Chao became furious, next time I see him, I must kill him. Hey! Qin Ling wielded the folder, which changed direction in the middle of the air, hitting Qin Chao's shoulder, you, how can you behave like a hoodlum? This time, I'll let it pass, but next time I will not permit you to speak irresponsibly. Thank you Sister Qin Ling, thank you Qin Ling sister. Qin Chao's mouth uttered thank you again and again but said in his heart. Me being a friend of Su Fei, is a discredit to her. Let's see, one day I will let her take the initiative to discredit me. Chapter 6 Going to tell your wife. Open the door, open the door. Qin Chao had just returned home when a pounding sounded on his door. Qin Chao tiptoed and moved closer to hear. The one who knocked turned out to be his wretched landlord, an unemployed man called Xia Wenjun. Even though this man was also unemployed, he had real estates. Moreover, he had several of them. Every month, just by relying on the house rent, he earned enough to live comfortably. Oh, this society is so unfair. At this time, Qin Chao was only wearing short pants, the kind that was very trendy and very fancy. So he hesitated, and wanted to change clothes, but outside the landlord was howling once more. Quickly open the door. I know you're in here. Don't think, if you don't open the door I would leave. You owe me rent, you can't escape. Stop shouting, I'm coming. Qin Dynasty was helpless, he had to wear these short pants to run and open the door. Outside, it really was the large landlord, his face twisted. Mr. Landlord, can't you extend the deadline for 2 days, I've got a job, living in another person's house. Even if Qin Chao hated the landlord, he still had to maintain cordiality. Move aside, I did not find you today for rent. Xia Wenjun glared at him while smoking a cigarette in his mouth, and then he pushed Qin Chao to the side. This made Qin Chao stunned, hey, change habits, did the sun rise from the west? But following behind the landlord, also came a more than 40-year-old man. The man looked like one who had too much sex, his back hair already turned white. His hand was embracing a very fashionable young woman. The woman, at the most, was 20 years old, wearing slightly flirtatious makeup. She turned her own extremely slender waist, with her chest entirely plastered on the body of that man. Meanwhile, since she leaned forward, her hips slightly tilted and formed a very provocative angle. Qin Chao was dumbfounded, shoot, I'm only wearing short pants, how come there's also a woman who comes in? The woman began to casually look at Qin Chao, who seemed to look almost naked, but not interested in the body. Soon, she noted Qin Chao's face and was slightly stunned for a moment. After Qin Chao had gone home, he opened the gauze to change it in front of the mirror only to find his forehead wound had somehow gotten better. Moreover, his slightly fatter shape has leaned down a bit. His pot belly was eliminated, and the contour of his abs showed slightly. Qin Chao's face was not ugly. After losing weight, his face showed a rugged, chiseled appearance. Coupled with his temperament he looked really wild. After seeing this, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Zhang, although this room is small, there's also a kitchen in good feng shui. The natural lighting is excellent. If you rent a year, it will ensure success in your career, earning you plenty of money. This Xia Wenjun flatteringly said towards the couple. Talking about feng shui, Qin Chao rolled his eyes. You have the nerve to say this room has good feng shui. This room is near the subway line, a typical place for inviting evil spirits. If his grandpa was not a geomancer and had not taught some superficial knowledge to Qin Chao, it is estimated that he would have met a violent death on the streets due to evil spirits. To this day, in his window, Qin Chao put 2 basins of potted plants, relying on them to resist the evil spirits coming from the outside. But this will not solve the fundamental problem. Qin Chao had always felt that he could not find work, precisely because of these evil spirits. But because this place is cheap, Qin Chao still choose to rent here. If this man rents down, it is estimated that within a year, he would certainly go bankrupt. But Qin Chao soon figures out a problem. If this place is leased to that Mr. Zhang, where would he live? Landlord, I don't like this. I owe you nothing but half a month's rent, and now I got a job, I can pay you with my salary. Counting on you, might as well be counting on a dog. Hurriedly pack your things, and get out of my house. That Xia Wenjun cried, this Mr. Zhang, is my honored guest, he wants to rent for a year. Listening to his words, Qin Chao was annoyed. You don't know when this house will get demolished, at most, he can only stay for 6 months. Why do you want to give a year's rent to other people? Qin Chao also intended to hold for half a year, to save money, after that he would find a better apartment. But if the landlords drove him out now, this evening, he will have nowhere to live. He only has some small money, not even enough to pay for an inn. You are heartless. The woman rolled her eyes, twisted her hips, slumped on the sofa that Qin Chao just sat on before, took a few look, and snappily said, you gave me a shitty place to live, I don't want it, tomorrow I will look for your wife. Oh, my ancestor. That male prostitute, TL, Mr. Zhang, was shocked. He quickly pleaded with a wry smile, this can't be helped, you also know my wife is a tigress, she's the one who controls my money. This place is not far from our company, so it's easier for me to come and look for you. You bear this inconvenience for a while, once I leave that tigress, I'm going to take you to live in a big house. Humph, by the time you get a divorce, my hair would already be white. No, I will act as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. The male prostitute said while bowing. The woman rolled her eyes, said. All the furniture here must be changed, it must be European imports. Also, the painting must change, and I want the pink color. Oh, it stinks here, I want to hire a maid to clean every day. Yes, yes, the male prostitute promised it all, looks like he really had money. Landlord secretly smiled, rubbed his hands, it appears that the deal had been negotiated. Qin Chao naturally could not accept this, his eyes rolled and suddenly said. Beauty, you are really going to stay here? What's wrong, isn't it good? The woman took a look at his eyes, said in her heart secretly, this young and handsome fellow, why don't we live together? The landlord didn't tell you, but there's a woman who died in this place. What? That woman and the male prostitute were dumbfounded, Xia Wenjun was startled, then start to shout. Brats, what nonsense are you spouting? Qin Chao stared back at him, Xia Wenjun saw a pair of deep eyes, suddenly covered with a cold feeling as if a knife was resting on his neck. Scared, he couldn't continue the rest of his curse. There's people died, in here. That woman's voice was trembling, this was one of the things that she was the most afraid of. Yes, a couple lived here before. Later, her husband had an affair, and then he killed the woman. The corpse was hidden under the very sofa that you sit on today. Ah! The scared woman stood up, turned pale, and then threw her purse at the male prostitute as she cursed. Zhang Zhongchen, F***ck your ancestors. I know you're not good, getting me such place, trying to kill me right. I'll find your wife now, and I will make you suffer. Then turning her ass, she ran out of the room. The male prostitute looked scared, then quickly went after her. "My little precious, don't do that, there's a misunderstanding, this was a mistake." Seeing that, the landlord's face was white with anger, looking at Qin Chao's eyes, with a murderous look. "Good kid," biting his teeth, suddenly roar out, "Pack your things, get out now." Xia Wenjun. Qin Chao become angry, "This guy already took my notebook, it worth thousands, enough for me to live for 4 or 5 months. He reached out and grabbed Xia Wenjun collar, unexpectedly he picked him up, "I even gave you my notebook, just for a month you already send me away." Xia Wenjun, being scolded by Qin Chao, became frightened and lost confidence, but still tried to be brave, and said, "Your broken computer is only worth hundreds, you want to live here forever relying on this?" Fart. Qin Chao's eyes continued to stare at him, "I spent 5,000 last year to buy that notebook, since when it's only worth hundreds? So what?" The landlord struggled up, "The room I gave rent is to be paid by cash, not scrap metal. Do you want to threaten me? Then just hit me. I'll go to court to sue you. Come, hit me on the head, see if I don't sue you ****, I'll change my surname to yours." With that, Xia Wenjun stretched his head, his mouth shut. Qin Chao frowned, he then threw the landlord onto the ground. "Give me a month, all my rent, I'll pay it in full." With that, afraid that the landlord would not believe, he took out his work permit, "You see, I am now security guards in Guangyuan school, 4,000 a month salary, I'll pay your rent, okay?" The landlord held Qin Chao's work permits, and carefully read them several times. Fearing that the boy was getting a fake ID to spend a month here. "Well, I'll let you live a month." The landlord took a bite, then said, "But I may have to change the rent price. That Mr. Zhang, willing to pay 1,000 for a month, a year's rent. Your monthly rent was only 800, too little. This shitty house, you have the nerve to rent it for 1,000. If you don't like this place, you're free to leave." "See this arrogant landlord look," Qin Chao angrily said. "Well, so be it, a month later, come collect the rent." With that, he simply picked up the landlord directly by the collar, and threw him out, then slammed the door. "Damn it, he really made me mad." Qin Chao growled, while lying on the sofa. "Stay here for a month later I'll change places. Who would be willing to remain in this room with bad feng shui? When I have money, I'll buy 2 villas, one is for a human, the other one for a pig." While Qin Chao was being cranky, suddenly from the bottom of the sofa came a sorrowful woman's voice. "Give me back my life." "What?" Qin Chao was shocked, thinking that he got it wrong, he looked toward the sofa. He put his head on the ground to see what's under the couch, suddenly a rotting hand came out. WTF. Qin Chao was scared shitless, his scalp ripped, his body numb, and tumbled back. The whole person along with the sofa overturned and fell to the ground. This time, there's nothing below the couch, nothing at all. D***MN. Qin Chao wipes his cold sweat, it seems he was exhausted today, making him hallucinate. "Hey, I'm a human, not a ghost." But then, a sweet female voice sounded behind him. Chapter 7 Devil Woman. "Who?" Qin Chao turned around and subconsciously punched out. The present Qin Chao could absolutely knock out any person with this fist. But, that person, actually stretched out her own white finger, gently touched Qin Chao's fist and stopped it in its track. "AI, in front of a beautiful woman, how could you be so violent?" Qin Chao then saw clearly that person's face. He saw her wearing tight leather pants that wrapped her body enticingly. Her chest was big, the largest one Qin Chao has ever seen on a woman. A fully size is not an exaggeration. Hanging on there, like 2 papayas. Her waist was very thin, a standard devil's small waist. It was a waist that would be desired by most men. If on the bed, the way this sways could absolutely take a man's life. Her *SS curled upwards, it could be the best *SS in existence. And her chest echoing a popular devil figure. Her 2 straight legs were wrapped in leather pants, showing a trace of wildness. Looking at her face, with a tassel-like pupil, lead one to have an exciting thought. Qin Chao's whole body was tingling. That eye was a light green color while her hair was jet black. Perhaps this woman was also mixed race. Who are you? Dealing with a beautiful woman made Qin Chao's wariness ease a lot. If the world's saleswomen were all beautiful, sales would certainly be a lot better. Oh, you, this afternoon we saw one another, now you already not recognize me, it's really irresponsible. The woman put down Qin Chao's fist, smiled and looked at him, charming him with a touch. Qin Chao sniffed with his nose, then his brows suddenly jumped. You're the security guard that held me this afternoon. He, do you have a dog nose? This beauty made a gesture with her hand, and then as if there's some sort of magical power, the overturned sofa rolled itself back to the original position. Who are you? Qin Chao was stunned, he felt as if he was in a magical dream. My name is Luosi Deiqian, you can just call me Rosie. I am a devil from hell. What? Qin Chao froze for a moment, then bit his tongue to feel pain. Do not joke, there is no such thing as hell. Alas, having natural magic body, you don't even believe in hell. Rosie says, while her body bonelessly fluttered forward, suddenly pressuring Qin Chao's body. Startled, Qin Chao stepped back and hit the sofa. Then, his breathing caught a whiff of refreshing fragrance. Unexpectedly he was holding Rosie's body and they both fall on the couch together. He held Rosie tightly in his arms, feeling the fullness of her breasts, causing his blood to flow opposite of his head. Under this assault on senses, Qin Chao's lower head could not help but awaken. Rosie felt the little changes on Qin Chao's body, and laughed flirtatiously. Oh, really dishonest man. You are already on the threshold of acquiring a true cultivation. To be able to practice it you must not mess around. I worked hard, really hard before obtaining this quota to do business with you. Then, she saw that Qin Chao was still somewhat in a daze, and quickly took a chance. Her sweet lips kissed Qin Chao's mouth. Feeling her soft and sweet lips, Qin Chao's brain dozed off. I'm not dreaming. Okay. After kissing Qin Chao, Rosie happily jumped, then sat on the back of the sofa. With her face flushed, she smiled and said, contract is reached, from now on you are my client. Come on, now I vow. Before she finished, Rosie's brows suddenly wrinkled. She looked up, her mouth cursed. Darn it, already said my client, never thought this shameless man. Then, she lowered her head and showed a smile to Qin Chao, and said sweetly, I have a little matter to take care of, my little darling, wait for me to come back. Suddenly, she remembered something, her palm producing a very ancient-looking book then put it in the front of Qin Chao, these 9 secret laws, you receive it first, it will be very useful in your practice, hee. Then, she leaned against the wall in the room. Her body gradually disappeared in the wall, as if she melted. Remember, your soul is mine. Smack. A thunderous sound was heard, that's the sound of Qin Chao giving himself a big slap. CR*AP. Really hurts, it's really not a dream. Qin Chao shouted twice, jumped up from the sofa, really is the devil. A beautiful devil. F***ck me, who's going to believe this? The room still smelled of Rosie's body fragrance, reminding him just how true things were. Moreover, his hands still held that ancient book, titled 9 Secret Law. Qin Chao acted like a crazy man, he circles around the room while muttering, it must be because of bad feng shui, this room is being haunted. That devil woman also said that he was born with a natural devil body, what if this is true, previously the sound in his head also said the same thing. Ever since that night, he had changed a lot. His appearance changed, his body also changed. You are already in the threshold of acquiring true cultivation, Rosie's voice has been stuck in his ears. Qin Chao's head already became mush. He simply could not think anymore, he simply tossed up the 9 Secret Law book casually and dived onto bed. I do not understand, simply do not want to. So, when he appeared in Guanyuan school the next day, even though he's without the mummy bandages, he showed up with two big black eyes. "Oh, young man." A more than 40-year-old security guard immediately urged, "Don't let yourself be too indulgent, you must exercise self-control. In those years are very romantic, the playing field." You're terrible." Cute security leader Comrade Chen Ingyang snuggled up, and gently applied a hot towel to Qin Chao's eyes. "If you need somebody, you can just look for me. I'm not the same as those evil women, I'll be gentle." After that, he even threw a coquettish look at Qin Chao, making Qin Chao frightened and caused cold sweat to pour out of him. When Chen Ingyang saw that the mummy bandages that wrapped around Qin Chao's head were gone, revealing a chiseled face, made him love Qin Chao more. "Ahem," that electric baton Wang coldly looked at Qin Chao, "has been thinking since last night, since I can't kick you out of school, within the scope of official duty, I can always order you around. Qin Chao, it's your turn to be on duty today, stand guard." Qin Chao looked out of the window. "It's raining outside," he frowned, looked at electric baton Wang. "It's raining outside, you're telling me to stand guard?" "Qin Chao, don't be too arrogant." Electric baton Wang slapped the table with his baton, hard, pumping himself up. "You took the school's money, don't you think it's just letting you sitting and eating around this security building? So what if it's raining, no one's to guard when it's rain? You ask all the security here, which one who's never stand guard when it rain? You." Qin Chao gnawed his teeth, he could not tolerate the smug look of that electric baton Wang. He suddenly stood up, which scared electric baton Wang, making his plump *SS fell on the chair, his face pale. You, what do you want?" He touched his electric baton, setting its output to the max, pointing it at Qin Chao. "What else?" Qin Chao said with a crooked smile, "I'm going to stand guard." After saying that, he got out of the security room, and walked into the drizzling campus. Rain is always a little cooler in the fall, making Qin Chao slightly nervous. Surprisingly, Qin Chao do not feel this autumn's chill. His body was permeated with warmth, which made him feel very comfortable. "Electric baton Wang, one day I want to clean up your ass," Qin Chao muttered, standing next to the gate of the school. It was after class time, many students walked out with 2 or 3 groups. Qin Chao understood what it meant to be in a university, especially a third-rate university. All you had to do was simply to follow the routine. Have a partner, get out to find a room. If you wanted to change partners, you would find another room. Qin Chao once had a girlfriend, but afterward, she ran out with a wealthy classmate. At that time Qin Chao really loved that girl, and couldn't bear to take her out to a room. The result was, he had to see her being spoilt by that guy. Seeing this pairs of teenage boys and girls putting their arms around each other, Qin Chao cannot help but feel somewhat sad. Do not run. When he sighs with emotion, suddenly he hears a sound of commotion. He take a look, only to see an overweight kid puffing hard to run outside of school. Behind him, a large crowd of students seem to be chasing that overweight kid. "Damn, how dare you molest my girlfriend, you're seeking death." That overweight kid ran very slowly and soon was caught up by the group of students. One of the students had dyed blue hair, and was wearing branded clothes. He slapped the overweight kid in the face, causing him to fall down to the ground. That overweight kid cried in pain, like a pig. The students around him were kicking and hurting him, while he only curled up on the ground, wet, and protected his face. The other students pretended to ignore what happened besides them, only looking at that overweight kid with a sympathetic look. No one dared to intervene. "Dare to mess with my woman, I'll let you remember it for a long time." That blue-haired student suddenly kicks, he jumped and smashed his 2 feet on the overweight kid's face. Qin Chao cannot bear anymore, he just want these students' fight to stop. He was going to make a move, suddenly he remembered Chen Yingyang's words. Don't make a decision, the most important rule is, do not be noisy. Thinking about this, he hesitated. And this time, a beautiful figure, moving from the corner of the classroom building. Seeing the students fighting here, Director Su Fei wrinkled her brow but said nothing. Let you touch my woman, I'm going to waste you. That blue-haired student becomes more aggressive, he picked up an iron bar, it seems he intends to break that overweight kid's leg. You guys, enough. Qin Chao couldn't bear anymore, immediately rushed forward, pushing that blue-haired student. Immediately, the surrounding crowd of students looked at Qin Chao with a different look. Perhaps with a scared look, perhaps a look that somewhat takes pleasure in others' misfortunes. Who are you? That kid looked up, with a frown staring at Qin Chao. You dare to disturb my things, what the hell are you? Ah. I am the school's security guard. Qin Chao coldly talked back, and then pushed a few other students, picked up the overweight kid and started patting him because he was covered with mud. The overweight student's nose apparently was kicked, because his nose was bleeding. His eyes swelled up and ruptured, dripping with blood. Afraid that his wounds would become infected by the mud, Qin Chao said. Come on, follow me to the security room. Who's the one who permitted you to leave? I'm not letting you go. That blue-haired student roared. Suddenly several students next to him moved. Qin Chao was surrounded. Chapter 8 Nosy People. Noticing Su Fei, Qin Chao subconsciously turned to look at that beautiful director's eyes, only to find that she's holding her own arm, with a meaningful smile on her face, looking at this way. Damn, this woman is too cold-blooded, her own students fighting like this, does it not concern her? You don't care, I care. Come on, follow me to the security room to handle your wound. Qin Chao frowned, pulling that overweight kid. He just does not care about the several students in front of him. That overweight kid's legs already turned soft and can't walk a single step at all. Those students also put out their hand, blocking Qin Chao's path. I told you to stop, you fucking deaf. The blue-haired student grabbed Qin Chao's shoulder. Just a security, don't be a busybody, I'm telling you, in this school, no one dares to mess with me. Take your hands off me. Qin turned away and coldly saw that blue-haired student. The latter just felt like being stared by a beast, subconsciously to retract his hand. Ah, a new security recruit, right? This youth mouth is dirty. Seeing Qin Chao's uniform, thought that he is but a security guard, proudly shouts, if you want to be a busybody, I'll take care of you too. Oh. Qin Chao was happy, he sneered, I want to see, how are you going to take care of me? Damn. That youth is also the first time to notice that someone dares to provoke him, immediately scolded, break his leg for me, let's see how he's going to work as a security. With that, those several students rushed up, raising their fist right toward Qin Chao's face. A student slyly kicks Qin Chao's from behind. He wants to trample Qin Chao, making him suffer the same treatment as that overweight kid. But Qin Chao was angry at that blue-haired student. This kid has not been graduated yet, already so vicious. Move aside. He reached out, put the overweight kid out of the crowd. At the same time, he picked up the foot, as if wielded an axe, and immediately kicked the students that intend to kick his leg, making him awkwardly fell in the mud. Just a handful of students, how can they be compared to how powerful Qin Chao's magic power? With this power, he knocks the incoming student's head on with his punch, making the mud splashes all over. The rest of the students become frightened and hastily took a step back. You dare to hit people. That blue-haired student apparently scared, but he still defiantly stared at Qin Chao, shouted. Dare. Qin Chao is laughing instead of becoming angry, you dare to hit another student, why can't I dare? Do you know who I am? That blue-haired student gathered his courage, asked. I don't care who you are. Qin Chao knit his brows. After saying this he remembered something. Something Chen Yingyang had said to him, the student in this school, all are hidden dragon crouching tiger, how do you know which student family background is bigger? Thinking about this, a worried look appeared on Qin Chao's face. A 4,000 a month's job is not easy to find, he only manages to persuade his landlord to extend his rent for a month yesterday. If he lost his job today, where is he going to hide his face, where is he going to get a job? Seeing Qin Chao become timid, that blue-haired student laughed, now you know fear, if you kneel and call me grandpa, I'll consider letting you go. I thought there's some capability, turn out only like this. Su Fei, who was watching this scene, suddenly sneered then turned around to walk in opposite direction. For students to get beaten, it's not that she doesn't care, she simply can't manage it. Some students here, their background is even more powerful than her, how can she manage it? At most just to lose money by playing what the student wants. But then the scene changed, making her slowly stopped. Hearing this sentence from that blue-haired student made Qin Chao angry. Those concerns were left behind by him. Your family is very wealthy, very powerful, right? Qin Chao asked coldly. Humph, of course. That blue-haired student curls his lip. Our family's wealth mostly comes from real estate license. You're just a little security guard, how can you understand rich man's life? If I want to, just using the money, I can make you disappear. Excellent, thanks to your father and mother, you are very rich. Qin Chao folded his arm, sneers unceasingly, but look at your ear, slightly sharp, similar to monkey's ear. The ear is the organ of hearing, determining the success or failure. But with your monkey ear, you're doomed to become destitute. Before you reach at most 40 years old, your family's circumstances will decline, one by one your family will be broken up and decimated. However, I estimated that you do not live at that time. The determining factor is the nose. You look at your nose, this type of nose, collapse until almost all of it broke, flat nose. You are doomed to fail, not only you cannot reach middle age, even your wife will soon die after you. You looked at your appearance that is so miserable, your life also don't have any meaning, it's better for you just to find a grave and bury yourself in it. How could this blue-haired student know? Qin Chao had followed the art of feng shui that he learned from his fortune-teller's grandpa, just saying a few words already make him hopeless, he wanted to vomit blood. You are superstitious, want to believe you might as well believe in ghosts. A little mean, Su Fei could not help but laugh at the side. This guy turned out to be capable of messing things up. Well, believe it or not. Qin Chao's arms folded, sneered, if you can survive 40 years old, my name will be written upside down. Good, this blue-haired student glowered at Qin Chao, he also knew he was not this security guard's opponent, then said, let me make things clear for you, my godfather is Chen Si, you wait to look at how you're going to die. Then, with a few students, he angrily left the school gate. Looking that the excitement is over, the other students also disperse. Humph, letting you be a hero, simply to court disaster. Su Fei mouth whispered, then looked at Qin Chao with a complex look, and walked away. Come with me. Qin Chao doesn't know who or what is Chen Si, he doesn't want to think about it too much, just pulling that badly beaten overweight kid to the security room. Entering the security room, that electric Baton Wang looked at him as if looking at a dead man, only glanced at him with one eye, then turned around and left the room. The other security guards are also avoiding Qin Chao like a plague, only a few of them giving Qin Chao a sympathetic look. What happened to all of you? Qin Chao is feeling bad, quickly asked. That Chen Yingyang sighed, lowered his voice and said, I told you not to meddle, don't be nosy. You, not only not hearing my warning but also managed to anger Chen Si's godson. Who is this Chen Si, able to make you all scared? Qin Chao placed the overweight kid on a chair, then pour a pot of water, to wash his wounds. Who is Chen Si you don't even know? Chen Yingyang looks at Qin Chao like he's alien from outer space, he is our Suzhou's tyrant. Listening to this, Qin Chao felt stunned and turned around. No wonder this name is a little familiar. He was just out of college, where so many things he needed to know. Chen Si's power can move underground forces. People on the street all call him Master Chen Si. You annoyed his godson, just hope for the best. I don't believe it. Qin Chao felt scared in his heart so that he finally became determined, steeled his heart, and said that, this Chen Si, whatever power he had, cannot kill me. Chen Yingyang did not speak but whispered in his heart. This triad wants to kill a little security guard like you, is really easy. I'm sorry, the overweight kid endured the pain while Qin Chao is washing his wounds, which makes the basin of water having some redness. His head down, said to Qin Chao, to make you in trouble. Yes, tell me about yours. Qin Chao looks at the overweight kid, what's your name, why is the blue-haired student chased after you? My name is Lu Chuan, The overweight boy was unclear, his voice still trembles. Me and my girlfriend Yu Qian knew each other since childhood, we officially become a couple in high school, the relationship has been superb. But at the university she was taken away by Manhwa. I naturally cannot accept it. I then looked for Yu Qian to ask for an explanation. But Manhwa came up and said I molested his girlfriend, so he brings people to beat me. Damn, what kind of thing is this? Qin Chao gave the overweight kid a stern look. What kind of explanation must you look for from that gold digger? But I really like her. We were together for almost 3 years, puppy love Lu Chuan said. Some grumble, his eyes, although no longer bleeding, but also showed large bruises, looked very pathetic. Qin Chao became silent. He and his girlfriend for 3 years also had an excellent relationship, but in the end, aren't they also broke up the same way? Don't be sad, there are many good women out there. Qin Chao patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, comforting him. Are you really a fortune teller? That Lu Chuan suddenly grabbed Qin Chao's arm, impatiently asked. Of course, it's a family business. Then you tell me, could my girlfriend change her mind? Go. Qin Chao pretends to hit him. Seeing you now become like this, it's better if you let me hit you. Looking at the overweight kid's indigent appearance, as if he was about to cry, Qin Chao could not help but relented down. Never mind, you quickly go back to your room. If that blue-haired, Manhwa trouble you again, you immediately look for me, I'll protect you. Qin Chao said in his heart, in any case, I already annoyed you, worst come to worst I'll go all out against your hoodlums. The so-called rich men are actually timid, dare not to make their hands dirty, who's afraid of who? Thanks, Lu Chuan expresses his gratitude again and again. The nearby security guards shake their heads. In the end, it's young and impetuous, this Chen Xi's godson, can it be that you alone can handle it? They do not know that Qin Chao already in the threshold of acquiring a true cultivation. The future of a self-cultivator, how could an ordinary people understand? Brother Fong, that little security guard today is very arrogant, how should we deal with him? Manhwa and a few students are gathered in a room in a very upscale restaurant. Manhwa's arm is holding a female student wearing a very luxurious clothes, playing with her. Already make me annoyed, how can I not make him pay? Manhwa sneered, thinking about today's insult, he cannot help but be heavy-handed, he slapped that woman's ass hard, making her cry. I'll tell Godfather so that he finds several people, we'll wait until he got night shift, then humph. Great idea Brother Fong. Hey, stop talking about that dead security, you guys go out, little master here has something to do. Yes. Then, after a while, from that single room coming out a burst of ecstasy sound. Chapter 9 Alley Fights. Finally got off work. Qin Chao stood from the chair, making a big stretch, and exchanged the security uniform to his own clothes. Autumn at 6 or 7 p.m., it's already dark outside. Suzhou city weather is like this, approaching winter. The night came early. Oh, brother Qin Chao is going home? Chen Yang immediately got up and approached Qin Chao said, come on, stay with me doing the night shift. Halt. Qin Chao quickly pushed that security leader, I have to go home to sleep, you do whatever you're going to do. Don't go, I have good things that I want to give you. Why don't you find that electric bat and wand? AI, your body is perfect, I like a muscular man. Isn't Plump very cute? Eating abalone for a long time, already tired of it, want to taste something different. You go to hell. Really heartless. Chen Yingyang's eyes were red, directly ignored by Qin Chao. He was out of the security room, to take out his lucky old bike. This bike is one of a few artifacts that Qin Chao can't bear to let go. It shouldn't be used to ride to work, but, the thing is, public transportation. Fare is really expensive. College students' nightlife began at 8 o'clock, so the school around this time is silent. The school's location is not too close to the city, so there are a few cars passing by to make noise. Qin Chao now is physically superb, very easy to pedal his lucky old bike, while his mouth still humming. A tune. Qin Chao is a very optimistic person. Even if he provoked the so-called Chen Si, he could still relax mentally. Chen Si is such a big character, how could he troubling himself with such a small character like him? Qin Chao is comforting himself. He is such an optimistic person, unemployed after graduation, his ordeal was not small. Especially in his room without food, he cannot even afford to pay the rent, already full of the landlord insult. In this regard, Qin Chao continually encourages himself, so that one day, making all who look down on him, to admire him. His approach is to look into the mirror every morning, boost himself up. Qin Chao, you are the best. Perhaps one will say that this is narcissism, but in the West, this is a good psychological suggestion method. Moreover, Qin Chao also never uses his fortune-telling ability to himself. Because the technique has 5 prohibitions, one of it is the prohibition to fortune-telling oneself. The only time he listens about his fortune was when in his childhood he listened to his grandfather said, that his appearance was very complex, later in life will have great twists and turns. When his grandfather passed away, he left Qin Chao a few words. Everything depends on one's effort. There is a reason why his grandfather taught him the art of feng shui. Qin Chao never thinks this is a superstition. There are some things you do not understand, does not mean that it does not exist. Fortune teller and feng shui is an ancient Chinese art, that existed for several thousand years, naturally has a reason for its existence. However, Qin Chao does not plan to carry forward his grandfather's unfulfilled will, which is for him to become a fortune teller. To put it bluntly, Qin Chao does not meet the requirements. In this day and age, if someone wants to become a fortune teller, and that someone is not a blind person, others will never believe him. Qin Chao has been daydreaming while pedaling his bike. Suddenly when he passes a corner, several shadows rush out from the dark. One of them, holding an iron bar in his hand, hit Qin Chao on his back. Qin Chao only felt a sharp burning pain on his back, then fell off his bike. His bike crashed and fell to the ground uttering a loud sound. Qin Chao flexibly made a roll and stood up from the ground. Under the streetlight, Qin Chao saw before him around 5 or 6 hoodlums, each hair dyed with a different color, holding a rod in their hands. Looking at this scene, Qin Chao suddenly understood the situation. He took a breath. This Manhwa is indeed ruthless, only provoked him during the day, already took revenge in the night. What do you want? Those people came, surrounding Qin Chao. After Qin Chao just taking 2 steps back, he stepped on his bike. Behind him there's a wall, he has nowhere to hide. Boy, you mess with the wrong people, do you really think there will be no repercussion? The gang leader with a nose ring moves forward, squinting his already squinted eyes until one cannot tell if he has any eyes while moving the iron bar, sneered. Instruction from above, want one of your leg, boy. Tell me, you want your right leg or your left leg? This nose ring leader sneered, while hitting the iron bar on the wall next to Qin Chao, it emits a ding-dong sound. Aren't there any laws exists in here? Qin Chao's heart grew some fear, he is also the first time to see such a fuss. The law. The men laugh, their leader shout the loudest, until his iron bar almost loose from his hand. Suddenly he stopped smiling and said disdainfully to Qin Chao, I tell you, on the street, I am the law. Then he takes a step forward, his hand waving the iron rods in front of Qin Chao's face. The street light is illuminating his face, showing his fierce look. Preemptive strike. Qin Chao's mind suddenly flashes this thought. He subconsciously makes a backflip with his leg. His leg is fast and powerful, directly hit the face of that nose ring leader, this kick even uprooted his nose ring, making his nose bleeding profusely. Ah! Ah! This guy cried like a pig, clutching his bleeding nose, yells, fuck me, this kid even dare to fight back. Beat him, break his 2 legs to compensate for me. The remaining people who are wielding iron bar immediately rushed over. This hoodlum's attack is different from the student attack. Their attack is especially ruthless and sinister, directly aiming at Qin Chao's vulnerable spots. Qin Chao quickly stretched out his arms, bent down and covered his head and chest. The iron bar, with a whistling sound, consistently fell on his body, accompanied by the hoodlum's shouts. Smack smack, these iron bar hits are making Qin Chao's back and arms muscles burn with pain. Qin Chao's awareness is acutely aware of this. Waste him, damn, it really hurts. That nose ringleader, perhaps should be called nosebleed leader now, carrying the iron bar, walking over to those that are currently beating Qin Chao to join them. One of this hoodlum's iron bar fell on the kneecaps of Qin Chao. Crack, a sound of bone-breaking voices appears. Qin Chao only felt pain on his knee, and then without his control, it planted on the floor. His leg. Break his leg for me. That nose ringleader is still shouting, with the iron bar in his hand. He frantically hits Qin Chao's other leg. Qin Chao's anger is burning. He looked down and saw the bike under his body. He grabbed it and supported himself to stand with another leg. This lucky bike is heavy, it's an old-fashioned kind of bike. But in the hands of Qin Chao, it seems not to weight much. Like a howling wind he wields it around, hitting a few hoodlums. Ah! This few hoodlums, suddenly being hit by this lucky bike, fell awkwardly to the ground. Kill them all, kill them all. His body burning in pain, like being burned alive. This is undoubtedly inflamed Qin Chao's anger. It's as if there is a beast howling in his mind. A very horrible scene unfolded in front of that nose ring leader's eyes. He saw the severely beaten, half-death security guard, all of a sudden make too heavy breathing. Then his piece of the broken leg that still planted on the ground seemed to be all right. And his two arms, suddenly become thicker and longer, tearing his sleeve, it changes into two black claws with scales. Then, that security starts to stand up. Two green lights seem to be coming out from his eyes. Ghosts, that nose ring leader heart is like being hit by a hammer become frozen in place. He subconsciously throws the iron bar on his hands toward Qin Chao, and with a wave, Qin Chao's black scales claw hand, suddenly catch that thick iron bar mid-air, then broke it into two parts. Ghost, now those hoodlums are scared silly, beneath that dim street lamps, a green light emitting from Qin Chao's eyes, he become even scarier than the devil from hell. Throwing away their iron bar aside, they start to run away as fast as possible. This time, they hate their parents didn't give them a couple more legs. Roar, Qin Chao did not go after them, but he suddenly looked up and growled toward the street. This sounds is like a group of C4 explosives being detonated. It reached those hoodlums that already went very far, broken their eardrum, blood coming out of their ear. And that nose ring leader is the most severe. He only heard a humming sound in his ears, fell directly on the ground, unconscious. Other hoodlums just escape while covering their ears, which only happened because they were spared. Pa! A loud voices, the street lights suddenly shattered, it hissed and fell to the ground. After that screaming voices, Qin Chao's arms slowly restored to their original appearance, the green lights coming out from his eyes immediately dispersed. After returning to his normal appearance, Qin Chao actually did not know what he just did. He only found himself not hurting anymore, his broken leg also good too. He looked around and found that the group of hoodlums has disappeared without a trace. There is only his lucky bike on the ground, its rear tire slowly rolled. Perhaps they saw a ghost. Qin Chao whispered loudly, fearing the thing that has made those hoodlums disappear come out again. He quickly propped up his lucky bike and fiercely ride back home. Soon, he disappeared from this dark street. When he disappeared, a tall, hot, beauty in leather pants, suddenly appeared out of the darkness, appears here. Not bad, the magic already awakened. She walked on a pair of red leather boots, on bumpy ground. She went to the corner where that nose ring leader's body is lying. This man already dead, it seems will become a problem, but as my client, I will help you erase this issue. With that, she waved her hand in the air. Those nose ring leader's body along with the bloodstain, suddenly disappear, as if they were never there. Qin Chao, you wait for me. I'll deal with this rude person first, and then I'll lead you into the path of cultivator. So, before this, take good care of yourself, okay? After that, she disappeared into the darkness, and the lamps that have been destroyed by the sound wave before suddenly restored, it lit up again. Chapter 10 Next Door Neighbor. Chin Chow did not know that Rosie had helped clean up the mess that he had left behind when he woke up the next day. He only thought that he had a dream. In the dream, he was beaten, then turned into a monster unwittingly. Chin Chow sat on the bed, looking at his pale arm, thinking about last night's dream. He could not help but feel a little funny. Recently he certainly has too much stress. He seems to have imagined that he saw a gorgeous, very seductive devil woman, kissing him. Thinking of this, Chin Chow could not help but licked his lips. Although it is only a dream, the feeling of a soft lip still linger. Chin Chow could not help but cry in front of the window shouting, "Oh God, please give me a pretty girl, do not let me just dreaming about it. Seek death. Who's screaming in this middle of the night?" After the screaming voices, a pounding sound suddenly came from the wall, accompanied by a burst of yells. Chin Chow suddenly shuts up, shrink back from the window. These are his lovely neighbors, one on each side. On his left lived a middle-aged woman, divorced, alone with a cute daughter. On his right lived a recently married young couple. Because of poor sound insulation room, every night when the couple made love, Chin Chow couldn't sleep well. Alas, he currently single and lonely. All people know, a newly married couple made love very often. So you can tell that almost every night, he couldn't sleep well. Several times, Chin Chow could not help but curse that her husband becomes exhausted, his young essence spent and died. While lamenting his loneliness, Chin Chow suddenly looks at the clock. There seems to an important matter. Which is, go to work. Damn, I forgot, I already have a job. Guan Yuan security starts to work at 7, now it's 6:30 and he still lay naked on his bed. Grandpa, I'm going to be late. Chin Chow hurriedly washes a bit, then quickly get dressed, picked up a packet of instant noodles and frantically rushed out the door while still chewing that instant noodles. Hey, Chin Chow Gij, why went out to look for work so early in the morning? After opening the door, he suddenly saw the next-door middle-aged woman's daughter, named Li Na. This little girl was wearing blue uniforms and tight-fitting jeans, wrapped in her seductive hips. On top her head, there's a braided pigtail, a typical next-door little sister. Although only 16 years old, her body already well developed. Chin Chow could not help but looked at her carefully. Although her chest is small, only AB size, the hip is really curved. When she grow up, she will be a disastrous little beauty. Especially with a cute panda head white shoulder bag, just stuck on her cocked hips, making her more even lovely. Beautiful enough to eat, this little seductive beauty, making Chin Chow quickly finished up his instant noodles in one gulp. The little girl suddenly caught Chin Chow's eyes staring at her, suddenly becomes shy, her face is flushed, unable to look at Chin Chow in the eyes. No, I already got a job as a security guard at Guan Yuan school. Chin Chow also felt impolite to continue staring at this little beauty, quickly replied. Really? The little beauty sweetly smiled, then congrats Chin Chow Gij, you must take me out to eat to celebrate it. Of course of course. Chin Chow nodded, when your mom not at home, I'll take you out to eat KFC. Li Na's mom, named Su Mei, is a single, divorced woman. In this northern part of the city, this woman is the swiftest and fierce. The person she most despises is Chin Chow. She consider him to be only a third-rate college brats, nothing much to offer. Because of this, she strictly forbids her daughter to make contacts with him. Nana. Suddenly they heard a woman screaming from the next room, what are you talking about, quickly go to school. Hearing her mother's voices, Li Na lovingly stick out her tongue. Lowering her voice, she said to Chin Chow. Big bro Chin Chow, I went to the secondary school, you take me a ride there. Is this okay? If your mom knew, she would certainly kill me. Looks like big bro Chin Chow is so timid. Li Na smiled sweetly, which attracted the macho side of Chin Chow, making his breath become short. I have nothing to be afraid of. If you're not afraid of me eating you, then let's go. After that, they go downstairs to take out his lucky old bike. This lucky bike has been used by Chin Chow since his sophomore year. After 4 years of heavy use, this bike's condition, aside from its brake having less grip, everything else is still excellent. On board. I'm going to set sail. Li Na was amused by Qin Chao's antic. She lifted her jean-wrapped little legs, her fine ass fell on the back of Qin Chao's old lucky bike. Brats, where are you going to take my daughter? This Su Mei's head suddenly appeared from the third-floor window. Looking at how beautiful Li Na is, her mom certainly is a beauty, but because of age, there's only the trace of it that's left. Especially as a single mother, her life's certainly hard. Su Mei's temper burst, the big cucumber that's on her hand, suddenly flew out toward Qin Chao's head. Ah! Li Na feared that the cucumber would hit Qin Chao's head. While Qin Chao with a snap, easily catched that cucumber with his hand. Thanks for the cucumber, big sister Su. Qin Chao took a bite, very juicy. You damn brats. You stay there. Su Mei becomes even more angry, she took a frying pan and start to climb downstairs. Quickly go, quickly go. Li Na's face became pale, she patted Qin Chao's back, if you don't go now you're gonna die. Sit tight. Qin Chao immediately launched his lucky BMW, swiftly jump out. When Su Mei arrived at downstairs, he already rode out from the housing complex. Brats! Don't let me see you this evening. Su Mei shouts, her voice is as loud and clear, the whole housing complex heard this. Shoot, your mother is really scary, Qin Chao felt he was just dodge a bullet, feels like a survivor. Actually, Mom is really gentle. With Qin Chao's unlimited stamina, their ride really fast. Li Na had to cling to Qin Chao's back, both of her hands are hugging Qin Chao's waist. Qin Chao wanted to cry this time, if only her chest is a little bigger it would be perfect. Your mom can be gentle. Cold sweat poured out of Qin Chao. She really is gentle, it's just that Qin Chao Gij never knew it. Li Na pinched Qin Chao's waist, rebuke him. Yes, yes, Missy said gentle, then it is gentle. Qin Chao quickly placated her, not willing to make her angry. It seems Qin Chao Gij has lost weight, the last time I ride with you, there are fats around your waist. Ahem, that was before. Qin Chao and Li Na joked, soon arrived at her school, Southern Jiangsu Secondary School. When they arrived, this time, many teenage girls wearing school uniform, are walking to school. This girl Li Na is very talented, she skipped her second year and went straight to the third year, this year she should be able to take the college entrance exams. A lot of people in the school knew this talented little girl, when they saw her come riding with Qin Chao's lucky bike, they start pointing at her and whisper. Hey, isn't that the third-year third-class talented student Li Na? Yes, that's her, the school beauty queen. Who's that handsome big brother, never seen him before. Really never seen. He seems really familiar. Li Na does not know what are they talking about, she waved farewell to Qin Chao. Qin Chao Gij, pick me up after school okay? Please let me off, if your mother sees me, she will flatten me with her frying pan. Qin Chao expressed his fear. Li Na looked at Qin Chao with an amused look, giggling lovingly. Okay, but remember, I want Kentucky Fried Chicken. The little girls waved farewell to him. I know, see you soon. Qin Chao rolled his lucky bike, waving farewell, and then quickly disappears from her sight. Qin Chao Gij, I will soon go to college, you wait for me. Li Na murmured while looking back at Qin Chao. Qin Chao naturally didn't know what's in Li Na's mind. He rides his bike fast, faster than the speeding buses, before long he arrived at the front of Guanyuan School's front gate. Security guard Director Wang Wenkuan, holding his baton, standing to wait for him for a long time. You're late. Seeing Qin Chao coming with his bike, Electric Baton Wang quickly shouts happily. No, I'm not, it's only 6:55. Qin Chao stopped his bike, quickly take a breath, and showed his watches to Electric Baton Wang. Humph. On my watches it's already 7:10. Electric Baton Wang quickly showed his own branded watches, see, you are late. Are you kidding me? Qin Chao jumps up, my watches is following Beijing Standard Time. What Beijing Standard Time, it doesn't matter. Electric Baton Wang sneered, when my watches showed 7:10, then it is 7:10. Because of this, your end-month bonuses will be cut. After saying that, he leisurely walks back inside the school complex. Qin Chao becomes angry, but there's no way to vent it. After all, Electric Baton Wang is his own boss. He can only sulk while locking his bike and changing his clothes to security uniform. Inside the security room, except for Electric Baton Wang, other security guards are present. Qin Chao walks to his desk and sees the security clock hanging on the wall. It showed just a few minutes after 7. Qin Chao finally could not keep his anger anymore. This damn Electric Baton Wang, he picks me up every day for no reason. There, don't take it personally. Chen Yingyang immediately came, saying, you and Electric Baton Wang are enemies. Because he cannot fire you, therefore he will surely give you some grievances. That doesn't make him right to pick up on people. Qin Chao's stomach is full of anger, he cannot find a place to vent his anger, become frustrated. He picks up on you, you must be patient. Other security guard also advise him, he is a relative of Director Su, he is also the director of security, you must not fight him. It's better to be more careful. Chen Yingyang patted him on the shoulder, I could not bear it if you get fired. We still haven't got a chance to be together. It's better if they fired me. Chapter 11 Speeding on Scooter. Qin Chao endured this constant badger from Chen Yingyang until lunch break. Brother Qin Chao, let's have lunch together, I know a quiet and secluded place, come on. Chen Yingyang leaned over, he took the initiative and pulled Qin Chao's arm. Hold on. Qin Chao had a headache, I can find a place to eat by myself, you let me go. He then get rid of Chen Yingyang's arm, walk out of the door, and quickly run away. Other security guard could not help but burst into laughter until Chen Yingyang give them a dirty look. What's so funny? He doesn't go with me, you'll all go with me. What the security guards all shut up immediately. Finally free. After escaping from security room, Qin Chao stretched himself and said with pleasure. Right at this time, there's a commotion coming from across the field. Qin Chao looked toward where the sound was coming from, he saw the busy playground people seems to be running away from something. Out of the way! Out of the way! A female voice was heard shouting, attracting Qin Chao's attention. He saw from the separated crowd, suddenly rushed out a scooter, there's a crooked little girl on the front seat. There's also a little girl in the back seat. The back seat girl apparently afraid, her lovely little face went pale. She had a panic look, looking uncertainly from the shoulder of the front seat girl, shouting gibberish. Being clutched desperately on her shoulder, the center of gravity of the front seat girl become even more unstable. Her mouth is screaming, Wen, relax. Meanwhile, the scooter's handlebar becomes shakier. It's like driving a tank, the students one by one move out of the way, jump away to their side. How could you ride like this? Wanna die aren't you, look out. F***ck me, beauty, why ride like crazy? Various types of scolding sound, lingering on faintly. But who Lily, the one that ride the scooter, front seat girl, almost cried, finally bought a new motorcycle, she tried to ride it in high spirits, never thought that when she attempted to ride it with her friend, it failed badly, almost killing people. The most tragic one is her friend, Fong Wen, back seat girl, she only here because of Hu Lily's insistence on them to test ride together, it is estimated that she will lose her life here. The school automatic gate is off this time, soon the two of them are going to hit it. Suddenly out of nowhere, a man dressed in dark blue uniform appeared in front of the two of them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hu Lily's heart is really good, fearing this man will get hit, she quickly shouted. Who knew? That person took one breath, give a loud shout, move out his arm like lightning, and hold down the scooter's handlebar. A squeaking sound was heard, the scooter's tire drew a black mark on the ground, but finally, it stops moving. This Hu Lily is scared and closed her eyes tightly, her head looks down, and Fong Wen also kept holding her waist. The scooter suddenly stopped, making the two of them simultaneously shocked. They thought they really hit people. I didn't mean it, this injustice, you must blame it on this bad scooter. When you died, you must not come for me, okay? God bless, Allah is great. Ha! Suddenly they heard a peal of laughter, surprising this two little girl. They quickly opened their eyes and found out that Qin Chao has single-handedly stopped their speeding scooter just using one hand, the other hand he used it to pat at his thigh happily. Oh, that didn't kill you, good, really good. Hu Lily is patting her firm chest, taking a long breath and start to relax. What, do you really want to kill me? Qin Chao gave her a stern look. You almost got hit by a car a few days ago, now you want to take revenge on society, is it? Next time even if you kill me I won't take a ride with you. Fong Wen pinched Hu Lily's soft flesh from behind, angrily said, this is a plot to murder people. Big Miss Fong, I was wrong. Hu Lily quickly begs for mercy, next time I no longer dare. Humph. Fong Wen's scare is not small, her face is really pale. Apologies to a friend is alright, but to someone else what's the use? Can you apologize to the cop? Yes. Qin Chao repeatedly endorsed, today Hu Lily has gone rampage, reckless ride on the campus ground, bad deeds, will be count as a serious demerit. As to whether there'll be expulsion or not, little girl, that depends on your performance. Okay. Hu Lily immediately put on a very aggrieved look, saying, the two of you colluding really fast. Okay, I'll take you both to eat KFC today, consider this as a compensation. Alright, agreed. In their city, eating KFC can be more expensive than hotels' food. So for Hu Lily to offer this, she will surely expend a lot of money. Excellent. Fong Wen expressed great satisfaction, the queen said she was pleased with this. Qin Chao, what do you think? Since the two beauty already said so, then KFC it is. Other people's treat, Qin Chao naturally happy to save some money. He was just about to accompany them to go out when Electric Baton Wong like a ghost, suddenly show up. Qin Chao. Electric Baton Wong stood at the entrance of the school, pinching his waist. His appearance is like an extremely big evil landlord, loudly roared, on office hours, you sexually harass the female student in school blatantly. I think you don't want to do this job anymore because you broke the school rules and regulations again and again. This will cost you 50 yuan wage cut. Beware, next time you violates the rule again will be immediately dismissed. Who molested girls in the school? Qin Chao's staring eyes, is like raging bull, staring at Electric Baton Wong. Electric Baton Wong were scared after looking at his furious look, but relying on his position, he said. You have a look, this is that female student. Then, the Electric Baton Wong turned to look at Hu Lily, glaring his eye, almost using a threatening tone asking, you said that this fellow molested you. If you dare talk nonsense, I'll cancel your degree certificate. You had no reason to cancel my degree certificate. Hu Lily becomes somewhat angry. This Electric Baton Wong's reputation has always been bad, fortunately, she already on her junior year, so she knew all his tricks. This threat to cancel student degree certificate was one of his old trick, usually effective against freshman student, but it didn't work for Hu Lily. I didn't cheat exam, I didn't fights, why you would cancel my degree certificate? With that, this girl fish out her phone from her pocket and start to take photos of Electric Baton Wong. You, what are you doing? Electric Baton Wong didn't think that his trick would fail, seeing her took his photographs, he become shocked. You threaten me, I must expose you on the internet. You, Electric Baton Wong didn't think he would be met with a barbaric student, for a while he doesn't know what to do. Qin Chao on the side happily watches, thinking, a barbaric person must be dealt with another barbaric person, ha. Nobody was molested, this Electric Baton Wong keep looking at Hu Lily's cell phone eagerly, his eyeballs almost slip out. Qin Chao knows that Electric Baton Wong is thinking about that picture, he must have known the power of the internet. If what happened here spread out on the net, then the reputation of Guanyuan School's security guard will spread. Later on, his bad reputation will soon become public. Forget it. Qin Chao knows that if things go on, there will be no good ending for everybody. He took Hu Lily's cell phone, pressed it a few times. Director Wang is joking on us, this photos is now deleted. That's right, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously, okay. Since Qin Chao gave him a way out, Electric Baton Wang is not stupid not to take it. But he did not appreciate Qin Chao's good intention, he felt Qin Chao deliberately embarrass him. So he looked hard at Qin Chao for a couple of seconds, then turned away. You really deleted it? Hu Lily grabbed her cell phone, opened the photo gallery, suddenly shocked to find that Electric Baton Wang's face, with a fat head and big ears, is still there. Are you kidding me? Such a good stuff, how could I delete it? Qin Chao smiles, come on, you said you're going to pay my lunch. Quickly, before lunch break is over. Then let's go using my scooter. We would rather walk. Qin Chao and Fong Wen both quickly rejected the offer, they know what would happen if they let Hu Lily ride her scooter again. Therefore, these three people started to walk toward the nearest KFC. Along the way, two beauty, walking with a handsome man wearing a uniform, with an armband, immediately attracted a lot of attention. The people who look more than once are many. So many people in the KFC, they mostly come for free Wi-Fi and warm place. These people only bought a glass of juice, and then they will occupy a place for a long time. So the three of them waited for more than half an hour, their stomachs are growling, finally found a place to sit. Qin Chao found out that this two little girl ate a lot. Both asked for a hamburger, and then Mexico chicken rolls, chicken wings, French fries, and a large table. This, you both can eat all of it. Qin Chao himself only ordered a couple of hamburgers, staring at a big table full of food. Of course, we'll eat slowly, just like eating snacks. Anyway, there are no classes this afternoon. After that, Hu Lily took out her laptop from her bag, cleared the table a bit, and put it on the table. Fong Wen also took out a very nice-looking little notebook, but because there is no more space on the table, she can only put it on her thigh. Unbelievable, not you too. Qin Chao gawks, you guys really think this is an internet cafe? It's cozy here. Hu Lily winked, then took out a French fries, dipped it on the tomato ketchup, then put it into her cherry mouth. Qin Chao suddenly thought something evil, but seeing this little girl, with her white teeth slowly chew the fries bit by bit, cold sweat poured off of his whole body. He coughed twice, then make a wave with his hand, said. I'm going to the toilet. Also, don't eat this KFC too much, these are junk food, easy to gain weight after eating, not good for your health. Go to hell. The two girls rolled their eyes at him, people were eating, don't speak disgusting thing like that. Quickly look at this. Hu Lily, after just chewing a fries, suddenly pounded the table and pointing at her laptop screen, said. What? Qin Chao and Fong Wen were shocked. Chapter 12 Delicious Tomato Ketchup. This is the school's forums, it's yesterday's post. Hu Lily tilted her laptop so Qin Chao and Fong Wen can see it, then pointing to the screen said, you see this post. Campus security act violently, angrily hit innocent students. When Hu Lily pointed to that post, Qin Chao immediately saw a big picture of him. In this image, it showed him lifting his leg, kicking a student to the ground. Under the picture there is a great article with impassioned words. Qin Chao took a cursory glance and found out that it said, among other things, that he as a security guard, being coarse and unreasonable, beating several innocent students. Moreover, there's also many follow-up comments. Most of it criticize him, very few comments that refute the article. There are all kind of curse comments, for example. Securities are too aggressive right now. Are there any peaceful place in this society right now? Letting stupid shit be security guard is stupid. My campus are more civilized. The parents said they are extremely worried about this campus management. They suggest immediate expulsion of this security guard. Otherwise, they will consider transferring the student to other campuses. F** King your mother C** NT, a security dare to beat a student, there's no justice here anymore. There are sporadic rebuttal posts. Manhwa, with your reputation, you have the gall to make such posting. Lanzhou biscuits, thread starter is stupid, evaluation completed. TL, biscuits equals Xiaobing, can be abbreviated to SB, which is slang for stupid boy. Lanzhou equals capital of Gansu province, sounded similar to Lu Zhu equals thread starter. Manhwa, F*ck your uncle, you stole someone else's girlfriend, also beat Lu Chuan badly, now you're spouting out nonsense. Such postings, most of them are anonymous. Perhaps, if their name is revealed, with such a diverse student background, even Manhwa wouldn't dare to provoke. The rest of the comments come from the viewers that have no business to be there to begin with. Strong crowd in the front row. Posting here just to add post count. Bullshit. Qin Chao is fuming with anger. He slapped the table hard, making the foods and fries on the table to jump up about a chi, 1 foot or 1/3 meter, high then fall back on the table. Such a loud noise, the entire KFC suddenly all quiet down, everyone is stunned to see the man in a security uniform. Qin Chao couldn't care less being stared at by so many people, he is burning with anger this time. This Manhwa really want to distort the facts, the other commenters must also collude with him. Ahem, if not for me, Lu Chuan would have been made disabled by them. After saying this, Qin Chao's brow suddenly wrinkled up. He remembers last night's situation, looks like he really was surrounded by a group of hoodlums who tried to beat him up. This student named Manhwa is really vicious. SH. Hu Lily quickly covered Qin Chao's mouth, Dage, big bro, you don't want your life anymore. Then, she lowered her voices, said, this KFC is full of people, who knows if one of them is Manhwa's friend. If you let him hear you now, it will certainly bring bad luck. So what if he hears? When Qin Chao is full of anger, he won't regard anything, he just coldly said, he just knew a few bums, let them come, I want to see what they're gonna do to me. He now knew that the few hoodlums that attacked him last night were expelled by himself, making him confidence. He's not afraid of some thugs anymore, if anyone come, with his power alone, he can beat them. Thinking about this, Qin Chao calmed down, his face showed more disapproval look, disdainfully thinking about that Manhwa. You come to school only one day, already offended Electric Baton Wang, and Manhwa, what's your background really? Fong Wen, who was holding the laptop on the side, could not help but ask. Me? Qin could not help but smile, I am just a graduate loser who couldn't find work. Only because of the blessing of Guan Yuan school director who helped me, so now I become a security guard. Otherwise, I would be a beggar on the street by now. Huh, you're talking half-truth here. The two little girl giggle amusingly. So, you really do know our school's director? No wonder you are so arrogant, turned out you have someone big as a backer. Where would I know her? Qin Chao threw up his hands, I only helped her once, she doesn't owe me anything anymore. Qin Chao didn't mention his heroic deed in saving and met Su Ji for the first time, that's his own unforgettable memory. Oh, that's right, your school's director Su, what is her background? Already known her for quite a while, you don't even knew about her history. The two girls even rolled their eyes, in this Suzhou city, who doesn't know about Su family? Su family. Qin Chao had a blank look. He's not a citizen of this southern Jiangsu area, after graduation, he only come here just looking for a job. Initially thought there were many job opportunity here. Who knew, there are indeed many job opportunity here, but it also had many more requirements, so that he was repeatedly rejected. Certainly, Su Xianqin, the head of Su family, is our southern Jiangsu famous big financial group leader. Su Fei is his eldest daughter, the princess of Su family. No wonder such a young age already have so much money. Qin Chao shrugged his shoulder, turned out it was her family's wealth. The two girls laughed again, this time, Hu Lily said, Director Su is actually a nice person, she's really good towards the students. Oh, that's right, she also has a sister, our gym teacher named Su Ji. Su Ji. Qin Chao suddenly remembers the day when that beauty called him, my husband, he became emotional. I still think Su-ji is more lovely. Of course, it is, the both of them had an entirely different personalities. Hu Lily clicking on her laptop's keyboard, its screen suddenly showed a smiling face of a stunning girl. This girl's face is smiling, a smile that could melt away any evil intention, as if making someone forget that just before, intend to do wrong things. This girl looks to be made from the same mold as her sister, aside from wearing glasses and a cheerful personality. From the outside, she look exactly like her sister Su-fei. The other difference is on their hair. Su-fei's hair was dyed light blonde while Su-ji's hair is dark red. This dark red hair is long, covering her head, is making her look more lovely. It ripples on both of her ears. Both sisters' eyes were pale blue, they indeed seemed to be mixed race. You see, this is our gym teacher, Hu Lily said. Comparing to our director Su, I also think teacher Su-ji is more lovely. Fong Wen, giving her opinion, also said. Right, she also likes to dance with us. Teacher Su-ji likes to dress as a man, putting on a mustache, and doing the jazz dance. Oh, it charmed many young female students at that time. Then, this Hu Lily pulls out a photo. This makes Qin Chao's eyes light up. On the photo, a person is wearing a tall black hat, there is a black mustache attached at the top of her sexy lips. This beautiful girl, playing a man's role, wearing a man's clothing, making her look really handsome and heroic. Oh. Your school's director and teacher are indeed gorgeous, fascinating. Qin Chao could not help laughing, he's suddenly looking forward to meeting with this beauty again. Of course. Hu Lily's face suddenly showed a strange smile, said, our school is very interesting. Oh yeah, you know, recently the school is haunted. Oh. Haunted? Qin Chao immediately becomes interested, he likes to hear ghost story. But on the side, Fong Wen's face becomes strange, obviously, there's something wrong with her, she's holding Hu Lily's hand, her face becomes somewhat pale. Certainly, many students know this. Hu Lily said, it is said that in a male student dormitory, a female ghost, frequently coming out in the midnight. Qin Chao found out that, when Hu Lily was telling her story, Fong Wen became even more scared. Her face was deathly pale, and she clasped her hand until her joints become white. Don't talk nonsense, you're scaring Fong Wen. I don't talk nonsense. Hu Lily rolled her eyes, said that, Wen have also seen this matter, that's why she's afraid. Fong Wen, have you seen this ghost? Qin Chao's curiosity immediately picked up, he's staring intently at Fong Wen from the side, thinking. This weak little girl, shouldn't be capable of lying, right? Yes, one day when I was studying alone at night, Fong Wen held Hu Lily's arm, forcefully calming herself, but her complexion is still pale, she looks really scared, she seems to be trying to recall what happened that night. I saw, in a room on the second floor of the male dormitory, a white shadow, jumping from that floor to the floor above it. Maybe it's a cat. Qin Chao guessed although he likes a ghost story, he didn't really believe that there are ghosts in the world. Baby cat. Hu Lily quickly retorted, the second floor of that building has been sealed for a long time. Usually, there's a big iron lock on its door. I heard that this floor was used to be a female student dormitory, but afterward, there's a female student that committed suicide there, her story is unknown. The entire floor then has been sealed ever since, until this year's freshman year it was reopened to be used as the male dormitory. But for a long time there was never lived a single life there, where's the cat coming from, it's such a big cat. Perhaps Fong Wen studied too hard until she became so tired and started to hallucinate. Qin Chao thought of another reason. No, it's not that, Fong Wen shook her head, my eyesight is excellent, besides, many people have seen it too. I still can't believe it. Qin Chao shrugged, gods and ghosts, they're all human imagination. Humph, what do you know, wait until you see it for yourself, see if you'll still talk like this. Hu Lily rolled her eyes, staring at Qin Chao with a contempt look. Yeah, right. In order to refute her, Qin Chao deliberately made Hu Lily disgusted, do you really think you're dipping that fries in the ketchup, doesn't it look like blood? So what? Hu Lily very quickly picks up a pack of ketchup, tore it and put it in her mouth. She intentionally sucked all of it into her mouth, then said, even if you said it's menstrual blood, this lady would still eat it. Smack. At the same time, the entire tomato ketchup that's on his hand falls straight down to his shoes. Qin Chao quickly put up a white flag. This Hu Lily is too fierce and swift, he is not her match. What, you want some? Hu Lily said, her hands suddenly reach out and put her greasy hand, smeared with tomato ketchup, in front of Qin Chao's lips. It's delicious. The smell is good too. Qin Chao looks at that tasty and smelly tomato ketchup, his stomach rolls. Excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom. He pushed the stool, covering his mouth and flee. Behind him comes the sound of Hu Lily's heartless laughter. Ha ha ha, fighting against this lady, you're not even close. Chapter 13 Mysteriously appear and disappear. Qin Chao hurriedly fled to the bathroom. This KFC bathroom has always been immaculate. On the inside, it doesn't have any smell, and the sink is a black marble. It appears a bit luxurious. There is a giant mirror above the sink, directly facing the toilet. Qin Chao is bending over one of the sinks, washing his face with both hands, wanting to suppress his urge to vomit. On the other side the bathroom, a cleaning woman wearing blue uniforms, was bending over on the ground, trying to clean the already very clean ground. This cleaning woman's face couldn't be seen from Qin Chao's view, but what really stand out was her ass. It curls upwards, both appears perfectly round, making people cannot help but want to pinch it. Qin Chao suddenly had this desire for women. There seems to be something like a beast inside of him, roaring and struggling in his body, trying to escape. Qin Chao rests his body for a while. He lies his body on top of that icy cold black marble to cool himself. His mind is in a trance, feeling his body becomes hotter and hotter. This time, he saw himself in the mirror. On his face suddenly appears some very strange black scales. It's extremely fierce. His black hair has become fiery red. Moreover, his eyes, unexpectedly emitting out a green flame. What's this? Qin Chao became alarmed. He touched his face. Suddenly he saw his arms covered with black scales and his fingers turn into claws. He see it becomes longer and longer. It looks like a terrible creature's paw. While his heart becomes panic, Qin Chao didn't notice that his body temperature kept rising. Suddenly his mind becomes fuzzy, many memories flashing back and forth in his mind. It seems to be another man's memory. That memory is very strange. Suddenly inside his mind emerge out a shadow that is really frightening, its body wrapped in black scales, truly a terrifying human beast. Roar! The beast roared out a cry. Qin Chao suddenly becomes alarmed and open his eyes. His two hands slapped the top of that sink. Suddenly two big holes appeared on this marble sink. Broken marbles are flying around. One of it flew across Qin Chao's cheek. It brought out a stinging bloodstain. But looking at the mirror, Qin Chao found out the blood dissipates very quickly out of sight, his wound rapidly healing, like it had never happened. Make way, make way. The cleaning woman said to Qin Chao. She seemed not to know about Qin Chao changing appearance, steadily moved closer to him, while mopping the floor, with her back facing him. Qin Chao sniffed with his nose, suddenly frowned. Rosie. Qin Chao uttered a sound. He found his voice become hoarse. It's like his changing appearance also affect his voice. Your nose is really useful. The cleaning woman suddenly straightened up, turned, revealing Qin Chao a very familiar face. This devil woman's beauty is really human-like. She's actually not a human, especially her tempting mouth, making Qin Chao remember the sweet memories that happened on his sofa. His mouth suddenly felt a burst of fragrance. That devil woman did not seem to be afraid of Qin Chao's present appearance. She moved closer to him, her body leaning on Qin Chao's arm, while her cold finger, gently brushing the scales on Qin Chao's face. This look is really handsome. This is your natural appearance. What natural appearance? Qin Chao suddenly frowned. He thought, this beautiful woman seems to admit that she is a devil. So, Qin Chao did not hold himself, grabbed Rosie's arm, coldly asked. I become like this, is it because of you? Ah, why are you so rude? You're hurting me, Rosie said. Her blue uniform has been torn. revealing a pair of white thighs, rubbing against the scales on Qin Chao's leg. Ow, it really hurts. Qin Chao's face, although full of scales, suddenly becomes red. He pushed Rosie away, his face becomes 2 shades redder. When this devil woman appears, the bathroom's light were flashing. Moreover, the surrounding temperature suddenly decreases, the 2 holes on the marble sink that made by Qin Chao, suddenly emitted a white fog. The mirror also becomes slightly frosted. Rosie is indeed a charming devil woman. Qin Chao's whole blood has entirely gone south. This devil woman, coquettishly look at him, smiles tenderly and said, "Right, you're really so innocent." Then, she took off her blue uniform, revealing leather clothes, wrapped around her delicate and hour-like figure. Then she bent over, leaning against the wall, curving her hip, assuming a very seductive pose, batting her eyes toward Qin Chao, she said. "Don't be so heartless toward me, in hell, I'm thinking about you all the time. Also, what happened to you now is not because of me, this is the awakening moment of your devil nature, it will naturally occur. You know, there was once an old powerful evil spirit residing in your body." Powerful evil spirit? Qin Chao gawk, what's this bullsh *t? Although his grandfather was a fortune teller plus feng shui expert, seldom he says things about God or ghosts to him. Qin Chao also doesn't believe it. "Oh, I know you don't believe in this ghost and spirit things. But you're now already entered the realm of a cultivator, and if you start practicing the 9 Secret Law book that I gave you, your strength will quickly increase. Now you're just a beginner, you can't control your devil power yet. But in the future, I believe you will become a great devil." I become a devil. Qin Chao fell back a step, hit the sink. When he saw the hole in it, his heart suddenly becomes startled. You're born with natural devil body, you're bound to learn the devil path, to become devil god. What you're practicing is devil path is divided into 9 stages, to correspond with 9 layers of heaven. These stages are devil chief, devil spirit, devil intelligence, devil catcher, devil witch, devil lord, devil king, devil emperor, and devil god. You're now just a little devil chief. Practicing devil path. Qin Chao is feeling out of his depth, all the things he knows has been turned upside down. "I have something to do, can't accompany you to talk any longer." Rosie collected herself, bringing a fragrance aroma, gently passing through the front of Qin Chao's face. Suddenly, Qin Chao's black scales slowly disappear, revealing his human appearance. "You're now in the first stages of devil way, you cannot control your power yet, so your condition is still unstable. When you practice to the next stages of devil way, which is devil spirit, your changing appearance will stabilize, you can even control it, change at your will. Someone's coming, see you next time." Finished talking, she suddenly turned into a black smoke and quickly disappeared. The cleaning woman's uniform is still on the ground, forcing Qin Chao to believe all the thing that he had just seen are real. With the disappearance of Rosie, the bathroom lights become regular again, the room temperature also began to rise. Then a man wearing a suit come inside the bathroom, he casually took a glance at Qin Chao and entered the toilet, without knowing that something unnatural has happened just before. Qin Chao is feeling somewhat confused, he left the bathroom in a daze, walks toward Fang Wen and Hu Lili. He is dragging his footsteps, feeling his head is really heavy. Devil path? Devil woman? Cultivator? If he said these things to Hu Lili, she would indeed say that his head was hit on the toilet door. "What's up with you, are you vomiting too much and become unwell?" Hu Lili is still surfing the net, Fang Wen sees the appearance of Qin Chao, quickly asked. "It's okay, might be having a little cold." Qin Chao waves his hand and slump on his chair. "Your hamburger has become cold, quickly finish it." Fang Wen very gently put down the hamburger in front of Qin Chao. Qin Chao shook his head and said. "Can't finish it, I lost my appetite." While surfing, Hu Lili put out her middle finger and said, "You're such a faint-hearted, just this little matter already made your appearance devastated like this." Qin Chao smiled bitterly at those two, "This is a little thing. Try to change your appearance to become like a monster. But Qin Chao dare not said it because he doesn't want people to treat him as a monster. Forget it, I'm not feeling well, I'm going to ask Electric Baton Wong for a leave this afternoon. Wow, you just come to work for a few days, already asking for a leave. Your relationship with Electric Baton Wong is not good, be careful, he will deduct your attendance. Let him do what he wants. Qin Chao doesn't care, he have bigger things to think. What would Electric Baton think of him taking a leave, is such a trivial matter comparing the problem that he now faces. While Qin Chao is having his cultivation problem, Manhwa also has his own headache. Where is that Ho Tian? I already fucking waited for him for a day, even his shadow doesn't show up, did he failed his job? Manhwa sits in a KTV, karaoke place, his arm is hugging the yesterday's girl, a bottle of beer fell to the ground, crassly said. Youngster Fong, we already wait for a day and night, never found him. Another man standing in front of him looks to be a hotel manager, respectfully and carefully answering him. F***ck, even this little thing he can't accomplish, what's the use of me having him? Manhwa pinched the chest of the woman beside him, hard, because of it, that woman's face became distorted, but she still not dare to utter even a single word. Youngster Fong, don't get angry, you should not be angry. The manager quickly said, he did went to do as you said, but when his men came back, they all shouting some crazy thing, like a lunatic. But he himself didn't come back with them, listening to what his men said, they all said that he has been eaten by a ghost. F***ck his mother's D***ck, Manhwa is furious, he picked up a beer bottle on the table and slammed it hard until it break on the head of that manager, the woman screams and fall on top of the large and luxurious sofa, the manager seems to be a martial arts master, he just act as if nothing happened. Even though his head is bleeding and blood pouring his face, he just pick up a white towel, and press it on top of the wound. F***ck your mother C***nt, they think that I, Manhwa, was a fool to believe their excuses. Manhwa was shouting inside the KTV room, this time, the doors suddenly opened, a woman wearing a very fashionable clothes rushes in. She is followed by a man in a suit, his face is pale with fright while his mouth keeps apologizing again and again. Youngster Fong, really sorry, this woman don't heed my do not come in warning, she just rushes in, she claims to be your girlfriend. Chapter 14 I want to eat pickled cabbage with white meat. My girlfriend? Manhwa laughed, ha ha ha, damn funny, my girlfriends are many, how can I remember which is which? Manhwa, when you chased me, didn't you said you will love me for a lifetime, didn't you said you wanted to bring me to meet your parents, didn't you said you want to marry me, this woman is quite beautiful, when she moves forward to look at the situation better, she saw that Manhwa is sitting with another woman. At this time, her face went pale, even with her makeup, her inner confusion can clearly be seen. Marry you? Manhwa's face suddenly become very strange, he disdainfully looks at the woman, who by now already had teary eyes, and yells, you Qian, you peasant girl, going out with you was my mistake. When I play with a woman I always said that, how could you blame me for it? You look in the mirror, look at your background, how could it match with my Fong family background? F***ck, go clean up the toilet for me, looking at you make me feel dirty. This Yu Qian, was precisely Lu Chuan's former girlfriend, hearing this abuse, her eyes suddenly become red, and she burst into tears. She suddenly went a little crazy, pick up the handle of her LV bag, and start trying to hit Manhwa in the face. Beast, you're a beast. Yu Qian hit him while crying and cursing him at the same time. Stinking the *tch, already give you face. Manhwa's head was hit, suddenly he become furious, he snatched the LV bag that was given by him previously and kick her with his foot so that she fall flat on the sofa. D***mn, you ungrateful B***tch, where do you think your beautiful dress coming from, who's the one giving you stuff that make you become like a princess? Manhwa while holding his head, pointing to Yu Qian, who is lying on the sofa, he said to the man wearing a suit that comes in a moment ago, find some of the brothers, tell them to play with her a few rounds. Yu Qian hearing this, cannot even utter a single word, she just watched in horror how Manhwa shows his true evil face. This is the man who, gently holding her hand yesterday, buying her everything she wants. This is the man who, make love to her yesterday several times, slept together with her. Nobody here dares to reject Manhwa's order. Soon, many hoodlums come in following that man in a suit. They seem to be drunk. Watching Yu Qian, who was still lying on the sofa, they suddenly chuckled. This time, Yu Qian suddenly thinking to escape, but it was too late, the brothers already surrounding her. Soon, they started to rip off Yu Qian's clothes, and then they begin to throw themselves onto her hot body. Aa. Yu Qian piercing wail was heard, she curse at Manhwa, who currently are laughing at the side. Manhwa, you beast, you'll not die well, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Ha ha ha. Manhwa laughed while he ripped the clothes of the woman that has been with him previously, spanked her ass, then make her service him. At the same time, he arrogantly said, I don't believe in any ghosts, even if they exist, I'll just spend money to make it disappeared. D*MN, you guys, F*CK her already, F*CK her hard. Ah. Qin Chao, who was sleeping on his bed, suddenly woke up. He has read the memory of that devil sect elder, and he also knew about the matter of cultivation. This matter is like this. There was once an old devil named Luoda, he was an awesome sect elder of the demon sect. His power was really strong, an awesome flying immortal. But his body was then destroyed by the combination of the 8 big sects that besiege him, his soul was then sealed by them. Many years later, because of an accident, vase accident, Qin Chao's body became possessed by Luoda's soul, almost losing his mind, later on, to become like a zombie. Luckily, that day he was saved by Su Ji's prayer beads, with its power, forcibly destroyed this 1,000 years old devil god's soul. This can only happen because, at that time when Luoda's soul possessed Qin Chao, his soul was just coming out from his captivity, thus was still very weak. If his soul was to be nurtured undisturbed, in the future it can bring out the power of a devil god. Unfortunately for Luoda, because of an unforeseen accident, his soul was eradicated by a small Buddhist prayer bead. Therefore, his powerful divine yang essence was left inside Qin Chao's body. However, this power is too big, it cannot be absorbed by Qin Chao immediately. But along with his increasing capability, this power that was left behind by Luoda, eventually, will be absorbed completely, thus allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the devil path. But why such powerful prayer bead was used by Su Ji? She looks like just an ordinary person. If she is a cultivator, why she can't even handle a few hoodlums? Thinking about this make his head hurt. Thus, he simply set this aside, don't want to think about it now. Qin Chao also understood about his natural-born devil body. This natural-born devil body actually means that he is a genius when it comes to learning the devil path's cultivation system. One must know that when it comes to human cultivation, it goes against the heaven's will, therefore, it is really difficult to do. Also, when a human is practicing cultivation, one must let one's mind calm down, with single-hearted devotion, trying to push one's vigor to complete the small and big circulation inside the body. If one's mind is not stable, one will not be able to complete one's vigor circulation, thus unable to practice. Meanwhile, the one who have natural devil body, when practicing devil path, they have 2 big advantages. The first one is, they can absorb soul, increasing their chi, they then can use it to make a breakthrough to the next stages of the 9 layer of heaven's realm. The second big advantages are, the chi in their body can automatically move according to the circulation trajectory, even without having a calm mind, therefore, their chi can continuously complete the circulation. In other words, once someone with natural devil body enter the path of cultivation, their advancement are leaps and bounds. Others need to practice for a year, they only need a month to achieve the same result. To be honest, Qin Chao still don't believe all of this. After all of this came to him a little too abruptly. But he decides to try it, because even if he don't want to become a cultivator, he didn't want his body to change into a green-eyed, scaled skin monster, thus unable to live a normal life. Among the cultivator, the quickest way to reach the next stages is by using the external medicine as a supplement. In the cultivation realm, for example, there are 3 elixirs: human golden pellet, earth spirit pellet, and heaven immortal pellet. This pellet, even if using just one, can cause a stir in the cultivator's stage. But Qin Chao is a little security guard. Where could he get such a good thing? After thinking it over, his mind finally comes up with a crazy idea. That is to find an opportunity to absorb someone's soul. A person with natural devil body, couldn't he absorb ghost's soul to increase his vigor? As to where to look for a ghost, didn't Hu Lily said the school is haunted? When he get night shift, he will look for that ghost. D****, in any case, I'm now a devil chief of a devil path, how can I be afraid of a little hairy ghost? He then pulls out the book given by Rosie, 9 Secret Law. This wire-bound book looks old, but unexpectedly it still exudes a fresh ink smell. Although its writing uses an ancient script, but it's not difficult to read by Qin Chao, who is a Chinese literature graduate. But this book seems to consist of 2 parts. The first part consists of various devil's attack method. Qin Chao cannot learn this part yet. The second part teach about the 9 methods of practicing cultivation. Each method correspond with 9 layers of heaven. Basic shape, tempered chi, divine concentration, foundation building, divine ability, return to the origin, golden body, thunder catcher, flying immortal. Just like what Rosie talked before, devil path consists of 9 stages: devil chief, devil spirit, devil intelligence, devil catcher, devil witch, devil lord, devil king, devil emperor, and devil god. Each stage corresponds to 9 layers of heaven. For instance, he is now a devil chief, his corresponding cultivation method is basic shape. For devil spirit stage, the method is tempered vigor, devil intelligence, divine concentration, and so on until the last stage, devil emperor, corresponds with flying immortal. If he successfully builds his base, he will be like that devil Luoda. But everything is difficult at the beginning. He began to practice the first method, basic shape, accordingly. Soon he felt a surge of warm air inside his body. This is probably the legendary qi that people always talked about. Sure enough, this stream of warm air begins to move following a strange line inside the body of Qin Chao. After Qin Chao more or less understand the direction of the practice, he completed the qi circulation once again. After that he started to prepare to sleep, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next day. In any case, he has natural devil body, his qi will continue to revolve according to the method that he had just learned, he do not need to consciously move it. This time, he suddenly heard an excited, aha sound coming from his next-door neighbor's room. It floats gently into Qin Chao's ear. Damn, the F***king is starting again. Qin Chao quickly jump out of the bed and start to throw pillows on the wall. You bully me who are still single, tomorrow I'll buy an inflatable doll that can talk back. Let's see between the 2 of us, who will last longer. While Qin Chao is still angry, suddenly there's a knock coming from his door, startling him. It's 7 o'clock now, already dark outside. Who's knocking on the door? Who? It's the middle of the night. The water and electric bill have been paid. Qin Chao is still angry. The one who knocks on the door naturally become the target for him to vent his anger. A weak voice coming from outside the door. Qin Chao Gij, it's me. Ah. Li Na. Qin Chao scared suddenly jump up, seeing himself only wearing underwear. He quickly pulls out a pair of jeans from his closet and hurriedly put them on. Qin Chao Gij, are you inside? This little girl continued to knock on the door, panicking him. He quickly put on a t-shirt. I'm here, you wait. Qin Chao is wearing his clothes in panic and quickly run to the door. Sure enough, in the dark hallway outside, stood an enchanting little beauty. At this time, Li Na is wearing pink loose pajamas, made from 100% cotton, wrapped around her petite beautiful body. Because the pajamas are too loose, when a small wind blew through the hallway, Qin Chao's eyes almost fell out. Although the little girl's chest is not big, AB size is not small either. That subtle ravine, and a faint fragrant smell, certainly able to penetrate Qin Chao's fragile psychological barrier. Chin Chow Gij, let me in, it's cold. A burst of small breeze just now makes Li Na arm folded, slightly shivering. That woke Chin Chow up. He quickly let her inside and closed the door. Little girl, why come to me this late at night? Chin Chow asked. My mom was on a business trip, and I have no place to eat, so I have to take refuge with Chin Chow Gij. She curled up on the sofa, like a cute little cat, pathetically said. She curled up in there and didn't notice that her pink bud can be seen out by Chin Chow. Ahem. Chin Chow suddenly feels his blood flow currently going to his lower body parts. Then you wait a bit, I'll cook for you. Then, he rushed into the kitchen, opened the dishwashing faucet, and washed his face a couple of times. When he looked up and saw himself in the mirror, he immediately shocked. He saw his hair already turned red, his eyes glowing with green light. Although his skin has not changed into scales yet, his hand already become longer and started to resemble a claw. Chin Chow Gij, what delicious meal are you cooking for me tonight? Immediately Chin Chow becomes stunned. Unexpectedly this little girl started to bounce while walking into his kitchen. Hey, you can't come in, can't come in. Chin Chow became panic and began to walk back step by step while shaking his hand. Ha ha ha, Chin Chow Gij, you're very funny, I'm not going to molest you. Li Na laughs her head off, flashing her chests unknowingly. Chin Chow becomes surprised. Looking back at the mirror, he saw himself already returned to his normal appearance. He breathed a sigh of relief. He pulls out a chilled pickled cabbage from the fridge, and started to cut it into pieces, said, you'll eat white meat with pickled cabbage this time. Great, great, Li Na laughed, revealing her two cute front teeth, remember to put plenty of meat. Eating a lot of meat, don't you afraid to get fat? Chin Chow spent a lot of money to bought this meat, so he has been reluctant to eat it. But Li Na's mother was always traveling, so he took pity on her. He then took out the frosted meat and put it in the microwave to thaw it. Although it's only a pickled cabbage with white meat, I think it's better than most other food. Li Na looks eagerly at Chin Chow, who are still chopping the cabbage. Cut, you talked as if you already tasted many other foods. Chin Chow scratched her nose playfully, scoffed. Hey hey. Li Na scrunched up, no longer talk. Where's your gentle mother go on her business trip right now? She goes to Jingyang. Li Na lying on the kitchen table, smilingly watched Chin Chow's red face. Mom said her garment business is doing good right now, so she went to Jingyang to buy more goods. Your mother is really restless. Chin Chow began to cut the meat. His ability to cook comes from his hometown in northeastern area and the necessity to be frugal. He is deliberately staring at the knife, not looking at Li Na's scenery. At the same time, he secretly muttered, this little girl didn't know how to avoid arousing other people. Moreover, I'm still young and healthy, it's really hard to withstand it. Chapter 15. Both are villain. Pickled cabbage with white meat. Chin Chow has completed his cooking, carrying the steaming hot food to the table. Li Na couldn't wait any longer. She quickly picked up the chopstick and took out the largest piece of meat, stuffed it into her mouth. Ah, so hot. Li Na cried, opening her mouth, and tried to fan her mouth with her hand. Greedy cat, that's just cooked, of course it's hot. Chin Chow scratched her nose. Here, this is yesterday's steamed bun, I just warmed it, enough to fill your hunger. Hee hee, there's Chin Chow Gij cooking for me, it's really nice. Li Na shook out her little tongue, grimacing, and said, if only Chin Chow Gij would cook for me every day, that would be even more nice. Come on, your mom would kill me with her frying pan. Chin Chow quickly shook his head, her smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal, laughing. That can't be, my mom really is a gentle person. Really gentle, very gentle. Chin Chow picks up a bowl of hot soup and gives it to Li Na. The two were silent, and soon they already swept clean all the food that Chin Chow just made. Oh yeah, Chin Chow Gij, one more thing, I would like to trouble you. Li Na made a very cute burp, covering her mouth, and then stole a glance at Chin Chow. She saw he was concentrating on the soup, not paying attention to herself. Her smiling face gone, quickly replaced with some sadness. Gulp gulp. Qin Chao drinks a big bowl of soup, feels really satisfied, and look at Li Na. What, don't need to be polite with me, quickly say it. There will soon be a third-year student review stage, and the teachers want to meet the parents, to talk about the student learning situation. Qin Chao Gij, when the time comes, I want you to come. Qin Chao froze for a moment. I go. What about your mom? She recently travels a lot, really busy, it makes her tired. This school matter, I can't bear to let her worry. Okay, no problem. Qin Chao and Li Na's mother both understand that this child is more precocious than the other kids, also more sensible. When that time come, just give me a call. Qin Chao patted her head. Kid, really thoughtful of you. What kid? These are not small. Li Na swatted Qin Chao's hand and straightened her small chest. Ahem. Qin Chao took one look at her cup and cleaned up the dishes, said, although it is quite small, still has room for development. Go to hell, Qin Chao Gij is a big pervert. Li Na lowers her head. She feels really happy that Qin Chao pays attention to her, but also feel bashful at the same time. Her face becomes red like a ripe apple, make people cannot help but want to take a bite. Qin Chao makes a hollow laugh and quickly went to the kitchen. You should go home now, it's already dark, past time for you to sleep. Qin Chao shouted while washing the dishes. Yes. Li Na stood up, pouted, and walked 3 steps toward the door. At this time, from the outside window suddenly come crashing down a lightning strike, really close, the whole sky are being illuminated, reflecting a pale cloud. Following the lightning outside, the room suddenly plunge into darkness. Ah! Darkness and lightning are natural enemies of a woman, Li Na is no exception. She screamed and fled into the kitchen to find Qin Chao. Qin Chao Gij, where are you? Here here. Qin Chao, actually not afraid, shouted. His eyes have no problem looking in the dark, and everything can be seen clearly. That's when he saw Li Na, who wore pink pajamas, broke through the kitchen, and directly bump into his chest, tightly hugging his waist. Qin Chao Gij, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Qin Chao quietly asked the little girl in his arm. The lightning, the power outage. Li Na muttered. Qin Chao Gij, what's going on with you? Actually, I am a ghost. Qin Chao is suddenly grimacing, stretching out his tongue, and make a throaty voice. Ah! Li Na scared, tears welled up her eyes, and she suddenly jumped back out, picked up the nearby flat pan and walloped it on Qin Chao's head. Ah! *T, even with the protective power of his body, this hit was so hard, even Li Na became startled because of it. Ah! Qin Chao Gij, are you alright? Li Na throws out the flat pan, cried sincerely and rushes to touch Qin Chao's head. It's okay. Qin Chao waved his hand. I practiced iron head skill, it's nothing. Hoo, I'm afraid. This little girl hugged him and started to cry. Qin Chao felt helpless, but felt a bit strange. This late autumn night, how could there be a flash of lightning? Alright, stop crying, I'll take you to bed to sleep. Qin Chao helps Li Na wipe her tears, said. No, I'm afraid, I don't want to go to sleep. Li Na desperately holds on to Qin Chao, not letting him go. Qin Chao pours out sweats, hurriedly said. How could this be? If your mom found out, you'll have to bury me. Don't care. Li Na starts to move upward, her head rubbing Qin Chao's chest. It's only for tonight. My mom will not come back until tomorrow, she would not know. It's not good, you're not afraid I'll make mistakes. Qin Chao thought, with him being a young male, and her a young female, stays together in one room for a night, what if he turns into a monster? It's okay Qin Chao Gij, Li Na suddenly lowered her voice, said coyly, whatever you want. Beast blood boiling. Qin Chao has the urge to nosebleed right now. Suddenly, 2 heads appear next to Qin Chao, one patting small wings, the other one wore small horns. Attack at once. Attack at once. The little horns on the side started to howl. Form is emptiness, emptiness is a form, Qin Chao, you have to hold back. The little wings advised him. Holding back eating. Ha! Little horns immediately shouted, as the saying goes, don't hold back what should happen naturally. Qin Chao, I'm with you tonight. You're a sex maniac. Little wings become furious, don't you always consider Li Na as your little sister? You know nothing. Both of you cut it out. Qin Chao with a thought make the two of them disappear and then said. Dead girl, this is a serious matter, don't make a joke of it. Hey, Li Na made a face in the dark, just testing your character. You passed it, so this little miss will sleep here tonight. Then, she pulls out her cell phone, turned out its light, then hurriedly ran back toward Qin Chao's bedroom. I sleep in the bedroom, and you sleep on the sofa. Hey, you wait. Qin Chao suddenly remembered that he put the 9 Secret Law book on top of his bed. He quickly ran back to grab it and stuffed it into the closet. Qin Chao Gij, what are you doing? The little girl then runs in to see Qin Chao rushing around, quickly asked. Hee, it's nothing, the weather is cold, I'll give you an extra blanket. Qin Chao then pretends to pull out a blanket from inside the closet and spread it on the bed. Qin Chao Gij is really careful. Li Na, slippery like a snake, strip out and quickly go inside the blanket, and, pretending as if nothing had happened casually said, Qin Chao Gij, why don't you sleep in here too? Ask me again when you grow up, I'm not interested in a small-chested girl. Qin Chao quickly retorted her, making Li Na fumes. While the two of them are bickering, from the next door room, suddenly, a heavy breathing sound was heard. The two people fell silent. With Qin Chao night vision, he can clearly see Li Na's flushed face. Ahem, perhaps the neighbor are doing an exercise. Qin Chao coughs twice, trying to break the embarrassment. Qin Chao Gij, I'm going to sleep now. Good, go to sleep, go to sleep. Seeing the girl signaling him to leave, he quickly left the room, closed the door and put his head to lie down on the sofa. Huffed, it's really stimulating. Qin Chao is lying on the couch, his eyes suddenly in a trance. For a long time, no woman had been sleeping in my bedroom. Qin Chao remembers his former girlfriend. Just 1 month after graduation, she left him. He remembers she likes to eat beef steak that was cooked by him. Since the breakup, never once did he eat any variation of food made from beef. Just when he lost in thoughts, his nose suddenly picked up a familiar scent. At this time, a soft tender body suddenly appears on top him, gently stroking his chest. Hey handsome, long night tonight isn't it? No one is accompanying you, do you want beauty to accompany you? Rosie, why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Without even opening his eyes, Qin Chao already recognizes her. Although he is *** strong, he doesn't want any physical relationship with the devil. So he reaches out, pushed down Rosie's body from him. Really, heartless. Rosie lies down on the edge of the sofa, curls her hip, breathes out an orchid fragrance and whisper near Qin Chao's ear. I know, you wanted to taste the young beauty who is sleeping in that room. Actually, I tasted good too, don't you wish to feel it? Rosie, stop saying this nonsense. Qin Chao frown, twist around his body, facing his back toward that devil woman. But Rosie's body suddenly turned into smoke, it reappears in front of Qin Chao's face again. Want to taste that little girl, is really easy. You only need to make a wish to me, even if she is a nun, I can easily turn her into an animal in heat. How about it, don't you want to give it a try? Cut the C** rap. Qin Chao sat up from the sofa, staring in front of Rosie, said, if you dare to mess with her, I'll cut off your skin. Also, you always come close to me, what exactly is your purpose? Qin Chao is not a fool, he does not believe a devil woman want to help a natural-born devil body like him for no reason. Ah, don't be so heartless. Rosie turns into smoke and reappears in Qin Chao's sofa, then wriggles into his arms, gently said, you have many people competing to make you their client, that makes you paramount for me, so, of course, I will help you. Ahem, I can't believe a word coming from a devil. Ah, aren't you also a little devil chief? Fart. Speak, what is your real intention? Ha ha ha, Rosie let out a string of silvery laughter, charmingly said, men like you, really smart and irritating. Can't tell you right now, when the time comes, I'll tell you. With that, Rosie's body turned into smoke, completely disappear from the room. Chapter 16 Tractor's Power. The next day, Qin Chao take the little girl to her school, then go back to work at Guanyuan school. Sure enough, as he expected, when he arrived at school, he immediately attracts the scolding from Electric Baton Wang. This is called adding insult to injuries. He obviously had asked for a leave yesterday because of feeling unwell, but this Electric Baton Wang didn't even consider it. He still got a cut in attendance, causing his salary to be deducted 50 yuan. Qin Chao is fuming with anger, but he don't have a place or someone to vent it. He finally just strolls around the campus, asking the students about the haunted second-floor male dormitory building. But these students seemingly did not want to talk about it at all. When Qin Chao asked them, they only fell silent, or said that they don't know all about it. This makes Qin Chao even more annoyed. It seems like he needs to wait until his night shift duty, to learn about what happened. Qin Ji. Just when Qin Chao about to become frustrated, this overweight kid Lu Chuan found him, smiled and handed over a pack of cigarette. Here, Qin Ji, smoke. You kid won a lottery? Qin Chao stared at him, pushed back his cigarette. I don't smoke, you keep it. Hey, Qin Ji, you don't know, Yu Qian finally talked to me. Lu Chuan was excited, and his plump face is smiling wide. What did she talk to you? Qin Chao frowned. This Yu Qian isn't she went with Fang Hua, how come she's willing to talk back to this poor boy Lu Chuan? She asked me if I still love her. Lu Chuan is smiling, said, in fact, of course, I still love her, we grew up together since childhood, my feelings for her is really deep. But at that time, I was still upset, plus I want to save my face a little, you know how us man have to hold up a certain face. So, I got loose tongued and said no to her. As a result, her eyes were red, and she ran away. Qin Ji, I know you are a good person, can you help me apologize to her. Lu Chuan is holding his hand, making an obeisance gesture several times to Qin Chao. Qin Chao quickly took his hand, stopping him, and with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, said, you said you want to be with her, what face do you have to save? What if what you said makes her sad, what if she's inconsolable and do some things rash? Impossible. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hand, I know Yu Qian for a long time, she's very timid, she cannot do something rashly. Please help me out Qin Ji, please. Seeing Lu Chuan's pleading look, Qin Chao could not help but relent down. Alright, I'll help you this time, later on, you must pay attention when dealing with a woman, you have to use a persuade method, never use the saving one's face method. Yes, Qin Ji's lessons, I'll certainly apply it in the future. Can attract Yu Qian back, Lu Chuan obviously jubilant. While both of them still speaking, from outside of school's gate, suddenly comes a chugging voice, startling both of them. The other students near the front gate also feel curious, they want to know where that sound is coming from. Subsequently, the source of that noise finally shows up. It showed a middle-aged man wearing a blue jacket, cotton shoes, driving a red tractor, pulling a load of cabbage on its tailback, along with smoke and dust, stop in front of the school's gate while its engine's still chugging. Because Guanyuan school location is close to the suburbs, it's not far away from the surrounding farmland, so a tractor that passed by is nothing new. But this middle-aged man stops his tractor, sat on it, turned toward the stunned security guard that is guarding the gate, and starts to ask him. Tell me, big brother, do you know the second-year economic and trade student named Lu Chuan, where is his class? That security guard that is guarding the gate right now is the youngest security guard, he is only 17 to 18 years of age. The few words that the middle-aged farmer asked him, suddenly make him confuse. I don't know. It is a common knowledge that, there are no permanent classes in university, there's only permanent dorm room. Excuse me then, I'm going to call him. That middle-aged farmer said, then took out the latest iPhone from his pocket, startling that young security guard. He thought, shoot, my salary is only $4,000 a month, can't afford such phone. This farmer's situation can't be judged just by looking at his appearance. Afterward, Electric Baton Wong comes out from the security room, shouting at that farmer. Hey, where do you come from? This is the school's entrance, cars are not allowed stop here. Dude, can't just talk nonsense. That middle-aged farmer touched his beloved mule, said, this is my tractor, not a car. Electric Baton Wong were speechless. After a long silence, he erupted. Forbidden, tractor also forbade. This is school's gate, all kinds of vehicles cannot park here. Ah, I get it. That middle-aged farmer nodded, next time I come, I'll bring my donkey here. This Electric Baton Wong immediately go away, it looks like he was made speechless by that farmer. At this time, Lu Chuan runs outside of school, shouting at that farmer. Dad, why do you come here? You little bastard, why can't I come? After that middle-aged farmer saw Lu Chuan, although his face is full of joy, he still not forget to burst a curse, his mannerism opposite from before. Your mom misses you so much, and she fears that you suffered hardships in school. So she told me to bring you your favorite food, roast potatoes, here take it. I have to go to the market, the cabbage price is good now, so I must sell all of this. After that, that middle-aged man took out a burlap bag full of roast potatoes from inside his tractor, then put it on Lu Chuan's hands. Just when Lu Chuan took over the burlap bag, his sweat suddenly pouring out, the bag almost fell out of his hand, smashing his feet. You little bastard, you even don't have the strength to hold this bag. His dad was furious, he single-handedly picked up the bag full of potatoes and let Lu Chuan hug it. I'll help, hee. Qin Chao also comes over, with only one hand he quickly take over the bag from Lu Chuan and lightly hold it in his hand. Wow, young man, your strength is not bad. Lu Chuan's father patted Qin Chao's shoulder, many thanks. Then he turned his head and asked Lu Chuan, already make up with that you family's daughter? Aren't you apologized to her yet? She's still in class. Lu Chuan is sweating profusely, quickly replied. You see, other people's daughter went to class, diligently learn. Compares to you, this kid, just play outside, skipping class, next time I know you skipped classes, I'll break your leg. This middle-aged farmer couldn't help himself not to burst foul language, but he quickly continued with a frank talk, brat, I'll tell you. That girl's father is a war veteran, not until he's 40 years old did he have a child, so this girl is very precious to him. If I know you don't treat this you family's daughter good, I'll break both your legs. Then, after thanking the security guard once again, he board his trusty red tractor and go away. Your dad is fascinating. Qin Chao standing beside Lu Chuan and patting his shoulder, then he raises the bag in his hand, your cigarette, I don't want, these potatoes, I'll take a few of it. I also come from the rural area, likes to eat this too. Hey, if Qin Ji wants it, why don't you take all of it? That can't be, this is a gift from your mother. Qin Chao took out about 4 or 5 potatoes, then give the bag back to Lu Chuan, look at you, what your dad said is true, such a big body, unexpectedly the strength is lacking. These potatoes are still warm, Qin Chao remembers his childhood, in the countryside, his grandfather used to make potatoes like this for him, especially if it roasted directly over the charcoal, the little bit charcoal taste makes it really delicious. Lu Chuan immediately becomes distressed, although he grew up in the farmhouse, his mother always spoils him, never let him did farm work. This bag of potatoes is really going to kill him. Lu Chuan next time tell your father, he can't park his vehicles or his animals in front of school's gate. After making sure that the tractor already went far away, that Electric Baton Wong quickly shouts at Lu Chuan. Yes, Director Wong, I understand. Lu Chuan couldn't afford to antagonize this security director, nods again and again. Electric Baton Wong grunted, then turned back to the security room. Qin Chao looked at his back, smiled faintly. At this time, the campus is suddenly bustling with noise. A lot of people ran to the business studies classroom building, seems like they're trying to see something. Hey you, student, what is happening here? Qin Chao becomes curious, quickly asked. A woman wants to jump from the top of business studies classroom building, I must hurry to see it. Otherwise, if I miss this, I'll never be able to see someone jump from the top of the building, I'll regret it for my entire life. This student heartlessly said, and then he quickly ran away. Jumping? Qin Chao had a scare, because when he went to college, he never saw anything like this. Northerners' child's mind are strong, no matter what troubles them, they would never resort to this jumping from the top of the building thing. Cut, jumping from the high building, who's going to believe it? Lu Chuan laughs, in this school, whose family is lacking money, they all guaranteed to live a comfortable life, who's willing to jump from the high building. The two of them surprisingly agrees on something. Suddenly the security room's door burst open, Electric Baton Wang and many other security guards run towards that business studies building in panic. Chen Yang is the last one to come out, seeing Qin Chao, he suddenly shout. Oh, my handsome man, why are you still standing here? Quickly go to the business studies building, there's a female student from School of Commerce on top of it. If she jumps down, she'll die happy, but our monthly bonuses will be scrapped. Then, he run out with Lu Xing, swiftly disappear from Qin Chao's eyes. Shoot! Someone is really trying to jump down. The two of them believe now. Qin Chao grabbed the potatoes bag from Lu Chuan's hand and hurriedly put it in the security room, and said, Go, we must take a look, mustn't let any accident happen. The two of them run all the way to the business studies building. Sure enough, there, on the roof of the 7-story building, a woman with long black hair, is standing straight. With Qin Chao's amazing eyesight, he saw the woman is wearing a designer clothes, carrying an LV bag in her hand. The woman looks quite pretty, although not on the beautiful level, but in this school, there must be quite a lot of men that pursued her. Qin Chao really did not understand, why a woman with such a good condition, want to end her life. Qin Chao, you're coming too. Hu Lily and Fong Wen, two little girls side by side, enchantingly stood in front of Qin Chao. Yes, such a big matter happened here, I cannot not come. Who's the girl on the top, do you know her? I don't know. Hu Lily shook her head, then said, but I heard that she's from business studies faculty, logistic class, a second-year student, named Yu Qian. Chapter 17 Fall from the Top. What? Lu Chuan was shocked, his pair of small eyes is frightened. His hands shake, causing several of the roasted potatoes fall down to the ground, and it rolls until it hits Qin Chao's feet. How is it possible? Qian Shi, how she would commit suicide. Don't be silly, look again. Qin Chao quickly mentioned a sentence and grabbed that 200-pound kid, pick him up and hurriedly rushing inside toward the business studies top floor building. What are you doing? Who told you to go? The electric baton Wang is waving his electric baton, with a bunch of other security guards stands in front of Qin Chao. I think you are the one who's unauthorized. Qin Chao could not help but cursed, kicking that electric baton Wang aside, this is Yu Qian's boyfriend, scram, if she really took out her own life, are you going to be responsible? Electric baton Wang is clutching his stomach, curl up on the ground, watching Qin Chao's eyes that are full of fear. This fearless man, who can't be scared by the power of authority or other common sense, unexpectedly he is filled with a sense of fear. Qin Ji, there is an elevator in the building. One of the security guard, admiring Qin Chao's action, ignores this electric baton Wang order and, said to Qin Chao. Well, thank you. Qin Chao didn't delay anymore, he picked up Lu Chuan again and quickly went inside the business studies building. At this time, electric baton Wang is still laying on the ground, and because of his peculiar posture, attracts many nearby students to take a photo snap of him. He tries to cover his face with his hand, but it was too late. Don't shoot. Don't take photos. Having been kicked by Qin Chao, it took him a long time to regain his breath again, tried to crawl up from the ground, and feebly cried. But the students ignores his cries, they continue to take photos of him. There will sure be many of his photos appears tomorrow. At this time, Su Fei heard the news and rushed together with Qin Ling to the scene. How could this happen? This beautiful director is holding her glasses, her pale blue eyes, reveals a trace of shock. This Guan Yuan school has been around for a decade, this is the first time there is a student who wants to jump off the building. Actually there is a very strange phenomenon, the more obscure the university is, the less of its students tried to commit suicide. Perhaps the students there are in a better state of mind, they just casually attend college, there are no pressures or stresses. Su Fei's Guan Yuan school, also like that, only students from rich family attended here because of the expensive tuition, therefore a student suicide case is really a rare occurrence. If this student really jumps, then the school reputation will certainly be affected. Quickly call the police. Su Fei gave Qin Ling an order. The later nodded, took out her phone to call the police. Afterward, Su Fei looks at Electric Baton Wang who was laying on the ground, this angers her who think that he didn't do something about the situation. This beauty, while wearing high heels, moved to shoves the crowds aside, arrives at the side of Electric Baton Wang. Director Su. Electric Baton Wang seeing Su Fei immediately gawks. This time in late autumn, the weather is getting colder, Su Fei didn't dare to display his beautiful legs but opt for black stockings instead. But this pair of legs with stockings, actually make her even more attractive. Electric Baton Wang tried to be subtle, fearing he might be caught peering at that thigh. Su Fei suddenly becomes angry, she kicks that Electric Baton Wang, with her high heels, on his stomach. Although this beauty's strength is small, but with her strong heels, she's still able to make that Electric Baton Wang screams loudly. What are you doing just laying in here, this is an emergency time. If that student is dead, you can forget about being security director anymore. Director Su, Director Su. Electric Baton Wang shiver in fright, quickly screams, this guy Qin Chao kicked me really hard, I can't get up. Qin Chao. Su Fei remembered that he had hired a security guard 2 days ago, suddenly frowned and asked, where is he? They're all upstairs. Electric Baton Wang voice fall, Su Fei immediately looked up through the lenses, tried to look at the building's roof. At this time, Qin Chao and Lu Chuan is on the roof, standing on top of the platform. Qian, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Lu Chuan's legs have gone soft, he is sitting on the platform, leaning his body against Qin Chao, shouting at Yu Qian. Dogs left over, Yu Qian is leaning on the railing, she turned to look back, her bleak eyes are looking at Lu Chuan. When Qin Chao saw her, he suddenly drifting a bit nostalgic. But Qin Chao didn't lose his attention, this Lu Chuan, nicknamed as Dogs Leftover, almost make him laugh out loud. But now is not the time to laugh, he still need to rescue the girl. Go, keep talking to her. Qin Chao saw that Lu Chuan's lip has turned blue, apparently he is too frightened to say a word. He gave him a little kick and angrily said. Qian. Lu Chuan suddenly wakes up, and loudly shout, don't do anything stupid, if you're gone what am I going to do? We had a deal, to marry, to raise children on the farmhouse. If we had a boy we let him work on the field, if a girl we let her work on the corn inside. You cannot die. Regarding Lu Chuan's ambition, Qin Chao was thoroughly speechless. But he hopes that, this seemingly warm words, can raise Yu Qian's spirit. Dogs Leftover, Yu Qian laugh a little, you're really a nice guy, with you, I feel very warm. At this time, she stretches out her right hand, showing the brand name of her clothes, and said, but you see, all of those things that you said, I don't like it at all. You're a nice young man, my family likes you, I also like you but, I want to be a rich woman. Money, my family have money. My family is the richest in the village, don't you know it? That's just small money. Can you afford to buy me a branded clothes like this? Can you afford to buy me an LV bag like this? No, you can't, you can only give me bags of roasted potatoes. While Yu Qian was saying this, her eyes suddenly looked misty, but Manhwa can, he can take me into the upper classes of society, Dogs Leftover, you know, when I wear those branded clothes, carrying an LV, those girls around me, they all looked at me differently. They don't consider me as a country girl anymore. In fact, all of them looked at me with envy. I like this feeling. It's like taking drugs. I became addicted towards these material things, full of greed. Dog's leftover, you are a good man, but you can't meet my requirements. Manhwa can, he really can. While Yu Qian is talking, she suddenly cried, her looks become really grim, but I don't know, that Manhwa is a beast. I know that as long as I'm alive, I could never take out my revenge. But if I died, I'll be an evil ghost, I can haunt him every day, making him restless. Ha, ha 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 ha. Yu Qian's cries began to turn into laughter, laughing really loud, making Qin Chao suddenly felt a chill. Qian, what did Manhwa do to you? You tell me, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Lu Chuan suddenly stood up when he heard that Manhwa has done something bad to Yu Qian. His eyes are full of anger, his mannerism has completely changed. If Qin Chao did not quickly hold him back, this overweight kid will surely rush down from this 7th-floor building, and directly find Manhwa to confront him. Dog's leftover, Yu Qian's face suddenly returned to normal, her eyes fall upon Lu Chuan, full of love. Don't fight with him, you're no match for him. You're a good guy, for me, you must continue to live. There will be a better girl that will love you back. My debt to you, I'll pay it in the afterlife. After saying that, Yu Qian stepped back one step, her whole body tilt backward, in the midst of the whistling wind, and the sound of shrieking from below, she falls down to the ground. Manhwa, you wait for me, she is in the mid-air, her eyes closed, with face full of love, her body is like a broken kite, fall down really fast to the ground. Qian. Lu Chuan becomes really scared, completely collapsed on the ground. When Yu Qian fell down, Qin Chao had rushed toward the railing. He stood near it, watching the ground from the top of that 7 floors building. This height really make him dizzy. Seeing Yu Qian's body falling down unexpectedly without knowing why, he actually jumped down together. He held out his hands to pull Yu Qian, whose eyes still closed, closer. Are you crazy? Rosie's figure suddenly appears in the middle of the air, but only Qin Chao can see her. This devil woman threw a kick, kicking back Qin Chao upward, directly toward one of the classrooms at the 7th floor. With a crash, his body enters the classroom, the glass shattered. The group of students in the class suddenly awake, releasing them from the old professor's hypnosis. They all look in horror as many pieces of glass smashes into the classroom along with Qin Chao's body in the middle of it. Fortunately, this is an optional course, so very few students are in it, and nobody seat near the window. Otherwise, with Qin Chao's momentum and that many pieces of glass, who already shattered the nearby desks and chairs, who knew how many will get hurt? Are you out of your mind? Do you think you are an immortal? Qin Chao lying on the ground, his forehead is full of blood, slashed by many pieces of glasses. Rosie is coldly standing in front of him, pointing at his nose to curse him. You are now just practicing basic shape method, haven't reached the devil spirit stage yet. Think about that carefully here. After that, Rosie turned into smoke and immediately disappeared from Qin Chao's eyes. Qin Chao was lying on the shattered window's glasses. He tries to get up, to look outside the window. He saw Yu Qian's body lying motionless on the ground below. There's a large puddle of crimson blood around her, seemingly trying to tell the others about this woman's grievances. The surrounding people scattered to the side, a lot of the girls are scared and cried out. Some people started to snap their phone to take a picture but was quickly snatched by the security. D***. Qin Chao frustration turned into anger, he walloped the windowsill. It suddenly appears a crack on it, making the teacher and the students in the room really scared. At this moment, Qin Chao becomes really motivated to increases his power. If he had had enough power, Yu Qian would not have died. He don't know what will happen to Lu Chuan, hope this guy will not commit suicide. Oh, no. Thinking of Lu Chuan, making Qin Chao suddenly scared, he quickly rushed out of the classroom and ran toward the top floor. This classroom already in a mess, the professor also terrified, staring blankly at the spectacles, asking the students in front of him. Did someone just come in? Chapter 18 Kong Kong appears. When Qin Chao arrived at the top of the building, he found Lu Chuan kneel on the ground. He seems to be in a very dark mood. Qin Chao saw that Lu Chuan hadn't followed Yu Qian to jump down, thus making him greatly relieved. Lu Chuan, Qin Chao did not know what to say to comfort this farmer's college student. If the old one doesn't go, the new won't come. Mn, after having this idea, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. Qin Ge, at this time, Lu Chuan raised his head, his plump face, full of tears and snot. His face began to twitch, apparently his crying is out of control. Qian Shi, Lu Chuan couldn't finish his sentence because of crying, while holding Qin Chao's leg, his meatball-like body squirm, constantly trembling. Restrain your grief, accept the fate. Qin Chao thinks for quite a while, although he is a Chinese literature graduate, after a lot of thinking and reasoning, he can only come up with these words. Later on, the police have also arrived, along with 120 ambulances. It's just that, this person already dead and cannot be revived again, unless using Lao Jun immortality pill, if not, even if Hua Tuo to appear, still cannot bring back Yu Qian's soul. Lao Jun, Taoist deity, Hua Tuo, famous doctor in Three Kingdom era. Su Fei stood off to the side, her heart is freezing cold, this cold spread through her blood and quickly spread all over her whole body. She looked at Yu Qian's body that was taken to the ambulance, while her hand, gripping the hand of Qin Ling. Both people's hands are cold, there was no warmth at all. The most shocking thing to her is not the death of Yu Qian, but what happened to the security guard Qin Chao. She was very clear that Qin Chao, in order to save Yu Qian, had followed her in jumping down the building. But she doesn't know why. Qin Chao got really lucky, a gust of wind managed to knock him back toward one of the classrooms on the 7th floor. Yu Qian, on the other hand, is not so lucky, she fell to the ground and went to the spirit world. Police have taken over here, they began to disperse the crowd and put the police line around Yu Qian's body. The reason for Yu Qian's suicide is still a mystery to almost all of the people there. Meanwhile, in the nearby underbrush, two female voices are having a light conversation. Elder sister, someone dies. This person is a fool, unexpectedly commits suicide. Being alive is so good, free and unrestrained. Don't talk nonsense. Another slightly more mature voice stopped her immediately, dead is a big thing. What's the big deal, many people die every day. That sister spoke again, we snake demon, practicing day and night, just to be able to prolong life so that one day can become immortal. Humans are stupid. At this moment, two snakes appear from that underbrush, they are the ones who were just talking. One of them is a white snake, and the other one is a flower snake. Jiao Jiao, how do you still have this desire? The mature woman's voice snapped, last night you went to kill humans, almost causing a disaster, was that not enough lessons? Only being hit by thunder, it's nothing. The white snake voice seems to tremble, but she still tries to be brave and said, I don't believe that's a heaven curse. Jiao Jiao, with this attitude how can you complete your cultivation training? The flower snake is giving a lecture to her sister, said, your 500 years of practice has made you near the cultivation threshold, if you fail to break through, you're doomed to be just a small snake demon. Master also said that, the two of us go down the mountain this time, is destined to encounter a forced marriage. If you continue to be hostile to humans, I'm afraid that forced marriage will turn into forced death. That old goat master word, I don't believe it. Jiao Jiao the snake's body twist on the ground several times, suddenly, she pleasantly surprised and said, elder sister look, the person on the rooftop, OMG, a natural devil body. This Jiao Jiao charming snake voice trembles, elder sister, if we could eat his devil essence, our power will surely enhance greatly. When the time comes, we weren't a demon anymore, but an immortal. Nonsense. The flower snake swatted the white snake's head with her tail, that person is a human, if we eat his devil essence, we will harm him, probably die in the process. Heartless and hurting human beings, Jiao Jiao, you will invite calamity. I don't believe it, I'll eat his devil essence. That Jiao Jiao snake twisted a few times, suddenly said, "This dead woman, her skin is actually pretty good. Hee, elder sister, if you're not willing to step in, then your younger sister will fetch it for you." Then, a burst of white smoke rose up, and that white snake's body suddenly becomes larger, then began to liquefy, slowly changed into a body of a woman, a beautiful naked woman. Her look, if Qin Chao and Lu Chuan could see, they will surely shout out, "Yu Qian. Not good to being naked." That white snake moves her hand, pointing at her discarded snake skin. Her snakeskin suddenly flew up, turned into a white dress, and wrapped around her graceful body. "Sister, wait for me, hee." The flower snake was dumbfounded. Having done all this, that Jiao Jiao snake turned into a white light, and disappeared from her line of sight. Nonsense. Really nonsense. Flower snake shivered. "No, I can't watch Jiao Jiao harm humans. However, where do I find someone to change my skin into?" While she's still in doubts, from the nearby dormitory, suddenly fall a picture of a naked little girl. This is an impressive picture of a just retired, but still famous, little girl, who is a favorite in the mind of many otaku, author, ahem, who's she exactly, I didn't need to say it. Hey, this woman looks nice. Then, a burst of colorful smoke also rose up, that flower snake body also began to expand, become as big as a regular bucket. Afterward, a wisp of a beautiful woman stood up from the grass. She points her hand to her discarded snake skin, that snakeskin, in turn, changed into a multicolored dress. And wrapped around her body. When the flower snake changed her form, the owner of the picture, a male student wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a fat body, is running out from the dormitory room. "Where's my picture?" From the grass, the human form of flower snake enchantingly stood in front of that man with glasses. This glasses man gasped, his mouth murmured, just saying 2 words. "Kong, Kong Kong. Apologize, making Mr. scared." This flower snake is giving her usual speech, "What happened today?" Huan Yang hopes that Mr. will forget it. Huan Yang doesn't want to hurt someone using spells, so Mr. does not need to be afraid. This glasses man have been shocked, but his mind thought that something is amiss. How can she speak Chinese? "Mister, I have something to do, we'll depart here." This snake demon named Huan Yang then turned into multicolored light, disappear from his sight. These glasses man became scared and collapsed to the ground. He drifted off, holding his eyes, muttered. It must be because of too much masturbating recently, having these hallucinations. Amitba, it seems like masturbating is harmful to the body, I must control it. At this time, Qin Chao is helping Lu Chuan coming down from the business studies rooftop. Lu Chuan is in a daze this whole time, unable to walk on his own, he is fully supported by Qin Chao. "Qin Ge, this Lu Chuan muttered, said, Jianqian's parents are 60 years old now, they already old. Moreover, her mom is not quite well. If they know that their only daughter is dead, what happens then?" Qin Chao has been patting Lu Chuan's shoulder the whole time, encouraging him to be strong. At this time, the playground began to bustle. They saw a woman wearing a colorful dress, walking slowly toward them. The nearby student who saw her, all become stupefied, freeze in place. "Kong Kong. Shoot, I'm not dreaming am I, Kong Kong come to our Guangyuan school. It's Kong Kong. Perhaps our school asked Kong Kong to be a spokesperson. Wow, a retired porn star. Sister Kong Kong, wifey, quickly look, it's Sister Kong Kong. Look your uncle. Kong Kong is nothing, I'm more beautiful than her." Huan Yang does not know that her borrowed face has caused such a big stir in the crowd. But when she saw that she was surrounded by a lot of people, with fingers pointing, she starts to feel something is not right. Excuse me, are you Kong Kong?" A short male student excitedly rushed forward, accompanied by the booing sound from the crowd, standing in front of Huan Yang. "I'm sorry, my name is Huan Yang, I'm not that Kong Kong." Huan Yang shook her head, she's really clever, immediately understood that her borrowed face is actually a famous human celebrity. She also feels a little strange, why a celebrity doesn't like to wear clothes. Kong Kong, Kong Kong. The surrounding students suddenly started to shout out, setting off a burst of sound waves. Kong Kong, please sign this. Kong Kong, we want to take a group selfie with you. Kong Kong, do you need a man? The students start to riot, making Huan Yang scare. Seeing these crazy students, she was forced to use her last resort. She rolls up her sleeve, holds her right index and middle finger in the air, and starts to draw a colorful light in the air. Fix. That light then moves to the top of each student's head, each and every one of them, then stood still, they can't even move their eyelids. But this spell didn't stop their mind from thinking, they all become alarmed. What is this, Harry Potter? Magic? Shoot, looks like this Kong Kong is actually *** a witch. Really sorry, Huan Yang was forced to use this spell on you. But Huan Yang will not hurt you, just want you to forget this matter. Then, Huan Yang fingers start to move again, draw a circle, those nearby student body, suddenly being swept by a colorful wind. Subsequently, the students began to get confused. Although they still recognize Huan Yang's face is similar to Kong Kong, now they can distinguish that the two are an entirely different person. Hey, why am I here? The students' memory was washed away by the spell when they awake, and they are confused as to why they're all standing there. Hey, quickly look, there's a person that looks exactly like Kong Kong. Not bad, you see her breasts is not as big as Kong Kong. But this woman's dress is really strange, really ancient. What do you know? Now is fashionable to dress like the ancient beauty. Sorry, I'm out. Seeing these students gradually disperse, Huan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Humans, really terrible. Chapter 19. Both of you are cheater. At this time, Qin Chao, who is escorting Lu Chuan, arrive. Huan Yang eyes lit up and immediately walk over. Excuse me, did Mr. have met a woman wearing a white dress just now? She called herself by Jiao Jiao. Qin Chao looks up and sees Huan Yang appearance, immediately draw a deep breath. Holy **P, Kong Kong. But after a careful look, the woman in front of her just looks similar to Kong Kong, there are subtle differences between them. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Qin Chao has fully focused on Lu Chuan, how could he notice that by Jiao Jiao? He shakes his head, looking at Huan Yang in the eyes, then continue to escort Lu Chuan. Mister, if you meet by Jiao Jiao, you must be careful. Seeing Qin Chao leave, Huan Yang starts to feel anxious, but she refrains from telling him directly. After all, she can't really tell him that she and Bai Jiao Jiao both are snake demon, thus she can only warn him. Qin Chao frowned, then takes a look back at Huan Yang. This beauty called him Mr. and warned him to be careful, make him feel really strange. But recently, he encountered many strange things, he doesn't have time to think about this. Then, holding Lu Chuan, he walks toward the security room. Along the way, they meet with the beauty Su Fei. Her look became somewhat complicated when she sees them. Qin Chao, I have already informed you Qian's parents. From now on you are the school's security director, when the parents come, you must maintain order. Me? Security director? Qin Chao point at his nose, somewhat stunned. If you don't want it, I can change to someone else. Su Fei said while arching her eyebrows, while her mind thinks if this man just pretends to be silly or really dumb. Suddenly promoting this strange man to be security director, is it the right thing or not? Of course, I want it. Such a good thing like this, how can Qin Chao refuses it? He especially wants to see Electric Baton Wong expression later, this suddenly makes him feel guilty pleasure. Good, after you come to my office, I'll let Qin Ling take you to do the procedure. After that, Su Fei turns to leave. Qin Chao stares at the back of that beauty, cannot help but daze. Making himself as the security director, is this Su Fei has lost her mind? Why you remove me from my post? Outside the security room, Electric Baton Wong appearance has turned even uglier, sharply questioning Qin Ling. Qin Ling, unfazed, with her arm crossed, said, "This is Director Su's own words. If you have any comments you can ask her yourself. Also, looking at you making a fool of yourself in front of many students, just keeping you as a security guard, Director Su is already giving you a lot of faces." "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Electric Baton Wang roars, "This must be you, stinking B***tch, who make this thing up. I'm going to find Director Su now. I'm going to ask for her explanation." You. Qin Ling is shocked that she was being cursed at. The secretary usually enjoys a superior position, she never been cursed before. Humph. After looking at Qin Ling's appearance, Electric Baton Wang suddenly sneered, then turned his fat body to go to the administration building. When he turned his face, he happens to see Qin Chao, who was walking toward them. "Qin Ling, what happens?" Qin Chao comes over from the corner, so he did not see the two people quarreled, he only sees Qin Ling red eyes, then asked. He curses me." Qin Ling points at Electric Baton Wang while tears are glistening from the corner of her eyes. Electric Baton Wang. Qin Chao turns his face, looking at Electric Baton Wang, and said, "Do you still think you are the security director, bullying peoples at your heart's content? Quickly roll, you are guilty of insulting school staff, this month's bonus will be deducted." You. Electric Baton Wang continued to say, "You," while his body cannot help but trembles. Fine, you two cheaters ganged up on me. You two wait here, I'm going to report this to Director Su. Be ready to pack up your things and get the hell out." Then his meatball-like body quickly turn and run fast toward the administrative building. This guy has gone too far. Qin Chao frowned, he's long overdue to be taken down a notch by Director Su. "You must be happy, just working for 2 days already promoted to become a director." Qin Ling rolls her eyes toward Qin Chao, taking out a piece of tissue, then start to clean up the tears on her eyes. Luckily she knows how to apply makeup, so her face is not stained by the tears. "I'm okay, it's you who are being wronged. Besides being cursed at, you were also accused of having an affair, isn't that too excessive?" Qin Ling is so beautiful and pure, how could you have an affair?" Qin Chao teases, but after looking at Lu Chuan's pale face, his smile faded, and sighed. "If I could save you Qian before, this security director position, I wouldn't want it." Then, he continues to escort Lu Chuan to enter the security room. Qin Ling saw Qin Chao's back, suddenly become a little dazed. This guy is weird. Other people are fiercely fighting for this position, but he seems to be indifferent about it. Could it be this guy has the morality of a saint? Actually, Qin Ling thought highly of Qin Chao. In normal time, if he was told that he is now a security director, he will surely be ecstatic, and celebrating it by watching JAV for 2 hours non-stop. But the way he got this position is by trading it with Yu Qian's life, thus making his heart heavy. Especially after looking at Lu Chuan's despair, how could he be happy? The security room are deserted, and the other security guards are helping the police maintain order in the school. Qin Chao pours a cup of hot water for Lu Chuan, but he does not know how to console him. When Qin Chao is feeling a headache, suddenly comes a noisy sound from the outside. "What happened? Let us in to take a look. This is a school or a prison. Why don't you let us in? We want to go inside." Qin Chao quickly goes out of the security room, realizing that the noise is coming from the crowd of farmers cramming and shouting at the school gate, but currently is being held back by the security guard. "What's going on?" Qin Ge. One of the younger security guards look back and see Qin Chao, shout, "These people claim to be Yu Qian's family, they insist on coming in." "Hey big guy, it's me, we were met before." One middle-aged farmer, wearing blue jacket immediately shout out, "I'm Lu Chuan's father. Let them in." Qin Chao waves his hand, he's now a security director, have the authority to command the security guards. The security guards heard the order from their director, no longer blocks. This more than a dozen farmers immediately rushed in, several of them appears angry. Lu Chuan's father began to appease them, "Everybody calm down, this man is a friend of dog's leftover, let me ask him how." Qian died. Lu Chuan's father seems to be held in high regard by this group of farmers. Hearing him speak, they immediately calm down. Instead, they angrily look at Qin Chao. Hello, I'm the school's security director, my name is Qin Chao. Immediately after saying that, a 60-something-years-old farmer suddenly rushed out of the crowd, threw a fist, and hit Qin Chao directly under his chin. Ah! In order to avoid meeting with Electric Baton Wang, Su Fei comes ever to the front gate. Seeing Qin Chao being hit, she immediately exclaimed loudly, "Come over, and shout at those farmers, you guys. Why are you hitting people? Why can't I?" That old man's appearance, his eyes are red, with heavy breathing, he said, "I put my daughter to study here, you were supposed to take care of her, now you're telling me my daughter is dead." This security director, F***ck him, how could he become a security director if he were unable to protect my daughter? After that old man said that, 2 streams of tears fall from his eyes. That's right. How could you be a security director? How could your school hire someone incompetent like this? The group of farmers starts to shout. These security guards have some fears, but they still standing there, to guard them, lest they have any aggressive moves. You hit is right. Qin Chao wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling that this veteran is worthy to be a war hero, at 60 years old age, still had such strength. This matter is our school's responsibility, but I believe Yu Qian's death definitely has a reason. The police will investigate it clearly, so everyone, please calm down. Comrades, what you're saying is not quite right. Lu Chuan's father suddenly let out a chuckle. On the phone beforehand, the school's director already told us. The police already confirmed that Yu Qian's death is because of suicide, said that many students are there to witness it. We come here to make things clear. Why a good girl, come to this school able to think about suicide, let alone did it? Correct, gives us an explanation, provides us with an answer. This bunch of farmers shouting together, attracting the attention of many students. Qin Chao stood there, thinking, this Yu Qian suicide, that's right, just before she jumped off the building, her manner, this matter must be related to Manhwa. Manhwa, this beast. Dad, you guys can't blame this on Qin Ji. This time, Lu Chuan suddenly runs out of the security room, and shout, Qin Ji is a good man. F***ck me, you little bastard. Lu Chuan's father, seeing his son arrives, his eyes become red, and make a kick, directly kicking Lu Chuan to the ground. I already F***king told you, to take a good care of Qian. I'm going to kill you this little bastard, accompany her in the afterlife. Then, Lu Chuan's father grabs a shovel from one of the farmer's hand, preparing to hit Lu Chuan's leg. Thump. The air emits a loud noise, and everyone froze there. Lu Chuan is scared silly, lying on the ground, eyes glaze over. The tall figure of Qin Chao standing in front of him, using both of his hands, has bear the brunt of this hit. The shovel head has flown out from its handle with a whistling sound. Qin Chao's hand is dripping with blood, but he didn't mind, with the same heavy breathing sound as Yu Qian's father earlier, he said. Please calm down, this matter cannot be blamed at Lu Chuan, because as early as 2 days ago he and Yu Qian had a breakup. After that, Yu Qian is having a relationship with a student named Manhwa. I think the police has not yet investigated this, perhaps this matter is related to Manhwa. Dude, really sorry. Lu Chuan's father were shaken a little by Qin Chao's grand manner, put down the wooden shovel, and said. The one that hit you with a fist earlier is Yu Qian's father, Yu Xinghua, already over 60 years old. His wife had been in poor health. After hearing the news about Yu Qian's suicide, she suffers a stroke, had just been sent to the hospital by us. Chapter 20 To be promoted and gain wealth. Mr. Yu almost died back then during the Korean War, he is truly a war hero. He has no other child, suddenly at his old age receiving the news about Yu Qian's death, making him grieve. I hope you can understand, I on behalf of him is asking you now for your forgiveness. Then, Lu Chuan's father directly bowing in front of Qin Chao. But we just want to know why Qian died, we want the school to make all things clear for us. They said that the cause of death is by suicide, we do not believe it, Yu Qian is a good student, how could she commit suicide? What you said is right, we owe you an explanation. Qin Chao is somewhat ashamed, although he is the security director, this is only a recent development, many things he still does not understand. Who's making trouble here? At this time, the police that are maintaining order at the suicide scene suddenly came. This is the school's ground, you guys do not make a scene here, quickly go back. A middle-aged man who looks like the police captain, glanced at these farmers, then said. Seeing the police, the previously ferocious farmers suddenly become wussy, they all squatted down on the ground and became silent. Apologize, these people are Yu Qian's relatives, they only want to learn about the situation. Qin Chao points out, this is the first time he spoke so close to a police officer, he suddenly becomes less confident. Oh. Who are you? The middle-aged police officer surprised for a moment, then looks at Qin Chao. I am the security director of this school, Qin Chao. Qin Chao is only now discovering the importance of his position. Oh, so it's Director Qin. That middle-aged police officer immediately reaches out and shook hands with Qin Chao, my name is Xie Jun. Your school's psychological education to students needs to be strengthened. Captain Xie, since they are the students' relatives, then we should discuss this with them. The nearby female police officer immediately said. Okay. That Captain Xie nod, then turn around to look at those farmers, which one of you is Yu Qian's parents? It's me. Yu Xinghua raises his hand. Are you Yu Qian's grandfather? No, I'm her father. Qian was conceived when we were already over 40 years old, she's our precious child, but now she's dead, how could the two of us, old husband and wife, survive? After saying that, this old war hero, his tears starts to pour freely out again. Mr. Yu, be strong, several police officers on the scene could not help but sigh. Indeed, Yu Qian is too young. To die so young, who will not help but feel sorry. To console this farmer, Xie Jun made a signal with his face toward that nearby policewoman. The latter immediately understood, and said. Mr. Yu, although your daughter commits suicide, her circumstance is not completely clear. Because during the inspection, we discovered that Yu Qian has been pregnant. Moreover, her pregnancy is not recent, but it's already 2 months old. We now want to know, who is the father? After the policewoman's voice quieted down, all the people's murderous eyes immediately fell on Lu Chuan. Not me. Lu Chuan immediately shouts, me and Qian have never done that, she said she wanted to wait until we married. If you guys don't believe it, the police can test it. While Lu Chuan was shouting, his eyes turned red, no wonder, I remember now, 2 months ago, Manhwa is having a birthday party. Yu Qian and her female friend went to that party together, could it be that time? Manhwa. Qin Chao clenches his fists, it seems that all this matter circle back to that one person. According to Lu Chuan, Yu Qian love for money is not something new, but it's also not that serious. It seems like something happened 2 months ago, that completely changed Yu Qian's worldview. I will investigate it. Xie Jun thought for a moment, then said, Comrade Yu Xinghua, I like you to come with us, also this Lu Chuan, both of you will come with us to help the investigation. The others can go home now, we will surely give you all an explanation. After that, Xie Jun took Lu Chuan and the old man Yu Xinghua, in the police car. Lu Chuan's father and the others farmer start to disperse, all they can do now, is to go home and wait for the result of the investigation by the police. You think they will investigate this case to the bottom of it? Su Fei look at the receding police car, asks Qin Chao. She doesn't understand why she implicitly trusts this man. She also has some doubts about this suicide case. Yu Qian clearly is a good student with a bright future, why did she choose to follow this road of no return? Manhwa's background is big, I bet that halfway through Xie Jun's investigation, there will be pressure from his superior to close this case, in the end, Yu Qian's case will be concluded as pure suicide. Qin Chao turns his head, take a look at this beautiful principal. Her eyes look deep, making any man who looks into it feel compelled to do something for her. What you said is right. Qin Chao suddenly sneered, if the police cannot solve this case, according to my liking, then it would be up to me to investigate it. If Manhwa goes without trial, then it would be up to me to judge him. Su Fei, hearing Qin Chao's words, becomes shocked and quickly said, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't do something stupid. You have 0 relationships and 0 debt with her whatsoever, besides, you already tried very hard to help her. Now you are a security director, and your future is bright. This society is unfair, you're just a security officer, not Superman. Beautiful principal, what do you think? Su Fei's words are fast and furious, her chest rises up and down dramatically, making Qin Chao look at her provocatively, aren't you a D-cup? Go to hell. Su Fei rolls her eyes and angrily look at him, her heart feels foolish to worry about this guy, nothing to worry about this pervert. She picks up her folder, make an angry sound, turn around and leave. Go to the clinic, deal with your hands, it's bloody and disgusting. After taking 2 steps, Su Fei turns around, coolly drop a sentence, and then walk away. Thanks for the concern. Qin Chao let out a too hollow laugh, but when Su Fei's figure disappears from his sight, he suddenly put away that smile, his look suddenly becomes icy. Humph, Manhwa, even if you can escape the law, you can't escape the devil's punishment. Director Qin Chao, do you really think yourself a superhuman? At this time, Qin Chao suddenly heard a sweet voice coming from behind him. He looked back and see a female student wearing a very fashionable clothes, smiling at him. Rosie. Qin Chao is too familiar with this devil woman scent. Oh, really boring, so quickly to be discovered. That female student's hand trace her own face, it immediately changes back to the beautiful face that is familiar to Qin Chao. Listen to me, my cute little devil, your current ability is not enough to save the whole world, this hero thing, don't let it get into your head. Rosie's voice was sweet, but it could not hide the cold irony within it. Qin Chao sneers, crosses his arms, look at the devil woman in front of him, said. I'm certainly not a hero. Although I have no ability to save people, the ability to kill people, I certainly have. Then, ignoring Rosie, he turn around and walk away. Hey! Rosie shout, Qin Chao ignore her and keep walking. Really an obstinate client. Rosie tore off her clothes, changed back to her attractive devil uniform, twist her waist, look back at Qin Chao, you don't even know you're being targeted by a snake demon, oh, really troublesome. Humph, I'm not going to help you this time, let this be a lesson to you. Next time, you'll have to come to beg me to help you. Regardless whether this thinking out loud can be heard by Qin Chao or not, after a while, this devil woman then turns into black smoke and disappeared into the air. Qin Chao returns to the security room. Electric Baton Wong former office has been reorganized by 2 clever security guards. This more than 20 square meters of space, now belong to Qin Chao. He looks at the well-lit room, the desk, the director's seat, he suddenly feels a thrill of emotion. I cannot imagine that one day, I, Qin Chao, can also sit in such position. Qin Chao Gij. While Qin Chao was lying on the boss's chair and fantasizing his future, Chen Yingyang is beaming with joy, suddenly come in, and directly moves to sit on top of Qin Chao. Qin Chao was shocked, he kicks the desk, making his chair slips away. Chen Yingyang sits on the empty space, suddenly looks at Qin Chao with resentment on his face. His hand, pointing to the side of the sofa, and then pointing to the desk, and then pointing at Qin Chao's boss chair, said. You're really bad, before, Electric Baton Wong really likes to do it with me in this room. Now that that guy finally out, this place belongs to the 2 of us. Hey, what do you think, where should we start, what position should we use first? Go to hell. Qin Chao could not resist not to use a heavy hand, he kicks out Chen Yingyang from his office and locked the door. Looking back, he thinks about the 2 naked men rolling around this room, he wants to cry. Oh God, how could I let this happen to me? Qin Chao feel helpless, he organizes the office, according to feng shui, making it more auspicious, he then sits on the boss's chair. As for that sofa, he absolutely not going to touch it. At this time, Qin Chao's inner chi continuously circulating, over and over, making him more powerful. But for Qin Chao, this is not enough. I want to be more powerful. He stares at his hands. Manhwa, let me come to judge you. At this moment, the office phone suddenly starts to ring. Qin Chao feels strange. Could it be looking for Electric Baton Wang? Hello, who are you looking for? Qin Chao picks up the phone and politely asks. Is this Director Qin Chao? The phone rang a familiar female voice. Qin Chao remembers her. Hey, it's the beautiful secretary. What matter do you want to ask me? Are you asking me to dinner? I'll think about it. Go to hell, why don't you have decent manner? It's still office hours now. Qin Ling charmingly scolds, careful, I'll tell Director Su, let her fire you. Hey, how could it be, you and Director Su both are good people, kind and beautiful. Moreover, Qin Ling is so beautiful and good, definitely not like that Electric Baton Wang, who likes to snitch on people. Humph, don't try to goad me. Director Su wants me to tell you, that you must immediately go to the airport to meet with her sister Su Ji, she has just come back from Jingyang. Huh? Want me to go? Qin Chao stunned, although he also looks forward to meeting again with this beautiful girl who called him, my husband, he just got this position as a security director. Already forcing him to do things, isn't this a bit inconsistent? As a director, I can order my subordinates to go in my place, can I? You certainly can. But, if something bad happens to teacher Su Ji, Chapter 21 Southern Jiangsu Rising Star. Following Su Fei's requests, Qin Chao stares at his lucky old bike, that is carrying a large sign with big Su Ji's name on it. Meanwhile, Su Fei had told him through Qin Ling that Su Ji loves flowers, so on his way he bought a bucket of flowers, put it around his neck, and rushed to the airport. Standing in the waiting hall like this may make a lot of attention to Qin Chao. Hey, buddy, you're waiting for Chen Xin too, right? Look at this guy, he's more devoted than all of you, he even brought fresh flowers. A group of fans is waiting for a star, seeing Qin Chao's appearance, suddenly startled, and begin to reflect on their own devotion. Qin Chao with flowers and them who only bring at most, a poster, cannot be compared at all. When Qin Chao raises up his large sign, with Su Ji's name and photo on it, these fans are even more shocked. Holy Cr*P, who is this star, heavenly beauty? Comparing her beauty in the singer called Chen Xin, the differences are quite big. Dude, who is this star, never heard of her. One of the gathering fans asks. Wow, gorgeous, I want her autograph. Friend, who is this star? A nosy fan asks. This is a rising star in southern Jiangsu. Qin Chao was tired being asked, rolls his eyes and shout. They all shock, and become silent. The nosy one wants to continue asking, but after seeing Qin Chao complexion, they all choose to concentrate on waiting for their own star. Thus, Qin Chao stood holding that large sign in the airport waiting hall all afternoon. According to Su Fei's instruction, Su Ji's flight might be having a delay, so she told Qin Chao to wait for a while. Qin Chao stood motionless like a sculpture, holding a large sign above his head, with a bucket of flowers on his neck, in the airport waiting hall, waiting for Su Ji, until the sun sets on the outside. Mom, look! A very innocent child's voice drift down, a flower fairy. Don't talk nonsense. A mature female voice said, you must say it politely, call him Uncle Flower Fairy. I know, Uncle Flower Fairy. Qin Chao turns away, he could not help but burst out into tears. This is the second time he met with that Lolita, who previously had called him Uncle Mummy. How could there be such a coincidence in life? Qin Chao wished he could rush to her, to hug, to take a liberty with her, and said. Little sister, the two of us are fated to meet with each other, why don't we get married? Of course, by the end of it, he would be crippled by an angry mother. Unable to withstand the attention of the other people in the waiting hall anymore, Qin Chao goes to the information desk, looked at the beautiful lady in uniform, and said. Excuse me, when will flight XXX arrive at this airport? Wait a moment, sir. That young lady's voice is really sweet, making people feel their whole body melt. She knocks the computer keyboard several times, then look up, with a professional smile, said, "Sir, I'm really sorry, there is no flight XXX today." Oh. Chin Chow immediately gawk, "Are you sure? Please help me check it out again. You see me wearing this cosplay costume, is to meet with someone." "Sir, I'm really sorry, there really is no such flights today. Although, there was this flight yesterday, are you sure you do not remember the date wrong?" Wrong date. These words keep echoing in Chin Chow's mind. He suddenly claps his thigh, and said, "F***ck me, I'm being played by that girl Su Fei. D***m*. Chin Chow's vigor circulation suddenly come to a stop, it almost tear the fresh flowers in 3 parts, then look at the young lady in front of him in a daze. "Pretty girl, this is for you." Chin Chow put all the flowers that he bought on top of that information desk and slipping away while still carrying his large sign. The remaining lady at the information desk becomes stunned, staring at the desk full of flowers. That man is really interesting. The nearby lady in the uniform chuckle while covering her mouth, "Lu Chang, this time, you get a lot of fresh flowers, you can bring it back to take a flower bath." "Little May, you're making fun of me." That Lu Chang gave her a look, frown, and said, "So many, quickly help me clean it up. That guy is really hateful, next time I see him, I must teach him a lesson." Hee, our beautiful Lu Chang really mad now. "But that guy is quite handsome, especially his long nose, are you sure you're not interested?" "Don't talk nonsense." Lu Chang rolled her eyes, "Before reaching 30 years old, I'm not going to find a boyfriend." "Oh. Could it be you like asterisk?" Looking at that guy rugged and manly appearance, he's certainly not a wussy in bed. "Go to hell, you dirty girl." Chin Chow doesn't know that he's been the subject of the talk of 2 beautiful women, when he is riding his lucky bike, carrying the large sign, hurrying back to Guanyuan school. As a subordinate, he can't do anything about being played at by his superior. However, the money to buy flowers surely must be reimbursed by the superior. As this was getting dark, more and more people come off from work, crowding the street. Chin Chow also slows down his bike. At this time, a telephone booth beside the street caught his attention. Right beside the booth, he saw 2 men wearing strange clothes. One wearing black clothes, the other wearing white clothes, their faces cannot be seen clearly. The 2 men are eyeing a woman who is walking toward the phone booth. The woman is wearing a trench coat, a wool scarf around her neck and covering her face. Wearing small leather boots, walking very briskly, while her face is down looking at her cell phone, she seems to be complaining about something. Vaguely, Chin Chow feels the 2 white and black clothes is not normal. He suddenly accelerates his cycling speed, rushes to the sidewalk. While passing that woman, he snatches her cell phone. My goodness, it's the new Apple phone. Chin Chow doesn't even look carefully at this instrument, he keeps on cycling away. "Hey, you, give me back my phone." The woman was shocked, she immediately turns and starts to pursue Chin Chow. At the exact time as that woman leaving the phone booth, a big truck suddenly comes racing from the corner of the street, like a drunken bull, it crashes into the corner of that phone booth, smashing that small pavilion. The broken glasses are spreading all over the ground, making that woman thoroughly scared. After crashing that booth, the truck finally stopped, leaning crookedly there. The people nearby look at it curiously. They saw a drunken man at its driving seat, with the forehead covered in blood. "It's okay now, time to return the phone." Chin Chow was relieved. With a flick, he stylishly stops his lucky old bike, turns and throws the phone back to that somewhat dazed-looking beautiful woman. Who are you?" That beautiful woman, seeing her phone thrown back to her, suddenly wake from her daze, looking at Chin Chow's back, shout. "Lay phone." Chin Chow smugly waves his hand, while continuing to cycling his lucky old bike. TL, lay phone. Poochie, that beauty could not help laughing. Who is willing to be a lay phone these days? This boy is really funny. But how could he know that there will be an accident on that booth, also, using this method to warn me? Looks like he is practicing cultivation. Could it be that he has reached the Buddhism breakthrough from karmic cycle state, making him able to predict the future? Moreover, she vaguely remembers, this guy's back feels familiar to her, it seems that she has seen him somewhere. This sparks her curiosity. Humph, I'll certainly find you. This little miss stretches out her fist, shout at Qin Chao's direction. After saving that beauty, Qin Chao actually encounters a problem. While he's cycling, he suddenly feels something is wrong. Turning his head, he sees a man wearing white clothes, sitting on the back of his bike. F***CK. Qin Chao is shocked. Right away, he's trying to pull over his bike to the side. That white-clothed man waves his hand. Suddenly the bike actually is not in Qin Chao's control, it's as if there is an invisible hand that guiding it. The bike continues to move forward. Who are you? Qin Chao, greatly surprised by this turn of event, asked the man in white clothes. I'd be more curious about who you are. That man in white clothes sits firmly in the back seat, his hand outstretched, seems to be controlling the bike. This man's voice is really cold, like a fish out of a freezing water, unexpectedly able to see me. You are. Qin Chao's eyes suddenly emit a spooky green fire. No wonder that woman didn't see you, so you are a ripper from hell. Devil sex devil god Luoda. That man in white's expression suddenly changes, from curiosity turn into fear and hostility. You prove to be that terrible guy. Devil green eyes is the unique skills of Luoda. The legend is, it can see through all kinds of ghosts and spirits. He waves his hand. Suddenly the bike makes a turn, it enters a dark alley at the back of a build. This alley is deserted, piles of garbage are everywhere, it seems like it's in the back of a hotel. After the bike enters this alley, the man in white suddenly leaps in the air, he lands on top of a nearby wall, on his hand appears a long black chain, his eyes coldly looking at Qin Chao. Devil God reappears, 3 realms will soon face disaster. No wonder many cultivator that had been sent out to find you all return empty-handed, turns out you are hiding inside a human's body. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not that Luoda. Qin Chao put his bike away, then shrugs his shoulder toward that man in white, said, so, you are the ghost messenger. TL, white and black messenger equals Chinese soul ripper. Humph, actually possesses a human's body, devil god, come out and die. The white messenger simply ignores Qin Chao's words, he threw out the black chain from his hand, there's actually an iron thorn that tied at the front end of the chain, like a snake bite, trying to bite Qin Chao. Hey! Why are you so unreasonable? Qin Chao becomes somewhat unhappy, he easily dodges to the side, that chain suddenly pierces the wall behind him. In that Luoda memory, he found out that this ghost messenger level is actually the lowest among the hell servant, responsible only for collecting ordinary human soul. Their strength is very weak, if they are facing with the real Luoda, with his flying immortal method, killing them is as simple as a hot knife cutting butter. Even now, when Qin Chao is nearing the tempered vigor phase, to kill this messenger actually is not difficult. But if he does so, it would mean a declaration of war between him and hell. Dealing with a devil god from the devil sect, there's nothing to say. This ghost messenger is obviously unreasonable, shaking his hand, the chain is pulled out from the wall, then sweep over Qin Chao. Since you don't like communicating with words. Qin Chao stretches out his covered-in scales hand, staring with his green eyes, coldly grab that black chain, then I'll communicate with you using my strength. Chapter 22 Little Snake Demon. This time, Qin Chao doesn't have any special ability, any skill, he doesn't even have any basic fighting method. All he have are, brute strength and street fighting experience, he will use all that to beat this unreasonable ghost messenger. Get down! Qin Chao shouted, using his strength to pull the chain, the ghost messenger immediately falls to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Damn Luoda, even if I'm scared, I must lock you back to hell. The ghost messenger bounces up from the ground, with quick hand movements, the chain turned into 3 parts, and instantly wrapped around Qin Chao's body, immobilizing him. Are you mad? Qin Chao's inner vigor is ready to explode, I tried to reason with you, but you ignored it all, do you really want to kill me? Humph, stop your little charade. The ghost messenger sneered, said, this soul-binding lock, is made from iron forged in hell, specifically made to bind ghosts and demons, unless you're dead, otherwise you cannot escape from this chain. Humph, old devil, this body is not yours, let's see how you're going to escape. The triumphant look of that ghost messenger, making Qin Chao feel quite helpless. Suddenly his hair turns red, black scales appear on his face. Then, with a shout, both of his beastly hands make an outward move. This ghost messenger completely believes that his chain cannot be broken, so he can only watch in shock as the chain helplessly torn apart. How is this possible? The ghost messenger stares at Qin Chao with eyes wide. Could it be that you're really a human? The ghost messenger was staring at Qin Chao for a long time. Suddenly he realized something and said, I know. Turns out you were born with devil body. That old devil plan to possess you actually backfired on him, incredible. Correct, he really is a natural devil body. At that moment, a white shadow suddenly jumped down from the nearby roof. When that shadow landed in front of Qin Chao, he saw a woman dressed in a white long gown, holding an ancient sword, stabbing at him. But Qin Chao still stood there, helplessly watched the sword coming right at him. Yu Qian. You're still alive. Stop. The moment the sword tip connects with Qin Chao's body, a colorful sleeve suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wrapped around that Yu Qian's body, and pushed her away. Meanwhile, a woman wearing a long multicolored gown, slowly descended from the side, like a fairy, floating in the air, and fell beside Qin Chao, her body fragrance seeping into Qin Chao's nose. Mr. Rest assured, Huanyang definitely will not let Jiao Jiao hurt you. Qin Chao saw this woman today at Guanyuan school, with Lolita face, big breasts, and dressed in multicolored clothes. This woman named Huanyang today said some very strange words at him. Jiao Jiao. Qin Chao blankly looks at the woman that has Yu Qian's face. After looking carefully, although their appearance is similar, this woman's temperament and bearing are completely different from Yu Qian. Yu Qian's character is timid, making people think that her personality is an introvert. But the woman in front of him, her temperament is normal, moreover, she also has quite a bit of charm. Especially her waist, soft as if boneless, making people couldn't help but want to hug her in their arms and pinch it. While Qin Chao is thinking about these two women's identity, the ghost messenger suddenly said. Who would have thought, it turns out to be a pair of snake demon. Coming to the human's world, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by cultivator? Humph, this man is not one of your people, it doesn't have anything to do with ghost like you. The white snake demon suddenly frowned, tenderly scolds, her hand releases a strange white light. This white light, then turned into a dozen of white snakes, leaped out and wrapped up that ghost messenger. Huanyang complexion turned white, busily said, Jiao Jiao, how could you dare to make a move towards a ghost messenger? She was short of breath, multicolored sleeve flew out from her hand, it scattered all the snakes that wrapped up the ghost messenger. That ghost messenger became startled, back away a few steps and shouted. You two snake demon, dared to touch a ghost messenger, I'm going to report this to hell, let my superior capture and drag both of you back to hell. Little ghost messenger, even dare to bluster. Bai Jiao Jiao was rude, she shoot out the ancient sword that was in her hand. This double-edged ancient sword is a result of that white snake demon 500 years cultivation training, extremely powerful, unexpectedly it nailed the ghost messenger on the wall. Humph, let me destroy you, this ugly ghost soul. Bai Jiao Jiao clearly intended to completely get rid of this ghost messenger, her fingers lightly move, pinching the sword handle, ready to launch that ancient sword magic spell. Jiao Jiao, stop. Huanyang moved sideways to the front of that ghost messenger's body, using two multicolored sleeves, she blocked Bai Jiao Jiao's attack. Sister, why you always acted against me? Bai Jiao Jiao angrily shouted. I don't want to see you killing people, inviting disaster. Huanyang's face is full of concern, her breasts rise up and down, making Qin Chao somewhat feel dizzy. Sister, you're so stubborn. Bai Jiao Jiao shouts annoyingly, as long as we kill this person with natural devil body, seize his devil essence, we can practice to become immortal, no need to care about those pesky cultivator again. At that time, the two of us can do whatever we want, why must we abide by this restriction? Jiao Jiao, with such evil intention in your heart, this 500 years of practicing cultivation, you really think you can cross the threshold? Huan Yang anxiously said, tried to persuade Bai Jiao Jiao. What evil intention, sister, I see you're the one who's more stubborn. Bai Jiao Jiao said, white light flashing on her fingers, several of the white snakes flew toward Qin Chao to bite him. Qin Chao got a shock, although he didn't fear these snakes, seeing so many long and soft bodies come at him at once, with tongue spitting out, making his hair stand on its end. Those white snakes quickly climbed from his legs, feeling these many snakes wrapped around the body, Qin Chao's scalp feels numb. *T, get off of me. Qin Chao reaches out with his hand, grab a white snake. That white snake immediately opens its mouth, bite the back of Qin Chao's hand. But Qin Chao doesn't afraid the white snake's bite because his hand was wrapped in black scales. Sure enough, those white snake fangs are disintegrated, softly falls out from Qin Chao's hand. Jiao Jiao, you went too far. Huan Yang immediately waved up her sleeves, these multicolored sleeves become like a canvas, swatting at Qin Chao's body. Qin Chao didn't feel the slightest pain, just smell a fragrance wind seeping up his nose. All of the white snakes that slither around his body then fell to the ground, still twisting their bodies. Sister, don't stop me. Bai Jiao Jiao rushed toward Qin Chao, but Huan Yang immediately moves to block her. Two people fight, already exchanges a dozen moves. That Bai Jiao Jiao breaths became short, loudly shout, sister, why are you helping these people? Both of us have been sisters for over 200 years, why sister did not help me? Jiao Jiao, I am trying to help you. Huan Yang gathering cloud sleeves is a skill that comes from a very prestigious sect, extremely powerful. Moreover, her cultivation training is 300 years longer than Bai Jiao Jiao, therefore, Bai Jiao Jiao soon suffers defeat. Humph. Bai Jiao Jiao uttered a cry, she suddenly jumps up to the top of the wall. Since sister today insists on protecting this person with a natural devil body, then I will visit him at a later date. Let us see if sister can still protect him that time. Humph. Then, her body turned into a white light, will leave soon. At this time, Qin Chao suddenly makes a move, he picked up the soul-binding lock chain that was scattered on the ground, then flung it toward that white light. This soul-binding lock seems to have its own consciousness, it suddenly wrapped around that white light form. Ah! A shrill cry, Bai Jiao Jiao immediately returned to her human form, the soul-binding lock was wrapped around her waist, the chain was then pulled down by Qin Chao, her body slammed hard to the ground. Mister, what are you going to do? Huan Yang becomes alarmed, although Bai Jiao Jiao has enough cultivation power, but being chained by this soul-binding lock, she cannot break free from it. She struggled for a while, but the soul-binding lock becomes more and more tightly wrapped around Bai Jiao Jiao body, revealing her perfect demon body. Bai Jiao Jiao is writhing on the ground like a snake. Of course, she has always been a snake. I do not care if you are a snake demon or a cat demon. Qin Chao pointed to Bai Jiao Jiao body that was tied on the ground, coldly said, but your current appearance must be changed. I cannot allow you to use Yu Qian appearance. Why? Bai Jiao Jiao eyes openly stared, cried out, I change my appearance to whomever I like, it's none of your business. Humph. Qin Chao coldly snorted, shaking his arm, with a whistling sound, Bai Jiao Jiao body that was tied to the chain, flew up, and slammed into the wall, destroying a large chunk of wall. If you want to take my life, that is up to you. Green light emit from Qin Chao eyes, making Bai Jiao Jiao unexpectedly not dare to look, but you must immediately replace your appearance. Mister, don't be angry. Bai Jiao Jiao seems to want to refute that, but Huan Yang quickly shut her mouth using a spell and make a salute to Qin Chao, said, Mister, please release my sister, I will comply with your request. After saying that, she reached out her hand and rubbed Bai Jiao Jiao's face. As if by magic, the formerly identical face of Bai Jiao Jiao and Yu Qian, suddenly become different. Although there is still a striking resemblance, on the whole, people can differentiate between the two. Mister, this is acceptable, right? Huan Yang busily said. It is. Qin Chao does not want to push too hard. Moreover, he thought that among these snake demon, this flower snake is really good, so he does not want to make her lose face. The soul-binding lock then pulled away by him. After being released, Bai Jiao immediately shed her tears. Sister, you are actually helping outsiders, I hate you. With that, this white snake turned into white light and disappeared in front of everybody's eyes. Mr. Ghost Messenger, apologize. Huan Yang, with a forced smile on her face, cast a spell toward that stunned Ghost Messenger, put away that ancient sword that was nailing his body. She turned around to face Qin Chao and said, Mister, this is embarrassing, I will go back to discipline my junior sister apprentice, goodbye. With that, she turned into multicolored light and went to chase that white snake. Chapter 23 Devil Woman's Worries. Since you are born with a natural devil body, then you are not on our Ghost Messenger's job description. Afterward the Ghost Messenger prepares to leave, while making salute toward Qin Chao, said, but I hope you will take care of yourself, do not let that devil Luoda's evil essence affect your heart. I, Ghost Messenger, have works to take care of, goodbye. Want to leave? As the saying goes, life is full of twists and turns. Just when the Ghost Messenger thought that he is safe from danger, a black smoke suddenly appears in the air, then that smoke slowly condenses into a voluptuous figure of an enchanting woman. That woman turns out to be the devil woman, Rosie. That Rosie fell on the side of Qin Chao, then with a wave of her hand, this Ghost Messenger seems to be moved by an invisible force, his body slammed above the collapsed section of the wall. You are, after seeing Rosie, that Ghost Messenger faces become really pale with fright, you are a devil from hell? Hee hee. Rosie's soft-as-snake body plastered at Qin Chao's body. Seeing this scene, the Ghost Messenger becomes surprised. Human, you actually signed a contract with a devil? Your voice is so annoying. With a wave of her hand, the Ghost Messenger's mouth immediately becomes sealed, cannot be open at all. He can only stare at Qin Chao while making a whining sound. Why did you seal his mouth? Release him. Hearing Qin Chao's words, the Ghost Messenger is moved to tears. There are still good humans after all. My dear client Mr. Qin. While touching Qin Chao's chest with her hand, Rosie blinks her eyes and laughs. This Ghost Messenger is really useful, you can absorb his soul, enhancing your strength to become even closer to the second level of devil's cultivation practice. By that time, your power will become stabilized, and you can change into your devil form, at your will. This devil woman is displaying her special skill, by using enticing words from her mouth, while her hands are seductively touching his body, slowly influencing Qin Chao's heart. The Ghost Messenger knows that one of the abilities of a natural-born devil body is to absorb soul, enhancing their own strength. So when he hears this devil woman's word, his body couldn't help but shiver. Qin Chao's body has the divine essence of that devil Luoda. Although Luoda's spirit itself was shattered, there are still remnants of his memories. These memories have some influence on Qin Chao's state of mind. His mind now is full of a desire to kill. Qin Chao almost gives in to this desire, but finally, he simply bit his own tongue, the pain make him sober up. I don't want to kill a person. Qin Chao holds back this killing desire from his heart, shake his head. Since Luoda possessed his body, this killing and greed desire always affect his mind. Most of the time Qin Chao feels that he is no longer the foolish university graduate like before. But he is not a person. Rosie rolled her eyes at him while pointing at the Ghost Messenger and said, he is just a lowly ghost whose position is the lowest among other ghost servants of hell, killing him would not make any disturbance at all. The greed desire in Qin Chao's body was let out by Rosie, he felt his blood flow starts to accelerate. The Ghost Messenger in front of him seems to become a delicious dinner, ready for him to devour. No! Qin Chao roared, stopping that desire once again. If he let this desire to control him, he will truly become a devil. Rosie, I don't want to see you now, begone. Qin Chao's eyes exude green lights, and he swung a punch toward Rosie. That devil woman chuckled, turned into smoke, flew out of Qin Chao's fist, appeared on the nearby wall and sit there. Although her face is smiling but her laugh is unnatural. You are my client, whatever you want, I will oblige. Rosie threw up her hands while swinging his two long legs and said, I only want to help you, but instead, you hit me. You're really troublesome, hateful. After that, this devil woman screamed out loud, making the glasses from the surrounding building all shattered. The nearby trash can also explode, all of its content was scattered on the ground. Qin Chao ignores this devil woman angry tirade, he pointed to the ghost messenger and said. Release him. Humph. Rosie pouted, without looking at Qin Chao, she just snapped her fingers. With that snap, the invisible power that holds the ghost messenger suddenly vanish, he falls to the ground and only able to stand by receiving support from Qin Chao. Hurry up, leave. Qin Chao is very happy because he was able to restrain his desire. He patted the shoulder of that ghost messenger and said, next time don't take over someone else's bike. Your mind is strong, upright and plain-spoken, I really admire you. That ghost messenger makes a salute gesture, giving thanks to Qin Chao. You flatter me, you flatter me. Qin Chao replied the salutation gesture again and again while thinking that the two of them have no relationship whatsoever. He looked at his hand that is clutching the iron chain, smiled and said, this thing is really good, you take it back. Since you like it then I give it to you. That ghost messenger actually laughed, you just entered the realm of cultivator, I'm afraid you don't have a magic weapon yet. This soul-binding lock, although not really a treasured weapon but if you want, you can use your elemental force to refine it. Then it can have good magic power. Elemental force? Refine? Qin Chao's mind become fuzzy. You don't know this? The ghost messenger paused for a moment, he glanced at the dangling legs of the devil woman, all of a sudden enlightened, it seems that there are a lot of things aren't being told by this devil woman. This elemental force is the product of your qi circulation, the stronger you are, the more the elemental force that is produced in your body. This is unique among the people with natural devil body, using this elemental power, you can refine your magic weapon and improve their grades. You see, my soul-binding lock chain is grade 9, it's the lowest grade among other magical weapon. But if it's slowly refined, it can become 8, more if it's refined further. If you give this to me, when you back to hell, how are you going to report it? Qin Chao really liked this soul-binding lock, he feel this weapon is quite easy to use. It's okay, this chain is like a handcuff for the police officer in your human world, we, ghost messenger often lost it. If I don't have it, I can just go back and apply for a new one, simple as that. The ghost messenger smiled, but with his unclear face, this smile is not really easy to look at. This humble self is called Li, although I'm only a small ghost messenger, but Mr. have spared my lowly life, in the future I will certainly return this favor. With that, he suddenly moved closer to Qin Chao's ear, whispered, beware of this devil woman, they are the most special creature in hell's world. If you make a deal with them, you will pay it with your soul. What? Qin Chao surprised, he looked up and saw that Rosie is still sitting on the wall. He saw this beauty sitting on the wall, eyes on the sky, her two dangling legs shaking. Is she a friend or a foe? It seems that all the things that she did are in his favor. Li, can you make one thing clear to me? Qin Chao turned his head but didn't find even half a ghost, only smelly garbage. Rosie come down lightly from the top and stand across Qin Chao. Stop looking, he already returns to the ghost world. Also, this broken chain is not good, no need to waste your elemental force to upgrade its level. When your devil stage is higher, I will send a good weapon for you to use. Hee hee. Qin Chao clutched the chain in his hand, said, I still think this thing is pretty good. Humph, suit yourself. Rosie rolled her eyes, folded her arm, she seems to not paid attention to Qin Chao. But Qin Chao is studying this soul-binding lock chain, he tried to wrap it around his arm, but he feels it's too flashy. He attempted to wrap it around his waist twice, but it make him feel like a fat person. Qin Chao scratches his head, holding this soul-binding lock, he doesn't know where to put it. Take this. Rosie wanted to laugh, but she bit her tongue, coldly threw a ring to Qin Chao. This ring is quite plain, not much different than an ordinary silver ring. But when Qin Chao catch it with his hand, he actually felt a little warm coming out of it. What is this? Qin Chao did not suspect anything, put the ring on his hand and look at it. This is a good metal. Fart. Rosie couldn't help but burst out a foul word, truly a rare sight to see her did this. This is an essential thing for a cultivator, a storage ring. Don't look at its small size, it actually has 10 square meters of space within it. You can use this to store your weapon. When you need to use your weapon, you can take it out again, it's very convenient. Really? Qin Chao clutched the ring, his eyes become green with excitement, thinking about how useful this ring is if it used for smuggling drugs. How to use this thing? Qin Chao rubbed the ring twice, to see if there is a genie that would emerge out of it. Stupid. Rosie rolled her eyes again. Use your qi to open it, infuse it with your qi. Qi is the key for cultivation training, the stronger the qi, the more powerful the cultivator. The reason for that is, when the cultivator's qi becomes stronger, he can learn higher level spells and wields higher grade weapon. Qin Chao nodded, he tried to open the ring by infusing it with his qi. The ring emitted a faint yellow light, the soul-binding lock amazingly slowly decreased its size, and then flew into the ring, disappeared. **T. Really amazing. Qin Chao touched the ring, he seems to be excited about something. Rosie, do you have any more of such thing? Let me take a look at it. Who knew, when he turned his head, this devil woman is already gone. After both the devil and the ghost disappear, the surrounding place fell into silence. Oh well, she seems really angry with me. Qin Chao shrugged his shoulders, this is the first time she leaves without making a sound. After joking a few words to himself, he picked up his lucky old bike from the ground among the trash, clean it a bit, mount it, while muttering to himself. Old Lucky, oh old Lucky, wait for me to succeed in my cultivation training. I will use my elemental force to refine you into a real artifact, allowing you to travel 30,000 miles in a single day, surpass Mercedes-Benz, overtook BMW. Then, riding this rickety future artifact, he vanished from this gloomy dark alley. After he disappeared, the devil woman figure gradually reappears. She sat on the wall that is directly facing the way in which Qin Chao disappeared, looking somewhat lost. Oh, having such client, am I lucky or unlucky? Chapter 24 Campus Suicide Case. Hu Lili found out that Fong Wen seems to be a bit strange today. When they met on campus this morning, she comes out okay, but when they entered the classroom, her whole body language seems a bit weird. She completely ignored Hu Lili, not talking to her, just staring at her bag in a daze. Hey, watch where you're going, stupid head. In the classroom, the students finally arrive one by one. Many have not yet cleared from their hangover, but the old professor is still calmly standing at the front of the classroom, unperturbed. What people said is true, the older ones get, the more patient he becomes, this especially true for this old professor. Seeing Fong Wen still in a daze, Hu Lili couldn't help but patted her shoulder. What brand is this purse? Fong Wen touched the purse, moved her cloudy eyes and stared at Hu Lili. Yazibi, TL, 1 pen, a very common brand, you bought it for 200, you already forgot it, tisk. Hu Lili rolled her eyes, reached out her hand and touched Fong Wen's forehead. Her body temperature is normal. How's this girl behaved as if she's got a fever? So it turned out to be a bargain price purse. Fong Wen seems to become aware, shook her head. Suddenly she drew a small scissor from her purse, with one hand holding the bag, the other hand holding the scissor, she started to cut her purse. What are you doing? Hu Lili was shocked, she grabbed one of Fong Wen's wrist. Wen, are you crazy? Don't touch me. Fong Wen laughed, waved her scissor and pushed back Hu Lili, her strength seems to be greatly enhanced, lowly person like you is unworthy to talk to me, ha ha ha. Schoolmate Fong Wen, why are you shouting in a class? The old professor at the podium was shocked, the other students also become aware of the situation. He stared at Fong Wen, who is waving the scissor with her hand. Fong Hua, I'm going to kill you. Fong Wen's condition is very strange, her eyes are cloudy, waving a scissor, she simply rushed out of the classroom. Quick, some of you boys go out to follow and catch her. As soon as the old professor heard that she is going to kill someone, he became really alarmed. He felt his own voice is not enough to get the students' attention, so while shouting he also slapped his thigh. This old man also pulled out his phone and made a call to the security office. A few boys suddenly rushed out, with Hu Lily at the front. She really worried about her best friend, naturally wanted to go up to see what was the matter. She seems to run to the roof. They followed Fong Wen to the top floor and found she was climbing on the fire control ladder leading to the rooftop platform. Fong Wen is normally a delicate beauty, but today do not know how, as if she was one of the circus troupe, her body is fast and agile. The fire control ladder is not easy for someone to climb on it, she actually almost falls several times, but keep climbing up. Quickly follow her. Everyone was scared. Does this Fong Wen also take things too hard and wanted to commit suicide? Hu Lily hands and feet is also flexible, she climbed the ladder to the rooftop platform following Fong Wen, but when the autumn wind was suddenly blowing over, her scalp goes numb. She saw Fong Wen is walking slowly along the floor, the way she walks is also really strange. Swings like a pendulum, seem like floating in the wind. Hu Lily's heart starts to twitch, she could not help but begin to fear. Beauty, quickly get down. Although the following boys really appreciate Hu Lily's legs that are wrapped up in skinny jeans, they know that this is not the time to have such thought, so they just busily urged her to get down. Hu Lily also awakes from her scared, climb up 2-3 stairs to reach the rooftop and shouted out at Fong Wen. Wen, what are you going to do? Several boys also climb up behind her. Fong Wen suddenly turned back this time, giving Hu Lily a very strange smile. This is life. Everyone could not escape this fate, as long as Fong Hua is still alive, other people will be buried along beside him. After that, she continues walking along the rooftop floor. Wen, what matters are making you take things too hard, tell me. Hu Lily didn't know if it because of the cold wind that is blowing or her being scared, but her face is pale, her hand tightly make a fist, her fingernail directly pinched to her flesh. Fong Wen ignored her, walked along the floor. Several boys immediately rushed up, trying to pull back this suicide-thinking beauty. Nobody come close. Fong Wen's face suddenly becomes somewhat twisted, turned around, and waved the scissor. Under the sunlight, this scissor is reflecting a sharp ray, scared back the boys. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. This Fong Wen has completely lost her normal self, as if she has turned into another person. She was screaming hysterically like someone who is on the verge of lunacy. This scene has made the surrounding students frightened. This Fong Wen was always a very gentle, very cute student, she had never been like this. Who is going to jump down? When the situation is a stalemate, a figure dressed in blue uniform, suddenly jump up from the fire control ladder, like a shell, leaped onto the rooftop above. Qin Chao, seeing him come, Hu Lily wipe up her tears. She rushed, tightly held Qin Chao's arm and plead. Qin Chao, quickly save Wen. She was possessed by an evil spirit. Possessed? Qin Chao saw that Fong Wen is waving a scissor to force back the other student while she continues to move backward toward the edge of the building. *T, what is this, a jumping competition? He hides his eyes using his hand, while infusing it with his qi, his eyes suddenly emit green light. Through his devil's green eyes, he saw beside Fong Wen's body, roamed a transparent white shadow. This white shadow is another female student, her face coldly gazing at the other people from the back of Fong Wen, where she was posted. Yu Qian, Qin Chao gasped, it really was her. This pitiful girl, still leaving a grievance after dying, has she already become a malicious ghost? This kind of ghost is the result of someone doing suicide, they usually attach to someone else's body and repeat their suicide actions. Fong Wen, don't take things too hard. Qin Chao did not know how to exorcise spirit, the only thing he can do is try to save Fong Wen's body from Yu Qian's control. Nobody come. You dirty bastard. Fong Wen was very agitated, waving her scissor, darted toward Qin Chao, who was trying to rush past her. Even being possessed by a spirit, Fong Wen is still no match for Qin Chao. Qin Chao threw his leg, suddenly kick out the scissor from her hand. But at this time, Fong Wen actually has retreated several steps backward along the rooftop, sneered. This will continue to happen until Fong Hua is death. Then she jumped, like a butterfly, fell down from that rooftop. The moment she falls, Qin Chao saw that Yu Qian's spirit flew out of Fong Wen's body and immediately disappeared in the air. She left happy knowing that Fong Wen has been falling down from that 7-story building. AAA. Hu Lily screamed, collapsed to the ground. Qin Chao did not hesitate and rushed along that rooftop. He reached out, bring out the soul-binding lock chain from his ring and thrown it out at the falling body of Fong Wen. This soul-binding lock seems to have eyes, flexibly wrapped around Fong Wen's waist, making her body hanging near the 7th-floor windows, rocking back and forth like a pendulum. The other section of the chain is in the hands of Qin Chao. He gives a loud shout, using his arm's strength, pulling up Fong Wen's body from below. Fong Wen's body is pulled up by the chains. Qin Chao then took her in his arms, back away a few steps and sat on that cold rooftop platform. Looking at the unconscious beauty Fong Wen, that is lying in his arms, his body suddenly turned soft, breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he now has the soul-binding lock chain. Otherwise, one colorful student life will disappear in front of him. Very good, the few surrounding students felt relieved, sat on that rooftop platform. The previous scene, in which Fong Wen jumped down from the rooftop, has made them all scared, their heart seems to collapse, all their hands and feet were cold. Only because of Qin Chao, the one security who showed up, without knowing when he bring out a chain, with his quick action, has saved Fong Wen from a certain death. But nobody cares where this Qin Chao's chain was coming from. Everyone gathered beside Fong Wen. After her consciousness returned, Fong Wen slowly opened her eyes. Seeing so many people crowded around, she suddenly becomes startled. Where is this place? Hoo. Before she knew it, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed, hugged her and cried, making Fong Wen's coat wet with tears. You, why are you crying? Fong Wen felt confused. Today she only felt she had a fever and somewhat dizzy. She had no memories about what happened after that, as if she has lost consciousness. When she wakes up, she has been lying here. Wen, you almost scared me to death. Hu Lily tightly hugged her best friend, continued to cry, but beneath her cry lies a smiling face, relieved of her friend avoiding a tragic death. You just jumped down from this rooftop, committing suicide. Luckily Qin Chao was here to save you. Suicide? Fong Wen was shocked, pushed Hu Lily, asked, how is it possible? My life is good, why would I commit suicide? This is strange, today is not April Fool's Day, why would you all deceive me? It's true. One of the tall guys nearby immediately said, you also took a scissors, waving it at us, wouldn't let us approach you. Is it true or false? Fong Wen's face become pale, looking at both of her hands with some scared, but I don't know any of it. This is not your fault. Qin Chao patted Fong Wen's shoulder, said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, you quickly go back to class now. With that, he turned around and walked to the fire control ladder. This matter he must figure it out quickly. Moreover, he must find out the whereabouts of Yu Qian's soul. Otherwise, this suicide case, like Yu Qian said, will continue to happen. Thank you. Fong Wen, gathering her courage, shouted at Qin Chao's back. She doesn't know why, when she was held by this young security guard, she felt safe and warm for no reason. Qin Chao didn't look back, he just waved and left the rooftop. He just felt that Yu Qian's soul already went into hiding. Even if he doesn't leave the school building this evening, he must find her no matter what. What's going on? Under the ladder, Qin Chao immediately saw Su Fei come up panting. This beautiful director has a very anxious look on her face. She seems to have left her high heels in order to climb up the ladder here. Princess, your crystal shoe has fallen. Qin Chao picked up that exquisite shoe and handed over to Su Fei, smiled, she has been rescued, it's all right. That's good, that's good, Su Fei is gently patting her firm breasts, feeling relieved. Qin Chao suddenly saw the prayer beads on her wrist, he vaguely remembered that evening, Su Ji also wore the same type of prayer beads, it is precisely the thing that has saved his life. He could not help but ask. My beautiful principals, where did you get this prayer beads? Chapter 25 You are a swindler. You mean this? Su Fei lifted her wrist, with the dark-colored beads shining above it, said, this is a gift from my sister. She said it can eliminate evil spirit, avoid disaster, but I don't know how effective is this thing. Effective, extremely effective. Even separated by a distance, Qin Chao can still feel the Buddhist force emanating from that prayer beads. A practitioner of evil way is really sensitive to this kind of Buddhist devices, like a cat that always knows whenever a mouse is near. Buddhist force is the natural enemy of devil way, their relationship is like fire and water. If the fire is strong, it can be used to restrain the water and vice versa. Qin Chao could not suppress his sense of thrill, the one who put the spell on this prayer beads must have been an enlightened expert. How could Su Ji get her hand on such thing? This matter is getting weirder. Oh yeah, by the way, aren't you also a fortune teller? Su Fei suddenly folded her arms, groaned twice, looked carefully at Qin Chao, look at my face, tell me, how is my fortune? Hey, this is not right, Qin Chao lets out a nervous laugh, my skill is too embarrassing to see, how could I be able to tell director's fortune? Don't want to tell my fortune. Su Fei creased her eyebrows, with a hint of tease in her eyes, she glanced at Qin Chao, that's okay, I suddenly feel that your appointment as security director is a little too hasty. Chen Ningyang was a security leader for a long time, and I think he's the one who should be promoted instead. Don't do it. Qin Chao suddenly shocked, sh*t, forcing people off their job. Beauty, you must be the head of human trafficking ring, forcing girls to become a prostitute. Drop dead. Su Fei gives Qin Chao a stern look, what forcing girls to become a prostitute, it's you who don't want to read my face to tell my fortune. If you really don't want to read my face then just forget it. Then she turned and started to leave. I'll read your fortune. Qin Chao quickly ran past Su Fei, stopped in front of her. Very good, now start reading my fortune, if I don't like what I heard, I'll deduct your salary. Su Fei deserved to be the school's director, her talk is too powerful, silencing Qin Chao even before he manages a reply. Qin Chao finally understand, this is how the office affairs initially started. The lowly female secretary always yields to the abusing demand of her superior male boss, the power gap is enormous, like being pressured by the heaven. Let alone he and Su Fei, the differences in their authority is like heaven and earth. Director, your fortune is really good, you have the face of a very wealthy person, making me really jealous. You still need to say this. Su Fei rolled her eyes at him, swindler. Who is a swindler? This ticked Qin Chao off, although he is not the fake fortune teller who swindle people off, but regarding this reading people's fortune by looking at their facial appearance, he has many years of experience and never once he was mistaken in reading someone's fortune. He concentrated his chi began to converge, gathering above his eyes. This time, a dark green chi suddenly flashed past above Su Fei's beautiful face. Evil spirit. Qin Chao was shocked, how could there be such a serious evil spirit? Su Fei is likely to get a disaster in the future. Moreover, this disaster seems to be very close. Director Su, your facial reading I actually already know, but I don't know if I should say this or not. If you had any words, just say it. Su Fei rolled her eyes and said to him, or are you one of those priests who actually don't understand anything but instead said it's a heaven secret that cannot be divulged? That would not have to. Qin Chao shook his head, it can be said that he is now a cultivator, this is precisely the heaven secret. So, about divulging heaven's secret, he did not quite mind. Qin Chao turned around and saw that Hu Lily and the others are climbing the stairs, he said to Su Fei, this is not a good place to talk, let's go over there. Then he leads Su Fei to the corner of the hallway. After looking around and found out that nobody is nearby, he felt at ease. Why so secretive? Su Fei felt that being alone with another male is making her uncomfortable, so showed some discontent. If I know you have any bad thought, you're dead. Ahem, beauty, what thought are you talking about? Seeing Su Fei's firm chest, Qin Chao inevitably has some evil thought. He coughed twice, reorganizing his thought, and said. Director Su, after seeing your facial appearance, I saw that there is a spirit that is following you. Moreover, this is an evil spirit. If it did not properly managed, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. This is just a prediction, why are you trying to scare people? Su Fei knew from Qin Chao's tone that he was not joking, quickly said, well, you cannot scare me with that words, what I'm scared of is you would bring me bad luck. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Chao said reluctantly, Director Su, I didn't just made up words. Moreover, the source of this evil spirit seemed not far away from you, it may be your close relatives. Nonsense. In the beginning Su Fei was eagerly listening, she really likes to hear about her fortune. But upon hearing these words from Qin Chao, her face suddenly became cold, coolly said, Qin Chao, if you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph, swindler, quickly go back to work. Told you, this security director position of yours is only temporary, if I ever found any slack in your job, I'll kick you out of the door myself. After that, this beauty tucked her briefcase, stared at Qin Chao, then turned around and went down the stairs. This turn of event makes Qin Chao first confused, scratched his head, then turned mad, clenched his teeth. Knit, first you force me to read your fortune, said you don't believe I have the ability. Later when I told you that you're rich, you said I'm a swindler. Bah, I'm not a swindler, I'm a devil. Qin Chao went downstairs from the other side, but he didn't know the reason why Su Fei was so angry is because his words directly stab her in her heart. She remembers Su Ji has a so-called master monk that once told her some obscure words, but also told her to pay attention to her close relatives. Humph, what fortune teller, isn't it just some quackery? Su Fei frowned, muttered, then kicked the trash can near her feet. Mn that Qin Chao, making him talk nonsense, he really blabbering nonsense. She continues to kick that trash can, imagining it to be the poor Qin Chao. At this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, sister, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight, okay? Hearing a brisk and lively female voice coming out from the phone, Su Fei immediately laughed. Dead girl, what crazy thing did you encounter again today? Shush, sister, don't worry, don't wait for me, okay? Then that female abruptly hangs up the phone. Su Fei's gloomy face a moment ago suddenly melt away, she laughed at her cell phone. Dead girl, after coming back you never come to see me even once, let's see how I'm going to deal with you later. That Qin Chao's word, could it possibly be true? Finished this sentence, Su Fei's pretty face became sad again. When Su Fei disappeared from the stairs, a white figure suddenly came out from the wall. She coldly looked at Su Fei through her hanging hair and then went back into the wall again. Autumn night always come early, the other security guards already went home, only Qin Chao and Chen Yingyang, two people remained. This time, comrade Chen Yingyang seems excited about something, while tears were welled up in Qin Chao's eyes. Qin Chao Gij, you finally opened your eyes, wanted to stay to accompany me. Accompany your uncle. Qin Chao's mood became dark, he remained on duty at school, not to accompany this gay Chen Yingyang, but to deal with this Yu Qian's problem. If this continues, there will be more suicide in this school. Qin Chao is not a superhuman, he may have saved the first suicide attempt, but with this many building in school, he may not necessarily be able to save the second or the third. Qin Chao Gij, don't be so heartless. Chen Yingyang tore off the button from his coat shirt, revealing his thin ribs inside, shouted, come, I already opened my shirt, come on. I date your uncle. Qin Chao could not hold back anymore, he punched Chen Yingyang and knocked him down to the sofa. Qin Chao Gij actually likes this kind of thing, Chen Yingyang is clutching his black, suddenly laughed, pulled off his trousers belt, whipped it on his body. Come on, Chin Chow Gij, hit me harder, I liked it. Chin Chow finally thoroughly defeated, he raised up his thumb, you're invincible. He knew that he cannot be on the same room as Chen Yang. He finally simply opened the front door and slipped outside. This school is so big, where would he hide? This office is off limit. What if I go to the director's office? Perhaps this Chin Ling girl is still on duty. If he could be alone together with her inside the office, what could have happened? Hey. Fantasizing it is one thing, but to put that fantasy into action, Chin Chow did not have that courage. Chin Chow Gij, come on, I will certainly make you satisfied. At this time, Chen Yingyang's voice rang out from behind Chin Chow. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Anger burning inside of him, when he turned around, he saw Chen Yingyang's coquettish pose. Suddenly his brows jumped up, his nose wrinkled twice. Rosie. F***ck me, why would you make your appearance similar to that guy? Chen Yingyang's face became blurred, quickly turned into the face of a beautiful devil woman. This beautiful woman dressed in security guard uniform, her chest is tightly wrapped, really stood out, making anybody's eyes who see her bulged out. She smiles tenderly twice, then came around Chin Chow's waist and attached herself to his neck, whispered. I thought you were afraid of this man, so I borrowed his appearance. But I did not expect you quickly see through it, really boring. Would you like to use this body to satisfy you? Go to hell, next time don't use such disgusting method. Chin Chow is a little disgusted, put out his hand on her curl-upward buttock and slapped her hard. Besides, this feeling is really good, Rosie's body is great. This trick of her, the lethality cannot be compared to an ordinary trick. A big-chested, beautiful and passionate girl, wearing a security guard uniform, making some fires inside Chin Chow could not help but burn up. Stop it, I still have things to do. Chin Chow resisted the fire inside of him and pushed back this devil woman. Rosie quickly see through Chin Chow's thought, said, this school is so big, where would you look for this female ghost? Chapter 26 Red-Clothed Evil Spirit. Where else? Chin Chow shrugged his shoulder, said, by looking at each floor at each building one by one, I will find her eventually. You think too simple. Rosie seems to have no bones, and always loved to plaster her body to Chin Chow, softly said, if a ghost wants to hide, even a ghost messenger cannot find them. Let alone you, who are just an impulsive newbie cultivator. Then what should I do? I can't just sit here and helplessly watch Yu Qian's soul continues to harm others. Chin Chow struggled very hard to say that, moreover, if I let Lu Chuan know about Yu Qian's condition now, he will certainly be sorrowful. If he wants to be sad then let him be. Rosie smiled tenderly and said, as long as we are happy, isn't that enough? Chin Chow pushed her away, said, you're a devil, how could you possibly understand our human feelings? What good is to have many kinds of emotions? Rosie pursed her lips, you're now a cultivator, must abandon all types of emotion. Otherwise, in your cultivation training, you are doomed to have difficulty in getting any achievement. To love and not to love. Chin Chow was looking at the starry skies, said, in my understanding, cultivation is by definition, against the heaven, to break the limit of the natural law, become free and unfettered as the universe. If even emotions one cannot have, then what is the point of cultivating anything? Cultivation, cultivate my *SS. Moreover, I'm a practitioner of a devil path, to be a devil is exactly to comply with my heart's desire. If I can't even follow my own desire, then can I still be regarded as a devil? This speech suddenly makes Rosie overawed. She stood there, reassess her judgment towards this natural devil body in front of her, she suddenly feels that she doesn't understand this client of her. To be able to say such things, it seems that even without her help, he can also accomplish significant achievements, making a name for himself. Rosie was silent for a moment, suddenly said, maybe you can go and try to subdue the ghost that who Lily talked about. Chances are, she'll know some news about Yu Qian. After all, she can be considered as a local bully here. Aha, correct. Chin Chow's eyes suddenly lit up, He looked at Rosie with some appreciation, indeed worthy to be called a devil, really cunning. Can I consider this words as praise? Rosie laughed. Had to admit that this devil woman's laugh is very good. Up to you. Qin Chao shrugged. He glanced at his phone. At this time, it's already past 10 o'clock at night, all of the student dormitory building already been locked. But this cannot stop him because, as a security director, he has all the keys to the dormitory building. Ah, yes, that includes the female dormitory, but he doesn't dare to go there. Rosie, do you want to come with me? When he looked up again, Rosie has disappeared. This campus is surprisingly quiet, only the lights on both sides of the street that is still shining. Qin Chao is really calm, he is used to Rosie's bad habit of quietly come and go. Since you want to be lazy, then I'll go by myself. He shrugged his shoulders then turned to walk towards the fabled male dormitory second building. This male dormitory second building has been abandoned for a long time until it reopened a little while ago. Moreover, nobody lived on the first floor. This school is very quiet at night, and this time, all dormitories already turn off their lights, the student that sleep early already gone to bed, the student that want to go out at night already went out. That's why Qin Chao did not worry that his plan to subdue a ghost will be found out by other people. When he was passing through a small woods, he suddenly found two black shadows swaying back and forth in this woods. Qin Chao suddenly excited, thinking, there really is a ghost, not just one, but two ghosts. He took out the standard security guard flashlights from behind him, with lightning speed, quickly rushed into the woods, he turned on the flashlights then his mouth loudly shouted. This loud shout makes the surrounding trees shook, its leaves and twigs shaking around each other. Let's see where the both of are you going to run off. Who knows, when he approaches, the two shadows did not try to run at all, and when he arrives, it's as if he was struck by lightning, he just stupidly standing there. He saw the ground here had been covered with a small bed sheet, with two people's naked bodies rolling on top of it. This two people is a man and a woman. When he shined them with his flashlights, both were scared silly, they even forgot to put their pants on. *T. Qin Chao has been staring at the two of them for quite a while, finally said something. That two students also awakened, the girl started to scream and scrambled to wear her pant. The guy's face is really unsightly, he repeatedly begged in a whisper to Qin Chao. Big brother, this is the first time we did this, please let us go. Please don't expel us. The woman also cried in low voices. This cry is really sad in particular if contrasted with the quiet night, it's even sadder than when a ghost makes a crying sound. Qin Chao did not have the heart to punish these two, he turned off his flashlights and said. You both can continue, don't get cold. With that, he leave the woods and continue walking toward the male dormitory second building. The two students were left dumbfounded, the guy swallowed a mouthful of saliva, turned around and looked at the girl, slowly said, why don't we continue where we left off? Continue with your grandma. The girl who just cried miserably before, now angrily pinched the guy's ear, this is all because of your sly idea of doing a romantic thing in this place. This old lady already lost her mood. Both of them quickly left by calling a taxi while Qin Chao himself just shaking his head thinking that he get off on the wrong path. Instead of catching a female ghost, he actually caught a pair of mandarin ducks who were doing field training, TL, mandarin duck equals loving couple. This big autumn, just become a bit warm. There is a saying in the old days, a pair of mandarin ducks is more enviable than an immortal. Even on this cold autumn night, they still have time to do field training. After walking for a while, Qin Chao finally arrived at the front of the male dormitory second building. This building seems to be very old, the upper part of its walls are mottled, many of its paint has fallen off, like having a skin disease. Although Guanyuan College was founded less than a decade ago, it is told that it acquired buildings from the previous university. After all this years, only this building that was left. Qin Chao first walked around the first floor of this building, flashing its window one by one using his flashlight, glancing the inside. Almost all of its room is dark. Qin Chao did not know how long since the last time they were cleaned up, many beds are covered with cobwebs. Qin Chao stepped on fallen leaves, making a crackling sound, which under the background of quiet night, sounds particularly harsh. After making one round around the building, he did not find anything abnormal. According to Fang Wen's story, this is the time when a white shadow was jumping around from the second floor, but now, it did not appear. Strange, Qin Chao muttered to himself. He put away his flashlight and walked to the front door of the building. This door is locked, there is nobody from the upper floor coming down to open it. The building administrator initially should live on the first floor, but because of its unkempt condition, he, the administrator, choose to live on the second floor. Qin Chao took out the keys and opened the door lock. This building is like a gong character, TL, horizontal H, there seems to be 3 separate buildings, with 2 buildings connected by 1 building at the center. Therefore, the inside of this building is like a mini maze. If entering for the first time, it is easy to get lost. The access to the bedrooms on the first floor is through a large iron double door, which currently being locked, blocking the entry of outsiders. But this could not prevent Qin Chao. Not only he is not an outsider, more importantly, he has many keys. The bedrooms are quiet, this building mostly occupied by the third-year student, most of them lived outside together with their girlfriend, so few people actually lives in this building. While finding the key to unlocking the door, Qin Chao began to miss Rosie's company. This strong man is also afraid of the dark. Rosie, oh Rosie, when I needed you, you were nowhere to be seen. When I don't want you, you're everywhere. He said with emotion as he selected the key for this big iron lock. When he picks up the lock, he was surprised to find out that this lock has been opened. He froze for a moment, then put out a hand to push that big iron door. The door emits a squeaking mockery-like sound, it opened on both sides. Qin Chao began to lose his self-confidence, he took 2 deep breaths, watching the dark corridor, started pump himself up, you can do this. Although he is a tough-as-nails devil's cultivator, in the end, Qin Chao, after all, is just a college graduate, naturally he has some fear in his heart. Here goes nothing. Qin Chao bite the bullet, with 1 foot he entered this dark corridor. Although he has a natural night vision, because of habit, Qin Chao still lit his flashlight, while his other hand pulled out an electric baton. Accompanied by his own dull footsteps, one by one he checks this long-abandoned bedrooms. This is an old-style bedroom building, so the front door of the bedroom are all coated with iron. Originally it's a gray iron, but after years of abuse and neglect, it already covered with red rust like patches of blood. According to what Fang Wen said, the dead girl's bedroom seems to be in this innermost room on the first floor. But who knows whether that female ghost likes to stroll around or not. Qin Chao only took out a bunch of keys, opens this old iron door, to look for clues inside. He opened the first bedroom door, there are a lot of rotten smells and damp moisture inside the room. Qin Chao coughed twice and swept the inside with his flashlight. Other than the cold iron bed, there is nothing inside the room, except for a green mildew that is growing on one corner of the room. His mother. What year this building was built? Qin Chao steps back, close off this 101 bedroom door. He turned around, flashed his flashlight at the end of the corridor, his whole body suddenly feel numb. He saw a white figure, leaning on the window at the end of the corridor. Her hair is very long, blocking her face. When Qin Chao sweeps his flashlight, this white figure suddenly disappeared from his line of sight. **T. At that moment, Qin Chao suddenly let out a curse, he really wanted to throw the flashlight, turn around and ran. But then he remembered, that he, himself, is a devil sex devil. Don't run. Qin Chao gives a loud shout, his voice is like thunder, reverberated in this empty corridor. Qin Chao's hand is clutching the flashlight, the other hand clutching the electric baton, drumming up his courage, but subconsciously he entered the devil state, his eyes burning with green flames, looking towards the place where that female ghost previously disappeared. Qin Chao quickly runs up to the end of the corridor. After he turned left, he suddenly slammed head-on, crashes into someone's body. That person suddenly knocked tumble to the ground. Qin Chao immediately flashed his flashlight, he saw her body wrapped in a red robe, at the same time her red hair loosely drape over her face, his heart immediately skipped a beat. P. This is an evil spirit. Ghost. Who would have thought that evil spirit was the first to called out? Her sound is absolutely hundreds of decibels, it shook the entire corridor, almost shattering its glasses. Chapter 27. Not a ghost but a beautiful girl. Where's this evil spirit coming from, really scaring people? Qin Chao was shocked. He saw the woman stood up and parted her loose hair to each side of her ears. When Qin Chao can clearly see her face, it turns out she is not a ghost but a beautiful, familiar face. Director Su, how come you came running to this place? The girl, seeing Qin Chao's face, also feels strange. She obviously saw a monster with green eyes, long red hair, with black scales covering the whole body just now. How in the blink of an eye it turned into the school's security guard. Moreover, this security looks very familiar. That beauty didn't speak, she just picked up her own flashlight and shone it on Qin Chao's face. Yo, it's you. It's only been a few days, but your heart is already full with my sister. This Su Fei gave a shout, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise. Then she narrowed her eyes, showing a smile. My sister, how come she arranged you to be a security guard? Of course, I am a security guard here. Qin Chao felt very strange. Could it be that this school's director got amnesia? This is the job that you arranged for me. Idiot, already told that I'm not my sister, hee. The little miss suddenly laughed. Although we are both beautiful, we are not just one person. Then, the little miss circles around Qin Chao, sweeping him up and down with her flashlight. It's like she wanted to dissect his body to learn about his anatomy. You are, Suji. Qin Chao noticed the red color of this beauty's hair, suddenly enlightened and touched his forehead. Correct, precisely this beauty. Thank you for the last time, although you saved me, you also have taken advantage of this beauty, Qin Chao suddenly remembered that this little miss had called him her husband before. With this familiar look, Qin Chao's heart suddenly felt warm. It would be really nice if he could have such woman as his girlfriend. Afterward, he remembers Suji's ultimate allure, which is her perfect thigh. His heart cannot help but tremble. Go to hell, what were guys like you thinking about? Suji saw Qin Chao's wretched look, suddenly her fingers closed to form a tight fist and punched him in his chest. Beautiful Suji, this is the second time we meet, please treat me kindly. Although this environment is not quite romantic, to be able to meet with this beauty again can also be called serendipity. Therefore, Qin Chao extends his hand like a gentleman. Smack. Suji also extends her petite hand and playfully hit Qin Chao's palm, laughed, you big idiot, this is the third times we met. Oh. Qin Chao gawked, besides that one time in Chaoyang Park, where else have we met? Stupid, you forget, you grabbed my phone. The little miss pulled out her iPhone from her purse and shook it in front of Qin Chao. Ah. It's you. Qin Chao suddenly remembers, and then he quipped, hey, it seems that fate always brought us together. Oh. Qin Chao noticed the subtle difference between Suji's look and her sister's. Most of the time, Su Fei always have a deep and cold expression, while Suji's eyes glittering with sly appearance. I'm curious about you, Suji said, suddenly pulled out a box of electronic equipment from a package, then swept it on Qin Chao's body. That instrument suddenly sounded out a shrill alarm. In the meantime, when that instrument swept Qin Chao's body, the 5 red lights on it were all lit up. The little miss was stunned, blankly looked at Qin Chao, speechless. What is this thing? Qin Chao expressed his curiosity after watching the instrument in Suji's hand. At the same time, he noted that Suji did not wear her powerful Buddhist prayer beads today. Suji seems to have been forced to talk, muttered to herself, a piece of equipment that can detect ghost. Then Suji awoke and charmingly said, it turns out you really are a ghost. Ha, watch my holy water. The little beauty screams and pulls out a bottle of mineral water from her purse. She quickly unscrewed the cap, then splashed the water on Qin Chao's head. Qin Chao still didn't understand what has happened. He was soaked with water from head to toe. This wet feeling is like a fish suddenly pulled out of its pond, like a rat suddenly drowned. What are you doing? Qin Chao was dumbfounded, he blankly looked at Su Ji. Oh, even holy water had no effect. Su Ji was the first to woke up, she then pulls out a package of plastic bag printed with table salt symbol. Then taste this salt. Like the previous method, she then sprinkles the salt all over Qin Chao's body. Oh great, after just being drenched by water, he now being sprinkled with salt. Qin Chao felt his mouth is a little salty, he wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. Beauty, how about adding some black pepper, aren't you trying to cook instant noodle? Strange, seeing that her two anti-ghost methods had no effect, Su Ji could not help but cutely sucking her thumb and blinking her eyes, said, how is it that the things I learned from TV would have no effect? What kind of TV that teach how to catch a ghost? It's a TV series about ghost hunter, Su Ji adorably replied. Qin Chao was thoroughly speechless, he was completely defeated by this second miss of Su family. Rich people are tough to deal with, just like Su Fei, Qin Chao also feels difficult to deal with this beauty, Su Ji. Just as he was about to explain, Qin Chao's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Look out! The beauty becomes astonished as she watched Qin Chao's left hand suddenly taken over her small waist while his right hand swept out his electric baton. Su Ji's eyes saw an extremely shocking sight. She saw a white figure rushed over to where the two of them stand, but Qin Chao wielded the electric baton in his hand and swept it into that white figure's body. Smoke is suddenly rising on that electric baton, and then a shrill wail ensued, that is the moment the electric baton struck that white figure, and then it disappeared in the air again. Strange, electric baton actually has this effect. Qin Chao was shocked, he saw the water droplets and the white salt stain on the electric baton, his heart moved, is this the effect of the so-called holy water and table salt? Perhaps for Su Ji, these two anti-ghost things are precious, but it would be of no use for Qin Chao. Su Ji, get out of here, fast. Qin Chao cannot allow Su Ji to remain here, it would be too dangerous, that evil spirit is obviously really old, an ordinary human could not get too close. Crash! At this time, that far-away big iron door suddenly closed itself. Then a click sound was heard, the door lock has been sealed by an invisible hand. Oh no! Su Ji seems to have become somewhat petrified. Qin Chao was surprised, but a strange expression suddenly flashed past his eyes. It seems that this ghost was very lonely, so she is looking for someone to accompany her. When Su Ji's body was tightly pressed against Qin Chao, he suddenly felt all his fear disappeared without a trace. He can even speak these T's calmly, how about letting this handsome guy accompany you? Then, Qin Chao took a step backward, leaning against one of the pale windows on the wall. Close your eyes. He reached out his hand to make Su Ji's face closer to him, then whispered in her ears. What? Su Ji did not understand the meaning of these words, but, this time, Qin Chao suddenly jumped up, his shoulder hit that window. Then a crashing sound was heard, the glass in the window was shattered. Qin Chao, while holding Su Ji, arrived at the outside of the building. Being outside under the moonlight and illuminated by the street lights is infinitely better than being on the inside of that dark corridor. Wait here. Qin Chao put down Su Ji from his bosom. Although the feeling of hugging this perfectly molded beauty body is so good that his mind cannot help but be distracted and unable to let go. But this is not the time to have such lascivious thought, so he put Su Ji down, grabbed a piece of glass and jumped into the corridor. Hey! Su Ji was shocked, but she do not dare to approach that dark window. Make a circle of salt around you, don't go anywhere. Qin Chao's voice flew out from that window, then she heard his footsteps slowly walked away. I have no more salt. Su Ji was afraid and sat on the ground as if she scared to take a step. When Qin Chao was completely gone, this little miss that lay on the ground suddenly laughed. Sure enough, this guy is also a cultivator. At this time, her brows suddenly jumped, she extracted a string of golden Buddhist beads from her purse, then glanced behind her. Who? A white shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, but under the golden lights of the Buddhist beads in her hand, this white shadow did not dare to move forward. So this school does not only have just one ghost. Suji fully turned around, her mouth suddenly floats up a little smile, let me see, as a devil. Practitioner, what kind of skill do you have? Then she put away the prayer beads and thrown the purse on the ground. Without the protection from the golden beads, that ghost loudly howled and quickly entered Suji's body. Suji's original bright eyes suddenly become very muddy. She slowly stood up from the ground, and then step by step slowly walked toward the general direction of the school's business building. Suji's abnormal condition was unknown to Qin Chao, who currently in the devil state, his pair of green eyes staring back and forth on the first floor of that male dormitory second building. No longer opened the door with the key, he directly kicked open the door that was closed, searching for the hidden ghost. Come on, you were dead for so long, it must be very lonely, I have come to comfort you. Qin Chao clutched his soul-binding lock chain, searching for clues in this pitch-black corridor. The ghost that suddenly appears a moment ago made him furious, this ghost is clearly trying to kill him and Suji. This type of evil spirit, he must resolutely eradicate. Bang! Qin Chao has kicked a bedroom door, there was nothing but a bed inside it. D***mn, where is she? The moment he turned around, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a white shadow floating out from the corner of the bedroom. This white shadow is a black-haired female ghost, her hair loosely scattered in front of her face, revealing only a bottomless black eyes. Qin Chao feels his scalp must have exploded, but he realized he is now not only a Luo Cha Sek's big devil, but he is also a cultivator. This allowed Qin Chao, after stricken with panic, produced a trace of strange murderous aura. Roar! His mouth unexpectedly gives out a roar that an ordinary man unable to gives out, it's as if a clap of thunder explode, it shook this entire corridor. That ghost's *** body, could not help but also shook back and forth a couple of times, delaying her escape. But Qin Chao had turned around, this time, facing that female ghost, he then throws the soul-binding lock toward that ghost. This soul-binding lock is made from iron forged in hell, it is especially used against all kinds of demon and ghost, the most feared thing by all the ghosts. This female ghost already felt bad when the soul-binding lock was thrown out, she screamed and started to run away. But how could Qin Chao let go something that could cause a problem in the future? His soul-binding lock is like a smart snake, it twisted in the air, moved to the other direction and tied down that female ghost around the middle. Get over here. Qin Chao flicked his chain, this female ghost's body flew and dragged to the front of him. Ah! That female ghost shrieked, suddenly stretched out her ghost claws, she wanted to grasp Qin Chao. Never been punished. Qin Chao glared his eyes, he put out his other black scales hand horizontally, with a single move, he swatted away both of her ghost claws, and then he pierced inside her soul. Rest in peace. This female ghost hollow eyes, finally showing a trace of fear. Qin Chao launched his ability, this ghost soul suddenly turned into a white light then quickly folded into his hands. Chapter 28 Grant you a wish. Good, it is done. Qin Chao spat out a gasp. After the ghost's soul was absorbed by him, it immediately turned into boundless qi and nourished his body. He also felt that he was able to comprehend her ability. Stealth, if activated in his body, he can become invisible for about 10 seconds. Immediately an idea emerges, Qin Chao want to use it to go peeping woman's bathroom. It seems not so difficult to do. Tasting his first victory makes Qin Chao feels very satisfied, even a little conceited. Meanwhile, he starts to use his elemental force, which is the side effect of his soul absorption, to quench his soul-binding lock. His soul-binding lock is floating in the mid-air, emitting green light. According to Li earlier, TL, Li equals the name of the ghost messenger that gave him the chain, this soul-binding lock's grade is 9, which is the lowest among the other cultivators' artifact. At this time, Qin Chao feels as if he is pouring water into a bottle, the soul-binding lock is the bottle, while his elemental force is the water. Right now, the bottle is tiny while he has a lot of water. Soon, the bottle is full with water. This soul-binding lock is now refined for the first time and has now evolved to become an 8th grade artifact. Qin Chao thought that he still has ample elemental force, so he continued to refine the soul-binding lock twice more. The water bottle becomes larger and larger. The soul-binding lock has now reached 6th grade. This time, this soul-binding lock capacity to absorb elemental force suddenly becomes a lot bigger. It needed much more elemental force to be able to refine again. But Qin Chao doesn't have the necessary elemental force. As a result, he has no other choice than to stop. However, he nevertheless found out that this 6th grade soul-binding lock has much more abilities than its previous 9th grade. Looks like it has changed a lot. Qin Chao muttered while touching this ever more shiny black chain. Of course, among the other cultivators' artifact this chain is but a level 3, naturally it is a little different. A pretty voice was coming from above his head. Qin Chao quickly turns away. He saw this devil woman Rosie is sitting on top of the upper bedroom, shaking her shining white thigh back and forth, watching Qin Chao with a faint smile. Level 3. Qin Chao froze for a moment. Regarding this cultivation thing, he knew too little. Artifacts are divided into human, earth, and heaven, 3 big levels. Meanwhile, each of these 3 levels is further divided into 9 grades. Each of these 3 levels has a clear division of strength. Originally you're pretty lucky to have this level 3 crap, but to refine it until it becomes 6th grade is really wasting your elemental force. I think not, its abilities has increased a lot. Qin Chao said while happily touching his chain. You know fart. Rosie rolled her eyes. Although this is a 6th grade item, it is still garbage. Other people's 6th grade artifact is 100 times stronger than this. Either it's attack or defense, your garbage stuff is still garbage. You cannot say words like that. Qin Chao said with some dissatisfaction, this is the first artifact that I have, I want to properly refine it. Perhaps one day I'll be able to improve until it becomes the best quality artifact. Even if it's a 1st grade heaven artifact, a garbage is still garbage. Rosie is even more dissatisfied. If you want to waste your elemental force, you're free to waste it. Wait until you have a better artifact, let's see if you regret wasting your elemental force or not. Qin Chao did not eat Rosie's bait, he curled his mouth and said, my elemental force is my own, I can spend it however I want. Hee. Rosie did not even get angry, suddenly laughed, her little feet kicked Qin Chao's shoulder and said, it's okay if you want to continue to refine it, but your big beauty Su Ji cannot wait any longer. Right, Su Ji. Being reminded by this devil woman, Qin Chao suddenly remembers there is a beautiful girl waiting for him outside. He put his chain inside his ring, change his appearance back into human form, run through the corridor then jump out of that big window. Who knows, after he jumps out, he become dumbfounded. He saw Su Ji's treasured backpack lying on the ground while its owner were nowhere to be seen. Su Ji. Qin Chao was shocked, where could this Su Ji run away to? Even if she were scared, she could not possibly drop her bag. No need to shout, she cannot hear it. She is far away from here. Rosie appeared behind Qin Chao, her feet off the ground, floating in the air. While her hands gently rest on Qin Chao's shoulder, lying horizontally in the air, talked in his ear. What? Qin Chao turned his head, stared at Rosie, do you know where she went? How should I know? Rosie pretended to be helpless, waved her hand, sighed and said, I only saw Yu Qian came here and talked to her. Yu Qian. Qin Chao's face became white, he held out his hand and grabbed Rosie's wrist, coldly said, you saw her in danger, unexpectedly you didn't save her. If something happens to Su Ji, I will not let you go. Your words, isn't it a bit excessive? Rosie suddenly angry, her eyes become cold, completely different from her past disposition. Her feet hit the ground, after that she moved her hand. Immediately, a mysterious force pushed Qin Chao, his body flung back and slammed down on the cold ground. I am a devil from hell and you, Qin Chao, is only my, Roes Aida Qian's, TL, Rosie's full name, client. As for that someone named Su Ji or Su Fei, I don't have a relation with her whatsoever. With that, the devil woman seemed to get angry, turned into smoke, and disappeared into the night sky. Qin Chao froze for a moment, but he quickly frowns and climb up from the ground. She is definitely going to jump from the rooftop of the business building. F***ck. Qin Chao's eyes flashes with green light, he looked at the rooftop of the business building in the distance. Sure enough, a red figure standing dazed on the rooftop and slowly walked on its floor. Yu Qian, F***ck your uncle, F***ck you over and over. Qin Chao suddenly furious, the place where he stand now is too far away from the business building, he would not be able to arrive there in time to save Su Ji before she jumps unless he can fly. If I'm Lu Chuan, I'll spank your *SS until it's swollen. Qin Chao did not know that this is just a little test by Su Ji for him. He was furious at this time, but there is no alternative but screaming. Rosie! You devil woman, come out and help me. His roar was floating out in the night sky, bright moon light up this night sky, but nothing happened. D***, whenever I needed you, how come you never showed up? Comrade, are you in trouble? At this time, a man dressed in green fatigues comes out from the corner of the nearby building like a gust of wind, riding a lucky old bike. He rang the bike's bell and stopped in front of Qin Chao. You are? Hello, I'm Lei Feng, specifically come to solve your problem. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/lei_Feng. His uncle, Rosie. Quickly help me. Qin Chao wrinkled his nose, he know Rosie is playing cosplay again, screamed. Hee, so annoying, you always quick to see through my disguise. That man's body quickly turned into Rosie's appearance, but still wearing the uniform. This uniform-wearing devil woman really has its own charm. Recently, our hell is holding out a promotional activity. Rosie held out both of her hands. A long scroll printed with Hell's big promotion suddenly appeared on her hands. I can grant you a free wish, but the effect is subtle, you want to try it? Yes, I want it. Qin Chao nodded repeatedly, he doesn't really care about some promotion, said, I wish to save Su Ji. Very well, mister, wait 3 seconds, your wish is being granted. This devil woman charmingly laughed, put away her scroll. She leaned over her body and made a sweet kiss on Qin Chao's lips. Although this is not their first kiss, there is a feeling of electricity on Qin Chao, his whole body goes numb, blood flow started to move to his lower body part. When his animal desire almost took over, Rosie suddenly jumped off. With a hint of blush, she smiled and put up her 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. When Rosie stops counting, Qin Chao's phone suddenly rang. Qin Chao was shocked, who was bored enough to harass him in this middle of the night. Hello, who is this? If you want to fart, quickly talk. I want to save someone. Qin Chao angrily answers the phone, his mouth cursed. Big brother, I also want to save someone. Chen Yang's voice unexpectedly comes out from the phone. I saw teacher Su Ji on the surveillance monitor, suspiciously enters the business building. I fear something bad would happen, so I followed behind her. Oh God, she's now on the rooftop, it seems she want to jump off the building. Then why are you making this phone call? Qin Chao's lung exploded with rage, quickly stop her. I'm scared. Scared your uncle. Qin Chao cannot wait to throw the phone. Chen Yang, let me tell you, if anything happens to Su Ji, I'll use a mace to rip off your ass. Qin Chao hung up the phone, grabbed the bike from Rosie's hand, and sat on it. Rosie lightly fall on the back seat, although this devil woman has a good figure, she doesn't even have a little weight, it's as if her whole body is made from air. Your wish has been granted. This devil woman smilingly said while her hands hold Qin Chao's waist. Nonsense. Qin Chao shout out while pedaling the bike with lightning speed, obviously it's that idiot Chen Yang who helped me, what does it have to do with your devil's wish? Don't doubt our devil's credibility. Rosie complained from behind, if it weren't for me, your Chen Yang would still be in his office watching porn. I fried his computer, so he focused his attention back to the surveillance monitor. D***mn, fried his computer, Qin Chao burst out a hissing sound, indeed a devil. We returned to Cheningyang. He helplessly followed Su Ji to the rooftop platform. After he had put down the phone, he looked at Su Ji's fluttering figure, his heart is even more afraid. Feng Hua, sooner or later it will be your turn, Su Ji's mouth whispered, her eyes looks empty, blankly stared at the floor. Seeing Su Ji will soon jump, Cheningyang knows he can no longer hide. He rushed up from the place where he hides, using every strength he has, quickly run toward Su Ji. You cannot jump. That Su Ji froze for a moment, apparently she did not know that she was being followed. Taking the chance while she still froze, Cheningyang grabbed her hand, desperately trying to pull her back. After being possessed by Yu Qian, this Su Ji's strength increased considerably. She fling her arm and throw off Cheningyang. Cheningyang simply closes his eyes, threw himself on the ground, and tightly hugged her right leg. No one can stop me. Su Ji's eyes become slightly red, she lifted up her high-heeled left leg and madly kicked Cheningyang's back. Chapter 29 Conversation with Spirit. Help me, Cheningyang burst out a shrill scream, like a slaughtered pig, murder, somebody help me. But in the middle of the night, on this deserted campus, only his miserable voice was heard. Even if there is a student somehow heard his voice, he or she will only think that it is a haunted voice, who would dare come out to save him. Of course, with the exception of one person, that is Qin Chao. Oh, no. Hearing Cheningyang cries for help, Qin Chao put more effort in pedaling his bike. But in front of him is a 7-story tall building, he cannot be sure when he climbed to the top, whether or not comrade Cheningyang would still be alive. Rosie's body floated to the front of the Qin Chao, she gently touched his chin with her cold fingers and said, you can try to use your elemental force to refine the bike, making it an artifact. Refine the bicycle. Qin Chao stared at his 4-year-old lucky bike, although his bike can also be called an artifact, but can it really be refined to become a real artifact? When you refine this bike for the first time, it will become a garbage 9th grade human level artifact. But nevertheless, after it became an artifact, it will have some ability. Rosie seems to anticipate what's coming, her round ass falls on the bike's handlebar. Let's try it. In this critical moment, Qin Chao cannot afford to be hesitant. He uses all of his remaining elemental force in his body and infuses it all to his lucky old bike underneath him. He saw a green light flash out from his lucky old bike, it briefly illuminated the night sky. Qin Chao felt something extraordinary happen to this bike. When it nears the building, its front tire suddenly pull up. This bike lands on the building's wall, then continue to move vertically just like when it's on the ground. Qin Chao increases his pedaling frequency, quickly galloped toward the rooftop. D***mn, it really becomes an artifact. Qin Chao laughed, stroking his beloved vehicle. Combining his climbing skill with riding a bike on this building's wall, he turned right and left, bypassing some of the obstructions on the wall. But heaven seems to disagree with Qin Chao. When he ride to the 5th floor, a gust of wind suddenly blew up, Qin Chao and his lucky old artifact were blown out together. I'll be D***Ned. Qin Chao didn't know how to support his bike, he helplessly watched his bike as both of them fall to the ground. Idiot, use your garbage soul-binding lock chain. Rosie follows Qin Chao to fell together, but seeing his dazed look, she cannot help but curse. You don't want to save Su Ji anymore. Right. Qin Chao's eyes suddenly lit up, he raises his hand where his storage ring were on and put away his bike inside it. At the same time, he calls out his soul-binding lock, with the howling sound of the wind, he flings it to the roof of the building. This chain originally only 2 meters long, but impressively it grew several times, it turned into more than 10 meters long, and with its iron thorn, in the blink of an eye it flew above the roof, its thorn jabbed into the wall. Click. That iron thorn tightly jabbed the wall. Qin Chao is clutching the chain, his body slightly shivers, abruptly stopped at the 3rd floor, swaying back and forth, blowing in the wind. Humph. Qin Chao's arms turn into the beast's black claws, he gripped the chain and started to walk on the wall toward the rooftop. Let go of me. Let go of me. On the rooftop, Su-ji was ruthless, her high-heeled shoes have been covered with blood. Chen In-yang almost died, but he's still holding her leg. His back has fully covered with blood, his face was also struck by high heels, his entire right eyelid has flipped over. Blood dripping out from it. Murder. This Chen In-yang appears to have lost consciousness, but with his last strength, he's still holding Su-ji back, not letting her jump. But as an ordinary human his strength, after all, is limited. Compared to Su-ji, who was possessed by Yu Qian, her strength is mighty, like a Spartan warrior. Her kick is finally able to make Chen In-yang let go of her leg. Ha ha ha. Su-ji loudly laughed, dragging the bloody heels, she keeps on laughing, no one can stop me now. She smiled, 2 more steps and she will fall down to the ground. There's still people downstairs. Who would have thought, she suddenly heard a thunder-like voice from below. She then saw someone wearing a blue security guard uniform, with red hair and beast-like claws, suddenly rushed up from below, grabbed Su-ji in his arm and lightly fall on the rooftop. AAA. Yu Qian's soul let out a piercing scream and twist her body to squeeze out of Su-ji's body. With that scream, she tried to escape into the night sky. You can't run away. Qin Chao frowns, put down Su-ji and swung his soul-binding lock from his right hand, it flew toward Yu Qian who is in the midair. This soul-binding lock is really deadly when used against spirits. Like a black snake, it quickly entangles Yu Qian's body in circle around her waist. She had no way out. Get over here. Qin Chao explosively moved his arm, pulling back Yu Qian's body. As a spirit who has just died, Yu Qian's supernatural power can be considered the lowest among other female ghosts. This time, she was tied by Qin Chao's soul-binding lock, her soul's body trembles, she cannot even move an inch. Her hollow eyes stare at Qin Chao, she seems to wonder how could this man able to catch her. Yu Qian, you're already dead, why are you still trying to kill other people? Qin Chao spoke very gentle toward this chained female ghost, perhaps because Lu Chuan cares so much about her. Really? From the side, Rosie pouted her mouth, discontentedly said, you never talk so gently to me. Qin Chao ignores this devil woman's self-pity, he reached out and pointed to the already fainted Chen In-yang, said, this man and you have no enmity or grievance, yet you still hurt him this badly. Then he pointed to Su-ji, this girl and also Fong Wen, although they have no relationship with you whatsoever, unexpectedly you tried to take their lives. Yu Qian, wake up, do you really want to become an evil spirit? Do you wish to make every time Lu Chuan hear your name, he will shiver with fear? Originally Yu Qian's eyes were hollow, but upon hearing the word Lu Chuan, a glimmer of light suddenly appears in her eyes. Lu Chuan, Yu Qian seemed to regain sanity, slowly drifted up from the ground. The night wind suddenly separated her loosely hanging hair, revealing a delicate face. Goshen, TL, Lu Chuan's pet name, literally mean dog's leftover. Yu Qian's cloudy eyes unexpectedly shed 2 tears, Goshen, is he okay? He is not okay. Qin Chao folded his arms, coldly said, he's now sorrowful, broken-hearted, because of you committing suicide. Although you died happily, you left many people that care about you to be sad. Lu Chuan already lost a few pounds, your old father also frequently cries. There's also your mother, now paralyzed in bed, she always shout your name in her sleep every day. Hearing about all these people seems to make her heart twitch with pain, so she hung down her face. I have become an unclean person, only death can redeem my dirty soul. Yu Qian cried for a long time, suddenly looked up and said. Maybe I hurt a lot of innocent people, but please forgive me, this was not my intention. After dying, my soul only thought about taking revenge, so I did many bad things. Wasn't it Fong Hua who had done something to you? Qin Chao's brows wrinkles, mentioning this name. Fong Hua, originally Yu Qian was alright but upon hearing Fong Hua, her eyes suddenly becomes red, wailing loudly and struggle hard, the chain emit a hissing sound because of being dragged. Calm down. Qin Chao quickly activates his soul-binding lock ability. The chain emitted a faint green light. It deters Yu Qian, who is going crazy. After struggling for a while, this Yu Qian finally quiets again. That's right, it's Manhwa. Yu Qian tried really hard to calm herself down, and then she started to tell the secrets that no outsiders knew. 2 months ago, it was Manhwa that Animal's birthday. His birthday party was great. My dormitory friends took me to participate it. Then I remembered Manhwa gave me a glass of champagne. I never drink this stuff, naturally curious, so I took it and tasted it. Who would have imagined that Manhwa unexpectedly put an aphrodisiac drug inside it? That evening, he took possession of me. Since then, he has been pestering me, buy me all the things I want. When I put on those famous brands, for a moment I entered the highest social circle. I cannot extricate myself from such situation. I hate Manhwa. Not only he plays with my body, he plays with my spirit too. Afterward, I know everything. It turns out that on his birthday party, he made a bet with his friends. Within 2 months, not only will he get my body, he will also have my heart. A few days ago, he had found a new girlfriend, and got rid of me. He also call out **** to rape me. Tell me, this kind of dirty woman, can she still deserve to live in this world? Yu Qian's red eyes suddenly looked up. It stared at Qin Chao frighteningly. This beast. Qin Chao made a fist. The joints on her fingers were making a clack-clack sound. He wishes for Manhwa to be here so that he can pound his flesh into a mess. But why didn't you said that to Lu Chuan? He would forgive you and accept you. I can tell, he really loves you. He did not. Yu Qian suddenly becomes very sad. Her body trembles. I have tempted him, but he turned me down. I understand. Who would want to take a second-hand goods? No, I'm not just a second-hand goods. I do not even know how many hands has touched me. Ha ha. Yu Qian grabbed her hair and laughed forlornly. Qin Chao looked at her, suddenly sighed. He pulled out a pack of Red River cigarette from his pocket and slowly lighted it. TL, Red River, a Chinese cigarette brand. He doesn't smoke, he just used it when he was with his former girlfriend, nothing more. Yu Qian, you know, Qin Chao index finger and middle finger pinched that cheap cigarette, said, once Lu Chuan approached me, holding a pack of cigarette, he asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Although you and Lu Chuan were together for so long, and he treated you like a princess, yet you actually did not understand him. Lu Chuan attaches importance of face. He felt a little embarrassed if he just suddenly accept you at that time. After all, you already dumped him. So he begged me to say a few gentle words to you. Too bad, these gentle words, you would never hear it. Chapter 30. Take the beauty back home to sleep. Gosheng, hearing Qin Chao's words, Yu Qian suddenly kneels down on the ground, completely burst into tears. But, the tears have been unable to save her life, cannot bring back her love. My dear Qin, this is the right time to finish her. At this time, Rosie gently lay on Qin Chao's shoulder, breathing softly in his ear, said, take this pitiful female ghost, although her soul was not formidable, even a housefly still has meat. That's impossible. Qin Chao turns around and stares at Rosie's beautiful jade-green eyes, lightly said, if I absorb her, she cannot be reincarnated. Thus, if Lu Chuan know, he will surely be stricken with pain. A dead girl, a useless guy, so what if you absorb her? They can do nothing. Rosie rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Yu Qian's soul seems to be held by several invisible ropes. It pulls her floating to the front of Qin Chao. Hurry up, take her. Only by absorbing little soul like this, you can slowly become powerful. Rosie. Qin Chao suddenly grabbed Rosie's hand that was performing the spell. Her spell is disturbed. Yu Qian then fall back to the ground. Thank you for helping me this evening, but, this matter does not concern you. You want me to leave? Her big beautiful eyes, staring at Qin Chao with hate. Suddenly she learned Qin Chao's manner of speaking, shouted, your uncle, you ungrateful brats, scolding the cook that feeds you, my eyes are really blind. Lord Jesus Christ. Qin Chao suddenly shouted out English words. Rosie's beautiful face suddenly turned white with shock. She seems not be able to believe what Qin Chao just said. A round black door suddenly appears in the air, and there appears to be a powerful suction force coming from it. Pulling Rosie, she turned into smoke and sucked into that door. A moment ago Qin Chao shouted out the words Jesus Christ in English. It also means that God is with us. It is said it can drive off devils, throw them back to purgatory. TL, Rosie's hell is purgatory, i.e., Western hell, the ghost messengerly hell is Eastern hell. Not bad, you use standard pronunciation. When Rosie disappeared, a figure suddenly emerged. I did not expect the incantation that you taught me to be this good. Qin Chao frowned, watching this ghost police comrade from Ghost Realm. That Li shrugged off his shoulders, said, sometimes, you have to admit, dealing with devils from purgatory, Western hell, it is easier to use foreigners' method. I just hope you did not lie to me that this incantation won't hurt Rosie. Li said, don't worry, there is no incantation that can hurt those powerful creatures from purgatory. This incantation only works to temporarily drive them away. If they are watching you, she will soon come back. Well, I have come as per your request, now I should go do my other important matters. Then, this ghost messenger went over to Yu Qian's body, he put out his hand and pulled up this pitiful soul. Come, forget your confusion, we should leave here. Wait. Qin Chao suddenly stops them, this surprises them, they then turn their heads and look at Qin Chao. The more time passes, the smaller her chances to be reincarnated, Li warned him. I only want to ask one question. Qin Chao stared at Yu Qian and slowly said, Yu Qian, do you have any words for Lu Chuan? Tell Goshen, Yu Qian's face carrying a trace of bitterness, said to Qin Chao, I never loved him, when I was with him, it was only for money. Thank you. After that, while Qin Chao was still shocked, she went with Li, they entered the ghost world through a green door that suddenly appeared in the middle of the air. Qin Chao felt a little foolish, but he quickly understood what Yu Qian's real intention. She hoped that Lu Chuan can completely forget her so that he can quickly get out from her shadow and find his own happiness. Why people always like to torture themselves? Qin Chao looked at the back of Yu Qian, who slowly disappeared into the ghost realm and sighed loudly. Grandpa, I already forgot, I am a human too. He looked down at his own beast-like hands and could not help but bitterly smiled. It really hurts. At this time, Chen Yang, who has been lying like a dead dog on the ground, finally woke up, grimacing in pain. Unexpectedly he can still stand up, albeit shivering non-stop. I'll be d*mn, you haven't died yet? Qin Chao has no choice but to admit this man unyielding vitality, truly admirable. Teacher Su, is she okay? Chen Yang is afraid to touch his wound, he only felt it is burning with pain. He looked at the red beauty in Qin Chao's arm and asked a question. She's okay, it's over now. That's good, I won't lose my job then, my condition, can I apply this to work-related injuries? TL, Qin Chao now is Chen Yang's direct superior, so he basically asked for a bonus. You can. Qin Chao could not bear to look at Chen Yang's anxious appearance. This glorious wounds of yours are the result of rescuing teacher Su Ji so that it can be counted as your merits, I'll approve your report. It turns out you were afraid to lose your job, and I thought it's because I threatened to rip off your ass with mace. Rinjia always welcome whenever someone wants to tear of Rinjia's ass. TL, Rinjia, passive words of, I, or me. The literal meaning is, that person, or, someone, indirectly referring to oneself like, guess who, in English. It's used by young girls/ladies to address themselves in a cute, innocent or flirtatious tone. It's inappropriate for a male to use it on any occasion, even not for little boys, otherwise it's considered extremely feminine in a bad way. I salute you, in this whole country, you are my eldest brother, I completely lost to you. Quickly call 120, TL, in Chinese 120 is. For first aid ambulance, for help. Otherwise, you'll soon bleed to death. Right. It really hurts, come, Rinjia want you to carry me. Do you believe that I could drop you from this rooftop? After that, I'll give you a certificate for heroic martyrdom. Rinjia was wrong. F asterisk CK your mother's C asterisk NT. Can't you just use I, stop saying Rinja anymore, it's disgusting. Rinja no. Qin Chao had worked really hard to save Su Ji, but unexpectedly this little beauty is now soundly asleep in his arms, she even snores a little. Qin Chao was speechless, did not dare to wake her up. In this middle of the night, where can he deliver her? Security office? She should be okay there, but in this weather, she would likely freeze to death in the morning. Call Su Fei. But he tragically found his phone just out of power. Chen Yingyang's phone credit runs out after he calls the ambulance, and Su Ji's phone, well, it's broken. Qin Chao has no alternative but to hold this little beauty in his arms, bring out his lucky old artifact, and prepares to take her to his place to sleep there. Ahem, letting her sleep in his room for the night is a little evil, he will have to explain it when she woke up. Riding on his newly refined old Lucky into the city and seeing the uneven building is making Qin Chao's blood pressure to surge. Hey, this elder brother also want to ride on top of the building like those movies. After saying that, without caring that he is currently holding a beauty in his arm, he rides his old Lucky under the cover of the night, sneaking along a tall building, and with a whooshing sound he rides his bike vertically along its wall. With his previous experience, Qin Chao did not blow by the wind this time. When the wind comes, he will change the direction of the bike, making the wind actually helping him. In the whistling wind, Qin Chao rides under the moonlight. He quickly arrives at the top of this large commercial building. Unexpectedly, this 12-story building is easily climbed by Qin Chao, making him have a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, feeling the cool night air and looking down at the crowd, a contented feeling suddenly surges from his heart, making him really want to vent his desire. He drives his bike, dashes out from the roof, breaking through the wind, toward another building dozen meters away. This moment, feeling the chill and sound of the wind, Su Ji suddenly wake up, her eyes fluttering. How noisy, sister, Rinjia really cold, hug me. She blankly looked up, glanced at the ground, suddenly said, am I flying on the plane? She rubbed her eyes, opened it again, only to discover that she is sitting on a bicycle, in front of a man that is staring at her. Ah! Although Su Ji is not an average person, she has a fatal flaw, fear of height. Seeing the scene, she suddenly screamed and fainted. Qin Chao also shocked, how could this girl talk but not get up, is she only semi-awake? But if you said she already woke up, how could she quickly pass out again? Qin Chao has no time to care about her, he controls his bike, rides the winds and floated to the edge of the building. Although it did not land on the roof, the bike only scratched the side of the building, but it immediately ride vertically along the wall. Soon, the bike quickly arrived on the roof. Then, it continues to jump between building like that. After this lucky old bike become an artifact, its supernatural property is really great, it moves like a dragon roaming in the night, carrying Qin Chao and the beauty, quickly passing through the city, and soon arrives at the roof of his apartment building. Ah, finally arrived. Qin Chao patted Su Ji's arm, gazing at the dark ground underneath them, said, Teacher Su, we have arrived. After that, he pedals his bike, this bike immediately leap up and go downwards along the wall of this 8-story building. It quickly arrives at the bottom, with a high-pitched, whirring sound, it drifts beautifully on the ground and immediately stop. Come, beauty, we're home. Qin Chao did not park his bike but directly put it inside his storage ring. After that, holding Su Ji's soft and delicate body, he walked into the building. Besides holding her, Qin Chao cannot do anything else. Although he really tempted by her incredible beauty, but he knows that she is his boss's sister, he doesn't dare to have such random thought. Although the corridor is quite dark, its lighting is not good, fortunately, Qin Chao can see in the dark, he smoothly climbed up to the 3rd floor, and then he took out his keys to open the door. Right now is the middle of the night, the corridor is silent. Qin Chao also enters his room quietly, while still holding Su Ji. The heating in his apartment is not really good, so his room is slightly cold. But at least, his bed have an electric heater so Su Ji will not catch a cold. Qin Chao is putting Su Ji on his bed, thinking whether or not he should help her take off her clothes. But in the end, for his own safety, he gave up this seductive impulse. After covering Su Ji with a blanket, Qin Chao withdrew from his own bedroom and lay down on his sofa. After becoming a cultivator, Qin Chao's body temperature has reached a balance, so he is not afraid of cold. When he just lay down, a thumping sound was heard. It seems like someone is knocking at his door. Qin Chao had a scare, and he jumped up from the sofa. Thinking in his heart, D*MN, does this building also want to haunt me? Who is that? It's over midnight. Qin Chao went to the door and asked. Qin Chao Gij, it's me. Unexpectedly it was Li Na's voice. Qin Chao was shocked, he quickly opened the door. Are you crazy? How could you knock on the door so late in the night? Rinjia's mom went out, and nobody cooked for me. I have knocked your door this evening, but you have not come yet. Just now I heard you came in, so I came to check. Qin Chao Gij, I'm scared, let me sleep in your room. Chapter 31 Give me. No. Finished talking, like a small snake, Li Na tried to squish past Qin Chao to enter his room, only to be blocked by a panic-stricken Qin Chao. **T, if she were to see a girl sleeping in his bed, he would not know how to explain it. Little Nana, don't play a joke. There is no power outage tonight, go back to your home and go to sleep. Qin Chao hastily expelled her out. This little girl cannot be trusted with a secret yet. If she were to spread his secret, then he would be finished. Qin Chao Gij, don't be so heartless, okay? Li Na pouted her mouth, pleaded him. This time, I really can't let you in. It's too late in the night for a man and a girl without relation to be in the same room together. When your mom found out, I'd be dead. Qin Chao continuously shakes his head, firmly rejected. Why so heartless? Li Na tried to push Qin Chao but found out that her opponent is like a huge mountain, cannot be moved at all. This little girl rolled her eyes and immediately said. Speak, are you hiding a girl in your room? Humph, I can smell her perfume. Are you a dog? Qin Chao was surprised in his heart. What is this woman's nose is made of, can she really smell it? He did not know, this little girl was just bluffing him. Ha! You see the look on your face. Li Na seems to have captured his foxtail, exclaimed in low voices, you obviously have a guilty conscience. Let me in, I want to check out. Check your own hairs. Qin Chao subconsciously cursed, but immediately he found that word to be a little ambiguous. He cannot help but coughed and continued said, I'm a bachelor living alone, where would there be a woman in my room? TL, hairs or Mau Mau, literally translated as Harry Harry, it can also be used as a pet name for a baby or small child. Humph, don't think you can lie to me because I'm a little girl who knows nothing. Li Na retorted, there are many such women in the train station, 50 yuan per one use. Go go go. Qin Chao sweats, what do little smarty pants like you knows, quickly go back to sleep. Let me just go in so I can see for myself. Li Na would not back down, she's like the anti-Qin Chao, both of them stood in the dark corridor, trying to outstairs each other. Crash, bang. At this time, a loud noise is suddenly coming out from his bedroom, scaring both of them. Li Na's eyes immediately become excited, she waved her hand trying to rush inside. Qin Chao had no option but to grab this chick and put her on his shoulders. Smack. Qin Chao didn't try to be polite anymore, he put out his hand and whack at her upturned ass. This sound is really crisp, and it continued to resound throughout the corridor. Naughty girl. Qin Chao coughed, her ass feels really good, really flexible, making him want to smack again. But Li Na's face cannot be seen from this dark corridor. Without uttering a single word, she softly leaned on Qin Chao's back. Qin Chao is carrying her to bring her back to her room. Just go to sleep, don't you have a school tomorrow? Before leaving, Qin Chao stared at this young juicy girl one more time and then closed her door. Li Na felt her whole body become weak and hot. She curled up on the sofa with her bashful hot face that can cook an egg. Without knowing that Li Na is currently antsy, TL, originally, heart like a frisky monkey, mind like a cantering horse, Qin Chao hurriedly returns to his room. When he turned on the light, he found out that Su Ji has been wandering randomly around his room with her eyes still closed. The earlier sound came from Su Ji's accidental kick on his water bottle. Fortunately, there is no water inside the bottle, but its cover were broken, its battered body lay horizontally on the ground. Looking at his broken water bottle, Qin Chao wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. And Su Ji continues to wander around the room, without realizing the trail of destruction left by her. Qin Chao was startled. Could it be she is being possessed by a ghost again? That's why her eyes are closed. But then he realized, his uncle Su Ji is sleepwalking. Su Ji unsteadily went into the kitchen, then picked up a kitchen knife from the chopping board. With a loud noise, she chopped that chopping board, startled him. Then she swayed to the refrigerator, pulled out 2 eggs and tomatoes. Afterward, the completely stunned Qin Chao saw this young girl, with eyes still closed and in the deep sleep condition, started to make a famous local dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. D**mn, unbelievable. Qin Chao had a silly look, thinking, this Su Ji is famished. Even in her dream she continued to prepare food. Su Ji seems to be guided by a person from behind, skillfully turned on the electric stove, holding a pan, then fried the dish on it. After doing her dishes, she took out the chopsticks to eat. Qin Chao didn't realize that although this chick seems to be in a great shape, she actually can cook. In no time at all, that full plate of scrambled eggs and tomatoes is cooked by her. When it's time to eat, Qin Chao also took a pair of chopsticks, wanting to taste this chick's cook. But Su Ji seems to know that someone want to snatch her food, so she protects her food with her chopsticks. When Qin Chao extended his chopstick, she frowned and used her own chopstick to open Qin Chao's chopstick. After the meal, Su Ji threw the plate and the chopsticks on the table just like that, then wipe her mouth and leave. This makes Qin Chao depressed, thinking, I'll be D**amn, finished eating, why don't you remember to clean your plate and chopsticks? You wouldn't let me eat a bite, yet you want me to clean this plate. After Su Ji fully satiated, Qin Chao was left surprised by her again. He saw her went to the bathroom, plug in the water heater and started stripping off her clothes piece by piece. Grandpa. Should I watch this or not? Qin Chao is going crazy, sweats poured out of his face, but in the end, he closed the bathroom door on behalf of Su Ji. After closing the door, this fellow did not forget to give his face a slap. Listening to the sound of flowing water coming from the bathroom in slow motion, this fellow feels like there are 1,000 insects crawling back and forth on his body, making him incomparably itch. It seems like there is a little transparent hand, luring his desire. Soon, this fellow is burning with desire, his animal blood boiling. He run to the kitchen, put his head under the faucet, opened it and yell in his head, forcing himself to calm down. At this time, Su Ji also finished with her shower and directly walk out from the bathroom just wearing her underwear. Qin Chao looked at the pink embroidered small bear on a pink bra that was covering her breasts, only to feel pain in his nose, then a red liquid dripping out of it. F***ck me, even got a nosebleed. Qin Chao quickly looked up, and then went to the bedroom to find a tissue and stuffed his nose. But that still left some nosebleed, it falls to the ground, leaving a strange contrasting color. Su Ji also entered the bedroom at this time, her silky smooth white skin, making Qin Chao seems to have hit by a flash of light, and his eyes turned blind. Especially Su Ji's breasts, her bra appears to be too small, like it would jump out at any moment, directly making Qin Chao's eyes happily goes blind. Indeed worthy to be a gym teacher, this figure simply can take a man's breath away. Qin Chao is almost going crazy, that Su Ji comes up to bed near Qin Chao. Qin Chao can even feel Su Ji's hot body temperature. With a splashing sound, Qin Chao sat down on the bed. Su Ji also sat down and then lay on Qin Chao's arms. This small opening, although he really wants to seize it, but Qin Chao doesn't want that desire. He stumbled rolls on the ground, with his hands and feet, he ran out of the room. This stimulation is too big, if he stays 1 second longer, Qin Chao will turn into an animal and immediately throws. himself at Suji's body. He fled to the living room, lying on the sofa, and began gasping for breath. This Suji's habit of sleepwalking is indeed very exciting. Whoever is going to marry her will be tormented by her. When Qin Chao still trying to calm himself down on the sofa, the bedroom door suddenly opened. He saw Suji twisted her extremely slender waist and slowly come out, still sleepwalking. Oh my God! Qin Chao nearly rolled down from the sofa. It's finished, really want to take my life. Suji first went to the fridge, took out a bottle of Coke, opened it and walked to the front of the TV. This TV included in the room by the landlord, presumably has been here for years, a 20-inch big black box. To Qin Chao's surprise, this chick's beautiful leg seems to be very smart, it take the seat next to Qin Chao. She then picked up the remote from the sofa, turned on the TV and started to change the channel. My uncle. Qin Chao wanted to cry, but no tears would come out, thinking, when do you start making my room as your own? Also, turning on the TV, can you see it? You might as well just listen to the radio. This little chick is drinking cola in front of the TV, changing its channel, but this time of night, almost all of the channel is just showing infomercial. Suji is obviously not happy, pouting her mouth, she waves her hand and fling the Coke bottle on the TV screen. Oh, my uncle. Qin Chao is really crying this time, if this TV were broken, he would have to repay it. This fellow quickly runs to check out the TV. Fortunately, the Coke bottle has been emptied. Otherwise, its liquid would surely ruin the TV. Finding out no good programs on the TV, this chick stood up, shaking her perfect body, with mouth humming a little rhythm, she started to dance. It seems that this is a hot dance, her thighs occasionally lifted from the ground, hips sometimes curls up, this chick's delicate body circle around. Rhythmically, without her realizing it, she let Qin Chao stares at her. Who Lily once said before, that Suji can dance really well, especially jazz dance. Previously, when Suji was wearing clothes on stage doing this dance, she could make the whole school went crazy. Now she wore a special dress, showing her performance in front of Qin Chao alone. TL, jazz dance example. This makes Qin Chao have a feeling of having a dream, he pinched himself several times, for fearing that this is only a dream. He cried, this Suji was really kind, knowing that he saved her life, she repays itself with such method, hoo. This little chick seems to have so much energy, she danced in place for a long time, probably repeating the dance moves 4 or 5 times. After this, she went to the bathroom to take a shower again, and then back to the bedroom to sleep. But Qin Chao apparently has not recovered from the shock of her temptations before. Only after Suji went back to the bedroom and sleep on the bed, he finally recovered. Feeling the corner of his mouth wet, he quickly wiped it, it turned out to be saliva. Oh, my uncle. Qin Chao is lying on the sofa, his eyes are glazed, muttering the sentence, oh God, you have to either kill me, or, give this chick to me. Chapter 32 Be My Chef. AAA. In the morning, Qin Chao was awakened by a loud piercing scream. It's early in the morning, stop making trouble. The next door couple protests immediately. The young husband elegantly shouted back loudly. And his wife was very swift and fierce, patted the wall and roared. If you're F** king watching porn, can't you be quiet? You're the F** ucker who watch porn. Qin Chao suddenly got furious, he jumped up from the sofa and shot his palm toward the wall. Only to hear a bang sound, a piece of the wall suddenly smashed by his palm, a big chunk of its surfaces splashes out, it also makes Qin Chao dusty. My grandpa. How did this happen? He looked at the wall's surface that was carved out with his own palm print, he was happy and amazed at the same time. He looked at his hands and immediately understand. His body had completely absorbed the ghost's soul and finally had a breakthrough, he has reached the refined chi stage. From now on, he can be considered to be a true cultivator, a devil spirit. Later on, even if his body did not transform into the devil state, TL, beastly scale and all, he can still produce its strength. He did not look surprised when a moment later, his bedroom door was flung open with a bang. Then, a pretty girl wearing pink underwear, covered with a red trench coat, clutching a pillow, rushed out from the inside and hit Qin Chao's head with the pillow. "Beast, you're a beast." And so on, and so on. Qin Chao was suddenly beaten savagely right on the face, around and around. He stepped back again and again to escape the attack of Su Ji's crazy pillow. "What are you doing? What have I done to you? You animal, unexpectedly you took advantage of me while I sleep, doing that kind of thing." On Su Ji's face hung two lines of tears. No matter how many times she waves her hands, she seems to have unlimited energy, desperately beat Qin Chao with all her might. If Qin Chao could have a respite, he can explain everything clearly to her. "Hey, you think too much." Qin Chao became exasperated, suddenly snatched the pillow, but he hadn't thought about the tightness of Su Ji's grasp on that pillow, and because of that, he inadvertently flung her to the sofa. Her trench coat was lifted up, exposing her white skin, and making her big breasts jiggle. Ahem, Qin Chao restrains his own desire, forced himself to turn away. "Playing stupid aren't you?" Su Ji also realized that she has been exposed. Blushing, she wrapped the trench coat again and sharply asked. "If you don't like to look, why'd you took off my clothes?" After saying that, her face seems to be even more red, her sound become tiny, just like a mosquito. Also, there are bloodstains in the bedroom. How could this? Bloodstains? Qin Chao had a scare, thinking, it can't be that thing. He ran and bounced into the bedroom. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, he immediately doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Big sister, that was my nosebleeds, okay?" Then he withdraws from the bedroom and looking at the apple-like blushing Su Ji, "I swear, I did not take advantage of you. You were unconscious after I saved you yesterday. About your clothes, you were the one that changed it. Don't you know that you're a sleepwalker?" "Oh, right, I'm a sleepwalker." Su Ji's little mouth is open like a letter O, suddenly enlightened. Touching her own smooth and delicate face, she said, "How can I forget this? Really sorry, I misjudged you." Suddenly she remembered something. With a scarlet face, she jumped up and kicked Qin Chao with her foot, and then she rode his body, trying really hard to strangle him. "Speak, how much have you seen?" Qin Chao was suddenly attacked by the ignorant Su Ji, making him infuriated. He hoarsely shouted, I didn't see anything, I'm an honorable gentleman." "I don't believe you." Su Ji swung her fists, ruthlessly beating Qin Chao's chest a few times. "Not to mention this chick is pretty powerful, she might have been a karate master. Unfortunately, Qin Chao has a cultivator's body. If it were other people, they were quite possibly already spit there. Blood 3 times. But to Qin Chao however, this doesn't feel hurt at all, more like flirting. Really, if I lie, I'll be impotent." After Qin Chao swore a heavy oath that most men are afraid of, Su Ji becomes doubtful. She reluctantly believed and stopped beating Qin Chao ruthlessly. "I haven't seen the most important thing, that's all," Qin Chao added in his heart. Could you let me stand up?" Qin Chao pointed to Su Ji that is still riding him. Although this soft feeling is really good, but, eventually it will look awkward. Su Ji's face also become red, like being pricked by a needle. She bounced up from Qin Chao and jumped to the nearby sofa. "For such a vicious oath, I believe you this time." When Qin Chao had just got up, this chick suddenly exclaimed, "That's right." Qin Chao immediately falls down to the ground in fear. Seeing this, Su Ji muzzled her laugh, said, "What happened to you? I'm not a devil, why do you have such a scared look on your face? If you were really a devil, I wouldn't be so scared." Qin Chao remembered that girl Rosie, got up and said, "You are my leader." Then, seeing Su Ji having a strange look, he immediately realized. This word leader is too ambiguous. You're my boss. "Bah, you don't have to tell me that." Su Ji rolled her eyes, wrapped her trench coat and cheerfully asked Qin Chao, "Why are you so timid? Weren't you so powerful when you catched the ghost yesterday?" "Was there really a ghost yesterday?" I just felt stupefied and passed out. Could it be that you gave me a bewitching potion? Foo, shit. In front of the beauty, Qin Chao almost couldn't control his foul language. He coughed twice and said, "How could there be a female ghost? Yesterday there were some boys intentionally harassing you, I taught them all a lesson. You were the one who lacks courage, don't blame others. Whose courage is little?" Hearing her saying that, Su Ji became quiet. She argued, "My courage is big, larger than most men. Tell me, I seem to remember yesterday I was flying on a bike, is it true?" Still claims to have immense courage. Qin Chao immediately said, "You were scared silly. Can your own bike fly in the air?" This. Su Ji pouted and nodded. But then she realized, she gave a single kick on Qin Chao's leg, angrily said, "You were the one who scared silly just a moment ago. I'm still a lot more courageous than you. I'm hungry, do you have anything to eat here?" Su Ji suddenly wilted like an eggplant, sluggishly collapsed on the sofa. "This miss is starving, I haven't eaten anything since last night, give me something to eat, boss." "You obviously ate scrambled eggs with tomatoes last night." Qin Chao had a cold sweat, said to Su Ji. "You blew it, I don't know how to cook." Su Ji rolled her eyes and with her delicate toes, she pulled the remote control, turned on the TV. "Quickly get the food, this miss is starving. If because of this hunger my chest becomes small, you have to take full responsibility." "It's okay to let you starve then." Qin Chao blurted out, smiled wickedly, "When your chest is smaller, I'll take full responsibility." "You die." Su Ji called out weakly, "I want to eat, I want to eat. Isn't there a takeout near this place?" How could a takeout food be good? Qin Chao was defeated by this beauty. After all, she is his boss's sister, if he failed to entertain her he might get a wage cut. This fellow then went to the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. Little girls usually like to eat sweet, so Qin Chao began to boil sweet potato porridge. "Hey, you really cannot cook." Qin Chao popped up his head from the kitchen, watching the little miss, who is sitting on the sofa watching TV, said, "Last night you obviously made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and very skillful at that." "Idiot, don't you know?" Su Ji gives him a look, while took a glance at the remote control. She quickly changes the channel. Even if a woman knows how to cook, she would need to deny her knowledge about it. In this way, after marriage, she doesn't have to cook. Scratch my ass. Qin Chao is full of sweat. He did not say a word anymore, directly busied himself on the kitchen. Among other things, Qin Chao's parents teach him how to cook a meal. Soon, the smell of sweet potato porridge wafted out from the kitchen and arrived in front of Su Ji. The little miss sucked it with her nose. She could not help but follow the scent back to the kitchen. "Hey, don't you said you won't come to the kitchen, why come now?" Qin Chao saw this greedy little girl, rolled his eyes at her. Renjia can't help it, also, really famished. Then, as if her stomach had been wronged, she rubs her smooth belly. Seeing Qin Chao's peering eyes, little miss rolled her eyes, picked up the pan next to her and, bang, swatted him in the head. "Pervert, watch out where you look." Renjia can't help it, Qin Chao smiled, making Su Ji become furious. "Die. Die." He boiled sweet potatoes porridge and fried some eggs. Although this is just an ordinary breakfast, Su Ji did not know why it tastes particularly sweet. "Not bad," this little miss patted Qin Chao's shoulder, and then while he was not looking, she stole a fried egg from his plate, into her mouth. While eating it, she said, "Why don't you quit being a security guard and work as my chef instead? I'll pay you 20,000 yuan per month, TL, his security guard's salary is 4,000 yuan. WTF. Qin Chao directly sprayed out the sweet potato porridge that just entered his mouth. "As a chef, you'll pay me that much? This is not enough." Su Ji picked up her glass, drink up, eat a mouthful of porridge, and said, "The chef in my house, all have 1 million yuan for their annual salary. How about it, don't you want to reconsider?" "I'll pass." Qin Chao was really tempted, but in the end, he shook his head. "I don't want to be a chef for all my life, perhaps one day your taste would change, you would fire me for sure, and then I would really be in a big trouble. My security guard job, although salary cannot be compared to your chef, at least, I wouldn't worry about food, clothes, and shelter, and without worrying about being unemployed. You really are an unambitious person. Suji promptly feels resentful toward Qin Chao, who failed to meet her expectations and want to push him more, so, while avidly watching Qin Chao eating his plate of sweet potatoes porridge, she said, passing such an excellent opportunity, what a fool. I'll speak with my sister later and ask her to fire you, let's see if you still don't like to be my chef. Ah. Don't. You think you can order me? Hey, little girl, you better be obedient to this uncle. Chapter 33 Posturing. Suji tried to coerce Qin Chao with carrot and stick approach, only to be swiftly turned down by Qin Chao, preferring to be a security director rather than a chef. Humph, you wait, I'll go to school to find my sister, let her make your life difficult every day. Don't forget to put on your clothes. Qin Chao tidies up the bowls and the plates, shrugged his arms, indicating that he doesn't care, otherwise they wouldn't let you enter the school. Ahem, in short, we're not over with this matter. Suji rolled her eyes, feeling angry at this guy who has no ambition. But then she saw Qin Chao leisurely, humming a tune while washing the dishes, she couldn't help but ask. Do you always prepare food for yourself? Come, report to this leader, all this time on the campus, have you gotten a girlfriend or not? What kind of leader are you? Qin Chao brought up a steaming hot cup of tea and placed it in front of Suji. You're just a school gym teacher. Humph, I'm also a part-time honorary director. Suji is feeling full of herself, blowing the hot air from the tea and said, why don't you make yourself a cup of tea? Ahem, men did not drink this kind of thing. Qin Chao dryly coughs twice, sitting across from Suji. Looking at her beautiful face, Qin Chao couldn't help but starts to have lewd thought. If he could have a girlfriend such as her, it can be counted as a blessing for several lifetimes. Oh. Suji laughed, her eyes formed two beautiful small crescents, since you don't drink, then how come you have this in your room? Confess, did you keep these placed for your mistress? How could I? Qin Chao waves his hand, not enough money. He remembers the landlord, previously had brought a middle-aged man and his mistress to see the room. Indeed, this room almost become a mistress place. But other people are rich while he is a poor man, even the room rent are still owed, who wants to look up to him. This was for my previous girlfriend, she likes to drink this, so I bought a lot as a stock. Qin Chao starts to reminiscing. He remembers the first time he moved to this city with his girlfriend, both have committed to living together in this little apartment. After a period of time, his girlfriend cannot put up with such a poor life anymore. Less than a month, she moved out of this place, following their former classmate who is a long-distance runner champion. Their former classmate has a little background, he have a small company, so he can be considered much better than Qin Chao's condition. He remembers when his girlfriend moved out, Qin Chao did not say a word. He just thought that maybe after leaving him, she will live a better life. Also, Qin Chao's financial condition at the time has been bad, not enough to support his girlfriend who has been accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. Oh no, we're going to be late. Suji is very clever, she has seen everything by looking at Qin Chao's vacant eyes. However, she did not point that out, she just put down the teacup and exclaimed loudly, making Qin Chao awake from his recollection. He looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall, suddenly exclaimed, bad, it's already 7 o'clock. Hurry up, I'm going to be late for work. Oh, our security guard director also afraid to be late. Suji covered her mouth, laughed mirthlessly. What are you gloating about? Aren't you working too? I have classes in the afternoon, besides, I wouldn't get a wage cut. My uncle, quickly get dressed, are you going to work topless like that? You pervert. I obviously wear a trench coat. You wear a trench coat? How come I did not see? You bastard. The two of them seems like an enemy, noisily quarreled, and then tidied up respectively. Su-ji put on her t-shirt, pants, and black stockings. Both of them looked like a young couple who have been living together for a long time, went out the door together. "OSH, I forgot, I have to wear a uniform." Before reaching the door, Qin Chao slapped his own forehead, alarmed. "You wait for me first, I have to change my clothes. Wait at the door and no peeking. Chances are, you also saw me changed clothes yesterday, now it's my time to return the favor." After that, this chick started to drag Qin Chao's arm, pulling him inside. Qin Chao immediately becomes nervous, thinking in his heart that this chick is too tough. He repeatedly pushed Su-ji out and shouted, "Young miss, you let me off, I'll invite you to dinner next time, okay?" Then, he fled, leaving Su-ji laughed a heartless laugh. That silvery laugh soon attracted the attention of another family. Clack! Qin Chao neighbor's door opened loudly. A fairly delicate-looking woman, wearing decent clothes coming from the inside. However, this woman's figure is somewhat slightly fat, her look is also not that good. "Qin Chao, you bastard, can't you watch porn quietly, the noise is making this old lady unable to sleep." This woman is the wife of that newlywed couple, named Wang Yan. Her husband's name is Tang Chuan, a clerk at the prosecutor's office, although his salary is not very high, as a civil servant, he is quite respected. The two of them live frugally, bought a 100,000 yuan Haval SUV using a mortgage. In particular, his monthly salary as a small civil servant is not high, the bonuses are woefully low, 2,000 yuan a month. In which, 1,000 yuan had to be paid for the car. It can be said that he is the type who want to save face at all cost. This Wang Yan is pinching her waist, posturing like a squalling bitch, ready to teach that jobless Qin Chao a lesson. As a civil servant lady, she feels entitled to this sense of superiority. Especially because Qin Chao has no job and no girlfriend, he has been the subject of ridicule from everyone. But today, Wang Yang was dumbfounded, she pinched her waist, stood there, watching a great beauty leaning on Qin Chao's doorway. That beauty is wearing a red trench coat, her chest visibly protrudes, although Wang Yang accepts that she is fatter than her, comparing both of their chests, Wang Yan feels a sense of inferiority. Wang Yan's mind has been drifting all this time, thinking that this brat has now become rich, in which nightclub he found such attractive whore. "Auntie, whom are you looking for?" Su-ji raised one of her eyebrows, she has already seen that this woman has an ill intention. She often travels extensively, had encountered all kind of people, naturally she will not be polite. "Auntie." This one word is making Wang Yan angry. Herself is only 24 years old, unexpectedly she was called auntie by this young girl. This cannot be tolerated. She immediately took out her bitch face and called out Su-ji again. "You people have no manners, how could you call people like that? Look at you dressed so sexy, like an enchantress, which nightclub are you from? I heard that the capital was doing a countrywide raid, you must be hiding from that. Told you, our southern Jiangsu is strict, it would be wise if you immediately go to Dongguan. Auntie, your husband must have been a regular customer ******, how can you be so knowledgeable?" Su-ji was not someone to be trifled with, this young girl crossed her arms, sneered at Wang Yan. "Fart." Wang Yan's eyes immediately stare, although she hasn't had time to brush her teeth in the morning, she cursed, "My husband works in the prosecutor's office. Told you, if you are sensible, quickly disappear, otherwise, I'll make my husband put you in jail." "Ha ha ha," Su-ji laughed heartily, rubbed her belly, and said, "Auntie, you are so funny. Even if there is such young lady here, your husband could not catch her. So what if he is a prosecutor, do you think your husband is superhuman?" "You," this Wang Yan's anger erupted, roared, "Tang Chuan, quickly come here. Your wife is being bullied, come and help me at once." The entire building has been alerted by this big fight. The sound insulation on the floor is very bad, someone watching porn on the first floor can be heard up to the 5th floor. This Wang Yan big fight was very loud, people living in the upstairs and downstairs quickly run out to watch. Li Na, who lived on the other side of Qin Chao, also opened her door, when she saw a big beautiful woman leaning against Qin Chao's door, she suddenly becomes startled. Thinking about last night, Qin Chao firmly not letting her get inside his room, could it be because there was this pretty sister in the room? Qin Chao Gij, finally have a girlfriend? Li Na suddenly feels a bit sad, her eyes were red, but she actually doesn't make a sound, she stand at her doorway, watching the show unfolded. What is this? At this time, a clean-shaven man comes out from behind Wang Yan. His stomach is bulging with a beer belly, wearing a prosecutor's office blue uniform, carrying an official manner, he raised his head high, standing in the corridor. Female comrade, what's the matter with you, how can you make a scene in the corridor? The effects are bad, look, everyone has been awakened by your noise, be careful someone would report you for causing a disturbance. The comrade looks very familiar. Su Ji rolled her eyes, suddenly smiling at that Tang Chuan and said, oh, I just remembered, I've seen you on TV, seems like it's a prostitution raid show, you got caught in a nightclub. Yes, I remember, I was impressed. What? That Wang Yan was enraged, a small flame slowly burning her heart, hurting her dearly. She immediately turned around, viciously looking at her husband, Tang Chuan. The latter had lost the blood on his face because of fear, the heart almost jumped out. He swept Su Ji's pretty face several glances, especially at her protruding chest. Thinking, this girl is actually very attractive, but when he was ever get caught? He has always been very careful. You're shameless, even go to such place. Wang Yang is very fierce, she pinched her husband's ear and shouted, this old lady has always been good to you, unexpectedly you still looking for those whores. You heartless, I'm going to fight you. These crowds of onlookers now have plenty of gossip material. Everyone knows that in this building, Tang Chuan has the best condition. Working as a civil official who also has a car, every day free and unconstrained, everyone who had no idea about what is his real condition envies him. Who knows, this civil servant also suffer hardship. I did not. What did not, still denying, other people already recognize you. Tang Chuan, you're very good, every day at 5 or 6 o'clock, you often told me you were busy doing night meeting, turns out you were doing this thing. Be careful about disturbing other people. Be careful about disturbing other people. Be careful about what? I have seen the real you, I don't want to live anymore. After that, she sits on the floor and cries loudly. Chapter 34 Two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Love to watch. That is the nature of the people, especially watching other family excitement. As long as it's not their own family excitement, it's always good to see a free drama show. This Wang Yan sat on the ground crying, the onlookers pointing at her, like a visitor enjoying monkey at the zoo. The usually arrogant Tang Chuan, now rubbing his belly, tried to hide his ashamed face, but he did not know what to do. He can only whisper apology in his wife's ear, trying to coax his wife back home. But Wang Yan doesn't consider her and her husband's face anymore, she continued to sit on the ground and to cry loudly through the whole building. In some northern city, such wild women can often be seen. What's the matter, I just left for a while, is it New Year already? While changing his clothes, he hears a noisy sound coming from the outside, like someone who cries at a funeral, so he quickly come out. A young man wearing blue uniform entered the scene, Li Na's and Su Ji's eyes immediately lit up. Wearing the same uniform's color as Tang Chuan's uniform, they looked just like a member of the same gang. The only differences are the two characters on Qin Chao's uniform. Qin Chao, you son of a b*tch. The Wang Yan, who had asked for a death just a moment ago, suddenly jumped up and cursed at Qin Chao, you quickly bring back this shady woman from wherever she come, beware of infection, your thing will rot and drop. Qin Chao scratched his head, confused, this Wang Yan is screaming like a madman. What happened to her, has she taken the wrong medicine? Qin Chao asked the little miss besides him, the later gave him a smile and said. Nothing, we're talking about some academic problems, it doesn't concern you at all. Then, this little beauty innocently leaning on Qin Chao's body and sweetly said to that Wang Yan. The two of us are colleagues, we are decent people. You better take care of your husband. I heard many people taste are quite heavy, there is no need to use condoms, you have to always remind her. What? As if her whole body was struck by lightning, Wang Yan stayed there motionless. Her husband was silly, he hastily argued. What are you talking about? I always wore a condom every time. Oh, Su Ji smiled, the kind of smile that is familiar to Qin Chao, very similar to Rosie's smiling expression. Qin Chao even wondered if Su Ji and Rosie were actually sisters. The entire corridor uproared, everyone can understand the implication. This Tang Chuan did go to that kind of place. Moreover, he uses a condom as precautions. You're shameless, you really went there. This Wang Yan cried louder and got down to hit Tang Chuan's beer belly. I'm done with you, divorce. Divorce. After Wang Yan had hit Tang Chuan in the stomach, she went downstairs. Tang Chuan's face was pale, this demand for divorce is really bad for his career. Then, this guy immediately rushed to catch up with his wife. The onlookers also start to disperse, everyone excitedly discussing this. It seems there will be a juicy gossip for tonight. Qin Chao understood this Wang Yan must be the one who provoked Su Ji. This chick is not a woman to be trifled with, even Qin Chao lose out to her, that Wang Yan couple, how could they be her opponent? Su Ji releases Qin Chao's arm, the latter has a mixed feeling about this. He coughed twice and said. You're really something, other people calling you a bad name, but you're not angry. What's the use to be angry? Su Ji's attitude shows up, said, angry will only make them happy. Might as well calm, they smear me, I will discredit them, see who's ruthless. Qin Chao could not help but make a thumbs up, this chick is fierce. She deals with Tang Chao, a civil servant from prosecutor's office, ruthlessly, as if a yellow paste appears in his trouser, i.e., *ting in his pants, a stain that cannot be erased for a lifetime. Who is this sister? Seeing this, Li Na finally could not bear any more, she walked from her house, and stood across from Qin Chao Gij enchantingly. Qin Chao Gij, is this your friend? This little girl subtly investigates by deliberately not say the word girlfriend. Instead, she uses the word friend. Su Ji's eyes narrow a bit, although Qin Chao is unaware, as a woman, she can tell that Li Na did not have a normal feeling toward Qin Chao. This is my colleague. Although he wanted to say, this is my wife, but Qin Chao did not have that courage and had to tell the truth. But he didn't notice, when he said this, Li Na was clearly relieved. I'm going downstairs to fetch my bike. Although the bike is within his ring, he did not want to shock everybody, so he pretends to pick up his bike. I'll shout when I get it ready, and then you can come down, in the meantime you two can talk. Having said that, he went downstairs, pretending to pick up his bike. At this time, Su Ji walks to the front of Li Na. This Su Ji is quite tall, her height is full 1.7 m, 5'7". While Qin Chao is 1.75 m, 5'9", but if she were to wear a high heel, she easily catch up to him. Fortunately, when he was in basic shape stage, Qin Chao's body undergoes a transformation, he is now 1.78 m, 5'10". When they stood side by side, they really look like a couple. Li Na's height is a bit short, only 1.6 m, 5'3", a full head shorter than Su Ji. Little sister, you're really cute. Which middle school are you studying at? I'm a high school student. Not a little sister. She was suddenly angry, making her chest out, holding her head high. Li Na looked at Su Ji. But the other is actually smiling, she did not seem to care about her retort. She compares her breasts and Su Ji's but found out that she was smaller. Li Na was discouraged, but she still firmly said, I'll get my Qin Chao Gij back. Su Ji laughs heartily. Looks like this Qin Chao is quite popular. Complaining still being a bachelor every day, even though there is a lovely sister next door, looks like he doesn't even realize his own attractiveness. However, Su Ji also feels a little jealous. She doesn't speak, just touches Li Na's hair, then turn around to walk downstairs. I wouldn't throw in the towel either. After taking a few steps downstairs, she suddenly turned around and made a fist to Li Na. Li Na made a face. It appears their confrontation has just begun. Hurry up, we're late. Downstairs, Qin Chao is sitting on his bike, waving at Su Ji and said, "Missy, I'm afraid of a wage cut." Unbeknown to Qin Chao, because of him, on the corridor, the two women had opened the prelude to war. I know. Su Ji runs up, put her arm around Qin Chao's waist, and sat on the back. Rides quickly. Su Ji suddenly cried out, "I dreamed this bike can fly yesterday. Qin Chao, let me see you flew this bike." Then keep on dreaming. Qin Chao secretly rolled his eyes, thinking, it's actually not a dream. He quickly pedals his bike toward the general direction of Guanyuan School. In broad daylight, with a beautiful woman on his back, he doesn't dare to cycle on top of the roofs. He rides on the road like normal people and arrives at the school gate 20 minutes later. By this time, the securities are inspecting the students who were late. Qin Chao is grinning, thinking in his heart, these brats, although it's too early to start the inspection, they're really quite responsible. Just pass through, I know a shortcut. Su Ji quickly patted Qin Chao's back, pointing at one corner wall. Su Ji can be said to be a local bully here. Qin Chao rides the bike, following Su Ji's direction, riding on one side of the corner. He discovered that this part of the wall is quite short, someone can get over the wall by using something like a support. Help me, I'll go over first and then you. Su Ji said. She jumped out of the bike and waved at Qin Chao. Can you do this? Qin Chao looked up at this wall, although it's not too high, the height is full 2 meters, 6 feet 6.7 inches. For a girl, it's quite difficult. This is nothing. Su Ji dismissed Qin Chao's concern, I'm a student athlete in my college. Come on, don't dawdle. Qin Chao is helpless, he put the bike against the wall, and then he knelt down and put his hands on his lap. Ready, here I come. Su Ji is pleased, she jumped up by stepping on Qin Chao's hands, the red clothes lightly fluttered, she easily climbed on top of that wall. Then she rolled over and flexibly leaped the wall, making Qin Chao stunned. This girl must be very naughty as a child, climbed all over her house and uncontrollable. Su, teacher Su. Qin Chao did not know, on the other side of the wall there was someone who was also stunned. Oh, Director Wang. The one who was stunned is exactly the electric baton Wang. This guy is wearing a security uniform and clutching a standard electric baton. Foolishly looking at Su Ji jumped down from the wall. He was depressed, today he wanted to stop the students who jump over the wall. Unexpectedly he caught a big fish, a mermaid. This Su Ji, although on the surface she is just a college teacher, after all, she is Director Su's sister, at the same time, she is also an honorary director, Untouchables. Careful, careful, the surface is slippery. Electric Baton Wang respectfully said to Su Ji, bowing his head. Wait a moment, there is another one. Just then, at the other side of the wall, Qin Chao has put his bike into his ring, after that he bent his knees and jumped, passing over the full 2 meters, 6 feet 6.7 inches, high wall in this one jump. Suddenly a dark figure jumps down, scaring this electric Baton Wang. His heart is secretly delighted, finally caught a student, he will get some credit, perhaps even get his old position back, kicking this boy Qin Chao out of his office. As the saying goes, one must not call a person during the day, one must not call a ghost in the evening. He just spoke Qin Chao's name, that person suddenly appears in front of him. Student, pull out your student ID for my inspection, D*MN, why it's you. Electric Baton Wang is completely silly, he squat in this spot for hours today, only to catch these two people. One is Director Su's sister, a gym teacher, the Untouchables. The other one, from when he enters the school's gate, wrong. He did not enter from the school's gate, just when he succeed in finding this bastard kid's fault, he currently is his boss, F*CK, probably Untouchables too. Not bad, I just stopped by to inspect, you're really diligent. Qin Chao coughed twice and patted Electric Baton Wang on his shoulder, young man, good job, our security department really appreciate it. Chapter 35 The Calm Before the Storm. This electric baton Wang wants to vomit blood. Qin Chao is now his direct superior. He can only bite his teeth and swallows his scolding words to his belly. His small eyes looked back and forth at Qin Chao and Su Ji, who stand together in front of him, trying to think a way to attack him. Suddenly an evil trick floated in his mind. Humph, even though I can't face you directly, but I certainly can deal with you behind your back. Thinking of this, he turned around his plump physique and swinging around to run toward the administrative building. Hey handsome, why don't you come with me to the athletic faculty office? Su Ji suddenly threw a coquettish look at Qin Chao, quipped, there are lots of beautiful female teacher there. Forget it. Qin Chao shakes his head like a rattledrum, after I enter it, I'm afraid I won't want to come out. Humph, pervert. Su Ji gave him an eye, then like a red cloud, this chick float toward the building of the Department of Physical Education. The back of this chick is so good, Qin Chao looks at this beautiful girl's back for a long time before moving his reluctant eyes. Indeed, Su Ji is a superb girl. If she is to be his girlfriend, then even his ancestors would be jealous of him in their graves. But he did not dare to think about making his ancestors jealous. He adjusted his clothes, ready to return to his duty. At this time, a man wearing a blue police uniform, accompanied by a man and a woman, 2 young police officers, walked out from the administrative building from afar. Qin Chao immediately recognizes that the leading police officer is called Xie Jun. He is the police captain in charge of investigating Yu Qian's suicide case. Qin Chao immediately moves to greet them. Xie Jun also recognizes him as the school's security director. Good morning Captain Xie. Qin Chao greeted them, then pulled out a red river from his pocket and offered it to Xie Jun. The latter waves his hand to pull out a 4 yuan per box white Zongnanhai cigarette from his bag and offered to Qin Chao instead. I still prefer this, strong but also cheap. Thanks, Captain Xie, I would like to inquire about Yu Qian's case, what's the outcome? Qin Chao picked up the Zongnanhai and slowly lit it. Before this, he had also smoked this cigarette. He felt this 4 yuan Zongnanhai was very easy to flush, lit up one and before you know it, you already finished the whole pack. Our superior did not let us investigate. The beautiful policewoman indignantly said, someone has suppressed this case, the victim's family have only got 100,000 as a compensation. Quiet. Xie Jun immediately coughed and glanced at that policewoman. The latter just shrugged her shoulders, no longer talk. Qin Chao frowned, he can figure out the ballpark. Sure enough, just as Su Fei said, this case has been pressed down. This is something that we cannot help. Xie Jun saw Qin Chao's unusual mood, patted his shoulder and said, we can only follow the order from our superior. Moreover, we also don't have anyone who can testify against Manhwa. Yu Jian committing suicide is basically an ironclad case. The autopsy report is wrong, Yu Jian has not been pregnant. Therefore, you cannot prove Yu Qian had been sexually assaulted by Manhwa. Oh, Qin Chao crossed his arms and sneered. It seems that this Manhwa's background is truly big. Moreover, even if Qin Chao had known what really happened, he cannot become the witness. After all, he cannot just shout in the court that Yu Qian's ghost has had confessed to him that she was raped by Manhwa. Your director has admitted that this was the school's responsibility, and willing to cover half of the compensation. Xie Jun put out the cigarette and patted the shoulder of the Qin Chao, apparently trying to console this man. I'm sorry, but we have to get back to the bureau, there is a missing person case we have to handle. Is this the 5-day case? The policewoman asked. Correct. These police then leave, leaving Qin Chao stood alone, smoking in silence. The whole pack of Red River was soon used up by Qin Chao. He frowned, made a decision and started to walk toward the administrative building. In front of Su Fei's office, he met with Electric Baton Wang. This fat man came out triumphantly from Su Fei's office. He raised his chin and took a glance at Qin Chao. The latter gives an ice-cold look, his mood is bad, he snorted. Electric Baton Wang was shocked, he did not dare to raise his head again, his arrogant look was gone. Lowering his head, he's scurrying out quietly from Qin Chao's side. Secretary Qin, is Director Su here? Although Qin Chao is in a bad mood right now, he still asked politely toward the beautiful woman in front of him. Today Qin Ling dressed in a black suit and white dress. The dress collar is somewhat low, revealing a deep ravine, full of temptation. Yes, wait here while I help you ask for an audience. Qin Ling picked up the phone on the table and quickly said to Qin Chao. I'm sorry, Director Su said she is very busy right now and can't see you. I want to take a look, just how busy she is. Anger started to burn in his heart, and despite the blocking of Qin Ling, he pushed open the office door and went in. Qin Chao, what do you want? Inside the office, Su Fei is finishing a report file. When she saw Qin Chao bursting in, she immediately frowned and put up an ice-cold face. Her sound is like the winter's wind. Nothing, I just want to ask something. Qin Chao casually sitting in front of Su Fei, with a touch of joking tone, he asked, Yu Qian, a 20-years-old girl, is worth 100,000 yuan isn't? Qin Ling, you go out first, and close the door. Su Fei spits out a cold breath, takes off her glasses, rubbed her temple as if she has a headache, then ordering her secretary with her hand. Qin Ling took a complicated glance at Qin Chao and closed the door. Yu Qian's parents are over 60 years of age, they're already old. Now her mother is paralyzed in bed, this 100,000 yuan is just a drop in a bucket for her medical bills. Well then, let me, on behalf of the school, add 100,000 yuan more, so the total of 200,000 yuan will be given to the old couple. Su Fei did not just talk, she immediately picked up the pen, write down a few numbers in a checkbook, and tear it down to lift it with her hand. You send this money to them to express our school's regret. Humph, Qin Chao coldly looks at the check in Su Fei's hand, sorry, I think this money is too hot for me to hold. Let alone 200,000, even 2 million yuan cannot buy back a human's life. Qin Chao. What more do you want? Su Fei also becomes angry, she pounded the table and exclaimed, Yu Qian is dead, do you want to kill everyone in the school to compensate for her life? That's impossible. I only want the actual criminal to be punished. Qin Chao, who was leaning against the chair, coldly said, I think Lu Chuan and Yu Qian's parents would also like to see this result. Qin Chao, stop dreaming. Su Fei tries to calm herself down, writing the glasses on her nose and said, you should know about Manhwa's family influences. Yu Qian is just a college student from the rural area, she had no money and no potential. As for you, you're just a college graduate, even landing this job is just because of someone else's gratitude, what have you got to take on Manhwa? What you mean is, you don't want to help Yu Qian's family in seeking justice, right? Qin Chao is annoyed about what Su Fei had just said, he squinted his eyes to look at this lady from a wealthy family in front of him. It's not that I don't want to help, but I simply can't help. Moreover, I don't need to. Su Fei has been in the business world for many years, she can clearly differentiate between right and wrong. To offend the Fang family just because of a student? Not worth it. Very good. Qin Chao stood up and said, it seems our conversation today is not pleasant. Su Fei, I know you have a large fortune, so you cannot afford to go against Manhwa. That's okay, but Qin Chao is only a bachelor, I'm not scared of anything. Since you are not willing to help Yu Qian, then it's up to me to help her. Qin Chao, don't forget your identity. Su Fei snapped, you're nothing but a security guard, and I am your boss. Who do you think you are? The Interpol? Also, you're not allowed to mess with my sister, you don't deserve her, she's way out of your league. My beautiful principal. Qin Chao suddenly turned his head, looking at this glamorous director, I would like you to remember that I did not take the initiative to provoke your sister. Nonsense. Su Fei's brows are tightly knitted, breathing anxiously, her chest fluctuates heavily, from now on, you are not the security director. You're back to become a small security guard. If you mess with my sister again, don't you hope to retain this small security guard job? As you wish, Besides, the salary for those jobs is not that much different. Do you think I care about that? Qin Chao sneers twice, turn around and rush out of the door. Su Fei remains in the office, her eyes were red with anger. Hey! This beautiful woman is screaming, she pushes all the things on the table to the ground. A crashing sound, things scattered over the floor. The 10,000 blue and white porcelain pen holder has become fragmented. The noise alerted Qin Ling, this beautiful secretary quickly came, clutching her mouth, she watches Su Fei, who is a little hysterical. My God, what exactly has Qin Chao done to make the director become this mad? Director, are you all right? Fu, Su Fei breathed a few mouthfuls of air, trying to calm down. Qin Ling, clean up this place. Also, make the necessary arrangement to appoint Wang Wenkuan as the security director. Qin Chao, I don't believe I can't make you suffer. Wang Wenkuan, become the security director again. Qin Ling had a shock, this electric baton Wang character is corrupt, how could the chairman let him be the security director? What's wrong, you don't like my order? Su Fei can see the reluctance in her secretary's eyes and she directed her frustration about Qin Chao toward Qin Ling. No. Everything is according to the director's order. Qin Ling shook her head again and then began to clean up the office. Soon the HRD transmit the appointment order of the security director. Electric Baton Wang, wearing his electric baton, proudly walking on the campus ground again. Every student who's not pleasing to his eyes, he gave them lessons, he seems to regard them all as Qin Chao, his own subordinates also. Did not escape this fate. This makes all the security guards secretly hate him, Electric Baton Wang likes to abuse his power, now he became the security director again, who knows when would be their turn to suffer. AI, it's all because of you, the bandages like a mummy. Chen Ingyang is sitting in the security office, staring at Qin Chao, you actually have the nerve to quarrel with the director. It's okay if you just lose your position, but look at now, Wang Wenkuan wants to make trouble with you, what are you going to do about it? If you like this story, spread out the news, tell this site to your friends, share this on your Facebook, Twitter, etc., so more people will enjoy this novel. Chapter 36 Who's the Boss? Qin Chao, you are on night duty today. Everyone else can go home. Sure enough, when Electric Baton Wang came, he immediately picks up on Qin Chao. Excuse me, I just finished my night duty yesterday, today is not my turn. Qin Chao is sitting on the couch, crossing his arms, totally ignoring Electric Baton Wang's command. This is a direct order. Sorry, you're just a security director, not a police chief, and I'm not a policeman. Qin Chao makes a crude gangster hand signal, I'm not going to do a night duty today, what are you going to do about it? Outrageous. 2F** King outrageous. Electric Baton Wang is furious, the electric baton in his hand emit a crackling, electric sound. Qin Chao, I'm telling you, Wang Wenkuan is the boss here. Boss? Qin Chao wrinkled his eyebrows, raised his chin and looked at Electric Baton Wang, you think you're a gangster? After that, he pointed his finger to Electric Baton Wang and then pointed to the security office, why don't the two of us have a talk inside, to confirm who is the boss? You. Electric Baton Wang complexion becomes white, he then remembered his current rank, his courage become big again, and fiercely said, Qin Chao, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I have the director's backing, I'm not afraid of anything. Also, don't think other people wouldn't know that you're trying to seduce teacher Su Ji. Perhaps, Yu Qian's death is because of you, maybe her unborn child is yours. F***ck me. Qin Chao is finally burning with rage, he bounced up from the sofa, like a whirlwind, instantly rushed to the front of Wang Wenkuan. That Wang Wenkuan was shocked, he subconsciously smashed out the electric baton in his hand. Just a wave from Qin Chao, that electric baton immediately fly out. This electric baton moves like a meteor, with a crashing sound, it hit the wall next to them, a few pieces of the wall's surfaces fall to the ground, scaring the shit out of the nearby security guard. Now Qin Chao is a devil spirit, even if he did not change into the devil state, he can still fully utilize his devil power. According to the 9 layers of heaven in Buddhist teaching, Qin Chao is now in the tempered chi stage, 2nd layer. After he had flown out the electric baton, Qin Chao seizes electric baton Wang by the collar with one hand, put this 200 pounds of meat into the air and coldly watching him. Electric baton Wang, don't think becoming security director is so great. Told you, this old man can kill you in 100 different ways. Then, with a loud bang, Qin Chao throws electric baton Wang to the ground. This Wang Wenkuan is gluttonous and lazy since childhood, without a bit of exercise, he completely relying on his connection to land the post of security director. Being thrown to the ground by Qin Chao this time, immediately he feels as if his ass was broken into 8 pieces, making him grin in pain. Qin Chao, unexpectedly you dare lay your hands on me. I'm going to report this to Director Su, wait till you get fired, and then get caught by the police. I lay my hands on you. Qin Chao smiled and bent over, he then grasped electric baton Wang's shoulder with one hand and gently patted his plump face. The latter feels that Qin Chao's hand is like an electric shock, he shivers a bit and then his whole covered in fat body tumbles. Which of your eyes saw me lay my hands on you? Comrades, who saw me lay my hands on our beloved security director Wang? The surrounding security guards have long been harboring a grudge toward this electric baton Wang, and now finally there is someone who can exact their revenge for them. Naturally they were all too happy to comply with his request. So when Qin Chao asked such question, they all shakes their heads. One of the youngest members of the security guard, named Zhang Li coldly said, "Oops, clearly Mr. Wang fall down by himself. Director Wang, are you okay? Shall we take you to the hospital?" You guys, the situation is pressing," under the muzzle from everyone, Wang Wenkuan also knows that this time he has been defeated. It seems that this Qin Chao is truly his arch-nemesis. You guys wait. Discretion is the better part of valor, Wang Wenkuan comforts himself and dejectedly escape in silent. All the security guards laugh, being oppressed by this electric baton Wang for so long. Finally, they can release their resentment today. Thank you, brothers. Qin Chao feels grateful to the several colleagues of his, especially the little guy called Zhang Li. Zhang Li is only 18 years old. The age where a guy is still full of righteousness. Qin Chao cups his fists. After work, I would like to invite everyone for a drink, please accept this invitation, and don't forget to come. Good. Zhang Li quickly starts to talk, Brother Qin invite us for a drink, we naturally cannot refuse it. At that time, Brother Qin mustn't be afraid if we go all out to fill our stomach. That's right. Several security guards are voicing their approval. Although Qin Chao only works for several days, he already made these several people admire him. Even if Qin Chao's appearance looks more down and out, they will still be able to see the trace of his hidden heroic aura. Especially because they heard some rumors that teacher Su Ji has a favorable impression toward Qin Chao. Everyone in the school knows that Su Ji is Su Fei's sister, and the whole school belongs to them. Perhaps one day Qin Chao will become the son-in-law of the Su family, such a good backer. If they don't establish the connection now, how long would they have to wait then? Unfortunately, Renjia is injured, cannot drink. Chen Ninyang sits there resentfully. Best you don't drink, if you drink too much, we won't be safe. Zhang Li immediately joked. Drop dead. You small thing, you know nonsense. Ha, Zhang Li, be careful if team leader Chen drunk, he would want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Ah. I'd rather drink to death. You are all bastard. Making fun on Renjia, you must all accompany me to drink. The security guards joked with each other, Qin Chao also laughs together with them. But, nobody had discovered that behind Qin Chao's smiling eyes, there is a deep murderous intention. Although I have no ability to save people, I have enough ability to kill people. These are the words that Qin Chao had said to Rosie. After entering the tempered chi stage, Qin Chao's alcohol tolerance increased significantly, it can be rated as 1,000 glasses but no drunkenness. After accompanying his security guard's colleague drinking in a liquor shop, Qin Chao finally rode his lucky bike back home. Returns to his somewhat cold apartment, Qin Chao pull out a plastic storage box from under his bed. There is a black leather trench coat inside of it. This black leather trench coat has been in his possession since the year he graduated. When he was going through his first job interview, his girlfriend used their saving to bought him this gift. Unfortunately, although he ranks first in the interview test, in the end, the job position was given to someone else. This coat has been used by him only once. With his girlfriend departure, it has been sealed in the box ever since. All along, you have followed me through hardship. Qin Chao hold and smell that black leather trench coat, muttering, right now, I'm going to start doing something that is earth-shattering. You are the only things from her that's still left in my possession. I want you to accompany me to witness it. Qin Chao wears this black trench coat, out of the house, and soon disappeared into the darkness. It's been half a month since Yu Qian's death. This half a month, including within Yu Qian's family, all people get caught up into a very strange tranquility. Qin Chao goes to work every day as usual, chatting and laughing with his colleagues, occasionally flirt with Hu Lili and Fang Wen, two beautiful girls. But Su Ji, since the last time they met, she has since mysteriously disappeared. Do not know where this girl could have gone. She left no trail. Fang Hua and Lu Chuan also did not come to school for several days. Listen to the student's rumor. Fang Hua has been arranged a school transfer by his parents. He is ready to attend a foreign college. Want to escape? Every time Qin Chao hears this rumor, he cannot help but sneers. Looks like he was just blowing hot air. After observing Qin Chao for several days, Su Fei is sitting in her office, carefully sipping a cup of Ireland coffee. I'm overly suspicious. After all, he is only an ordinary security guard. Don't tell me a single man could poke a hole through the heaven. Unbeknown to Su Fei, Qin Chao is slowly casting a net. He is like a patience fisherman, calmly waiting for the fish to get into his net. But although he can wait, some people cannot wait. At this time, in a famous nightclub in southern Jiangsu. Young Master Fang, we went looking for almost a month, but still couldn't find Ho Tian. TL, Ho Tian is the nose ring leader that Qin Chao killed on Chapter 9. A manager in a black suit stuck standing in a KTV room, talking to Fang Hua, who is sitting on the sofa while enjoying the service of a beautiful woman. What a waste! Fang Hua is enjoying the stimulation from his lower body part, his brows wrinkled rigidly. How big is this southern Jiangsu that even the individual that you guys are looking for cannot be found? What's the use for me to keep you? Might as well keep two beautiful girls, at least, they can pleasure this young master. Young Master Fang, don't get angry. The manager hastily said, we went for a stakeout at Ho Tian's home for a long time. This Ho Tian is a dutiful son, his frail old mother is also living at home. If he's alive, it's impossible for him not to come back to at least take a glance. Humph. A dirty tricks bully can also be a dutiful son. Fang Hua curled his lip. I guess he's afraid that I'm going to torture him to death. He must have run away by now. Impossible, I understand this Ho Tian. Although his character is not good, he is very filial. D*mn, you understand ass. You understand him, but cannot find him. Fang Hua is furious. He picks up the wine glass and throws it at that manager's face. Young Master Fang, don't be angry, Renjia is afraid. That pretty girl pulls out her cute mouth from Fang Hua to talk to him. Afraid? It's good that you're afraid. Fang Hua laughed, pressed that girl's head and said, what kind of people is this Fang Hua? He is the young master from the Fang Corporation. Chen Si is my godfather. I said someone must die, that person will surely die. Yes, yes, young Master Fang is amazing. Renjia really worship you. If you want to worship me, let me eat your dessert. If you make this young Master Fang happy, I will buy you whatever you want. Yes, yes, young Master Fang, look at me. After saying that, that beauty sit on top of Fang Hua's lower body part and start to work hard. Hissing, this chick *** is really good. Fang Hua is enjoying the *** treatment. Oh, that Yu Qian's small mouth is really good. Unfortunately, that B*TCH is not smart. After a few times enjoying her on the bed, she thought that she could marry to the Fong family. King ridiculous. I heard that she jumped from the rooftop. What a pity, this young master is quite fond of her ventriloquist ability, ha ha ha. Young Master Fong, Renjia is also very good. That beauty immediately twisted her ass. Yes, little baby is not bad. Fong Hua grins. He suddenly faced that manager and said, then find me that Ho Tian, this young master will fly to the US this weekend. If you can't find me this Ho Tian before that day, you don't have to see me again. Be ready to disappear together with Ho Tian. Yes, young Master Fong. I've got it. Chapter 37 I only asked for a lighter. Seeing how young Master Fong handles the matter, the manager fast becoming a yes man. He then lowers his head and back out quietly. But after a while he comes back again, making Fong Hua unhappy. Damn, can't you see that the master is working, tired of living aren't you? Young Master Fong, it's like this. The manager waves his hands repeatedly, and explains, the brothers at the front of the club told me that there's a sneaky little fat man on the parking lot of our club, asking around about young Master Fong's affair. D*MN, what little fat man? Fong Xiao is a bit confused coolly replied while breathing heavily, this little thing, why do you need to tell me? You do, whatever you think is appropriate, comfy. Yes, young Master Fong, I know what to do. The manager went out slowly and carefully shut the door. Outside of the room, the cool face that he had before completely changed into smiles, he beckons, immediately two little brothers come over. Brotherly, what's the matter? One of the little brothers hands him a Huang He Lu, TL, cigarettes brand, literally means yellow crane tower, that manager Li received it and put it in his mouth. Another brother comes forward, holding a lighter to light the cigarette on manager Li's lip. Give the boy outside a beating, throw him out to the street. Make it clean, don't bring young Master Fong any trouble. Rest assured brotherly, we'll take care of it. The two little brothers nodded while a mean color flash passed through their eyes. Such matter, do not know how many times have they done that. At this time, in the parking lot outside the club, a not-so-high little fat man, carrying a small black leather bag in his hand, grimy looking around like a thief. This guy runs over and asks the two bouncers at the entrance. Hello, I would like to ask, is Fong Hua inside? These two bouncers just folded their arms, coldly took a glance at this little fat man, as if looking at a dead man. The bouncers ignored him. Lu Chuan can only lean on top of the car, trying to wait for Fong Hua to come out. He tightly holds that small black leather bag, which contains a 7-holes machete that he bought from a Tibetan peddler. This machete, with 7 holes on its back, when it enters the human body, it can leave air bubbles. It is said to be a vicious tool. For revenge, Lu Chuan did not give that much of a thought. He didn't realize that the hand that is holding the black leather bag have started to tremble. At this time, there are 4 punks from 4 directions humming a tune while smoking cigarettes, as if by chance coming closer at him. Lu Chua's 2 eyeballs are staring at the entrance of the club, for fear he would miss out Fong Hua. He doesn't aware the 4 punks that are slowly encircling him. Only when one of the punk threw a cigarette but at him did he become aware. You guys, what do you want? Lu Chuan had a scare. He found out there are 4 dyed hair punks around him. These punks all giving off ominous smiles, looking at his nervous body. What do we want? One of the punk stretched out his hand and patted Lu Chuan's face. Boy, do you know who owned this place? Looking for trouble here, you do not know your own strength. After that, a smack sound, that punk gave Lu Chuan's face a big slap. Lu Chuan is a typical college student. He rarely if ever exercise. Being slapped in the face makes him see the stars. The corner of his mouth reveal a trace of blood. Beat him. Give this boy a lesson. These punks immediately get closer to beat him. They were careful not to make him bloody. But this boy is unyielding. He just hold his black leather bag, not saying anything. This boy probably put a lot of money in that bag. A punk seeing Lu Chuan tightly held his bag immediately speculate. D*MN, give me that bag. The lead punk suddenly tried to snatch Lu Chuan's bag. No. Lu Chuan is like an enraged beast, his eyes immediately become red and started to fight back these punks. Although he didn't exercise, but with his body fat, he has some strength. He fights back to hold his black leather bag from the lead punk. D*MN, still dare to resist. He definitely hides a lot of money in there. Quickly grab it. These punks are excited, they increase their effort to take the bag from Lu Chuan's hand. Lu Chuan finally reaches his limit mentally, he doesn't wait for Manhwa anymore, he quickly pull out the 7 holes machete from the black leather bag, this shining metal is reflecting the light under the dim light of the night and hit the face of these punks. F***ck, he has a machete. These few punks were shocked, this red-eyed Lu Chuan is waving the machete in front of him to cut down one of the punks. That scared punk sat on the floor, his crotch is wet. Lu Chuan's machete swing out again, his target quickly moves behind one of the cars to obstruct him. Clank! That Toyota SUV was slashed, sparks flying everywhere, creating scars on its surface. F***ck, this boy is crazy. Lu Chuan is indeed crazy, waving the 7 holes machete, mouth shrieking unintelligible profanities, he chased these punks around to cut them down. The 2 bouncers guarding the entrance finally reacts, they each pulled out an ASP tactical baton from their clothes. Then slowly walked toward Lu Chuan. These 2 bouncers were different compared to those punks, they were professionals. Although that Lu Chuan is holding a 7 holes machete, but in their eyes, he's just like a small child holding a knife. Bam! One of the bouncers makes his moves, he evades sideways to avoid Lu Chuan's slash and maliciously hit Lu Chuan's lower abdomen with his ASP baton. Lu Chuan feels his lower abdomen as if directly being hit by a car, the pain making him unable to breathe. He squatted on the ground, the 7 holes machete falls from his hand and landed on the ground with a clatter sound. F***ck, you actually dare to scare me with a machete, hit him. Seeing the danger was over, these punks immediately swaggering, coming toward Lu Chuan to beat him again. Make it clean, don't leave blood in here. The bouncer that just hit Lu Chuan lit up a cigarette and said dismissively. Brother Scar, rest assured, these several brothers' hand were agile. Because there is a scar on this bouncer's face, so these punks are calling him Brother Scar. That's good. The bouncer who is called Scar nods, then nonchalantly stood aside and watches the beating of Lu Chuan. Hey, buddy, do you have a lighter? At this time, a cold voice comes from behind him. This Scar had a scare, he quickly turned back, but to his horror he see a man wearing a black leather trench coat, the man's face is covered with black scales, with a pair of freakish green eyes, looking back at him. Who are you? He was shocked, but simultaneously he swung the baton in his hand to that man's face. Pop, the ASP baton heavily hit that man's face, but his opponent's head is only tilted a little as if not feeling hurt at all, instead that man only gives Scar a disdainful look. Scar had a foolish look, he was so sure that his hit definitely able to crack open a person's head. But that wasn't happened to the mysterious man in front of him. I just asked for a lighter, why so violent? The man sneers, he stretches out his black beastly claws, clutching that Scar by the collar and easily carries him to the air. Pa! The other bouncer is not easy to deal with, he picks up Lu Chuan's 7 holes machete from the ground and swing it to chop off that black man's back. But the man just uses his left hand, or it can also be said his left claws, to grasp that 7 holes machete on its sharp edge. Prepares to have nightmares. He muffled a cry, pulling that Scar and pound him with the other bouncer's head. These 2 vicious bouncers pass out at the same time. The several punks were frightened, these 2 bouncers are their famous fighter, but suddenly the 2 of them was being effortlessly handled by other people. Run! Quickly go back to young Master Fong Shao. The leading punk immediately shouted. These 4 punks can be considered clever, they run separately. That man in black is precisely Qin Chao, he sneers a bit. He just stood there not giving chase. Instead, he pulls out his soul-binding lock from his storage ring and throws it toward these several punks who were running away. After this soul-binding lock is upgraded to the 6th grade human level, its ability is increased. That chain flew out, circled around these 4 punks and tied them up, making them trapped together, then pulled toward Qin Chao's side. You can also sleep together. Qin Chao flings his chain and viciously throw them all under the SUV that was previously being slashed by Lu Chuan using his 7-holes machete. These several punks called out pitifully and then fainted the moment they hit the car. Except the lead punk, he was trapped in the outermost position, so he did not pass out, but he did not escape the hit either, and now he is groaning in pain. Qin Chao went over, grabbed that punk's hair and asked him in a low voice. "Which one is Feng Hua's car?" This punk is terrified to his core. He pointed to the nearby Audi A6L and said, that one. That Audi A6L impressively hang a black license plate. This type of license plate represents a foreign company registered vehicle, a powerful symbol of that company. The traffic cops are generally afraid to stop or give this car a ticket. Very good. Qin Chao nodded, then he pushed the punk's head so that it hit the SUV's door, making this punk also faint. "Who are you?" Lu Chuan was a little confused. He looked up at the tall man in black. He always thought that the man's voice is very familiar. Qin Chao looks at Lu Chuan, who is lying on the ground. He doesn't talk, he just points to the street outside. The meaning is clear: leave here at once. "I don't want to leave, I must help Yu Qian get her revenge," Lu Chuan said, still trying to grab the 7-holes machete from the ground. Qin Chao frowned. He kicked that machete to the underside of the car. He then bent over, patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and put a Red River cigarette in his mouth. "You don't have to kill him, he's mine." Qin Chao speak that words using his rough voice. Feng Hua didn't know there was a big fight outside. He is being serviced quite comfortably by the girl that was provided by Manager Li. Although he can finish her in this KTV room, but he still likes to find a high-quality hotel, bathing and playing with the beautiful woman in the presidential suite. Hence, this guy drank a lot of wine, threw his arm toward the girl and wobbly walked to the outside. "Young Master Feng, let me escort you." Manager Li followed hastily. "No need. The master can go by himself." Feng Hua pushed that Manager Li, grabbed the girl's upturned ass, and walked out of the club. Feng Hua did not drive. According to the custom, one of the bouncer is supposed to drive off his car to go wherever Feng Hua wants to go. This time is no exception. A man wearing the bouncer's uniform already started the car. He opened the car's door to Feng Hua. Chapter 38. I come to take your life. Young Master Feng's car has never been locked because nobody would dare touch the car of the young master from Feng family. Once there was an individual that come over from another region, a little thief who lacks knowledge, succeed in stealing Feng Hua's Audi A6L. Afterwards, that thief cut off both of his hands, then he knelt in front Feng Hua to apologize to him. Not to mention that Feng Hua is the young master of Feng conglomerate. The Southern Jiangsu Municipal Party Committee Secretary Yang is also looking after him. People also said that his godfather is Chen Si, the leader of Tianlong conglomerate whose real name is Long Tianzheng. This Long Tianzheng is also being revered by the underworld gang as Chen Si, TL. Chen Si can also be translated as Old Gentleman Chen IV. This Chen Si's influence is really big, not to mention this southern Jiangsu city, TL, Suzhou, even the entire northern part of the country trembles at his feet. Anybody dares to mess with his godson is like someone lighting the toilet lamp, looking for shit. TL, looking for shit is homonym with seeking death. Go to an Anthony Hotel. Feng Hua's speech was already slurred because of too much drink, but that doesn't diminish his ability to enter the car in a crooked angle while embracing the beauty and put her on top of him, letting her moves up and down. That bouncer seemed unalarmed by this strange sight. He enters this Audi A6LS gear and moved out of the parking lot of this nightclub. Shortly after they left, Manager Li found out that something was amiss. This manager waited in his office for quite some time, but the few brothers who were sent out a moment ago never came back. These wastes, even such a trivial matter they are unable to accomplish. Manager Lee frowned and walked out of the club. Who knows, when he came out, he knew something was wrong. Because the two bouncers were gone. Bad, cold sweat drips out of Manager Lee's forehead. Because he was an underworld veteran, his mind seems like a clear mirror, he correctly assumes that these two bouncers must have been put down by someone. He quickly went to search for the brothers in the parking lot. Soon, he discovered the two bouncers as well as the four punks. They're all laying on the ground unconscious, but he immediately noticed that one of the bouncers' uniform was missing. It's finished, Manager Lee sat on the ground, it is really obvious that the target is Fong Hua. If something happened to young Master Fong on his place, Chen Si certainly would not forgive him. Quickly raise the alarm. Young Master Fong is in danger. Also, contact the police, the person who can get rid of Scar is definitely not simple, perhaps there were several of them. Tell all the cops to watch the street, if they see Audi A6L, immediately stop it. This Manager Lee thought that young Master Fong had been abducted by some people and they are preparing extortion to ransom some money. But how could he know that the kidnapper simply doesn't want money, but Fong Hua's life? This evening, the underworld gang and the police were all alarmed. Why? Because young Master Fong have been kidnapped. This feeling is like someone deliberately poke a hole through the heaven, after all, who wants to lose their own life? In this southern Jiangsu, if Chen Si is the big master, then Fong Hua is the little master. Perhaps the kidnapper are vicious criminals from other provinces who wants to squeeze out a huge amount of ransom from young Master Fong's body. The police have also immediately launched a surveillance, they found out that Fong Hua's Audi has pulled out to the suburbs. They have no traffic camera there, but the car seems vaguely drove towards Songjiang, TL, 100 km or 62 miles from the city center. Party Secretary Yang's secretary has politely expressed the intention of Party Secretary Yang over the phone, that is, he was very concerned about this kidnapping. Fong Conglomerate is the largest foreign investor group that invest in the southern Jiangsu city, but now their young master has been kidnapped. In this harsh investment environment, they must quickly address the Fong Conglomerate's concern. Therefore, the meaning of Party Secretary Yang's word is to have this case solved within 24 hours. It's just a case about an evil young master being kidnapped, why must they drag in lots of people? The policewoman Ai Xiaoxue, the policewoman in Yu Qian's case, is putting her newly allotted Type 92 handgun into its holster while rolling her eyes. Let's just did according to the order from above. Her boss, Captain Xie Jun, who is checking his pistol, dismissively said, our mission is to coordinate a mobile team. The kidnappers have gone to Songjiang, we must ensure Fong Hua's safety. It's better to just let such a worse than a beast person die. Ai Xiaoxue speaks out her mind with a hint of disdain. After Captain Xie takes a look at this young policewoman, he cannot help but smiles bitterly. Although this Ai Xiaoxue is just a new recruit, but her background is actually really good. How would she know the suffering of a small police officer? In the past, when he first took the badge, he is also very passionate. But after a long police career, he became more and more sophisticated, more and more indifferent. What is the requirement for the above to increase the level of priority in handling a case? Well, you can say that the death of 1,000 Yu Qian is less important than a single kidnapping case of Fong Hua. But he cannot explain this logic clearly to Ai Xiaoxue and only hope that this stubborn policewoman will slowly understand it. Enough with the nonsense, quickly moves. Captain Xie put away his gun, and together with another criminal investigation team, they go out to drove on the road with the 4WD police car. Without realizing that he had created such a huge stir, Qin Chao is driving that Audi A6L steadily and slowly moves towards Songjiang under the curtain of the night. Qin Chao doesn't have a driving license, but his uncle is a taxi driver and had taught him how to drive. Moreover, he found it much easier to steer this Audi A6L, compared to his uncle's worn-out Xiaoli. This Fong Hua must have taken some kind of drug because he has been going like this since he entered the car, even though that pretty woman is soaking with her own fragrant perspiration, gasping for breath and already lost consciousness. He is still in high spirits, holding the pretty woman on top of him and continue doing the work by himself. Damn, why it's taking so long today, we haven't arrived at Anthony Hotel. Manhwa didn't forget the journey, so he spewed out some curse. At this time, the car has arrived at Songjiang. Qin Chao stopped the car, looking at the clear river water under the moonlight in front of him and slowly lit a cigarette. Fuck. Why did you stop? Quickly drive, why you're delaying this young master's business, do you still want to keep those two hands of yours? Qin Chao leisurely smoking a cigarette and casually said these words. Young Master Fong, we have arrived. I want to go to Anthony Hotel, what kind of road is this? Manhwa shakes this car, yelling in low voices while straining to see a street sign. The Death Road. Then, Qin Chao jumps out of the car and after opening the rear door, he pulls out Manhwa's trouser from the car and throws it into the ice-cold river bank. In the autumn, Songjiang's river breeze is sharp like a knife. Manhwa, who currently not wearing any pants, is trembling with the freeze to the point that it cured his drunkenness. Seeing the bouncer's face, he immediately understands what this is all about. You're the security guard. Manhwa is also someone who already seen the world. He calmly put on his trouser and then stood in front of Qin Chao. Tell me, how much money do you want? I'm sorry, my young master Fong, but I did not come to ask for money. Qin Chao took a glance at the unconscious beauty in the car, sneered, I come to take your life. Ha ha ha. Manhwa actually laughed, want to take my life, relying on yourself? He leaned against the door, sneered, you're just a small fry security guard, being able to eat is already counted as your blessings. Do you know who I am? This young master is Manhwa, Fong Conglomerate's young master, and Chen Siye's godson. All of which you cannot afford to provoke. That's right, I cannot provoke them. Qin Chao also sneered, he quickly enters his devil state, his face is covered by the black scales, but, for me to kill you? That's really easy. What is this? Manhwa was startled because of Qin Chao's appearance, he subconsciously opened the car's door and acted as if he wanted to flee into the car. The special feature of this Audi A6L is its bulletproof glass. Even if Qin Chao is a thug, there is nothing he can use to break into the car. Manhwa is very smart, he knows that people must have already realized that he went missing, so as long as he can hold on for a while, someone will come to save him. Bang! He fled into the car, shut the door, and flexibly locked up all the doors. Qin Chao did not stop him, but instead he folded his arms and coldly watching Manhwa until he finishes his activity. Ha ha ha, you idiot. Now I want to see how are you going to kill me. When this young master's people come, not only I want you dead, your whole family will also be buried together with you. Qin Chao shook his head, the man has been crazy. There is a saying that when God wants to make a person dead, it is necessary to let that person descend into madness first. He knocked at this Audi's glass, it make a big sound. From the inside of the car Manhwa laughs, he lifted up the fainted beauty and continued to work on her. It seems that he already disregarded Qin Chao's presence. Qin Chao laughed, his smile was cold, colder than Songjiang River's breeze. He wielded his black scales-covered fist, and vigorously pounds this Audi car door. Bang! Manhwa had a scare, the car behaves as if it were being pounded by 1,000-pound hammer, it shook heavily. His hard part was not in a very good position, therefore, he almost got a penile fracture. The car door becomes dented and through the glass, Manhwa, who is now full of cold sweat, is looking at Qin Chao's disdainful smile. Bang! Qin Chao threw another fist and smashed the car door. The car's frame violently shakes, making Manhwa finally lost his arrogant appearance, his filled with fear eyes stares widely. Qin Chao continues to pound the car's frame, along with the bang sound. Manhwa opened his mouth but unable to utter even a single word. It seems as if the god of death is knocking at his door, the fear already flooded his entire soul. Crash! Finally, that bulletproof glass was torn to pieces. Qin Chao unexpectedly smashed the car door until it crumpled, then with a simple tug, he pulls this scrap metal car door and throws it aside. No, do not come. Fong Hua is like a frightened rat, trying to flee in all direction inside this small space car. He used the almost covered in perspiration body of that beauty as a shield and shouts loudly. Do not come, you're a devil. Devil? This name is good. Qin Chao sneers. He grabbed Fong Hua's leg and dragged him out of the car. On this dirt ground, Fong Conglomerate's young master finally experienced this kind of treatment. His 2 legs were dragged while his head rubbed on the ground. Apparently he is being dragged toward the riverside. Fong Hua's face is dusty while his eyes filled with panic, his mouth suddenly becomes agile. No, don't kill me, how much money do you want? I'll give it to you. 1 million, 10 million, as long as you say it. Money? Qin Chao folded his arms, enjoying Fong Hua's disgraceful performance. Young Master Fong's money, I'm afraid I'm unable to spend it. Then, he suddenly kicks Fong Hua under his chin. This Fong Hua's body rolls upside down and fell on the ground. Can your money buy back Yu Qian's life? Chapter 39. Make sure you are not hurt. Yu Qian. This young master of Fong family finally understands why Qin Chao drove him to the death road. Turns out, he wants to take revenge for Yu Qian. Fong Hua rolls his eyes, immediately said, Yu Qian's death has nothing to do with me, I was forced to break up with her. I love her, but my family oppose our relationship, so without any better option I temporarily separate with her, thus makes her feel wronged. I also plan to bring Yu Qian to study abroad with me, I even already takes care of all the paperwork. Fabrication, full of fabrication. Qin Chao folded his arm and sneered while looking at Fong Hua's poor performance. Fong Hua, there is a saying that is really good. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it. Do you think that with the death of Yu Qian, nobody would know the thing that you did to her? 2 months ago you drugged and raped Yu Qian, causing her to get pregnant for 2 months. A few days ago you fined people to gang raped her. All this heinous thing that happened to her is exactly because of you. Now you're here pretending to be a pure and innocent young master. Damn you. Then, he kicked Fong Hua, who was lying on the ground, making him roll several times. His branded clothes already full of dirt. Mercy, oh, mercy, Fong Hua is in despair because it turns out Qin Chao already knows everything. It looks like Qin Chao is really going to kill him today. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to give you anything you want. Money, women, power, anything. For the first time in his life, Fong Hua is being threatened with death. He kneels on the ground in fear while his head continuously knocks the ground. Do you know fear? Do you know regret? Qin Chao coldly watches Fong Hua's performance. I know, if you spare me, I promise to be a good person in the future. Moreover, I will surrender myself to the police and admit that Yu Qian's death is related to me. Fong Hua is trying as best as he could to calm Qin Chao with his words, but he underestimates Qin Chao's intelligence, especially he underestimates Qin Chao's determination to kill him. Pa! Qin Chao pulls out a cigarette lighter and lights a Red River cigarette. While holding it in his mouth, he said, sounds very good. He inhaled and walked over, then crouched beside Fong Hua. Qin Chao then put the cigarette into Fong Hua's mouth and patted his face. My young master Fong, I agree with everything that you said. Hearing this makes Fong Hua see the lights. But upon hearing Qin Chao's next sentences, however, he plunged again into despair. Too bad, at that time when Yu Qian entreated you again and again, why you are indifferent to it. Bam! His fist landed on Fong Hua's lower abdomen, making Fong Hua spit out the cigarette butt in his mouth and fall to the ground. Looking at Fong Hua's condition, he is clutching his stomach while his mouth is spitting foam and his breathing becomes extremely difficult. He curled up on the ground, like a dried-up fat shrimp. The sharp pain immediately made him suffocated. Fong Hua feels the air in his lung was squeezed out, making him breathless. Don't worry, I will not make you die so easy. Qin Chao took out his soul-binding lock and bind up both of Fong Hua's leg, then he hangs him on the neck of a crooked tree in the riverside. He then ties the other section of the chain on the front of that Audi A6L. The crooked tree trunk that elongate to the top of the river is exactly what Qin Chao had envisioned in his mind. He has planned this for several days and finally found such a perfect spot for young Master Fang's final destination. Qin Chao got into the car and looked at the back seat. This Fang Hua is really powerful, that red-naked beauty is still lost her consciousness and in a deep sleep. Vaguely, Qin Chao can also hear this beauty's slight snoring sound. If you tired then sleep well. Qin Chao then looked at Fang Hua that was hanging on the tree like a dead pig and sneered. He starts the car and moves it forward. Splash, the chain moves, making Fang Hua's whole body soaked into this icy cold piercing river water. Gluck, gluck, Fang Hua seems to be shouting something, but the cold river blocked his words. Only a great heap of bubbles that appears on the water surface. After a while, Qin Chao drove the car backward, simultaneously pulling Fang Hua out of the river. His body continuously dripping river water. Fang Hua's cold pale skin and red eyes are trembling all over. Help, help me. Then, Qin Chao drove the car forward, making Fang Hua plunge into the river once again. He is making this Songjiang River water wash away Fang Hua's filthy soul. Gluck. A big pile of air bubbles rise. This time, the air bubbles took a longer time to rise and then Qin Chao pulls Fang Hua up again. I fuck your mom, I'm going to kill you. You're a... Gluck, gluck, obviously, Qin Chao did not like Fang Hua's greeting thereupon he put him into the river. I was wrong, I beg you, let me go, I beg you, I'm begging you. Gluck, gluck. Sorry, I can't let you go because I have yet to answer to you Qian, Lu Chuan, and also that old husband and wife. Qin Chao drives the car back and forth, continuously torturing Fang Hua. Either physically or mentally, Fang Hua already close to collapse. Kill me, Fang Hua finally lost the strength to fight back, his body is like a corpse, quietly hanging upside down by the chain above the river. Very well, I'll let you die then. Qin Chao already saw Fang Hua being tortured. He smokes a cigarette then prepares to start the car. This time, he is going to make Fang Hua completely sink into the river. At this time, a white double-edged sword suddenly fell from the sky and nailed on top of the front part of that Audi A6L, making the car firmly nailed to the ground. Then, a beautiful woman wearing a white robe arrives like a fairy, floating on top of that sword hilt and looking at Qin Chao with an ill intention. Sorry, this miss currently not interested with your broken devil spirit essence. Who would have imagined that by Jiao Jiao coldly snorted, pouting out her mouth and said, moreover, this miss could care less if you want to kill this bastard. But, my kind-hearted elder sister wanted me to stop you doing that. Huan Yang. Flower Snake Demon, by Jiao Jiao sister, Qin Chao also remembered the woman that dressed in multicolored clothes whose face strongly resembled Kong Kong. Just as his mind conjured the face of that beautiful woman, multicolored rays of light come together from the sky, the same woman. That appears on Qin Chao's mind suddenly emerges in front of him. There is a reckless courage inside by Jiao Jiao tender beauty while Huan Yang brings out a virtuous beauty. This female snake demon is really gentle and kind-hearted. Gongzi, TL, noble son/you honorific, although this person is unpardonably wicked, but you are a cultivator, who cannot kill an ordinary human. Otherwise, your hands will be stained with blood, which will inevitably attract heaven's punishment. Bai Jiao Jiao shrugged her shoulder and grumbled, this again. Humph, if I don't kill this unpardonably wicked person, he will continue to do evil in the future and there will be more people die at his hand. Although Qin Chao knows that Huan Yang is well-intentioned, but he still could not help but be angry, since heaven is not willing to accept him, then. Let me took their punishment and receive this animal's life on behalf of them. Gongzi cannot. Although Qin Chao treats her with cold and angry attitude, but Huan Yang continues to persuade patiently, Gongzi is gifted with the natural-born devil body, which contained devil essence inside of it. If you concentrate in practicing, in the future you are bound to become a world-class cultivator who is able to move unhindered through heaven and earth. This small person is unworthy for Gongzi to lose your future prospect. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid I and the people around me will continuously having bad luck. Gongzi is a cultivator, an ordinary human can do you no harm. You stupid girl. Qin Chao finally could not bear anymore, he snapped, you're just a big breasts with no brain, aren't you? This is the human world, naturally has its own method to solve a problem. The things that you said basically won't work here. If preaching the truth is effective, there would be no one like Feng Hua the beast, Yu Qian also will not die. Gongzi, whatever you said, Qia's body, I, your servant, deprecatory self-reference for women, will not let you kill this person. That Huan Yang is stubborn, she keeps shaking her head and put herself in front of Qin Chao, blocking him. Save me, I can give you a lot of money. Although Feng Hua did not understand what is happening, but to see there are some people blocking Qin Chao, his desire to live is full again. Trying to hinder me, die. Qin Chao can't wait to kill that animal, he moves forward a few steps and rushes straight ahead. At this time Qin Chao is like a tank moving through the terrain, leaving a cloud of dust behind his shoulder, roaring, soon to collide with Huan Yang. This one who likes to preach Huan Yang, in theory, must have been training as a snake demon cultivator for many years. Qin Chao cannot see her bottom line, indicating that she, at least, has passed through the foundation building stage, level 4, while Qin Chao still in level 2. The level differences are too big, he doesn't know if he can move past through her or not. But even if he cannot overcome her, he still need to fight her. Because, if he cannot move past through her, he doesn't have the mean to kill Feng Hua with his own hands. The Misty Cloud Catcher Sleeve. Huan Yang cast a spell from an upright sect, Tian Shan's Misty Peak sect, two multicolored sleeves dance up together, forming a wall similar to the double iron gate that easily blocked Qin Chao's rush. Qin Chao does not hesitate, he lifts his fist and smashes that multicolor cloud catcher sleeve. Only to hear a sound similar to the sound of monks ringing a bell. Qin Chao feels his ear buzzing the echo sound, his fist become numb and his body cannot help but bounced back. Sure enough, the level gap is too big. Moreover, the defense of that cloud catcher sleeve is a bit too abnormal. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough power to cast a spell, so he could not learn any spell yet. Otherwise, relying on his innate devil ability, it's not that difficult if you want to break this cloud catcher sleeve. But now he is just at the tempered chi stage, merely a devil spirit level devil cultivator, he is helpless against Huan Yang. A few moments later he gets a sudden inspiration, he held out his hand and pointed at his soul binding lock chain. Collect. Soon his whole chain jolt, the binding that tied both of Feng Hua's legs loosened and then the chain flown into Qin Chao's ring. AAA. Splash. Feng Hua, therefore, falls into the river. Qin Chao already inquired and knew that this young master doesn't know how to swim. Indeed, this arrogant young master cries out from the water while futilely slapped down the water around him then gradually sink to the bottom of the river. Not good. Huan Yang immediately jumps and fly up, trying to save the Feng Hua who is drowning in the river. Bai Jiao, come take my devil essence, I'll let you take it. Qin Chao unexpectedly behaves like a hoodlum, he opens up his arm wide then rushed toward Bai Jiao who currently still standing on top of that sword and tries to hug her. Bai Jiao's eyes immediately lit up, although Huan Yang forbids her, but nevertheless, she still covet this Qin Chao's devil essence. Give me your life. Bai Jiao tenderly shouts and with a kick, she pulls the sword up to the air, catch it then pointed at Qin Chao's direction while not forgetting to murmur at Qin Chao. Don't worry, buddy, you're this kind to me, I'll make it quick, you'll definitely not feel hurt. Chapter 40 The Power of a Bullet. At this time, it's still unknown whether that Bai Jiao's boast was adorable or not. In the eyes of Qin Chao, that shining double-edged sword had already cut a few tens of meters, 33 feet, distance and finally arrives before his eyes. Gongzi. Huan Yang who is flying above the river was surprised, she no longer tries to save Feng Hua from drowning in the river and immediately turn around to save Qin Chao. Swoosh. She wields her cloud catcher sleeves while she is still in the air. That spacious sleeves suddenly brings out a burst of strong wind that swept across the entire river banks. Bai Jiaojiao has been practicing snake demon cultivation for 500 years, but she is still in the foundation building stage, and only by using her sword that was gifted by her master did she occasionally won against some divine ability LVL5 stage expert. However, Huanyang's current level is way beyond divine ability stage, so her burst of wind instantly throws both of Qin Chao and Bai Jiaojiao to the air. Although it was a burst of wind, but Huanyang has no intention to kill. Thus, the two people only thrown to the side but not injured at all. Qin Chao spit out 2 breaths, then meaningfully took a glance at Huanyang. Indeed, this flower snake demon is kind of scary. But at least, she did not cling to her stubbornness to the point of idiocy. This time, he took a gamble with his life. Fortunately, he won the bet. What if he lost the bet? Qin Chao has not thought about this issue. After rescuing Qin Chao, Huanyang then goes back to look for Manhwa, but she found out that on the surface of the river this young master has nowhere to be seen. Songjiang River surface is calm, like a beast sleeping under the night sky. Gongzi, you have committed a murder. Huanyang looked at Qin Chao then sighed. There is one greatest taboo for cultivator like us, that is murdering a mortal human. It doesn't matter who's the one who died, but this murder will be recorded in your head. Gongzi actually has a bright future, but now, it will be full of twists and turns. Twists and turns are fine. Qin Chao did not take that to heart and waved his hand deprecatingly, then following the way of the ancient people, he bowed with hands clasped toward Huanyang, and said, "Thank you for saving my life. But my life is inexpensive and does not need for Huanyang ferry the trouble to think about me. You are kind-hearted, but there are many things in this world that you do not understand." After that, he reached out with his finger and pointed at the Black River water, the animal that just died. His crime is sufficient for him to be executed 100 times. But why such man is receiving the strongest protection? If a cultivator killed a mortal human, heaven will intervene. But if a human kills another human, who will come to manage it? Humans matter, naturally will be managed by the human. Correct. Heaven and earth, nature, are not benevolent and partial, it treats all things on earth the same and fairly. Originally, heaven and earth are ruthless, and treat the myriad creatures as straw dogs. Qin Chao snapped, "I know that you would like to say to me this, and then told me that this is the heaven's law. But, I am a devil cultivator, its purpose is exactly to go against the heaven. If the heaven are ruthless, then don't blame my Qin Chao's injustice." Kaboom! This cloudless sky, without knowing why, all of a sudden give off a dazzling lighting and strike that crooked tree on the riverbank. The whole tree turned into a coke, fuel. Huanyang and Bai Jiaojiao as a snake demon, the most feared thing to them is the power of lightning. When a lightning strike down, even though their power has reached foundation building stage, inevitably their whole body tremble and their face pale with fear. But when they look at Qin Chao again, he's still proudly standing there, unperturbed, as if this lightning strike is just the same as when someone dropped down a garbage can. You see, heaven was just scaring people, nothing more. His mouth evokes a hint of sneer. Huanyang and Bai Jiaojiao, two people become a little bit silly, thinking that this man dared to stand off in front of the heaven's law. Isn't that too bold, too idiot? If you switch to the previous Qin Chao, he definitely would not go against the heaven. But unconsciously, he was being influenced by the residual memories of that devil Luoda, the devil that possessed Qin Chao in Chapter 1. Gongzi, nevertheless in the future it is still important for you to handle the matter without resorting to murder. Huanyang sighed. She looked at Qin Chao's eyes with a somewhat complex look. Her memory flew back 500 years ago. She seemed to see a man dressed in black, who was a disciple of a devil sect, proudly stood in front of her. Huanyang, don't worry, with me here, no cultivator would dare go against you. Even if heaven want to collect your life, they have to pass through me first. Unfortunately, 500 years later, his bones were already cold. Jiaojiao, let's go. At this moment, Huanyang's facial expression is somewhat desolate. She waved her cloud catcher sleeve, her body turned into the multicolored ray of lights, then disappear into the air. You're really good. Bai Jiao leaves behind these words to Qin Chao. Afterward, she retrieved her double-edged sword, changed into a white ray of lights, then went to chase her elder sister. I also think I'm pretty good. Qin Chao touched his nose and chuckled twice. After killing Feng Hua, he doesn't feel any psychological burden. Just as he said, even if such person was killed for 100 times, it still doesn't deserve pity. It seems that I have to clean this battlefield. Qin Chao looked at that Audi A6L, he is going to pull out the beauty from the inside, then sinks the car into the river. But at this time, he's suddenly surrounded by the sound of police sirens. Qin Chao was surprised and he immediately changed into his devil state, making his face covered with black scales. If he let the police see his face, then his life will completely finish. The kidnapping of the young master of the Fang family is making the police handle the case with speed. In just a few seconds the police siren already closing on him. A dozen police cars pulls up one by one, encircling this riverbank. Dozens of heavily armed police jumped out of the car, then pull out their respective guns and aimed it at Qin Chao. Luo Hao is the captain of the police squad, he's almost 40 years old with a calm mind. He has received a direct order from above, which is to rescue Feng Hua. Rescuing Feng Hua also gave him the opportunity of rendering meritorious service. His superior intend to cultivate him, so they let him become the team leader in charge of rescuing Feng Hua. At the same time, the special police team also arrived. Several snipers already find a good location, each lying in wait for an order. Luo Hao looked at Qin Chao, who is standing beside the Audi A6L, then he picked up the police speaker to shout at Qin Chao. You have been surrounded, immediately release the hostage in the car so you can get leniency. If you're willing to release the hostage, at most you'll only be charged with attempted kidnapping. To be honest, being surrounded by so many police cars, Luo Hao's speech really have strong deterrent force. Unfortunately, he misjudged one thing, Qin Chao already get rid of Feng Hua, so this hostage release, in any case, cannot be done. Team leader Luo. At this time, a young police officer ran over in panic and whispered in Luo Hao's ear, the snipers have found out that there is no Feng Hua inside the car. What? Luo Hao has a bad feeling about this. He raised the police speaker again and said, leniency to those who confess. Resistance will be treated severely. Where have you put the hostage? Looking at the flashing red and blue lights while facing the pitch-dark gun's muzzle surrounding him, Qin Chao's mind actually really calm and not afraid. He slowly raises up his hand and pointed at the vast river water. For a while, the police officers in an uproar. So ruthless, even directly kill the young master of the Fang family. Didn't he kidnap so that he can become rich? Damn it! Luo Hao has gotten angry, thinking that they have sent so many people and spent so much effort, is it only to receive Feng Hua's corpses? Moreover, the death of Feng Hua, how could he report it to his superior? How could he explain it to the city's leadership and the Feng family? At this moment, Luo Hao feels that his own future is difficult to predict. But in that moment when Luo Hao is distracted, Qin Chao already ran a few steps, with the intention to escape through the river. Where are you going to run? Luo Hao raised up his familiar Type 54 pistol. Although the Type 92 has supplemented the Type 54 in the police corps, but he has used this Type 54 for over 20 years and has become accustomed to it. Luo Hao is a famous sharpshooter in the police academy, he aimed his pistol and pulled the trigger, the bullet hit the upper part of Qin Chao's shoulder. He could have aimed it at his head, but he wants to catch him alive so that he can report it as his accomplishment to his superior. But he neglected the powerful force in Qin Chao's body. This Type 54 bullet has strong penetrating force, it directly passes through Qin Chao's shoulder. Blood spray out of Qin Chao's shoulder, but he just shook it a little without slowing down his footsteps. Luo Hao frowned, he lifts his pistol again. This time, his aim is Qin Chao's calf. At the same time, however, sounds of gunfire come from his side. Bang bang bang. 3 gunfire in a row, but all was aimed at the ground. This attracts all the police attention toward Ai Xiaoxue, the policewoman in training. She appears to be sorry for blowing up her pistol and just shrugging her shoulders toward the angry Luo Hao. When they look at Qin Chao again, his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Dispatch the patrol boat. Search the river. Luo Hao bites his teeth in anger. He began to issue the search order. Anyway, the suspect has been shot at the shoulder. In this cold river water, how far can that suspect escape? Little AI, aren't you an expert marksman? Why your aim was so poor? Xie Jun quietly asked his nearby policewoman in training. It was so dark, I cannot see clearly. Ai Xiaoxue blandly replied, then put her gun inside the holster. In this cold river water, Qin Chao feels several bursts of severe pain on his shoulder. His shoulder continues to spill blood, but he refuses to see the injury. His body is like a torpedo in the water, rapidly swims away toward the distant place. In his devil state, he can hold his breath under the water for a long period of time. Using this advantage, in less than 2 minutes, he already swam out very far. After not seeing the shore for a time, his head finally emerged from the water. Whoosh, the autumn breeze blowing over his head, making him doubly sober. In this boundless river, there is only a moonlight that reflected at its surface. He faintly saw a river bridge in the distance. This river bridge was just recently completed and operational, named Songjiang River Bridge. Qin Chao endures his pain and rapidly swam to approach that river bridge. Soon, he arrived at the underside of this river bridge. He dragged his body and climbed on top of that bridge's foundation, separating him from the icy cold river water. Leaning against the bridge's foundation, he spit out a long sigh of relief. He touched the cigarettes on his pocket, but it already soaked with river water. He had no option but to throw it out into the river. Tonight was really dangerous. If he had not run fast, perhaps his 100-pound body would be drowned in the river. He did not want to be buried beside that animal Manhwa, not worth it. After leaving the river, his shoulder wound is rapidly healed. Fortunately, that Type 54 bullet just passed through his shoulder and not embedded in his flesh. It seems that his ability is still too weak. He doesn't know which cultivation grade that would make him not fear the bullet anymore. After a period of time when his bullet wound is almost healed, Qin Chao uses his boundless qi to evaporate the water on his body. Then he pulled out his old lucky bike from his ring. Chapter 41 The Magical Speed of the Investigation. Fanghua has died. This news spread like wildfire in the city of Suzhou, TL, previously used southern Jiangsu or Sunan. Overnight, it has spread all over the street. Ordinary people on the street could care less about the death of this young master of a large conglomerate group, because to them there is no difference between his death and the death of an ordinary people. But the Suzhou city's leadership obviously doesn't think that simple. They feel like there seems to be an invisible hand that severely slapped their mouth. A priority order from the top is to find this heinous murderer as soon as possible. Because the case occurred on October 13th, therefore this case become known as 1013 Big Case. Obviously, there was a big shock inside the Fong conglomerate group. The group's shareholder who also served as the group's vice-chairman Fong Bays was angry while at the same time he also continued to put pressure on the Suzhou municipal government. This makes the Suzhou city officials, big and small, feel a headache. Because according to the evening police report, the suspect wore a black mask, so they simply cannot identify who he or she was, let alone determining his or her whereabout. The lady from the nightclub who was inside the Audi A6L also has woken up, but she said she was asleep the whole time and did not see anything. The most shocking evidence to the police is the shattered bulletproof window and the crumpled door of Audi A6L. According to the expert judgment, the car's frame should be subjected to a high-intensity blunt force, resulting to its deformation. But in the crime scene, they cannot find any blunt instrument. Including the river, they can only salvage the soaked and somewhat bloated corpse of Fanghua. The police are unable to find out how could, or with what, this fierce bandit able to severely damage this Audi. Moreover, they also found on the front part of the car, a thin hole that passed through to the bottom of the car, as if a sharp object has pierced through it. This Audi has received car modification, the interior is mixed with Kevlar fiber, with a strong bulletproof material. But such strong bulletproof material unexpectedly has been passed through by a sharp object. This makes the forensic team become mad as they felt that they have fallen into a dead end. Fortunately, at the same time, a team of criminal investigation brigade made a breakthrough. They trace back to the place where Manhwa originally came. They found out that there was a fight on the parking lot of that nightclub, with the criminals using a sharp weapon intent on killing Manhwa. But in the end, the criminal was able to be subdued by the nightclub security. But then, the criminal seems to have accomplices that made the nightclub security unconscious. Like the housefly smelling out the honey, the forensic team immediately launched a thorough investigation. From the 7 holes machete they found a person's fingerprint. This person is Guanyuan Institute for International Economics first-year student, Lu Chuan. Therefore, the police quickly take the action, they arrested this major suspect in Lu Chuan's home. Sure enough, they found out that Lu Chuan's body is badly bruised, and he readily confessed to having bought the machete with the intention to attack Manhwa. Moreover, the police also learned that Lu Chuan's former girlfriend had broken up with him and, later on, fall in love with Manhwa. Thus the police concluded that the suspect became angry because of this humiliation, so he was set out to kill the victim. Although they did not find the Type 54 pistol's bullet wound in Lu Chuan's body, but Officer Luo Hao quickly admitted that he might not have hit the suspect that night because of the dark circumstances. Thus, in less than a day this 1013 big case have been unraveled. The city leaderships are very satisfied with the speed of the police investigation and intentionally carry out an award ceremony. As for the suspect, Lu Chuan has been thrown into the detention center and soon will be punished by law. Go. Inside Suzhou 3rd Detention Center, Lu Chuan was thrown into a large cell that are filled with violent criminals. The detention center personnel's eyes are glittering, and while looking at those criminals, he dropped these phrases, "New people, take care of him." Then he turned around and left. Lu Chuan's heart is shivering with fear, he leaned over that cold steel door, looking at the dozen men dressed in sky-gray prison uniform in front of him. Oh, this little guy has plenty of meat. A man that seems to be the boss is sitting on the bunk bed with a cigarette dangling at his mouth. He is looking at the newcomer, that is leaning against the cell door, with interest. What crime have you committed? Oh, homicide. Actually, Lu Chuan has yet to understand, he clearly did not have anything to do with Manhwa's death, why they charged him with this homicide. Oh. Everyone's face suddenly becomes serious, that boss knitted his brows. You mean you're the one who killed Manhwa? No, but they said I did it, Lu Chuan desperately shaking his head while still leaning against that cell door, with his tears drip down to the ground. Hee, the boss squeezed his fist and discards the cigarette in his hand, said, brothers, this person is quite interesting, you guys must taste him. The one that is the most ruthless will be rewarded with 2 packs of Chonghua, TL, premium cigarette brand. In the detention center, smoking is a matter of luxury. These violent criminals were all excited because they were about to molest this boy, they licked their lips in anticipation. This makes Lu Chuan even more frightened. These several violent criminals came forward, while their boss pulls up a cigarette, lit it up and prepare to watch a good show. Violence soon committed against Lu Chuan, they savagely beat him right in the face. The pain, the shame, constantly stimulates Lu Chuan's heart. Why am I so unlucky? Yu Qian has died and he is now in jail. Somehow, while he was being charged with a crime that he didn't commit, he also has to suffer a brutal beating like this. Could it be that he will soon go to accompany Yu Qian? No, I am not willing. The scene from last night suddenly appears on Lu Chuan's mind. That man in black, standing proudly under the night sky, like a hero sent by God. I, Lu Chuan, have to become like that man. The gay prisoner started to take off Lu Chuan's pants. At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly exudes an inhuman-like roar, with red eyes, he threw himself at that guy and bit his ear, then viciously tore him down. Flesh and blood flying in all directions. AAA, that guy is covering his bloodied ear while wailing mournfully and continuously rolling on the ground. The bloody half-piece meat is on Lu Chuan's mouth, and while his eyes are red, the corner of his mouth appears a trace of strange smile. He is sneering. All the inmates look silly. They stare at that guy who is lying on the ground, rolling back and forth. One of the clever ones quickly patted the door, shouting, "Guards, guards, quickly come, somebody is going to die." That half-ear guy was then sent to the hospital, while the instigator, the biting half of the ear Lu Chuan, was sent to the small dark room. Ha ha ha, aha, aha. In this small dark room, while one cannot sit comfortably, he suddenly laughed. This laughter cannot explain the happiness in his heart, it also cannot explain the bitterness that he felt. In this dark room, time moves slowly but passes quickly. At this time, in Guanyuan Institute, Qin Chao, who has just come to work, is staring at the beautiful Su Ji dumbfoundedly. "What did you say? Lu Chuan was arrested?" "That's right. The red tracksuit that Su Ji is wearing cannot conceal her graceful figure." She strangely looked at Qin Chao, then said, "Yesterday Manhwa was killed, don't you know?" Manhwa. Qin Chao doesn't react to the news, he just folded his arm and said, "That kind of person, if he's dead then so be it. I just want to know why Lu Chuan was arrested." There are witnesses that said Lu Chuan tried to attack Manhwa with a machete yesterday. Su Ji shrugged her shoulder. "My friend from the police station told me about this. He said that this time Lu Chuan is certainly doomed because the top wants this case to be quickly closed." Qin Chao rolled his eyes and started thinking. The power of Lu Chuan's family certainly not enough to defend Lu Chuan in court. In this case, it is cheaper to just kill him. If he surrenders himself, Lu Chuan will be released. With his ability, the police cannot do anything to him. At worst he can just escape into the wilderness and concentrate in practicing his cultivation there. After 100 years, it is estimated that this matter will fade. What do you think? Su Ji's big blue eyes are fixed on Qin Chao's face. She almost attached her body to Qin Chao's. With her fragrant breathing, she seems like she is trying to see through Qin Chao's innermost feeling. "You're not thinking something bad, aren't you?" "Ah, I just thought about how to rescue Lu Chuan. I thought that he definitely does not murder Manhwa. I also thought that he is definitely not the killer." Su Ji nodded. "I have asked a friend, we're going to see him." When they were talking, an Audi Q7 which used a police license plate stopped at the gate. A handsome man wearing a suit, with a touch of Gulong perfume, elegantly stepped out of the car while holding a bunch of red roses. He approached them and bring the flowers to the front of Su Ji. "My beautiful princess, the prince has prepared a horse-drawn vehicle for you." This handsome man suddenly noticed the nearby Qin Chao. His brows immediately wrinkle, but his self-control is very good. Still with a smile on his face, he asked, "Is this your colleague?" "No, he is my good friend." Su Ji did not pick up the flowers, but took Qin Chao's arm and said, "He is going to accompany me to the detention center." "So it's like that." The man nodded graciously, then with one hand holding the flowers, he extended his other arm to the front of Qin Chao's. "Hello, my name is Li Chao, Su Ji's fiancé." "What?" Qin Chao was shocked, his hand only halfway extended, stranded there. Su Ji glared at Li Chao and said, "Do not listen to his nonsense, he gave himself that identity, I have not agreed to it. Li Chao, if you talk irresponsibly again, I may ignore you." "Haha, this is exactly what I like about you, your willful personality." Although Li Chao's eyes seemed flashes with anger, but he still said this with a smile. Qin Chao realizes that Su Ji was forced to marry Li Chao by her family. But considering Su Ji's rebellious character, she definitely rejected it. He doesn't know why, it seems like a huge stone has fallen down to his heart. "Hello, my name is Qin Chao." Finally, he extended his hand and shook hand with Li Chao twice. After this introduction, Li Chao pulled back his hand. He put the flowers into the car, and pulled out a white handkerchief, then wiped his hand with it. He said to Su Ji, "My princess, on boards, I have arranged the meeting on the detention center." Qin Chao frowned. This time, Su Ji gently squeezed his hand and gave him a look. She then took Qin Chao to sit on that luxurious Q7. Your Highness the beautiful princess, I'm curious as to why you would be interested in this case. That Q7 is very stable. Qin Chao did not even feel that it already moves. While driving, Li Chao asked that question. He is my student. Su Ji replied. If you want to save him, I only need to say a word. Hearing Li Chao's word suddenly makes Qin Chao's heart beating twice faster. Chapter 42 An episode of turbulence. This fellow who called Li Chao, who is he? Qin Chao secretly asked in Su Ji's ear. He is the eldest son of Li Fumin family, whose current position is the secretary, vice or deputy, of Suzhou Politics and Law Committee Secretary Zheng. He can wield enormous power. If he says a word, the police chief must give him face. Ooh, so it's like that, Qin Chao nodded. Turns out this Li Chao is the son of an official. However, he is very curious about Li Chao and Su Ji. Relationship, when did they first met? What are they feeling for each other? Have they ever go out on a date yet? Driving with the white license plate of the police feel really different, even though this Q7 continuously speeding through the red light, not a single traffic police dare to stop them. When Qin Chao was still daydreaming, this car has arrived at the detention center. With Li Chao on the driving seat, nothing obstructs them while they were on their way. Secretary Li. This big Secretary of Politics and Law Committee Secretary Zheng can also be regarded as the eldest son of the Deputy Chief of Public Security Bureau. Captain Song Xuanwen from the detention center quickly recognizes when Li Chao came. He immediately piled up a smile on his face. Collected himself and come over to offer Chunghua cigarettes to Li Chao. Thanks, but I don't smoke. This Li Chao is also a heavy smoker, but in front of the beauty, he chooses to keep the appearance of a man's elegance. Secretary Li, whom do you want to see today? Song Xuanwen knows how to talk with a hidden agenda. This big Secretary Li cannot possibly come here just to take a shit. He also cannot possibly come here just to chat with him. Bring out the prisoner, I want to see him. Li Chao casually said. Secretary Li can just make a phone call, no need to personally come over here. Song Xuanwen said with a smile, who is this person that Secretary Li wished to see? I'll send my man to fetch him. The suspect of 1013 big case, Lu Chuan. Song Xuanwen stood there with a blank look. He did not notice that the Chunghua cigarette that he holds has fallen to the ground. Soon, the captain of this detention center said in distress. Secretary Li, you see, you can't just bring out this person. This Lu Chuan was personally named by Secretary Yang, from Chapter 41, as the suspect. Smack. Li Chao did not say anything, he just directly slapped Song Xuanwen's big mouth, making Song Xuanwen look silly, but also scaring Qin Chao and Su Ji. Song Xuanwen covers his mouth, he doesn't dare to say anything. Li Chao is very satisfied with this result, he wiped his hand with a handkerchief then dismissively said. You cannot forget, although Secretary Yang's word is powerful, but my dad has more authority in here. Becoming a captain is not easy. Do you believe that if I'm not happy, I can easily dig up your skin? Yes, Secretary Li, I was wrong. That Song Xuanwen nodded while covering his face. He did not bring up Secretary Yang's name anymore. Although Secretary Yang's reputation can deter most men, but in here, Li Chao is a local bully. Brother Qin. Teacher Su. This Mr. Li has shown his power. The three of them did not need to wait for a long time in the visitor room. The murder suspect, Lu Chuan, has been brought into the room accompanied by 2 guards. Qin Chao did not believe the scene that he saw. When this little fat guy saw them, Lu Chuan burst into tears and held his thigh. Although Lu Chuan's face is swollen and bruised, but there is a hint of determination in it. Qin Chao and Su Ji's faces did not look too surprised, on the contrary, their faces were plastered with the wry smile. Qin Chao even saw a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. This prisoner is very dangerous and violent. Song Xuanwen brought Lu Chuan to the seat, then tried to flatter Li Chao by reminding him that, Secretary Li, you must be very careful. If not, I can just stay here to accompany you. No need. Li Chao waved his hand and with a perpetual faint smile on his face, said, "You've worked hard today, I'll keep that in mind." Yes, as long as Secretary Li happy, that would be enough. Song Xuanwen nodded again and again like a dog, bent over then went out from the visitor room. They beat you up. Su Ji is frowning while looking at Lu Chuan's bruised body. These detention center guards are too ruthless, how could they put a student inside the violent criminal's cell? It's only been a day, but they already turned this guy into this. At first, they did. Lu Chuan is sitting on the chair, he did not deny Su Ji's question, but now, none of them dare to offend me. While saying these words, Lu Chuan's eyes seemed to reveal a mean streak. This was caught immediately by Qin Chao, a haze flashed past through his heart. Detention center indeed is not a place where a normal person can enter. It seems that even after Lu Chuan got out, he will not be the same plain peasant boy as before. He began to somewhat hate himself, because he did not handle the matter cleanly. Lu Chuan was dragged into this, making him took the blame for the crime that he did not commit. They have gone too far, capturing innocent people while also making him look like this. Su Ji is very angry, she pulled out her handkerchief for her pocket then stood up to rub Lu Chuan's wounds. "Aya, my princess." Li Chao immediately stood up, "How can you do things like this by yourself, let me do it for you." Then he gracefully replaces Su Ji to rub Lu Chuan's wounds. But the strength of his hand is obviously bigger, he directly rubbed Lu Chuan's open wound, making Lu Chuan subconsciously pull back his head. "Brother Qin, Teacher Su, I did not kill anyone." Lu Chuan unexpectedly fished out a pack of Chunghwa cigarette from his bosom, takes a butt, put it in his mouth, then slowly lit it up. Seeing this, Qin Chao just shook his head. Lu Chuan becomes like this, he did not know if it's good or bad. But, just like he said, he only has the ability to kill, not the ability to save. "I know you're not a murderer." Qin Chao was the only human who knows the truth. He patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will not let you die. At worst, he will just surrender himself." Qin Chao thinks like that because he's just a bachelor, he doesn't have any burden. Lu Chuan, teacher also believe that you are not a murderer. Su Ji can firmly say that because, as Lu Chuan's teacher, she knows all about her student's character. He is the school's most famous honest eggs, he even often bullied by other students in the dormitory, how could such person capable of doing a murder? "Thank you brother Qin, thank you teacher Su." Lu Chuan's lungs suddenly choked with smoke, he coughed up in pain, while his facial expression showing that he tried to push it down. He soon able to withhold his cough, sighed and said, "But the man who died is Fang Hua, y'all cannot help me. Don't worry, I'll take care of this." In order to win the smile of the beautiful woman, Big Secretary Li Chao immediately pats his thin chest and said, "In less than a day, your teacher Su can come to take you away." Then I thank Big Secretary Li in advance. Su Ji immediately grins. Her beautiful smiling face immediately makes Li Chao a little smug. This Big Secretary Li suddenly thinks that he would do anything for Su Ji, even if he have to kill his dad. Qin Chao, Su Ji, and Lu Chuan chatted some words, then, after comforting Lu Chuan a few times, the three people comes out from the detention center. Inside the Q7, while driving, Li Chao called out a number from his phone. "Hello, Dad, my friend was arrested. Homicide and quite serious too." The name Lu Chuan from the 1013 case. "What? Is it really hard?" "No, you have to help me on this case, can't you just make a few phone calls?" "Hello, Secretary Zheng, I'm Little Li. Sorry to bother you with this phone. I have investigated a little, that Lu Chuan is an ordinary university student, he cannot possibly kill people." "That's right, there's a lot of questionable evidence on this case, we cannot wrong an innocent person, right?" "That's right, I know a lot of this questionable points, I'll call you back." Secretary Zheng of Politics and Law Committee and Secretary Yang of Municipal Party Committee were rival, while Li Chao was on the phone, Su Ji whispered in Qin Chao's ear, perhaps taking advantage of this case, Secretary Zheng can topple Secretary Yang. Regarding these political things, Qin Chao understands none of it. I do not understand this, Qin Chao also whispered, but as long as Lu Chuan can be saved, whether it's Secretary Yang or Secretary Zheng, even if a scavenger who sat on top, I do not care. Fortunately, you are not a politician. Su Ji rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, although this guy's character is not good, but in our Suzhou city, he can still wield some power. He is willing to help us this time, Lu Chuan will have no problem. He is doing this for a beautiful woman, how do you plan to repay him? This is just a small effort, moreover, this also benefits him, and I already said thank you. Su Ji said that sentence carelessly, then shook Qin Chao's arm. BTW, have you considered it? Considered what? Be my chef. Not interested, I cannot cook good food for you, but if you want, I might be able to eat food for you. Go to hell, I won't spend my money to pay for your food. While those two people quarrel in a low voice, Li Chao suddenly put down his phone and said to Su Ji. Your Royal Highness, I have helped you with this big matter, you must reward me by accepting my invitation, I want to take you for a dinner at Antonio Hotel. The Australians' abalone there is pretty good. Ahem, I'll think about it. This little lady smiled, a textbook sly smile. Okay. Li Chao is crazy about sex, thinking about this implication, he immediately said, it's settled then, I'll take care of this matter. With Li Chao's phone call, the entire public security system's up and running again. Soon, the investigation team will have a new discovery. Although Lu Chuan indeed tried to attack Manhwa, but after his attempt was foiled by the nightclub security, he went back to his dormitory. The school security guard and his dormitory roommate can be used as witnesses. Moreover, the police also quick to noted that there's a famous psychopath murderer that recently fled to Suzhou City. This murderer psychology is not normal, he has a serious tendency to take revenge on society. It is possible that he had a connection with this 1013 big case. As a result, the original murderer now only charged with breach of the peace and sentenced to 14 days of imprisonment. The originally ironclad case was now overturned just like this. The Municipal Committee Party Secretary Yang consequently, implicated by this, reportedly he was detained and interrogated because of accepting huge bribes from the Fong conglomerate. The Politic and Law Committee Secretary Zheng immediately obtained the provincial nomination, making him the #1 official in Suzhou City, become the party secretary. Li Chao's status also increased due to Secretary Zheng's promotion, becoming worthy as the Suzhou City Big Secretary. In China, the position of party secretary is the highest official post in all level of government, whether it's the village, city, province, etc. Regardless of how big the turbulence in Suzhou City, Qin Chao, at least, can drop off one worry from his mind. Lu Chuan was released, but the whole NPC, National People's Congress, so radically changed that Lu Chuan was forced to arrange a quick college transfer. This raises the alarm in Qin Chao's mind. If he wants to quietly punish someone, not only he need to use his power, he also must use his brain. Otherwise, even if nothing happens to him, the people around him will surely be implicated, something that is far from good for him. Chapter 43 Crossroad Devil. Swoosh, Qin Chao is sitting on the sofa inside his apartment, deeply breathing out white gas. At this time, black smoke poured out of his body to form a sinister skull, leaping up back and forth within his apartment. According to the 9 secret law training, he has entered the tempered chi stage. However, the state has seemingly stopped here, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot find a way to enter the divine concentration stage. This 9 secret law book that Rosie gave him is a residual volume, it only explains how to cultivate according to each stage. This residual book did not contain the method on how to break through each of these stages. The present Qin Chao is eager to quickly become powerful. Although he already several times stronger than the average person, but he still cannot withstand the power of the gun. Last time near the Songjiang River, the police Type 54 pistol almost took his life. At that time, if the police aimed his shot not at his shoulder, but at his head, This future devil god was afraid that his life would be taken away by a bullet who only cost a dime. If this were to spread out, it's quite possible that the cultivators' community would laugh their ass off. At this time, Qin Chao realized the importance to have a good teacher to guide him. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly appears that great temptress confusing figure. Yes, she is the devil woman from hell, Rosie. But he doesn't know why. For several days, Rosie the beautiful devil woman have never shown herself, it's as if she has never appeared. Qin Chao no longer smells that familiar scent again. Is this chick angry with him? Is she ignoring him? Luosi de Qian. Qin Chao is shouting, very loudly. The air in the room suddenly cools down, making Qin Chao breathing out a white mist. The mirror in the room starts to frost while, at the same time, the lights are also flickering, as if there were a concentration of energy that gathers here. A slab of black door suddenly appears in front of Qin Chao. A blonde woman wearing leather pants, with an extremely slender waist, quickly walks out of that door. My dear Mr. Client, did you call an emissary from the depths of hell? You're not Rosie. Qin Chao has narrowed his eyes, suspiciously watching this devil woman whose beauty is comparable to Rosie. Oops. That devil woman twists her body and immediately rolls into Qin Chao's arms. Thick earthy fragrance wrapped up Qin Chao's nose. Rinjia is more gentle and soft than that girl, deprecatingly, Rosie. Dear client, I can grant you anything you want, so long as you are willing to sign the contract with me. Sorry, I only spoke with Rosie. While holding such a tender body in his bosom, unexpectedly not a single lecherous thought appears in Qin Chao's mind. Although this beautiful devil woman doesn't have any flaw, but there's a conflicting feeling inside Qin Chao's heart. He doesn't know, Rosie already planted herself deep inside his heart. Tisk tsk, how good could she be? That devil woman rolled her eyes and said, didn't you hate her? You even use an expulsion incantation on her. In order to satisfy the client, we have exchanged the emissary. That is a matter between the two of us, I just want to see her. Qin Chao said dismissively. It's just the same with or without Rosie, don't you want a breakthrough in your training, so long as you wish it to me, I can satisfy it. Although that devil woman is wearing a big smile on her face, but inside her heart, she actually curses endlessly. That whore Rosie has given this boy too many benefits free of charge. Oh, Qin Chao suddenly sneered, he spits out a single word to this devil woman, leave. Dear client, don't be so heartless. Want me to say the expulsion incantation? Humph, that devil woman finally restored her original countenance, the face with indifference and disdain. She stood up from Qin Chao's arm and said, stupid human, since you're looking for that whore, better wait for her then. Having said this, she waved her hand and called out the gates of hell, then disappeared from Qin Chao's room. The room falls back into silence. Qin Chao gently heaved a sigh. It seems that he gets a little emotional. But he doesn't know why, he is unable to let go of that girl Rosie from his mind. Knock knock knock. At this time, someone suddenly pounded the front door. Qin Chao immediately stood up and went to the door. Who is it? Qin Chao Gij, it's me. A sweet and tired sound of Li Na came from outside the door. Why is this Li Na looking for me in this middle of the night? Was her mother went out for a business trip and she came here to look for a meal to eat? For that little girl, Qin Chao had no other choice, he had to open the door. Little girl, is your mother on a business trip again? What he saw at the door almost makes Qin Chao's eyeballs did not fall out. Li Na wore a loose sleeping robe that exposed half of her shoulder, longingly looks at Qin Chao with coquettish glances, with cheeks that are incomparably red, and with a trace of innocent temptation. Qin Chao Gij, Renjia wanted you to have me. Qin Chao grabbed this ready-to-eat aphrodisiac little girl into the room, then closed the door. Qin Chao Gij, don't be so anxious. Qin Chao did not speak, with a cold face he pressed Li Na on the sofa, raised up his hand then slapped hard on her upturned pretty buttocks. The little girl uttered a painful cry. Rosie. Your uncle. Why you have to play cosplay every time you come? Hee, really boring, you have seen through me again. Li Na turns her head and throws a flirtatious look at Qin Chao. Then, her body fluctuate mind-bendingly to become full and stick out, her appearance also completely changed into the appearance of another person. You're such a heartless person, thankfully you still remember me. That devil woman seems to have no bones, she leaned over and mount on Qin Chao, then both of her hands hold his neck. Last time you spelled out the expulsion incantation, Rinjia was really angry. But considering you explicitly summoned me, Rinjia forgive you this one time, but... She suddenly stretched out her icy cold finger and gently posted it on Qin Chao's lips. Rinjia doesn't want to hear those words coming out from your mouth again, otherwise you will never gonna see me again. Done. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth curved like an arc, but in all our future encounter, you are not allowed to command me. The matter that I wouldn't want to do, you cannot force me. Rinjia really likes to make a deal. Rosie paced her face on Qin Chao's ear. Suddenly, without too much or too light force, she nipped Qin Chao's ear, then she whispered near his ear, but I really hate to make a deal with you. Ha ha ha. Qin Chao laughed. Rosie, it's really hard for us to meet again, as part of a celebration, why don't you help me solve a tiny problem of mine? Humph. Rosie let go of Qin Chao, rolled her eyes then sat on the sofa and complained, I knew you're such a heartless person, you probably want to do something bad, that's why you summoned me this time. Tell me, do you want to seduce your neighbor's little girl? If so, you only need to make a wish to me, I will immediately grant your wish. No, I just want to break through the tempered chi stage, to become a devil intelligence. It's just that, there's nobody to guide me, so I do not know how to break through to the next stage. Alas, these are other people's secret, I may not able to help you. Rosie smiles tenderly. Rinjia is a devil from the western hell, concerning the way of cultivation, Rinjia do not understand. However, if you make a wish to me, I'll be able to help you out. Make a wish, Qin Chao no, this devil woman ought to lay out her card this time, what should I pay for my wish, is it my soul? Rosie's face became serious as she stood up, then while facing Qin Chao, she spelled out her words one by one. Correct, transaction using human soul is our devil's ability. I don't know if you ever heard of the crossroads devil. If you hold a piece of cat's bone as well as your photo, then put them in a box full of soil from the grave, and then buries it at the crossroads, a devil will soon appear to offer you a transaction. When the devil appears, you can make a wish to that devil. The devil will then grant you your desire, you can become rich, powerful, you can even have it all. But only if you paid it with your soul. At this point, you will only have 10 years to enjoy your wish. After 10 years, there will be hell spawns that come to take away your soul. That will also happen to me, right? Qin Chao deeply look at Rosie, if I make a wish to you, after 10 years, hell spawns will come to drag away my soul into hell. You're not the same. Rosie shook her head and said, you're born with a natural devil body, your soul's power is unprecedented. Otherwise, did you think that with just a little Buddhist instrument, you're able to eliminate the thousands of years old devil god? It's your soul, its power is so strong, the Buddhist instrument is just a catalyst that helped you eliminate Luoda's soul. Therefore, in view of your soul, our hell have another plan. We can satisfy your 10 desires, each time we fulfill your wish, your soul will be traded by a 10th. Until all your 10 wishes are fulfilled, then the transaction will complete. By that time, hell spawns will immediately come take away your soul. It seems that I am indeed a very special client. Qin Chao inside his eyebrows and asked, what if I only wished for 9 desires? Never wish for the 10th desire, would you accept such a loss? Trading is a risky business, don't you think? Rosie wittily replied. But her eyes actually hide a trace of haze. Wishing is like taking drugs. Human greed, if their first wish is fulfilled they would surely ask for a second wish. Now, don't you want to ask me for your first wish? As long as you make a wish, I can help you break through the tempered chi stage, making you enter the divine concentration stage. Just forget it. Surprisingly, Qin Chao waves his hand, I believe I have a way to enter the divine concentration stage, I do not need to use my soul to make a wish. In Qin Chao's mind appears Huan Yang, that big-chested woman-child. This snake demon already practiced for 100 of years. How to enter the divine concentration stage should be a no-brainer for her. However, the difficulty of this is that he doesn't know the whereabouts of this snake demon. But, if there is a fate, they would run into each other eventually. One day, you're going to ask me for a wish. Rosie looked deeply at Qin Chao, then her body turned into smoke and disappeared from this apartment. Chapter 44. Everyone will do the running exercise. Qin Chao Gij. Open the door. Very early in the morning, when Qin Chao was still sleeping in a daze, someone called out his name from the door. Who is it? It's still early in the morning. Qin Chao is having a wet dream. The lead couple in the dream is him and Su Ji. This guy reluctantly crawled up, hearing the voice. He know the person who knocks the door is Li Na. Thinking about last night's charming and gentle, for the first time in Qin Chao's life, he blushed, then he hastily opened the door. Li Na is wearing a clean school uniform, with tight denim pants that perfectly wraps her buttocks and legs. Why did you call for me? It's early in the morning. Qin Chao held back his saliva, then asked. Qin Chao Gij, the parent-teacher conference is today. Parent-teacher conference? Qin Chao suddenly racks his brain. Oh, I remembered it now. How, when will this event start? After school hours in the afternoon, you must remember it. Li Na whispered to Qin Chao, and don't let my mother knows. I don't want her to worry about this. Relax, I'll handle this matter. Qin Chao thought in his heart, this is a trivial matter, much simpler than killing Feng Hua. Okay, Qin Chao Gij, you must remember this, I'm going to school now. Then, this little girl shakes her small bag while walking briskly, then disappear in the stairways. Qin Chao sighed with emotion. This is what it's like to be a youth. Back then when he was in the high school, the most annoying thing was this parent-teacher conference event. His performance was a mess, and his mom was too ashamed to attend the event. But that doesn't mean anything because he now has a minimum monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. His condition is much better than those students who graduate from prestigious universities. Many fresh undergraduate students set their starting point salary that is too high. They won't take low-paying jobs or jobs that require hard work. But most of the high-paying jobs, particularly requires high-qualification candidates and or long-time experience in said jobs. These fresh undergraduate candidates were just putting up a tall wall for themselves, nothing more. Just after graduation, Qin Chao applied for a job in a fairly good big company, as a regular office worker. The wage in this position is not very high. After adding it up with the bonuses and whatnot, it barely reached 2,000 yuan a month. However, there were still many people who applied for this job. After the written test, came the interview. There he was pitted against other candidates relentlessly. If that person did not appear, quite possibly he would have been a regular office worker on a large company, doing a white-collar job. Luo De would not have appeared and he would not enter the path of an immortal cultivation. He would never have met Rosie either. As for Su Ji, fate is really marvelous. Daydreaming aside, he finished up his preparation to go to work. Qin Chao is riding his old lucky bicycle to his workplace, Guangyuan Institute for International Economics. This fellow Wang Wenkuan is holding his electric baton while taking a stroll at the school gate. He is blocking the return of the students who went out last night but did not come back to sleep at their dormitory. When he saw Qin Chao came, he did not even say a single word. He just put up a cold face, while secretly glances at Qin Chao twice. When Qin Chao looked back at him, this electric baton Wang immediately bowed his head and stood aside. In electric baton Wang opinion, Qin Chao is a troublemaker. Even if I cannot provoke you, I can still work against you behind your back. I'll wait for an opportunity to directly expel you. Qin Chao doesn't know what's inside electric baton Wang's mind. At this time he is also in a lot of messes. After he gets down from the bike, Qin Chao found out that his bike's chain is somewhat loose. He then bent down to fix it, which makes his hands greasy. At this time, a team of freshmen are coming from afar. They were doing the running exercise on the playground while their mouths are shouting out a slogan that is not so neat. The freshman morning exercise are usually practiced by a few northeastern universities. Although it would make you a little tired, but it's really good for the body. Chin Chow laments, when he was still in the freshman year, he would often go back and forth to his 6th-floor dorm room and never feel tired. Until his senior year, when his room moved to the 3rd floor, he felt tired just to take a trip there. Now his overall health is only subpar. Finished thinking, the lead female teacher of this running exercise immediately attracts the attention of Chin Chow. That female teacher wears a red tracksuit. Although this tracksuit is loose, it actually cannot hide her figure. Especially when she is running, her buttocks would be wrapped quite tightly by the tracksuit. Like a perfectly split 2 halves of watermelon, perfectly round as if made in heaven. The students behind her, most of them are dripping with saliva. Running together, dripping together. Running together with such beautiful female teacher, even though they are dead tired, but they also enjoyed a beautiful scenery. Hey! That female teacher is in a good mood. When she saw Chin Chow from afar, she immediately beckons with her hand to him. Teacher Wang Feng, could you please continue to lead them in this running exercise? After 2 more laps, you can disband them. She said to the nearby male physical education teacher. That teacher is demonstrating his magnificent physique, occasionally he would pull himself slightly to the front side of that beautiful teacher, in order to show his strong pectoralis major muscle, across the top of the chest. Hearing the words of the female teacher, this male teacher who is called Wang Feng immediately slapped his chest, then with a thick manly accent, he said, "You can count on me, Teacher Su, I'll handle them. Students, keep up with me, we'll talk again after 5 laps." To show off his masculinity, this teacher Wang Feng loudly shouted, then, with a crowd of grieving students, they continue to run on the playground. Morning. Chin Chow locks his bike then greets this teacher Su smilingly. Morning. Although she already ran several laps, but there was no sweat on Su Ji's forehead. She went to the front of Chin Chow and started doing a stretching exercise, occasionally she bent down, with her fingers touch her toes. That perfect curve of her immediately makes Chin Chow's eyeballs fly out. Doing this running exercise every day is so boring. I prefer doing a gymnastic exercise, unfortunately, only the boys who are willing to learn, none of these female students likes it. Hey, if you're not the one who teach, I'm afraid those boys wouldn't like it either. Chin Chow smiles, trying to recover his lost eyeballs and said, the charm of teacher Su Ji is unstoppable. Humph, if your sweet talks are sincere, you would have accepted my offer to be my chef. Ahem, this is a matter of principle. By the way, concerning Lu Chuan's matter, I must say thanks to you, if not because of you, I'm afraid his life would be finished. You want to pay this big favor just by saying thank you? Su Ji mischievously pouts, she stretched out her fist and hits Chin Chow's shoulder, invite me to eat. Fine, KFC, McDonald's, take your pick. I don't eat those junk food. I want to eat at your apartment, I want you to cook me a great meal. Fine, fine. Chin Chow nodded, suddenly he remembered Li Na's parent-teacher conference, so he said, we'll meet in the evening. This afternoon I have to go to the Central District to attend Li Na's parent-teacher conference. Yo. Su Ji immediately staring curiously at Chin Chow, it's like she is thinking that there were flowers that would soon grow on his face. Li Na, your neighbor little sister, is indeed lovable. But what count you as her parent? Let me guess, you're her dearest Gidge. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Although blessed with thick facial skin, Chin Chow's face nevertheless still blushes, I am not a lolicon. It's just that her mother was often busy. This child doesn't want for her parent to worry, that's why she went looking for me to attend this event. She is a good student, so this parent-teacher conference should be alright. Yo, looking at your expression, it seems that you care so much about her. Su Ji rolled her eyes, and you still said you're not a lolicon. It's really not like that, her parents were divorced early, so she was raised in a single-parent family. Her mom also frequently travel, so this child always comes to my apartment to look for a meal. I treat her like my own little sister.